Synopsis. In a galaxy torn by conflict, a brilliant young strategist with extraordinary abilities is taken under the wing of a shadowy mentor. As he rises through the ranks of power, he forges uneasy alliances, manipulates key events, and discovers a legendary ancient forge capable of building vast armies. Balancing ambition with destiny, he seeks to bring order to chaos, outwitting foes and unlocking secrets that could reshape the stars forever. Chapter 1: The Day a Demon Was Awakened. The moon hung low over Naboo, casting its pale light upon the labyrinthine streets of Theed. The city was unusually quiet, the typical evening bustle muted as though the very air sensed the presence of something unnatural. In a shadowed alleyway, a young boy stood, surrounded by a group of men whose eyes were glazed and distant, like marionettes awaiting the pull of their master's strings. The boy couldn't have been more than 7 years old. He was small and slender, his frame giving no hint of the power that coursed within him. His black hair fell just above his shoulders, framing a pale face that bore an expression far too mature for his age. Most striking of all were his eyes, deep, almost luminous, violet that seemed to pierce the soul of anyone who dared look into them. Lelouch Roman 6 Britannia stood in the center of the alley, his gaze locked onto the men surrounding him, not so much them as it was his own handiwork he was studying. These were not the usual cutthroats and thieves one might expect to find lurking in the underbelly of Theed. No, these were men who had lived lives of cruelty and violence, their hearts hardened by years of bloodshed. Yet now, they stood still as statues, their weapons clutched in their hands, awaiting orders that would seal their fate. From the shadows at the alley's entrance, a figure observed this strange scene with keen interest. Cloaked in black, his hood obscuring his face, the observer's presence was almost undetectable, save for the faintest ripple in the force. This was no ordinary man, but rather a Dark Lord who had mastered the shadows long ago, Darth Sidious, better known to the galaxy as Senator Palpatine. Sidious had felt the disturbance in the Force from afar, a tremor that had drawn him to this very place. As he watched the boy, he realized the source of that disturbance. It was the child. The potential Sidious sensed within him was beyond anything he had encountered before. There was darkness in the boy, a cold, calculating intelligence that belied his years, and a power in the Force that seemed to come as naturally to him as breathing. Stepping forward, Sidious let his presence be known. The boy's eyes flicked toward the cloaked figure, unafraid, as though he had anticipated this meeting. "Impressive," Sidious spoke, his voice smooth and calm, the embodiment of sinister confidence. "Such power in one so young. Tell me, boy, what do they call you?" "Lelouch," the boy replied, his tone devoid of emotion. Sidious considered the name, the weight of it. "And what, Lelouch, do you intend to do with these playthings of yours?" His gaze shifted to the men who stood motionless, oblivious to anything but the will of the child before them. Lelouch's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of something dark and knowing passing through them. "They serve me for now," he said. "Is that so?" Sidious asked, his lips curling into a thin smile. "What if I were to offer you something greater, a chance to learn how to truly wield the power you possess?" The boy tilted his head, considering the offer. "That is a very tempting offer, though forgive me if I do not take your words at face value. Kill him." At his words, the men jumped to action, a feverish glee in their faces as some drew their blades, and others lifted their blasters towards the Dark Lord of the Sith. It only lasted a moment, though as Sidious raised his hand, blue arcs of lightning bursting forth in the narrow alley, connecting the men together as a chain of lightning, stopping merely a few steps away from Lelouch as he looked at the lightning with interest. Sidious watched as the lightning he released stopped the men in their tracks. However, the one closest to him gritted his teeth, still somehow standing up, arcs of electricity dancing on his clothes and face, burning here and there, but what drew Sidious' attention was the look in the man's eyes. Unyielding, he could even feel it through the Force. The man couldn't stop, and most importantly, didn't want to stop. So warped was his head that his singular purpose was to tear through the Dark Lord be it with his bare teeth if he had to. Sidious was no stranger to compulsion, a rather useful power of the Force against the simple-minded, but couldn't be taken further than misdirection in most cases. But never had he seen it taken so far. As he increased the intensity of the lightning, The man didn't even let out a groan as an arc of lightning swept over one of his eyes, incinerating it there and then. The man was brought to his knees as his legs failed to match his will, still staring coldly at Sidious before grunting, dropping his knife together with his head. A normal person would have been fooled, but Sidious could feel the man's thoughts, and failure had no place in there. The man suddenly raised his head with a crazy gleam in his eyes and turned his hand to reveal a grenade held in it. Pushing through with the lightning, Sidious hurled the man back towards Lelouch, but as he flew through the air, his leg was grabbed by the first man behind him, who suddenly pulled at him to stop him from going further back. The men furthest away grabbed Lelouch and covered him with their bodies, as the ones in the middle either took their place between to buffer the explosion, simply threw their bodies at the grenade, or continued charging at the Dark Lord. Boom! A gore-filled explosion took place, where limbs flew all over the place. The Dark Lord was unharmed and unperturbed as he watched the few intact man by Lelouch's side and the ones on the ground, dying and still crawling his way. "You will serve me," Sidious said, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "You will be my apprentice, my adopted son in the eyes of the galaxy, and together we will bring this galaxy to its knees." It was no boastful claim, no wishful thinking, merely a fact that was going to happen one way or another. For a moment there was silence. The boy's violet eyes seemed to pierce through the Dark Lord, as if weighing his very soul. Then, without a word, Lelouch nodded. It was a small gesture, but it carried with it the weight of his decision. Without hesitation, Lelouch turned to the men surrounding him. He raised a hand, and with a simple, almost careless wave, he issued his final command. "Die." The thugs, still waiting to pounce on the Dark Lord, suddenly sprang to life with a fury. Blades and blasters flashed in the dim light as they turned on one another, their faces contorted in primal rage. The alleyway became a maelstrom of violence, a brutal dance of death orchestrated by the will of a child. Lelouch watched with detached interest as the men who had served him so faithfully tore each other apart until, at last, only one remained. Bloodied and broken, the last man standing fell to his knees, gasping for breath as he stared up at the boy who had commanded this carnage. Lelouch, his expression unchanged, watched the men unperturbed, as if used to it. The man looked at his unresponsive remaining arm, nearly torn off. His duty was still unfinished. Leaning back slightly, he brought his head to the cold street below him with an audible thud and crack. Silence had finally returned to the alley. Sidious was pleased. Here was a child with the ruthlessness of a Sith, a perfect apprentice, molded by the shadows of the galaxy. "Come, my apprentice," Sidious said, placing a hand on Lelouch's shoulder. "There is much you must learn." Together, they disappeared into the night, leaving the blood-soaked alleyway behind. Chapter 2, The Chosen One. Lelouch's gaze remained unfocused as the Senate continued its futile debates, the cacophony of political posturing and empty promises a distant hum in his ears. His thoughts drifted back to the moments that had led him here, his resurrection, if that term even applied to the twisted reality of his existence. He remembered the cold grip of death, the sensation of his life slipping away, only to be pulled back into something far darker, far more potent. The being that had taken hold of his soul was no ordinary force. It was an entity of unimaginable power, one that had struck a deal with Lelouch. The terms had been simple. In exchange for a second chance, Lelouch would carry a minuscule part of the essence of this being within him, a conduit for its will. "It is only right to pay my dues to the landlord." The being was always present, lurking just beneath the surface of his consciousness, whispering its truths and philosophies with a tone that bordered on the saccharine. "I am no abomination," the voice countered, its tone smooth and almost condescending. "Quite the contrary, I am as pure as something can be, the pure desire of all living beings to grow and evolve, to become something better than they were." Lelouch almost scoffed at the words, though he had to admit that the being was skilled in its rhetoric. It could easily be mistaken for a benevolent force, a guiding hand meant to lead him toward greatness. But Lelouch was no fool. He knew the truth behind the flowery language, the corruption that lay beneath the surface. This being, this architect of fate, as it called itself, was as insidious as the dark side of the force itself. It promised power, but that power came at a cost Lelouch had accepted willingly for now. The architect, for all its grandiose speech and self-proclaimed purity, was nearly powerless at the moment. Whatever had weakened it, Lelouch wasn't entirely sure, but it mattered little. The being's influence was subtle, its corruption slow but steady. It had guided him to this point, to the heart of the galaxy's power, and in return, Lelouch allowed it to remain within him, a symbiotic relationship built on mutual ambition. And yet, you are still here, Lelouch thought, his tone sharp as he addressed the voice within. A parasite clinging to what little power you can scrape together. The architect did not reply immediately, as if considering its response carefully. You misunderstand, Lelouch, it finally said, its tone devoid of its usual arrogance. You should know better than any, survival is defeat postponed, and with some planning, victory pending. Where my siblings are stuck in their doomed playground, I will survive and with your help thrive. Without my knowledge, you will be no better than your so-called master. Using the power that drives the creation and destruction of the universe for mere parlor tricks, limited to lifting rubbish and swinging a glorified glow stick. Lelouch's lips curled into a faint, humorless smile. We'll see, he thought. He had no illusions about their relationship, but the Lord of Change was right. He had no head or tails on where to begin utilizing the force to its. For now, though, he let the voice continue its musings, focusing instead on the task at hand. The Senate proceedings droned on, and Lelouch knew that the real work was done behind the scenes, in the shadows where he thrived. Lelouch looked outside the window of Senator Palpatine's office as a hiss was heard. The doors opened up and Palpatine walked in. The Jedi have arrived on Naboo, though it matters little, just 2 of them cannot hope to stop this invasion. Palpatine said as Lelouch continued. And so long as our troops set foot on Naboo, sooner or later, the vote of no confidence on the Chancellor will be called, though it would be better if it came from the Queen, with a valid excuse at her back. Palpatine smiled as he put a hand on Lelouch's shoulder. She will. A bunch of droids cannot stop them, and even then, they will see Darth Maul coming from miles away, even blind as they are to the dark side. Lelouch snorted at that with a smirk in his face. Ah yes, your prized pupil. He's so lost it's almost funny. He is talented with a lightsaber, though. Indeed, it seemed as if Lelouch's athletic ability, or disability, remained constant in both his lives, though he could retain his albeit unremarkable feats for far longer. It is rather pathetic for a host of a god, but nothing we can't change in due time, though by then you'll understand how pitiful it is to even think of actually using your blade to crush someone with the power at your fingertips. The unwelcome voice in his head whispered. It doesn't change the fact that until that time, I will be needing a fairly durable meat shield. Lelouch scoffed at the promises of the once god on his head. Our deal with the Force has ended. It owes us nothing more until we bring proper balance and prove we can maintain it. But just by talking with it, maintaining some sort of connection, I can gleam into the universe. It is powerful, but not as old and not nearly as single-minded as me in my current condition. Yes, I remember you telling me all about your feats. First time I've heard of someone running circles around their own head, but if it was someone, I guess it'd have to be a god now, wouldn't it? Drowning out the voice in his head, Lelouch turned his attention to his conversation with Palpatine. He may be, but he remains nothing but a tool. Brazen, bold, the perfect icon to draw all eyes towards mere figurehead Sith on the Trade Federation's side, while we complete the necessary preparations. Master and apprentice smiled as they watched the bustling city below them. It had been quite a while since Lelouch had last seen Queen Amidala. Being of the same age, Palpatine had previously pushed for Lelouch to befriend her. And while Lelouch saw the upsides, the moment he tried to influence her, the Force had quite the violent reaction. Ever since Lelouch was quite opposed to spending prolonged amounts of time with her, lest he inadvertently caused the Force to lash out. Though when he saw it today, he understood. That boy, HHHA. It wasn't only the voice in his head. Lelouch could bet his life his master was laughing just the same. I see, that one-sided bond that has barely begun to form. I'd wager it won't be so one-sided in a few years. An idea was forming on Lelouch's head as he smiled at the chosen of the Force. Chapter 3, The Blockade. As they seated themselves, Lelouch glanced at the boy next to him. As Anakin also looked up at him, Lelouch reached out and passed a holopad to the young boy. I hear you like piloting, and that you won a very important race that made it possible to bring our queen here. Though I hear you are likely to join the Jedi at their temple, you are not one yet, so choose whichever one you like. Consider it a gift from me. Lelouch watched with a carefully measured smile as Anakin's eyes lit up at the sight of the holopad. The boy's initial attempts at polite refusal were half-hearted at best, his eagerness shining through despite his words. Lelouch had always been an astute judge of character, and in this young boy, he saw a perfect blend of naivety, ambition, and power. Anakin's excitement was almost palpable as he finally accepted the holopad, his fingers brushing against the cool surface as if it were a treasure of immense value. Thank you, the boy mumbled, his voice tinged with awe as he clutched the device to his chest. Lelouch nodded, his smile deepening just enough to appear warm and sincere. You're welcome, Anakin. Consider it a token of appreciation for your bravery and skill. I've heard many speak of your talents, and I have no doubt you'll go far, whether with the Jedi or elsewhere. Anakin beamed, the praise clearly resonating with him. The boy was still young, unburdened by the complexities of the world he was stepping into. He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Piloting is a skill that can take you places few others can reach. The freedom of the skies, there's nothing quite like it, is there? Anakin nodded enthusiastically, his youthful energy uncontained. It's the best. I've always loved flying. I could feel it, like I was meant to be up there. Lelouch's gaze sharpened, his interest piqued. The boy spoke with passion, but there was something deeper, an instinctive connection to the universe that Lelouch recognized as the force at work. Anakin wasn't just a skilled pilot, he was something more, something that could be honed into a weapon far beyond mere lightsabers and Jedi teachings. That's a rare gift, Lelouch remarked, his tone casual but laden with meaning. One that can set you apart from the rest. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise, Anakin. Destiny may sometimes force us, but somewhere within, there is always a choice. The boy looked up at him, wide-eyed and full of hope. Do you really think so? Absolutely, Lelouch replied smoothly, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. But remember, the path to greatness isn't always straightforward. It requires strength, wisdom, and sometimes making difficult choices. But with the right allies, anything is possible. Anakin seemed to ponder Lelouch's words, his youthful mind turning over the possibilities. The seeds of ambition were there, and Lelouch could see them taking root even now. All they needed was a little water, a little nurturing, and they would grow into something powerful and unstoppable. As they settled into their seats for the Senate's next session, Lelouch allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. Anakin was still young, still impressionable, and Lelouch intended to be the one to guide him, whether the boy realized it or not. The connection between him, the Queen, and the Jedi was a delicate one, but it was also a powerful tool that Lelouch could use to his advantage. For now, Lelouch would play the role of the benevolent mentor, the older brother figure who understood the challenges Anakin faced. He would be patient, allowing the boy's trust to grow until the time was right. The connection between Amidala and Skywalker was a weakness, a crack in the armor of the Jedi, and one that could be exploited with the right pressure. As the Senate session dragged on, Lelouch's mind was a whirlwind of schemes and counter-schemes. The Queen and the Chosen One, a pair destined for greatness, perhaps, but also destined to be pawns of the Force. It had chosen its champions, but Lelouch had no intention of letting them stand in his way. If anything, their bond could be the very key to unraveling the Jedi, crushing his master, and securing his own rise to power. An idea was forming in his mind, a strategy that would take time and patience to execute, but one that could yield tremendous results. If he could subtly influence their bond, manipulate it from the shadows, he could turn the Force's chosen into his personal sword. The Force would have its way. It had basically screamed such at him when he approached the senator. As such, instead of going against it, he could perhaps push it while twisting it in his favor. It would take time, as he had to glance into what the Force had. His smile deepened, dark and knowing, as he gazed at the young Jedi. Yes, that will do nicely, he thought. The seeds of a new plan were being sown, one that would bring him closer to his ultimate goal. If the Force wanted to play games with destiny, then Lelouch would make sure the game was played on his terms. For now, he would bide his time, watching as the bond between Amidala and Skywalker grew. When the time was right, he would strike, turning their connection into a noose that would tighten around Anakin's neck. As the days slipped by, the political tides of the Republic shifted with an almost imperceptible ease. The vote of no confidence in Chancellor Valorum, a momentous decision that had long been brewing in the shadowy corners of the Senate, passed without the anticipated uproar. The whispers of dissent that had echoed through the grand corridors of Coruscant now gave way to a new order, one that was quietly orchestrated by unseen hands. Amid the undercurrents of change, Queen Amidala returned to Naboo, determined to reclaim her world from the grip of the Trade Federation. The liberation of Naboo, a victory that would be recounted in stories and holovids for years to come, was swift and decisive. The alliance forged between the Naboo and the Gungan army was a testament to the Queen's leadership and determination. Together, they mounted a fierce resistance, striking at the very heart of the droid army that had sought to subjugate their home. The battle was hard-fought, with blaster fire and energy shields lighting up the lush landscapes of Naboo. But in the end, the droid forces fell like dominoes, one after the other after the destruction of the droid control ship. The celebrations that followed were jubilant, the air thick with the scent of victory and the promise of a brighter future. The people of Naboo, both human and Gungan, rejoiced together in the streets of Theed, their differences forgotten in the shared triumph over a common foe. Amidala, ever the stoic leader, allowed herself a rare smile as she watched her people revel in their newfound freedom. The dark clouds that had hung over Naboo for so long seemed to dissipate, replaced by the bright light of hope. Yet, even as the people of Naboo celebrated, there were questions that lingered, unanswered and unspoken in the euphoria of victory. Questions that nagged at the minds of those who had been closest to the conflict, questions that cast a shadow over the otherwise triumphant moment. Why, upon their return to Naboo, had there been only a single droid control ship orbiting the planet? It was a curious anomaly, one that seemed out of place in the otherwise meticulously planned invasion. The Trade Federation was known for its overwhelming numbers, for its strategy of deploying vast fleets to ensure domination. And yet, when the time came for the final battle, the skies above Naboo had been occupied by only one lone control ship. The question was more than a mere curiosity. It was a puzzle piece that didn't quite fit, a loose thread that threatened to unravel the entire narrative. Amidala had noticed it, as had her most trusted advisors, but in the aftermath of victory, there had been little time to dwell on it. The priority had been the immediate survival and freedom of Naboo, and for that, the destruction of the lone control ship had been enough. Lelouch looked at the figures kneeling before him, all high officials that stood between the Queen and the Senate, captain and members of her personal guard, some spies of his master, long since subjugated to serve at his whims, by something much more powerful and permanent than simple force compulsion. He was currently in some of the lower levels of the city, right below the Queen's residence. He could still hear the celebrations that were certainly ongoing under the moonlight. He allowed himself a smile as he heard the report from the captain of the Royal Guard. "My lord, the original data has been altered, drives we couldn't reach have been destroyed, and witnesses have been silenced or otherwise dealt with. All that remains is the contradicting data from the side of the Trade Federation. I'll have to arrange a meeting with a fairly high-ranking member from the Federation. It doesn't need to be immaculate, it just needs to hold up for some years. Once the war is in full spring, no one will have the time to investigate." Turning around, Lelouch faced the cell. The Neimoidian within had a fearless look on his face, as he stood bowing fervently. "I believe you arranged everything in order." Of course, my lord, strict orders were given to the droids to execute all crew members. The fleet is flying silent, waiting for the reactivation codes. Confirmation was sent to me shortly before the Queen's return to Naboo. "And the codes." The captain rose behind Lelouch, reaching into his jacket and pulling out a holopad. Lelouch grabbed the pad and checked it over. It had the predicted route of the fleet as they flew silent and kept out of the hyperspace lanes for the foreseeable future. Once everything was in place, this fleet may just play the most critical role yet. And even if it didn't, a fleet of 11 Lucrehulk battleships, 6 carriers, and 2 droid control ships carrying full loadout of densely packed droids could be put to plenty of uses. Very well, after I leave you shall not remember any of this has happened, not until next time I say, Lelouch, Vi Britannia commands you. As you wish, my lord. It goes for the rest of you as well. Yes, and my lord. Chapter 4, The Grand Army. 10 long years had passed since the liberation of Naboo, and Lelouch was finding it hard to contain the extreme annoyance he felt within him. As he approached the Chancellor's chambers, the doors suddenly slid open, revealing a formidable assembly of Jedi Masters. Their presence was a stark reminder of the bureaucratic and mystical obstacles that stood in his way. The Jedi, once mere obstacles, had become a focal point for his ambitions and frustrations. Hard to find something that gives a better jump start to a Sith's heart that, Lelouch thought to himself. Master Yoda, Master Windu, Jedi Masters, forgive me if I am not familiar with many of your names. Slow down, you should. Work so much, you shouldn't. The old master continued, his words underscored by the wisdom of countless years. Master Yoda is correct. Your dedication is admirable, but you are still young, and your father has everything under control. It would be a waste to burn yourself out unnecessarily, Master Windu interjected, his voice tinged with an uncharacteristic note of concern. The Jedi Masters around him exchanged glances, a silent questioning of the intent of Windu's words. To say Lelouch was well-liked would be an understatement. The now young man made friends everywhere he went, and he had garnered respect for dealing even with the most troublesome of characters. And this had long since worried Mace Windu. The son of the Chancellor, so this is the so-called White Prince of the Republic. At 24 years old, Lelouch had become a striking figure of remarkable elegance. His chiseled features and slender build were accentuated by the white garments he favored, which contrasted sharply with his inky black hair. His unique, almost hypnotic purple eyes drew admiring glances wherever he went, ensuring that he was never without a cadre of admirers. Later, this earned him the title of White Prince of the Republic. While it did serve him well on more than a few occasions, and it would serve him even better later, he was still tempted to fry the ones who came up with it. Please, simply Lelouch is enough. I can't even go for a walk without someone pointing anymore. If you'll excuse, I really can't afford to miss this meeting. As Lelouch excused himself within the confines of the Chancellor's office, Mace spared one final glance at the young man. Troubled, you are. Master Windu deliberated on that for a moment before he spoke to the Jedi Masters as they continued walking. He is a shatterpoint, tattering on the edge. I deliberately prepared to attack once. The moment my hand touched the lightsaber, the shatterpoint reacted dangerously. It was unclear, but the consequences would be catastrophic. However, no matter how I approach it other than hostile, it never falls to the complete opposite. It merely stays where it is, as if on the edge. I can't pull it away. The best I can hope for is for it to stay where it is and not tip it over. Meditate on this. We should solve everything. Violence cannot. Trivial matter. It is not, the old Jedi Master said as he slowly made his way outside, followed by the others. Senator Amidala, I hope you have been well. Amidala turned around and smiled lightly. Thanks to your exploits, our work can still be salvaged. The Loyalists are losing ground and allies, but your actions have mitigated that somewhat. Palpatine gave him a nod and a smile that he returned in kind, before moving to stand on his side. Ah, almost forgot. Since you missed our Jedi friends, Anakin and his master will be returning shortly to serve as the Senator's bodyguards. I would like for you to accompany them during their travel and make sure they want for nothing. Of course, Father. Master Obi-Wan Kenobi and Ani have gone above and beyond for Naboo. It's the least I could do. The meaning was not lost to Lelouch. Separate the master from the apprentice and make sure Anakin stayed with the Senator. Hiss. Mesa tell you Queen's so happy to. Anakin heard as the doors opened to reveal Jar Jar speaking with a tall young man, excluding elegance, dressed in white, with black hair and striking violet eyes. As he turned to look at Anakin, he smiled. Nice to see you again, Anakin. It has been quite a while. You too, Master Obi-Wan. Obi, Jar Jar exclaimed as he trotted towards the Jedi Knight. Hello, Lelouch, it's really good to see you. As he saw Jar Jar smothering Obi-Wan's attention, Lelouch placed a hand on Anakin's shoulder and smiled. Now, don't show your disappointment so openly that I'm not a certain female senator of Naboo. The look on Anakin's eyes, the sweat on his palms as he tried his best to wipe them quickly, and the blush on his face was all that was needed. Before he could try and make any stupid attempts at an excuse, Lelouch interrupted. She's inside. I will keep your master for a few minutes. That's the most I can do. Thank you, Anakin said as numerous thought and looks passed him in a flash. As Kenobi sidestepped Jar Jar, he came face to face with Lelouch. Master Kenobi, I understand there are some new arrangements to our schedule I should be made aware of. Indeed, I have been tasked with overseeing your security as well. Master Windu has put forth the concern that since you would be traveling with us, the likelihood that we will be targeted by more parties or more than one party is increased. I see. I have many people with connections to unsavory individuals and organization from Midrim and beyond. The questioning look Kenobi threw him was immediate. A necessity when your duties take you there. I need to know of potential groups or individuals who, well, don't really want me to stick my nose in their business. I understand. I doubt it, Master Kenobi. I highly doubt it, but that's okay, Lelouch said as he leveled Kenobi a blank look. You remind me of a certain individual I met in my travels, Master Kenobi. His dedication shone just as bright as yours. Do you mind if I ask you the same question I once asked him? Lelouch asked him, the same blank look on his face. Kenobi could see it. The young man before him was reliving that previous moment. For him, Kenobi might as well not be there, but he answered nonetheless. He was also curious of this character. Ask away. Lelouch stared into Kenobi's eyes, into his very soul as he asked his question. What do you do when there is an evil you can't defeat by just means? Do you stain your hands with evil to destroy the greater evil, or do you remain steadfastly just and righteous even if it means surrendering to evil? Kenobi stared back hard at the young man. He could see the undeniable underlying smirk on his face. I choose justice and righteousness. He could swear he heard a scoff from Lelouch. Just 2 peas in the pod. He answered just the same. I am willing to bet that the entire Jedi Order would answer just the same. Do you want to know what happened to him, Master Kenobi? Lelouch continued without waiting for his input. He lived a long and happy life. Or at least so I presume. He certainly survived the conflict and settled down by the time I left. Now that surprised Kenobi. He was expecting some unfortunate end or something of the sort. He eyed Lelouch questioningly as the young man revealed a patronizing smile. Others stepped up where he couldn't, where he wouldn't. His happy life was built upon the corpses of the ones willing to make the sacrifice he wasn't, willing to taint their very souls with evil so others wouldn't have to, but someone of his devotion, of your devotion, went unsaid. I'm sure he doesn't even really bother to think such things in detail. Ignorance really is bliss. Kenobi's eyes widened, and his heart nearly stilled at the underlying message in those words. It wasn't long before Jar Jar returned, breaking the silence between the two men and leaving together with Lelouch. It was the next day that Kenobi was leaving the Jedi Temple, that he saw Lelouch waiting at the end of the stairs with a smile in his face. Master Kenobi, it is not safe for you to be outside in the open at this time. Ah yes, I heard about Padme's unfortunate encounter. Thankfully, I have a fully qualified Jedi bodyguard near me, though after hearing about her, a beardy told me you are currently missing a planet. Kenobi's eyes widened at that. Am I to assume you have information regarding it? I have information regarding the inhabitants, and glad to say, you'll have to take me with you. Kenobi leveled a stare at him. I beg your pardon. The Kaminoans are famous for being very tight-lipped unless you have money, power, or both. The Jedi influence was not what it was 100 years ago, and any funds they can allot to your investigation are, well, no need to poke where it hurts. Lelouch said as he gave Kenobi a glance from head to toe. Kenobi looked down at his robes before looking Lelouch up and down. He had to hold back a sigh, as next to him, he did have the look of a beggar, and the quality was painfully visible even at a distance. He also had to concede that Lelouch wielded political power, second only to the Chancellor himself. But as for financial power, I never heard of politics paying well, Kenobi probed. Money is the lowest type of currency within the Senate. Officially, I have pebbles to my name. Unofficially, I could fund a fleet and an army. I hold so many favors in my pockets, many would love to pay it back to me in credits. Ah, I see. Let us take our leave then. Lelouch and Kenobi approached the planet as the cruiser made to land. I still can't believe you were able to convince them to lend you a fully manned consular-class light cruiser for our investigation. As I said, I have many favors, and unlike you, I have no space magic to guarantee my head stays on my shoulders, so brute strength should be enough to compensate. As they made landfall, a Kaminoan was quick to approach them. Master Jedis, the Prime Minister is expecting you. Lelouch and Kenobi shared a look. We are expected. Of course, he is anxious to meet you. After all these years, we were beginning to think you weren't coming. Now please, this way. They slowly made their way towards the meeting room, coming face to face with the Kaminoan Prime Minister. He stood up to greet them as their escort introduced them. May I present Lamasu, Prime Minister of Kamino. And this is Master Jedi, Obi-Wan Kenobi and Lelouch Palpatine. I trust you are going to enjoy your stay. Please, he gestured toward 2 seats that lowered from the ceiling. And now to business. You will be delighted to hear that we are on schedule. 200,000 units are ready with 1 million more well on their way. That's good news, Kenobi said as he shared a look with Lelouch, who was looking at him questioningly. Please tell your Master Sifo Dyas that his order will be met on time. I'm sorry, Master. Jedi Master Sifo Dyas is still a leading member of the Jedi Council, is he not? Master Sifo Dyas was killed almost 10 years ago. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, but I'm sure he would have been proud of the army we've built for him. The army? Yes, a clone army, and I must say, one of the finest we've ever created. Tell me, Prime Minister, when my master first contacted you about the army, did he say who it was for? It wasn't Lamasu who answered but Lelouch. For the Republic, am I right? Indeed, but you must be anxious to inspect the units for yourself. That's why we're here, Kenobi continued. As they approached an observation deck, Kenobi's mind was focused on Jango Fett and the numerous possibilities on what had exactly transpired, both known and unknown. But Lelouch had no need to dwell on it. While Sidious may have been stingy with details, as allowing a monstrously powerful Sith capable of bending minds to his will anywhere near his most important chess pieces was the height of foolishness, even more so if said Sith was his own apprentice. It was not hard for him to assume what had gone down. Stopping on the observation deck, Kenobi's mind was clouded with possibilities, unable to catch the wide smile on Lelouch's face. You have been searching for it high and low for years now, boy, and it only cost you some years of your life, millions in credits, billions in resources and favors, and 1 award-winning blind Jedi. The voice in his head cackled together with Lelouch in his mind as his eyes flashed a deep yellow. Chapter 5, Kamino. We need to find that bounty hunter, Kenobi said as his fist tightened. Just received a report from our escort that a customized personal fighter is making preparations to leave rather rapidly. They can see equipment being loaded by a man in armor familiar with your report, with a child by his side. It's Fett, Kenobi said in a determined voice. Sending you his coordinates. I'll have your personal fighter planetside within minutes. Try and stall him if you can. I'll have the men bring the cruiser around. Hold him long enough and he won't have anywhere to run. Lelouch said as Obi-Wan gave a quick nod and broke into a run. Unexpectedly, at least to the Kaminoans, Lelouch simply leaned back on the observation deck. The Kaminoan overseeing the conversation with Lelouch hesitated, their large, serene eyes blinking slowly as they processed his unexpected response. The calm demeanor of Lelouch seemed to unnerve them, a stark contrast to the urgency of the situation with the bounty hunter Jango Fett and the Jedi Master racing to intercept him. Your lack of concern is puzzling, the Kaminoan finally responded, their voice tinged with a hint of unease. The Jedi is in pursuit of a dangerous individual, and yet you choose to remain here, speaking with me. Lelouch's violet eyes glimmered with calculated intent as he turned his gaze fully on the Kamenone, his posture relaxed, almost casual. Master Kenobi is more than capable of handling himself, even against Fett. But what truly concerns me is the larger picture, the intricacies of what you and your people have been working on here in Kamino. The Kamenone straightened, their expression still impassive, though there was a subtle tension in their elongated neck. The cloning project is well within the parameters agreed upon by the Republic. Our work is purely in service of the contract provided by your government. Lelouch smiled, but there was no warmth in it. Oh, I have no doubt that you're fulfilling your contract to the letter. But we both know that this project has far-reaching implications that go beyond the confines of Kamino and the scope of what the Jedi might be aware of. I'd like to discuss those. The Kamenone hesitated again, clearly conflicted. They were not used to such direct questioning, especially from someone who was supposed to be a representative of the Republic. What is it you wish to know, Lord Lelouch? Our operations here are transparent. Transparency is a lovely word, Lelouch mused, but we both know that not all aspects of this operation are meant to be transparent, especially to those who lack the necessary perspective to understand their importance. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze intensifying. What I'm interested in is the contingency planning you've implemented. You see, I have a particular interest in ensuring that this army you're creating will serve its true purpose when the time comes. I want to know about the fail-safes, the measures that have been put in place to ensure that this army will act according to certain directives. The Kaminone's calm demeanor faltered ever so slightly. I am not certain I understand your meaning, Lord Lelouch. Lelouch's smile returned, sharper now. Come now, let's not play coy. The inhibitor chips, the programming embedded within the clones, I'm fully aware of these, and I want to ensure that they will serve the desired ends when activated. The future of the galaxy may very well depend on it. The Kaminone's eyes widened, the implication of Lelouch's knowledge sinking in. These matters are classified at the highest level, Hare responded, their voice barely above a whisper. Yet, here we are discussing them, Lelouch replied smoothly. You see, I have certain expectations of this grand design, and I intend to ensure that everything is proceeding according to those expectations. To ensure you match my expectations, I'm willing to place my trust in you, in your dedication to your people. Lelouch sighed as he started circling the Prime Minister. Should the war go as intended, your people will have served their purpose, and what remains of Kamino will be a smoldering wreck. My master, Darth Tyrannus's master, he saw the Kaminone's eyes widen at that name. We'll make sure of that. The Republic cannot be convinced of this, not after we gave them the army needed to win, to survive the war. Lama Su said desperately. You will find that if his plans are to come to fruition, then there will no Republic, but words are just that. Instead, let me show you. His mind is strong, and your strength lies in dominating. Let me handle this. The Lord of Change uttered in all seriousness. Lelouch didn't even feel the usual drain of the Force, such was the skill of one who was used to change the rules of living beings on mere whims. In the eyes of the Kaminone, the ground suddenly gave way, and all he could see was Kamino, surrounded by a fleet of ships never seen before, bearing a symbol he had not seen before. The beauty of the planet lasted only for a moment, as soon it was turned into a ball of fire. We were loyal, Lama Su stammered, his voice trembling with shock and disbelief. We never uttered a single word, not even to the Jedi. Why? Because he can, Lelouch answered, his tone chillingly calm. Because change demands destruction. I won't deceive you, Prime Minister. I will do the same to countless other races. I will annihilate everything and everyone that stands in my way. This galaxy that is so unwilling to change, I will tear it down, planet by planet if necessary, and a better one will be built from its ruins. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. But should you choose to join me, I can promise you a place beside those who remain. I truly value what your race is capable of. Stand with me, and Kamino will have a future in the new order I will create. After a long, tense silence, Lama Su finally spoke, his voice subdued but steady. I understand the necessity of change, Lord Lelouch. Kamino has always thrived by adapting to the needs of those who hold power. If this galaxy is to be reshaped, then it is in our best interest to align with the force that will shape it. Lelouch's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of satisfaction flickering in his violet eyes. A wise decision, Prime Minister. Your loyalty will not go unrewarded. Camino will have a place in the new order, one where your people's skills and knowledge will be indispensable. Lama Su inclined his head in a gesture of submission. We will ensure to not fall short of your expectations. As they departed, Lelouch looked at the small computer on his wrist, typing away for a moment before rejoining the waiting Prime Minister. Somewhere en route towards Camino, out of nowhere a fleet dropped out of hyperspace. Within the leading ship, inside the control room, a droid approached another one, with clear yellow paint on its head indicating its rank. Captain, fleet has successfully dropped out of hyperspace, awaiting further orders. Mission on Camino has been completed. Glassing has been cancelled. Oh well, the droid next to him said with slumped shoulders. Return to original course. Follow the indicated route and then return to dormant flying, awaiting reactivation sequence. Roger, Roger. FYI, plan to watch the Clone Wars and continue with that, as I'm not well versed in Star Wars events, so do leave any upcoming event you think might be impotent below in the comments so I can look it up. Chapter 6, Attack of the Clones I. Lelouch stood before the massive viewport in his private quarters, staring out at the stars that streaked past as his ship moved swiftly through hyperspace. The events on Geonosis were unfolding just as he had anticipated, with Obi-Wan Kenobi walking headfirst into the trap laid by Count Dooku. Lelouch had allowed it to happen, knowing that it would serve as the perfect catalyst for the next phase of the plan. A soft chime echoed through the room, signaling an incoming transmission. Lelouch turned, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he approached the console. He activated the holographic projector, and the image of Chancellor Palpatine materialized before him, surrounded by several key senators. Lelouch, Palpatine's voice was smooth, calm, and laced with the gravitas of authority. I trust you are aware of the situation on Geonosis. Lelouch inclined his head. Indeed, Chancellor, the Separatists are broadcasting on an open channel. Palpatine's lips curled into a knowing smile. The Jedi Council has been informed of Kenobi's predicament, and they have already dispatched a rescue team. However, the situation on Geonosis is more perilous than they realize. The Separatists are massing their droid armies, preparing for a full-scale assault. The senators surrounding Palpatine exchanged uneasy glances. Bail Organa, one of the more vocal members, stepped forward. With all due respect, Chancellor, this could mean the start of a war. War is inevitable. The Jedi and the Republic itself might as well have invaded Geonosis, Senator. Not to mention one Jedi who we could have claimed to have gone rogue. But the unannounced landing of a Republic vessel without prior notice or warning gave the Separatists all the excuses they needed. Lelouch interjected, his voice calm yet firm. Geonosis is merely the opening salvo. The Republic must be prepared to face this threat with the full might of its military. The Jedi alone cannot hold back the tide. The concertation of Separatists' fleet is concerning, however it also presents an opportunity. Let me be frank, the Separatists' forces outnumber us so far that it isn't even funny, even with the clone army at our disposal. A silence filled the Chancellor's room. Your point, Lelouch. A rapid strike at this concentration of forces. If we are the ones throwing the first strike, we might as well make sure it's worth it. A decisive victory on Geonosis could cripple their military capabilities and send a clear message to the rest of the galaxy. The Republic will not tolerate dissent. Bail Organa, his face etched with concern, spoke up. But at what cost? If we strike too aggressively, we risk alienating systems that are still on the fence. We need to be careful not to push them into the arms of the Separatists. Lelouch's expression remained calm, but there was a steely resolve in his voice as he replied. The galaxy respects strength, Senator. If we hesitate, if we show any sign of weakness, the Separatists will exploit it. They will use it to rally more systems to their cause, and the Republic will find itself outmatched. We cannot afford to fight a war of attrition. Palpatine, who had been silently observing the exchange, finally spoke, his voice carrying the weight of authority. Lelouch is correct. The time for diplomacy has passed. The Separatists have chosen their path, and now we must choose ours. The Republic must stand united, and we must strike with all the power at our disposal." The Chancellor's words seemed to settle the room, and the senators, though still uneasy, nodded in agreement. Mon Mothma, always the voice of reason, added cautiously, "We must ensure that our actions are justified and that the galaxy understands why we are taking this course. We cannot allow the Republic to be seen as the aggressor." Lelouch gave a slight nod, acknowledging her point. "Agreed. We will frame this as a necessary defensive action, a preemptive strike to protect the Republic and its citizens. The Jedi's presence on Geonosis will serve as the justification we need. We'll make sure the narrative is clear. The Republic acted to prevent a greater catastrophe." Palpatine's lips curled into a smile, one that did not reach his eyes. "Then it is settled. Lelouch, you will lead the strike force on Geonosis. I am granting you the rank of general, and with that, full command of the clone army stationed on Kamino. Coordinate with the Jedi and ensure that this operation is carried out with precision." Lelouch bowed his head slightly in acknowledgement. "Thank you, Chancellor. I will not fail." Palpatine's holographic image flickered for a moment before he added, "Remember, Lelouch, the eyes of the galaxy are upon us." As the call cut, Lelouch turned to talk to the Kaminoan Prime Minister, who was waiting on the side. "What can you tell me as far as weaponry is concerned?" All 200,000 troops have a full loadout depending on their units and accompanying equipment. This, of course, includes some very heavy weaponry capable of bringing down even capital ships while at lower altitudes. I would presume this heavy equipment just so happened to be delicate. You would be correct. They are made to be used on stationary or slow-moving targets while having full advantage. They would be hard-pressed to survive direct fire from anything bigger than a grenade and still remain functional. And the transports? Durable, but lightly armed. Anything above a corvette would hold for hours under sustained fire, and even if you do eventually break their shields, you'd be hard-pressed to penetrate their armor. Lelouch pondered for a moment before addressing the Prime Minister again. "And how many transports can you spare, excluding the ones needed for the troops?" "We currently have a total of 40 acclamatory assault ships. The 192,000 troops that are battle-ready, including their equipment, will need 36 acclamatories for transport based on previous drills. Any others, as long as it can make the journey to Geonosis, it'll be of use." Lelouch asked with a knowing smile. "Well, there are 2 with depleted ammunition and 1 whose shield generator overloaded due to faulty wiring. We are waiting on a repair crew with the necessary parts from QAT. The other 2, well, they aren't space-worthy." A smile formed on Lelouch's face. "It will do." As Lelouch strode toward one of the towering acclamatory assault ships, the air hummed with disciplined energy. Clad in gleaming white armor, row upon row of clone troopers snapped to attention with a synchronized thud, their boots striking the deck in perfect unison. The sound reverberated through the hangar, a testament to their unwavering commitment and readiness for battle. Lelouch's voice cut through the silence, commanding and sharp as he issued the order to prepare for launch. The hangar buzzed with controlled chaos as the clone troopers began their systematic loading of equipment and supplies into the acclamatory assault ship. Crates of ammunition, rations, and medical supplies were hoisted by heavy lifters, while platoons of troopers moved in organized formations, their every step calculated and efficient. 8 TTE walkers, their hulking frames casting long shadows, were guided into the ship's cavernous holds, their metal joints hissing and clanking with each movement. LAAT gunships, sleek and menacing, were secured in place, their blasters and missile launchers primed for the coming battle. The clones moved with a precision that spoke of years of intense training, despite most of them being barely out of their accelerated growth tanks. Their armor gleamed under the hangar's harsh lights, each trooper identical in appearance, yet carrying the unspoken burden of their shared purpose. Their faces, hidden behind emotionless visors, reflected the calm before the storm, a storm they were born to weather. Lelouch observed the operation with a critical eye, every detail falling into place as if part of a grand design. The rumble of engines powering up echoed through the hangar as the acclamatorized systems roared to life. The air thrummed with anticipation, the weight of the impending battle hanging heavy over everyone present. Lelouch's presence was a silent command, his mere gaze enough to inspire the troopers to swift action. As the last of the equipment was secured, Lelouch gave a final nod, and the massive loading ramp began to rise. The ship shuddered slightly as its repulsor lifts engaged, lifting it from the deck with a deep, resonant hum. The hangar doors slid open, revealing the black expanse of space dotted with stars. One by one, the acclamators ascended from Camino, their formations tight and disciplined, as they moved toward the void. Lelouch, now clad in the same armor as the clones, stood at the observation window, the stars streaking past as the ship entered hyperspace. The journey was brief, the quiet hum of the ship's systems the only sound as the clones made their final preparations, checking weapons and securing their gear. The atmosphere was tense, but the troopers remained focused, their minds on the mission ahead. It wasn't long, at least amidst the tense atmosphere, the ship dropped out of hyperspace, and the planet Genosis filled the viewport, its reddish surface a stark contrast against the blackness of space. Lelouch stood on the bridge of his command ship, an acclamatory assault ship that had been hastily prepared for this mission, containing no landing party aboard, merely the skeleton crew required to run it. The stars were no longer visible. Only the ominous planet filled the viewport as the fleet emerged from hyperspace. "All ships prepare for descent," Lelouch ordered, his voice calm and commanding. As the Republic fleet descended toward Genosis, the sensors began to pick up massive concentrations of enemy forces. Thousands of battle droids, led by the Separatist leaders, were already mobilizing. The Separatists had fortified their positions well, anticipating a confrontation, but they had not expected the swift and overwhelming response from the Republic. "Commander, status report," Lelouch said, turning to the clone commander standing at attention beside him. "All units are ready, sir. Ground forces will begin their assault on the main droid foundry as soon as we land. Air support is standing by to engage any Separatist forces in the skies," the field commander replied with military precision. Lelouch nodded, satisfied with the preparations. He knew that the success of this mission depended not just on brute force, but on careful strategy and timing. The Republic needed a decisive victory here, not just to weaken the Separatists, but to send a clear message across the galaxy. "Deploy the first wave," Lelouch commanded. The order was relayed, and the acclamatory ships opened their massive hatches, releasing hundreds of LAATI gunships that quickly filled the sky, heading toward the surface. The gunships, packed with clone troopers, swooped down toward the enemy lines, accompanied by the roar of engines and the hum of blaster fire. On the ground, the droids began to respond, their ranks surging forward to meet the invading forces. The sky above became a chaotic mess of explosions. P1 through 6 maintain formation, P7 fall back slightly. "Yes, sir." After a few moments, a transmission came through. "Commander, tell me you have them." "Yes, General, transmitting coordinates, good hunting," the clone commander said with respect in his voice. "Copy that, Commander," Lelouch said with a light smile and chuckle. "I have missed this," he thought as he lay back in his chair, a hand on his face with an almost sweet smile in his face. "You can thank me in due time." "Indeed, for this I do thank you." "Helm, take us to those coordinates." It was at this moment that Lelouch realized that all the clones in the bridge were staring at him weirdly. "Why, yes, my lord, full speed ahead." It wasn't long before the target was within their sight. "Target in sight, we have target in the air," one of the clones spoke in alarm. Lelouch rose from his seat as he gave his next orders. "Ignore all above our altitude. All units break formation. Keep off each other. Calculate trajectory for maximum targets. We don't need to hit them head-on, just cut them deep enough so they can't take off." Finishing, he put on his helmet and sat back down, strapping himself in his seat as all others followed suit. "Contact in 10, the helmsman yelled over the comms. "All hands brace for impact." Chapter 7, Attack of the Clones, II. The acclamatory rumbled as it adjusted course, moving with purpose toward the Separatist core ships that were attempting to break free from Genosis atmosphere. The massive vessels, crucial to the Separatist war effort, were heavily guarded and already preparing for a rapid departure, with some already having lifted off. The Separatists responded quickly, their anti-air defenses coming to life, filling the sky with streaks of green energy. The acclamatory shuddered as the first barrage of laser fire glanced off its shields, but the ship held its course. The core ships had minimal weaponry when separated from the rest of its body. Only a moment later, the helmsman yelled over the comms. "Impact!" A resounding bang was heard as Lelouch's acclamator rammed its port side into a core ship. The impact was jarring, sending a tremor through the entire vessel, but the ship held firm. The acclamator's reinforced prow sliced through the core ship's hull like a hot knife through butter, leaving behind a massive, jagged wound in its structure. Debris and fire spewed from the breach as the core ship faltered, its systems sputtering in the wake of the devastating blow. Lelouch's eyes narrowed, a fierce determination settling over him. "Target the next core ship," he ordered, his voice steady despite the chaos. The helmsman complied without hesitation, adjusting the ship's course. The acclamator banked sharply to the right, engines roaring as it lined up for another strike. The Separatists' defenses scrambled to respond, but there was little they could do but continue firing. The acclamatory crashed into the next core ship with the same ruthless efficiency, carving a deep gash into its side. The other acclamators followed Lelouch's lead, each one executing similar tactics from different angles. The sky over Geonosis became a deadly dance of fire and steel, the Republic ships battering the Separatist fleet with relentless ferocity. Core ships were crippled one by one, their once imposing forms reduced to wreckage scattered across the sky, slowly starting to paint the ground below piece by piece. It wasn't long before the Republic faced its own casualties, though. The first to fall was the one ship Lelouch had dragged to specifically use as a battering ram, though one that didn't have any shields to shrug off the anti-air fire that the others ignored completely, which was why Lelouch had ordered it to slow down and come in behind them. It had bought them some time, but once the enemy forces realized this, they redoubled their efforts in taking down P7. "This is P7, we have full engine failure, directional thrusters have been smashed to bits. Attempting emergency landing." Lelouch responded promptly. "Negative, it's a worthless bucket of bolts now. They were expendable ammunition the moment we got our hands on them. I grant you permission to abandon ship." "Understood, General." "You heard the General, troops. Head to the LAAT in the hangar for extraction." Before the clones could mobilize, one of them, studying a map, spoke up. "Sir, we could overload the reactor. Given the trajectory, it should pass close to some core ships." "Will it take them out?" "Can't say, sir. Those are big and durable ships, and overloaded reactor doesn't always mean a big explosion. But it'll make a hell of a mess." "Then do it. We might as well show the General some fireworks." Lelouch's ship, on the other hand, was barely doing better. It had decimated 6 core ships already, but that came with its own consequences. As the violent crash shook the ship, the helmsman as quick to make another report. "General, we have lost port and starboard thrusters." As he said this, another core ship came into view, slowly but surely rising towards the sky in front of them. "So, you are saying we still have forward thrust, how about upward?" The helmsman saw the rising Separatist behemoth and merely smirked beneath his helmet. "Aye, aye, sir." "Excellent, full upward thrust, engines to maximum," Lelouch commanded, his gaze fixed on the approaching enemy. The acclamatory's engines roared to life, the ship's ascent becoming more pronounced as it angled upward, targeting the top side of the looming core ship. However, boom! Upwards thrust at 66%. One of the thrusters failed, recalculating. "At this rate, we'll hit it head-on." "Well, it was fun while it lasted. All troops moved to the hangar for evac," Lelouch said as he rose from his seat. A clone in his right immediately relayed the message to the forces outside. "P1 is lost, I repeat, P1 is lost. K1 is moving to exfil, need immediate LAAT support for safe escort. R7 here, in vicinity and ready to provide support." The crew that had moments before exited P7, now aboard their LAAT, spoke through the comms. "R9 here, in vicinity and ready to provide support. O1 here, sending any available units to provide escort," the field commander said as he watched the ensuing chaos from far away on the ground fob. As Lelouch made his way to the hangar, the ship trembled with force. His calm demeanor never wavered, even as the corridors echoed with the sounds of hurried footsteps of the soldiers preparing to leave. In the hangar, the remaining troops entered the LAAT with practiced ease. The LAATs hovered at the ready, their engines rumbling as they prepared to take on the influx of clones. Lelouch boarded the aircraft, and just as the helmsman behind him moved to do the same, a massive tremor shook the ship. It made ETH clones stumble and fall from the LAAT on the hangar surface. The acclameter began to tilt, making the clones start to slide away. In a final attempt, the clone jumped for the transport ship as Lelouch's arm reached out to grab him. This will look great on the evening news. Not to mention, you'll basically become the clone's favorite general. Let them serve for a year under their Jedi generals, and each of them will have a poster of you under their pillow. Lelouch ignored the voice in his head as he leaned outward of the LAAT. Immediately, 3 clones reached for him as they pulled with all they had, pulling their general and the helmsman of the P1. "We got them, get us out of here." The pilot merely nodded in response, before turning to face the tilted and close hangar door. A moment later, 2 missiles left the transport as they blew apart a hole in the base of the hangar door. The ramp quickly fell off, the acceleration making sure to tear it off its hinges. Once outside, they were quickly joined by half a dozen more LAATs, heading promptly for the Republic Forces FOB on the ground. The acclameter, visible through the open doors of the LAAT, were looming shadows in the sky, diving into the heart of the Separatist fleet. They had already taken out dozens of core ships with ruthless efficiency, but the battle was far from over. Anakin's heart pounded with the rhythm of the gunfire and explosions echoing across the battlefield. The LAAT shuddered as it entered the fray, weaving through the sky like a needle through fabric. The Separatists' anti-air defenses were relentless green bolts of energy streaking past them, some striking too close for comfort. Anakin felt the familiar surge of adrenaline, a mixture of fear and exhilaration, as the LAAT dodged incoming fire. Impact! The pilot's voice crackled over the comms, cutting through the din. Anakin's gaze snapped to the side just in time to see Lelouch's acclameter eye slam into the side of a core ship, the force of the collision sending shockwaves through the air. The core ship's hull buckled and tore, spewing debris and fire into the atmosphere. Anakin's watched intently as the acclameter, battered but unyielding, continued its assault. The acclameter twisted through the sky, its prow carving through another core ship with ruthless intent. Anakin could almost feel the impact as the Separatist vessel crumpled under the assault, a gash of destruction left in its wake. But the Republic wasn't without its losses. Anakin watched as one of the acclameters, heavily damaged and limping through the air, began to falter. The comms buzzed with frantic voices, the crew struggling to maintain control, and evacuations orders being given left and right. "P1 is lost, I repeat, P1 is lost. K1 is moving to exfil, need immediate LAAT support for safe escort." Multiple replies came through, but at that moment Anakin turned to the pilot. "Turn us around." At that moment, it was Kenobi who intervened. "Anakin, no. Lelouch is up there. And he'd want us to put a stop to this war before it can truly begin. Stopping Dooku is the only way to do that." "Anakin, calm down and think. Don't let your personal feelings get in the way." Anakin scoffed at that. Kenobi was raised in the order he couldn't possibly understand. "He understands, even more than you know," a voice whispered in his head. Padme was the second one to speak. "Anakin, Lelouch would go after Dooku and finish this war here and now." Flashes of his mother's death, of his own helplessness flashed before Anakin's eyes before he shook his head and pushed them out of his mind. He had failed to save her, and now the fear of losing someone else threatened to consume him. He shook his head, trying to dispel the dark thoughts clouding his mind. He couldn't let his emotions control him, not now. He had to stay focused on the mission, on stopping Dooku before he could escape and plunge the galaxy into a full-scale war. With a deep breath, Anakin forced himself to turn away from the viewport, away from the sight of the burning acclameter and the chaos above. His voice was quieter now, tinged with a sorrow he couldn't fully hide. "Let's go." But the voice wasn't so fast to go away. If it was his former master up there, he would be urging you to turn immediately. But it isn't, so you see, it isn't that he doesn't understand. It's that he simply doesn't care. And with that last sentence that repeated like a bell ringing inside his head, the voice faded away from where it came from. Chapter 8, Attack of the Clones, III. The LAATs cut through the air at a rapid pace. It didn't take long for the news of Count Dooku's imminent escape to reach Lelouch's transport, relayed by the pilot mere moments before. Lelouch's mind raced as he calculated the potential outcomes. Dooku's escape would mean the continuation of the war, the deepening of chaos, the very chaos that Lelouch had been counting on to advance his own plans. But the timing had to be perfect, as the Republic needed to see the Jedi's failings. He couldn't allow the Jedi to intercept Dooku and potentially end the war prematurely. He moved near the pilot before speaking. "Contact the field commander," Lelouch ordered, his voice sharp. The pilot gave a quick nod without even turning his head, quickly patching the call through. "Field commander, General Lelouch on the line." "General," the field commander's voice crackled over the comm, controlled amidst the chaos of battle. "There's been a change of plans. No Jedi transports are to pursue Dooku. Have them redirect their focus on securing the perimeter and assisting the ground forces," Lelouch commanded, his tone leaving no room for argument. There was a brief pause on the other end before the field commander responded. "Understood, General. However, with all due respect, the Jedi will be insistent on chasing Dooku down. They might take matters into their own hands. 2 of them are already following on Dooku's personal speeder." Lelouch's eyes narrowed. "Leave those 2 then, delay any others to the best of your abilities. Have the pilots closest to the battlefield but not in active combat sabotage their own ships. Not only is the enemy leader a previous Jedi, it was also one of theirs who escalated the conflict into an open war. It was reaching, slightly." For the field commander, it was more than enough, clearly understanding the weight of Lelouch's words. Just because there is one outside, it doesn't mean there aren't more inside. "Understood, sir. I'll see to it that the Jedi are slowed down, but what of Dooku?" A smile flickered across Lelouch's face. "I have 8 transports filled to the brim with the Republic's finest who haven't gotten the chance to shoot at anything yet. We'll handle him as long as we get there in time." The clones behind him turned to glance at each other, their faces hidden behind their helmets as they straightened up slightly. The field commander nodded, though Lelouch could sense the pride in his voice as he replied, "As you command, General. I'll relay the orders immediately." As the connection closed, Lelouch leaned back in his seat, his mind already working on how to confront Dooku himself. The LAATs continued their rapid descent towards the battlefield below, the sounds of war growing louder as they approached. "Pilot," Lelouch called out, "prepare to alter course. Notify the escort. We're heading for Anakin's and Kenobi's transport last known coordinates." As he gave his orders, Lelouch tugged at the Force. Grabbing the veil that was provided by the dark side, Lelouch disappeared from the light side and its little soldiers. "Yes, General," the pilot responded without hesitation, adjusting the LAAT's trajectory. Lelouch's heart pounded in his chest, the same pounding he felt whenever he used to have the combat training sessions with his master. "Now you only lack the armor. Too bad we couldn't make a stop home beforehand." The Lord of Change cackled as it drank into their connection. The Dark's force serving as a stimulant for him, who had to live off of sips as Lelouch played his game with extra caution, never having sank himself in quite this deep since his first days in that alley. "I presume I only have minutes until you put an end to this, so I'll work fast. It will be fast, brutal, and only partial, since it's only from the dark side. The Force will also not be pleased with us afterwards, it might even kick back. Hard." Behind his clone trooper helmet, Lelouch's eyes, now a right and burning yellow shone even brighter, a tint, sometimes blue and sometimes purple flickering within. "It matters not. While the Jedi are blocked of due to the veil the Sith have created slowly over the years, I am certain my master is capable of peering into the future. To what extent? I cannot tell. You can already see and track the patterns. It won't be long until you are able to take it further." "Maybe," Lelouch mused, "if I let go of the restraints and submerge myself fully in the Force. But that would require time away from the public eye years, at the very least. It's not feasible at this time. So, we'll have to do it the hard way. Rip whatever potential future Sidious is looking at from the force itself for us to take a look at. The voice in his head finished, sounding almost ecstatic. The transport quickly closed in on its destination, and the scene below began to take shape. The ground was littered with debris and smoldering wreckage of the transport, and near it, the entrance towards a small hangar further within. "Disembark," Lelouch ordered, his voice many degrees colder and now far more forceful in its command, almost sending a shiver down the clones' backs. "Let 3 circles around for another entrance and provide cover afterwards." "Yes, sir," came the immediate response from the pilot and troopers. The LAATs began to deploy the troops swiftly, one after the other, the clone troopers moving with practiced efficiency. Lelouch stepped off the transport, his senses heightened as he surveyed the area. The dark side of the force pulsed through him, guiding his movements as he approached the entrance of the hangar. His mind was a storm of calculations, each step taken with purpose. He could feel Dooku's presence inside, the Sith Lord's aura a cold, calculating void amidst the chaos. As he moved closer, the dark voice spoke again, urging him forward. "Finally, after all this time, we get to fry another one." Lelouch could feel that all 3 within were still alive, and pretty active, meaning that Dooku had merely subdued them. For now. As Lelouch slowly and methodically took his steps, arcs of electricity started dancing from his feet, slowly and steadily growing larger as they leapt at the surrounding, creeping at the wall, the ceiling, and the floor, heading deeper within the hangar. It wasn't long before Lelouch felt 2 of the force signatures fall dormant. Continuing his stride, followed by suspiciously quiet clone troopers, Lelouch came face to face with Count Dooku. "Count Dooku, I believe it is time for you to depart. The Jedi are on their way here and you still have precious cargo to transport. It is the only reason you remain standing and not hauled over like cargo yourself." Dooku didn't take that insult well. He knew the Sith in front of him only from mentions, and while his show of control over the Force was impressive, Dooku was not quite convinced to step back from the clear provocation. As he made to take a step forward, lightning jumped from the seemingly calm surface of the floor as it grazed the outline of his robe. It was not. Lelouch started as he raised his arm, looking a little out of place in clone trooper armor, and brought forward his index finger and thumb, pinching slightly in gesture as he tilted his helmet slightly at him. A suggestion, Darth Tyrannus. A silent scream escaped Dooku as his body went still, as Darth Tyrannus felt the pressure being applied on his mind. He couldn't afford to think, the pressure slowly getting stronger and stronger. So overwhelmed was his mind that no message could get through to his body. "We don't get this chance every day. You should see how far you could take it using only the Force. You should send a warning. It'll serve as a concrete deterrent and possibly buy us much-needed space to breath freely." Teasing, seemingly done with whatever he had going on his side, gave his own input on the situation. Agreeing himself, Lelouch let his fingers go, as Darth Tyrannus kneeled on the floor, breathing heavily as his eyes seemed dull. While the pressure was gone, his mind was still rearranging itself. Without bothering to lower his hand, Lelouch snapped his fingers loudly. The kneeling Darth Tyrannus calmed down quickly, using the Force to regulate his physical state as he simply rose to his full height, no trace of his earlier struggle on his face as he calmly strode towards his ship, taking off shortly after. Turning around, Lelouch gave his orders to the captain. By the time we arrived, Count Dooku had subdued the Jedis and was preparing to kill them. Under our blaster fire, he was forced to retreat into his ship and take off. Make it so. All the clones nodded as the captain promptly ordered them to take specific positions and fire their blasters at his commands. Chapter 9, The Return to Coruscant. "Secure them and prepare for extraction," Lelouch ordered, his tone brooking no argument, but it was no longer the bone-shaking tone that he had used during his assault on the hangar. The troopers snapped into action, carefully lifting the fallen Jedi and moving them to the waiting LAAT. Lelouch watched as the transport rose and took to the skies, before another one took its place in front of him. He was greeted firsthand to a handful of burn-ridden clones, one of them even missing an entire leg. It was clearly a medical transport that had made a detour to pick him up. "General, sir," the clone still conscious greeted. At ease. Lelouch climbed up, though he stayed by the door, sitting on the floor, stretching his legs by the door's length as he leaned back. Sorry, General, we are stretched thin regarding transports, the captain outside the door reported. Sorry, for what? Any general would be glad to return alongside his soldiers. Aboard the Acclamatory, the atmosphere was tense. The medics had already tended to Anakin and Kenobi, who were now resting in the ship's infirmary. Padme, visibly shaken but relieved that Anakin was safe, stood by his side, her fingers gently brushing a lock of hair from his forehead as they spoke softly to each other. I believe this is the first time I've ever seen you so docile, Anakin, Lelouch remarked from the door. The couple damn near jumped from their seated positions and away from each other before seeing Lelouch, still in his clone armor but without his helmet, and calming down slightly. Relax, I have Kenobi on medical hold, and a couple of guards on Yoda reporting his location to me. Now they calmed down almost completely, as they slowly inched back towards one another. One more thing, you're both coming with me, I have a surprise for you too. The couple merely looked at each other before following cautiously, their eyes darting around every corner during their short journey, with Lelouch merely shaking his head at the display. You sure this is going to work? Indeed I am. Sadly, I hold so much knowledge and so many secrets that 99% of them are rather mundane in their applications and purpose. Still thought something like matchmaking and seduction would fall under another of your siblings. As an action it does, as experience and knowledge it falls under me, the entity elaborated smugly. I see, that means it goes for your other siblings as well. It does. Lelouch passed the doors with his entourage, entering the hangar as they slowly made air way towards a concentration faux clones near the hangar ramp, which was slowly lowering. Everything on track, Captain? Yes, sir, we are currently repairing the damaged thruster and getting ready to send a few more on a spacewalk to do a preliminary check for any other visible damages. And the Jedi? As you've ordered, Master Kenobi is under medical hold. As for Master Yoda. The paused as he passed a helmet to Lelouch, checking behind him to see that the clones had finally finished stuffing the happy couple in hermetically sealed suits. Giving a nod to the clone behind him, the message was quickly relayed, and a moment later, everyone and everything not locked into place began to slowly float. There seems to be a problem with the static force field, a glancing shot perhaps during troop deployment when our shields were down. Lelouch could almost hear the grin in the transmission. Could clones take after their commanders? They were technically blank templates with massive growth accelerants. So, maybe, oh well. Nice job, Captain. Now, as for our friends. Lelouch, I think they forgot to give us magnetic boots. We are kind of stuck hovering here. They forgot nothing. You have to have at least one nice date before returning the lady to her duties, and rocky or sandy planets don't count. Make it count. Wait, we are actually. That was all was heard before the clones grabbed the couple, and Anakin could swear by the Force. The clone in front of him had a mad grin in his ace as he showed him a hook, hoisting and tying it around him, before they gently and suspiciously happily threw the dumbfounded couple out of the hangar doors. Anakin could see the clones high-fiving each other as they returned towards the hangar. He was about to let them have it before a voice pulled his attention. Ani, look, Padme said as she urged with her head. It reminded Anakin of the first time he had stepped into space. A beautiful nebula stretched itself before their eyes as they were left amidst themselves. The ship hummed with the steady rhythm as it left hyperspace, heading down towards Coruscant. Lelouch, now free of his clone trooper armor and dressed in his usual white attire, stood alone in the dimly lit room. In a secure briefing room aboard the ship, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin Skywalker, Master Windu and Master Yoda gathered with the holographic projection of Chancellor Palpatine, the flickering blue light casting eerie shadows on the walls. The discussion had already been underway for some time, and the topic had inevitably turned to Lelouch. Skillful, the young man is, unafraid, he also is, the old master commented. Perhaps, but he is also not very open. I still think he is too young for such a position and what it entails. Anakin seemed reluctant to talk against his Jedi superiors. even though he looked like he was biting back a few words. Perhaps we should have the senator's input in this. He finally relented, finding perhaps a gap from where to back up his friend. I'm afraid it won't do any good, my friends. In truth, this is also merely myself trying to cling at straws to find a reason not to send my son into the front lines of this war. Senator Padme and her supporters are under heavy scrutiny for basically initiating this war. Her unauthorized visit to Geonosis with a Jedi by her side, Master Kenobi's uncovered investigation. The Jedi are even more so given one of theirs leads the enemy. Count Dooku has not been a Jedi in years, Anakin retorted. And yet he carries a lightsaber and uses strange powers. I'm afraid to the public it makes very little difference. Wait, how did word of this even get out? I understand the general conflict, but how did they know it was Lelouch leading our troops? Kenobi asked. Footage has leaked from the battlefield. My best guess is someone paid someone else off. It had to be someone, or a group of considerable influence, given they put together after-battle reports from both sides, showing the stark contrast. Lelouch's supporters. He has a rather massive fan following as the White Prince of the Galactic Republic. Or perhaps his enemies. He is now a prime target for the CIS. I'm under no illusions we have no enemies amidst our ranks. The Chancellor himself spoke. Investigated, this needs to be. Perhaps, however, the Senate and I cannot overlook the upsides. Public support is at an all-time high, and any reports from soldiers directly under Lelouch during the time of deployment paint him in nothing but a positive view. On the other hand, the numbers speak for themselves. Honestly, if I wasn't aware that it was genuine, I'd think of it as nothing but baseless propaganda. Though the content uploaded speaks for itself. Dozens of enemy battleships stand decimated, a big concertation of their armies crushed to dust, a major factory world subdued in but a day. A silence hung on the Jedi's minds as they remembered the battle. Nearly 200 of their brothers had fallen before the clone army had even set foot on the planet. Windu's fist tightened for a moment as he remembered his hesitation in front of Dooku. That's not all, though, I'm afraid. While Lelouch's stellar performance is cause for celebration, I'm afraid it has called into question the Jedi's place into the upcoming conflict. What? Mace Windu questioned as he looked quizzically at the Chancellor. It is nothing much right now, but it calls to question the Jedi's capabilities to lead. I'd advise caution to the Jedi High Council in who they choose to lead the clones, as they will be placed under scrutiny. Understand, we do, the old master said as the conversation continued for a few more minutes. The conversation in the briefing room shifted into a more somber tone as Chancellor Palpatine continued to outline the delicate political situation. The success of the clone army on Geonosis, largely credited to Lelouch's leadership, had inadvertently cast a shadow over the Jedi's role in the war. Master Yoda, his gaze distant, contemplated the implications. Scrutiny the Jedi will face, balance we must keep, trust we must earn again. Chancellor Palpatine, ever the politician, nodded in agreement. The Jedi Order has long been a beacon of hope and justice in the galaxy. However, this war will test all of us, and we must ensure that the right individuals are placed in positions of leadership. He turned his attention to Lelouch, who stood quietly, observing the discussion with his usual calm demeanor. Lelouch, your actions on Geonosis have not gone unnoticed. It is the decision of this council, with the support of the Senate, to grant you the rank of High General of the Grand Army of the Republic. The room fell silent as the weight of the announcement settled over everyone present. High General was a title that came with immense responsibility and authority, one that placed Lelouch on equal footing with the most senior Jedi commanders. Lelouch, his expression controlled, bowed slightly. I accept this honor, Chancellor. I will serve the Republic with all my strength. Mace Windu studied Lelouch carefully. With this title comes great responsibility. The lives of countless soldiers, the fate of entire worlds, may rest on your decisions. Remember, Lelouch, that power must be wielded with care. Lelouch met Windu's gaze, his violet eyes reflecting both determination and an understanding of the gravity of his new role. I understand, Master Windu. I will not take this responsibility lightly. The Republic's survival depends on all of us, working together. Chancellor Palpatine smiled, pleased with the outcome. Very well. High General Lelouch, you will report directly to the Supreme Chancellor's office and coordinate with the Jedi High Council. The meeting concluded shortly after, with the Jedi leaving the briefing room deep in thought. Lelouch, now officially High General, had been thrust into a position of immense power. Later, as the Acclamatory made its final approach to Coruscant, Lelouch found himself on the observation deck, looking out at the glittering planet below. The cityscape of Coruscant stretched endlessly, a symbol of the Republic's grandeur and its complexities. Lelouch's thoughts were a whirlwind of strategies, potential alliances, and the looming shadow of war. But amidst the chaos, a small glimmer of personal life broke through. Anakin had quietly approached Lelouch earlier with a request that had surprised him. The wedding took place in a secluded garden within the Senate district, away from prying eyes and the political machinations of the galaxy. The evening air was cool, the sky tinged with the colors of sunset as Anakin and Padme stood together, their hands clasped, their eyes locked in an unspoken vow of love and commitment. Lelouch stood in front of them, dressed in his brand-new uniform, signifying his new position, his presence, a quiet support to the couple. The ceremony was simple, intimate, with only a handful of trusted individuals present. C-3PO and R2-D2 stood nearby, the droids providing a touch of familiarity to the otherwise surreal moment. As he concluded the ceremony, Lelouch watched as Anakin and Padme exchanged their vows, their love for each other evident in every word, every glance. It was almost enough to rekindle old memories and emotions in him. Almost. Chapter 10, The Archives. A few days had passed since Anakin and Padme's secret wedding. The quiet moments of peace were fleeting, as the galaxy once again demanded their attention. The war had escalated, and the Republic was mobilizing its forces for another series of crucial battles. Lelouch, now officially recognized as High General, had spent the last few days buried in strategy meetings, briefings, and tactical preparations. The weight of his new position was immense, but Lelouch bore it with the same calm determination that had carried him through the events on Geonosis. Master Yoda, thank you for accepting this meeting. I know you are preparing the Jedi on your side, so I won't hold you for long. Trouble, it is not. Thank you. I was made aware the Jedi have extensive record regarding our galaxy, some going so far as to the last conflict the Republic itself faced with another galactic civilization. Records they have full right to not share with any outsiders. Dangerous, some of this information is, uncertain about your request, I am. I understand your hesitance, however I do not intend to ask any information regarding the events between the Jedi and their enemies, merely geological information. The CIS has an advantage in numbers that is expanding by the minute. Any advantage, no matter how small, I cannot afford to give up. And this is no small advantage. Understand, I do, basic information. It's within my power to share. Any more, I cannot give. The old Jedi Master almost looked ashamed at that admission as he understood that the galaxy was at stake. That will be sufficient, thank you, Master Yoda. Forgive me for this inconvenience. I won't presume to know how difficult it is on you. Difficult, it is, necessary, it might also be. Then I better put it to good use. As Master Yoda nodded, the transmission ended. You played to the old goblin's fears. Now, if only you could manage that reckless idiot you are trying to recruit this well. Maybe we could get him on our side before he loses any more appendages. Based on what you said, it shouldn't matter much whether he loses one or all appendages. To some extent. For mortals, midichlorians are what determines the magnitude at which you can wield the Force before the Force exerts the consequences on your body. As he sensed the subject of the conversation approach, Lelouch asked the all-important question. And a mere sword, especially one comparable to me in power, doesn't need to know such matters, does it? Not before you overcome your mortal limitations. Lelouch, I heard you depart today. In a few hours, I've heard you'll be heading towards the outer rim any day now as well. Anywhere close. Should be, by my calculations, it'll be impossible to get you anywhere that is very far from Naboo in a week or so. At least based on the clone intelligence on CIS movements and latest reports from our informants. And you. Anakin gestured back at Lelouch, who was scrolling through the terminal at rather impressive speeds, the holographic map changing rapidly. I'll be on the other side of the galaxy, setting up defenses to slow down their offensives along the hyperlanes running from the outer rim. As long as I can properly fortify the Hydian Way hyperlane from that side and hopefully completely cut off the Perlemian trade route at Centaurs. It's unlikely, but I'm hoping that the CIS will be lazy. If not, I'll just do it the hard way. Never even heard of Centaurs. Why is it so important? It's not. In peace times, it's worth dirt. But it has 2 other planets stacked right behind it in the hyperlane. We take it, fortify all 3 planets, and we can hold the CIS offensive for years on that front. Suddenly, a hologram came to life on the table. General, I've been authorized to give you access to the temple archives. A lot of information will be redacted, though we hope you find it useful. Thank you. Anakin turned his head at that. Temple archives, what are you searching for? Geological information. Planetary bodies that may serve as forward operating bases, others as intelligence-gathering outposts. Basically, anything to give me an edge. Lelouch's frown deepened as he sighed rather loudly. Nothing good come up. Plenty good, nothing specific and worthwhile though. It's all redacted. I can only take my guesses so far. Can I help? Not unless you somehow got Jedi Knight clearance, and just so happens to not mind breaking some rules. Actually, Anakin said while looking a little too pleased with himself. You got promoted, you have to be kidding me. With a self-satisfied smile, Anakin moved in front of the console and inputted his credentials. Thanks. It's nothing, we are at war after all. If this can help us win it, I'm all for it. Anakin said as he soon got bored and left. That cuts our work down somewhat. Lelouch turned back at the terminal as he filtered through the newly available planets. I need any additions during the conflict of the Galactic Republic with the Sith Empire, give or take 2-3 decades. That gives us about 200 potential targets, now cross-reference with any that shows up in Anakin's terminal, and he has 15 more results that don't appear here. Safe to say those are our potential gold mines. As he was about to close his terminal, the resident Lord of Chaos suddenly stopped him. Don't be so hasty. Those you found are the ones Jedis presume to hold any value or danger. Just because they think so does not make it so. This would be a good time for you to try and feel the flow of the Force itself. Lelouch opened to look through the list of planets carefully once again. You're doing it wrong. Don't try and think this through logically. Pull up the map. Feel through the Force where you will find what you seek. Lelouch narrowed his eyes rather skeptically, but relented. He was not the expert when it came to the mystic, and he knew that much. Pulling up the galactic map, closing his eyes, Lelouch's hand hovered over the map. How sure are you this is going to work? Given how the dark side is basically jumping with joy every time you wave your hand, I'd say pretty high. I don't think I've done anything to merit that. Not yet, but it sees what you are brewing even clearer than me. It can feel it coming and it's just dying for a taste. And it gets that taste at each person you subjugate. Of course, should you fail, well, let's just say you shouldn't. Lelouch merely listened, though subtly he could feel something agreeing with. Then the light side doesn't bother to interfere, because it feels the order you are going to place, the peace you are going to restore. It's a contradiction to be sure, but I think we both know that it is going to work. That's why this will also work. Why? Oh, you should probably hurry. We kind of ripped visions of the future from the Force on Geonosis. Lelouch's hand slowly moved as he felt a pull reaching over as he followed, until slowly came to a stop. Seeing where his hand stopped, that's a rather large territory, though only 3 planets on our list of 215 can be found there. First up and most famous, Korriban. Home world of the Sith, plenty of information here. Safe to say anything of worth has been picked up or destroyed long ago. Next up is Drummond Cause, also plenty of information. Massive staging ground for Sith of old, but if anything exists they haven't found yet, we'll have to wait till we have the luxury to dig the planet to its bones. Lastly, Malachor V. That's as far as the Lord of Change went as Lelouch's eyes opened wide. That's it. That's it, he said with a shout, or at least such a shout in his mind that it came out in words. His heart was trembling, his hand was shaking, and the dark side was almost to the surface of his facade, threatening to rush out and crush the very city he was standing on. Calm down. By your reaction, it seems we have stumbled upon something much more powerful than a simple Sith holocron. Or it could be something using whatever is on Malacher V as a conduit, and therefore there will almost certainly be a holocron or artifact of similar function we can extract knowledge we require from. Isn't that lucky? Lelouch scoffed. I'm afraid it has nothing to do with luck, as you'll soon come to realize. However, a worrying concern remains. You are now in a position of heavy scrutiny. It will be years before you even have a chance to privacy. How exactly do you plan to reach Malacher under these conditions? Like most people in stature, by proxy. If there is something there that does require my personal attention, I will then find a way to make my way there. But not before. It's the safe route, but I agree. We don't know what the dark side considers useful and powerful. If it's just an experimental weapon, it won't be of much use to our current plans. But who will you send? Your right hand in training is a long way from following orders without question, and clones are not exactly nondescript. I'm sure separatists have their one face plastered all over the place. Lelouch thought for a moment before he relayed his thoughts. I actually had a candidate in mind. While you ripped the future from the Force, I ripped the past from Count Dooku. Chapter 11, Clone Wars Opening Act. The Galactic Republic's forces were on the move, and Lelouch was at the helm, directing the deployment of troops and strategizing the next phase of the war. But as the first months passed, he knew there was another piece of the puzzle that needed to be put into place. A piece that involved a certain cyborg general who was as feared as he was elusive. Lelouch had studied General Grievous extensively. The Separatist Supreme Commander was a formidable foe, a master tactician, and a ruthless warrior. Yet beneath the armor and the lightsaber collection, there was something more, a vulnerability that Lelouch intended to exploit. It was time to make contact. In the cold, dimly lit confines of a remote Separatist warship, General Grievous stood before the massive viewport, gazing out at the stars. His mechanical breath echoed through the chamber, a constant reminder of the fate that had befallen him. His thoughts were interrupted by a soft chime, an incoming transmission. General, there's a secure communication coming through. One of his droids reported. From whom? Grievous demanded, his voice a mix of metallic rasp and suppressed rage. It's unidentified, sir. The source is encrypted. It's passing through a local relay, most likely a ship within our range, but it's definitely coming from within the Republic's communication network. Grievous's eyes narrowed. He was not one to entertain unknown transmissions, especially from the enemy. But to have his exact location and not ambush him while their shields were powered down was a sign he could translate rather well. Patch it through. The hologram flickered to life, and Lelouch Roman 6 Britannia appeared before General Grievous. Clad in his usual white attire, Lelouch's presence was commanding. His violet eyes, now glowing faintly with the dark side of the Force, seemed to pierce through the distance between them. General Grievous, Lelouch began, his voice calm yet carrying an underlying weight of authority. Thank you for accepting my invitation. I am Lelouch Palpatine, a newly appointed High General of the Republic, but I am not here to speak on behalf of the Republic. Grievous's eyes narrowed as he assessed the young man before him. I know of you, boy, of your victory on Geonosis. It seems to have made you arrogant. Why should I listen to anything you have to say, boy? He spat, his voice dripping with taunt and venom. Lelouch's smiling expression set into a deadpan. I am no boy, General. In fact, I am something quite more dangerous. He raised his hand, and with a subtle gesture, the air around Grievous began to thrum with a dark energy. The general felt a sudden, overwhelming pressure bearing down on his mind, forcing his mechanical body to bend slightly as his eyes darted towards all directions. His mind buzzed as Grievous felt his death near, only for it all to disappear within a moment. They replaced your body. I doubt they'll have the same luck with your mind. So listen, and listen closely, because I'm not going to repeat my words, and I'll accept nothing but straight answers from you. Grievous was not chosen by the Sith for nothing. He was quick to realize this boy was a bigger player than even his master, which brought forth the question, if the Sith were leading both the CIS and the Republic, what exactly was his role? If he did not have this information already at his position, then all opportunities that remained bar any special occasion did not bode well for him or his future. Dooku lied. For much more than you think, you have no allies in this war, General, though to be fair, you have no war to wage unless you agree to my conditions. This is no negotiation, General. I'll provide you with a list of benefits for your unconditional servitude, Lelouch said, his face. With that, Grievous heard a clank near his face, looking down to see his right arm holding a deactivated lightsaber right under his chin, pointing up. I sympathize with your situation, but I cannot afford to have you refuse my offer, generous as it might be. Grievous calmly looked back right at Lelouch. I am not one of your kind. What stops you from disposing of me later on like I'm sure my current master would? Lelouch smiled widely at that. We'll just have to fix that, won't we? You have already proven yourself a warrior without equal among, falling short only to the most skilled of Jedis. And not because of their skill, because of the power in the Force they command. Let's just say that what I would require of you would have you face many of the most skilled Jedi, and perhaps even Dooku and his master, so naturally, you would be given the abilities to be able to pose a threat to them. Master, Grievous' eyes widened a little bit, though at the same time lust for power that was promised filled his eyes. Lelouch's smile returned to normal as his eyes flashed yellow with power. Let the negotiations begin. Fireworks painted the space in front of the Republic fleet as the burning and exploding wreckage of half a dozen Lucrehulks-class battle carriers presented itself in all its glory. Lelouch watched calmly as the explosions were reflected in his eyes, as the entire bridge filled with clones watched solemnly. The assault on the Separatist blockaded planet had taken 5 minutes and cost the lives of 36 clones. A small cruiser had jumped into the system first, approaching under the guise of a surrendering diplomatic ship, and once it had gotten close enough to map the locations of each ship in the Separatist blockade, 6 acclamators had jumped in front of the core ships in a synchronized manner. Each acted as a dagger that accelerated into the heart of the Lucrehulks core ships. This immediately put an end to the attack of the Separatist on the world below as well. Connect me to the troops, Lelouch said as he rose from his seat. The clone next to him turned to the panel in front for a moment before turning back around with a nod. This is your general speaking. Clones inside the Venator Star Destroyer, and those working or otherwise occupied, those watching from the bridge or even those watching from the opened hangar doors suddenly stood still as they heard their general speak. Look carefully at the scene unfolding ahead of you. 36 of your brothers lay dead somewhere among the wreckage. I asked of them one thing and one thing only. Would each of you be willing to die, so dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of your brothers can live to fight another day? I believe you all know how they answered. As the clones stood in silent reverence, their helmets reflecting the flickering light of the distant wreckage, Lelouch continued, his voice resonating with the gravity of the moment. They gave their lives not in vain but with purpose, Lelouch said, his tone unwavering. They understood the stakes, the cost this victory would have asked of us. This one sacrifice they could make was not made for the Republic but for their brothers. I expect all of you to not waste it. A moment passed as all of a sudden, a loud thump was heard, the clones in the bridge standing at attention as the ones throughout the ship followed suit. Understood, General. With our fortifications here, we should be done on this quadrant. Field commanders can take over the specific patrols and troop organization on the ground. Lelouch sighed as he looked over the map. He'd appreciate it if it was an actual war. Behind every move there would be much more thought and much more weight. But when you controlled both sides, well, there was still the occasional surprise of a greedy admiral that wanted to make a name for himself, like the one he just destroyed. Suddenly, a clone commander approached him from the side. General, as you predicted, the offensive on the southern quadrants has been much more aggressive. You are requested to proceed on that front as soon as possible by the Chancellor. We have deployed all of our troops already. The commander nodded before handing over a holopad. New Legion is being formed. Whoever's out by the time we arrive is ours for the taking. So, we're getting whoever has failed to graduate the first time and clone cadets who possibly haven't even passed yet if necessary. It'll have to do, I guess. Equipment. We'll have to pick it up on our way. They can spare no transports at this time. Camino it is, then, Lelouch said, almost to himself. We'll gather this ragtag new legion and whatever equipment we can salvage on our way there. Any news regarding Jedi General Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi? The clone shifted through the information on the holopad before responding. Successful deployment so far, mostly together. Most recent orders have them set up for Christophas, coordinating defenses to secure the planet and have it serve as a forward operating base. Lelouch tracked the planet on the map before frowning. I'd say the Jedi High General in charge is bold, but they are just clueless. Just by their sheer numbers and our rather thinning ones, barring some miracle it will be a disaster. Chapter 12, The New Legion I. The journey to Kuet was brief, and as the Avalon dropped out of hyperspace, the vast shipyards of the planet came into view. Massive structures floated in orbit, swarming with activity as workers and droids busily constructed the Republic's warships and outfitted them with the latest technology. Lelouch contacted the station's overseer, a grizzled veteran named Admiral Ulerin, who appeared on the holo screen with a respectful nod. General Lelouch, Ulerin greeted, his tone formal. We've been informed of your arrival. The necessary equipment is being loaded onto your fleet as we speak, and refueling operations will commence immediately. Thank you, Admiral, Lelouch replied, his voice smooth and authoritative. We won't delay any longer than necessary. The situation in the southern quadrant requires urgent attention. Understood, General, Ulerin said. We'll expedite the process. As the fleet docked with the station, Lelouch oversaw the transfer of weapons, supplies, and specialized vehicles. The refueling was swift, the crew working with military precision to ensure that the fleet was ready to depart at a moment's notice. Within a few hours, the fleet was fully equipped and ready to depart. Lelouch gave the order to resume the journey to Camino, and the fleet once again leaped into hyperspace, the stars elongating into streaks of light. On Camino, the stormy seas raged outside the cloning facility, lightning flashing across the dark sky. Inside, rows upon rows of newly minted clone troopers stood at attention, their armor gleaming under the sterile lights of the facility. They were the latest batch, created and trained for the sole purpose of waging war on behalf of the Republic. CT-4567, a clone trooper in the front row, stood rigidly as he awaited orders. His helmet was clipped to his belt, revealing his determined expression and identical features to his brothers. The facility had been buzzing with activity ever since they were informed of the arrival of a high-ranking general, but the details had been scarce. Do you think it's a high-ranking Jedi general? CT-7894, the trooper next to him, whispered under his breath. Could be, CT-4567 replied, keeping his voice low. But I heard it's someone very high-profile, someone the Kaminoans are really tight-lipped and excited about. They urged us continuously to be at our best today. Before they could speculate further, the massive doors of the facility hissed open, and the sound of boots on metal echoed through the chamber. The clones snapped to attention, their eyes fixed straight ahead. Lelouch Roman 6 Britannia entered the facility, flanked by his officers. Dressed in white armor with black accents, his black cloak starting at his waist billowed slightly as he walked, his presence commanding immediate respect. The clones could feel something different about him, a subtle aura of power that seemed to fill the room. CT-4567 watched as the general approached, his violet eyes scanning the ranks with a critical gaze. The trooper felt a shiver run down his spine as those eyes passed over him, a feeling he couldn't quite place. At ease, Lelouch commanded, his voice carrying authority. The clones relaxed slightly, though their discipline remained impeccable. Lelouch stepped forward, his gaze still fixed on the troopers. You are the finest soldiers the Republic has ever produced, Lelouch began, his voice smooth yet carrying an undercurrent of intensity. Your loyalty, your dedication, and your skill will be put to the test in the days ahead. The enemy is relentless, but so are you. In the days to come, you will be my hands, my feet, my armor, my shield, and my sword." As their general said that, the stoic expression on his face fell, and what replaced it was a soft smile. "You will live because I allow it, and you will die only when I demand it." By any matter of logic, those words should have sounded harsh and unreasonable, but they were anything but to the clones. As Lelouch's words echoed through the cavernous hangar, a hush fell over the assembled clones. His presence was commanding, his authority absolute, and the clones, bred for obedience, felt an unusual mix of reverence and loyalty toward him. A clone trooper, heavily deformed, approached, moving slowly as he pushed a big crate on a repulsor lift towards Lelouch, marked with the insignia of the Republic. With a gentle hiss, the crate opened, revealing rows of small, polished metal tags. Each tag was engraved with a unique identification number, the personal number of every clone standing in the hangar, as well as those who had served under Lelouch before his arrival on Kamino. The clones watched in silence as several droids came forth and began distributing the tags. Each trooper received theirs with a mixture of pride and curiosity, examining the small piece of metal that bore their identity. For many, it was a rare moment of individual recognition in a life defined by uniformity. For many in the future, these tags will be what remain. We do not always have the luxury of burying our dead, and even less so where they deserve. Lelouch slowly reached down and grabbed the remaining tag, one carrying his own identification number. As he looked at it, the clones clenched theirs in their hands. "It is not much, but in these trying times, it's about all I can afford to give. At the time of our departure, you are expected to return them. They will be under lock and key on the flagship, under armed guards, where they will remain until our next return to the Corps." Lelouch looked at his officers, each clenching a dog tag as he smiled at them. "You will not be forgotten." A loud thump was heard from as both officers saluted, an even louder one resounding as the entire Legion followed suit. 99 stood at the edge of the hangar, observing the proceedings with a mix of awe and quiet acceptance. Unlike the others, he had never expected to be part of such a formal event. His deformities had always made him feel like an outsider, a misfit among the uniformity of his brothers. Yet here he was, watching as the general handed out tags, symbols of individuality and honor to each clone. As the service droid distributed the last of the tags, Lelouch's sharp eyes fell upon clone 99. The general's gaze lingered on him, and 99 instinctively straightened, trying to make himself as inconspicuous as possible. But Lelouch was not one to miss details. "Why don't you have a tag?" Lelouch's voice cut through the air, addressing 99 directly. 99 hesitated, his deformed hand twitching slightly at his side. I wasn't given one, sir," he stammered, his voice low and filled with uncertainty. "I assumed it wasn't necessary, given my condition." Lelouch's expression remained unreadable, but there was a flicker of something in his eyes, perhaps understanding, perhaps something else. For a moment, however brief, he seemed to be looking at someone else through him. He promptly turned to one of his officers and gave a brief nod. The officer relayed the command, and the service droid, which had just finished its task, was summoned back. "Bring a tag for this clone," Lelouch ordered, his tone leaving no room for argument. The droid whirred back into motion, quickly retreating from whence it came from. It returned after a moment and handed the small metal piece to clone 99, who accepted it with trembling hands. The tag felt surprisingly heavy in his palm, the weight of it symbolic of something he had never truly felt before, belonging. "As you will not be joining us, I expect you to return it on our next return trip to the Corps, Trooper." "Understood, SIR." 99 saluted as behind the general, his brothers nodded at him. "Welcome to the Zero Legion." Chapter 13, The New Legion II. Clone Captain Fordo stood at attention, his eyes sharp and posture unwavering as he awaited the general's arrival. He was fresh from training, his squad having just completed the rigorous combat tests that separated the elite from the ordinary. Fordo had always prided himself on pushing his squad to their limits, but the latest test results had exceeded even his expectations. His squad's runtime had placed them well above the others, a fact that had not gone unnoticed. As Lelouch approached, flanked by his officers, Fordo couldn't help but feel a mix of anticipation and curiosity. He had heard much about this man, the one who had taken command of the clones with an authority that even the Jedi respected. His violet eyes were as piercing as the rumors suggested, and his presence commanded the attention of every clone in the room. "Captain Fordo," Lelouch began, his voice calm but carrying an undeniable weight. "Your squad's performance in the combat tests has been exceptional." Fordo snapped a salute, his expression one of controlled pride. "Thank you, sir. My men are trained to be the best." Lelouch nodded, a small smile playing at the corner of his lips. "And that training has not gone unnoticed. I've decided to give you command of one of my personal tactical squads." Fordo's eyes widened slightly, though he quickly suppressed his surprise. "Sir, I'm honored." "This squad is unlike any other," Lelouch continued, his tone more serious now. "They are disciplined and trained to a level that surpasses even the most elite units. They have been conditioned," Lelouch paused, the word carrying a deeper meaning that Fordo couldn't quite place, "to serve with absolute focus and dedication. They are yours to command." Fordo nodded, understanding the gravity of the responsibility being placed on him. "I'll ensure they perform to the highest standard, sir." "I have no doubt you will," Lelouch replied. "But first, I want you to run a trial with them. There's a new course being prepared for the upcoming ARC Trooper training, a course we've nicknamed the Citadel Run. It's designed to push even the best to their limits." Fordo's interest was piqued. The Citadel was a name he had heard in whispers among the training officers, a course that was said to be nearly impossible to complete. "We'll be ready, sir." Lelouch gestured for Fordo to follow, leading him to a section of the facility that was more secure, with reinforced walls and advanced training droids. The course was a maze of obstacles, turrets, and narrow corridors, designed to simulate the most brutal combat scenarios. As Fordo and his new squad lined up at the starting point, Lelouch observed them closely. The clones stood at perfect attention, their expressions blank, but their eyes filled with an intensity that Fordo hadn't seen before. These men were different, and as Lelouch had hinted, there was something about them that set them apart. "Your objective," Lelouch explained, "is to reach the flag point at the top of the Citadel within the time limit. The path is rather straightforward, but the obstacles are designed to test every aspect of your training. I expect nothing less than perfection." Fordo gave a sharp nod, turning to his squad. "You heard the general. Move to starting positions." The squad moved with precision, their movements almost mechanical in their efficiency. As the course began, Fordo was immediately impressed by their synchronization. They covered each other flawlessly, moving through the obstacles with a fluidity that spoke of countless hours of practice. But it was more than just skill. There was an edge to them, a drive that pushed them to perform beyond what Fordo had thought possible. They reacted to threats almost before they appeared, their coordination perfect even in the most chaotic situations, and yet it almost seemed as if they had eyes in the back of their heads, subtle hand and patting signals continuously transmitted from the clones that saw his hand signals to the ones that were busy covering them. By the time they reached the flag point, they had not only completed the course but had done so with plenty of time to spare. Fordo could hardly believe it, and as he looked back at Lelouch, he saw that the general was equally pleased. "An outstanding performance," Commander, Lelouch said, his voice carrying a rare note of admiration. "This squad is now yours, Captain Fordo. Lead them well, as I expect of you the same standard you now expect of them." Fordo saluted once more, his mind racing with the possibilities. He had been given command of a unit unlike any other, and he knew that with them, the expectations placed on him were just as strict. Jedi Master Shaak Ti walked beside Lelouch Roman 6 Britannia, her senses alert to the subtle hum of the Kaminoan facility around her. The rain-soaked world had a calming effect on most, but Shaak Ti felt a growing unease in the Force. The day had been filled with preparations and planning, but something in the background felt off. It was as though a shadow had passed over her consciousness, leaving her unsettled. As they approached the entrance to Lelouch's Venator-class Star Destroyer, Shaak Ti's comm device chirped softly. She paused, raising a hand to her ear as she received the incoming transmission. Lelouch, standing beside her, waited patiently, his expression unreadable. "Master T, this is Jedi Knight Gungi," the voice crackled through the comm. "We've just received word, Master Dai. He's been killed. General Grievous led the attack on the ground on Ryloth and broke our hold of the planet. All that's left are small native resistance pockets. Shaak Ti's heart sank. She closed her eyes, her hand tightening slightly around the comm. Master Dai had been a stalwart defender of the Republic, a skilled warrior, and a compassionate leader. His loss was a heavy blow, not just to the Jedi Order, but to the entire Republic. "How did this happen?" Shaak Ti asked, her voice betraying the sorrow she felt. "There were no reinforcements available," Gungi responded, his voice tinged with regret. "Grievous struck when the system was blockaded. Master Dai and his forces were overwhelmed. There was nothing we could do." Shaak Ti nodded solemnly, her eyes still closed as she processed the information. She felt the pain of loss, the void that another fallen Jedi left in the Force. But she also felt something else, a strange disturbance, a ripple in the Force that seemed to emanate from the very man standing beside her. Unseen by Shaak Ti, Lelouch's lips curled into a faint smirk. The news of Master Dai's demise was no surprise to him. After all, it had been his own doing. The coordinates he had secretly sent to Grievous, the promise of an isolated system with no Republic reinforcements, had been a calculated move. Grievous had become his pawn, and by killing the Jedi Master, perhaps a pawn destined to be promoted. The comm device in Shaak Ti's hand chirped again, this time signaling an incoming holoconference. She exhaled softly, regaining her composure as she accepted the connection. The holographic forms of Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi flickered to life before them. Both Jedi appeared worn and battle-weary. "Master T," Obi-Wan began, his tone as calm as ever despite the tension etched on his features. "We've just received word about Master Dai. A great loss." Anakin, standing beside Obi-Wan, clenched his fists in frustration. "We can't just let Grievous get away with this. We should pursue him, track him down to wherever he's hiding, and end this madness." Obi-Wan shook his head, his voice firm but laced with regret. "We're barely holding the line here on Kristoff, Anakin. Our forces are stretched thin, and we've already sustained significant losses. We can't afford to push further into the Outer Rim, especially not against another blockade fleet. It would be a suicide mission." Anakin's eyes burned with intensity. "But we can't just sit here and do nothing. Grievous is out there, and every moment we wait, more lives are at risk." "Patience, Anakin," Obi-Wan countered, his tone gentle but resolute. "We must prioritize the lives we can save right now. Breaking this blockade and getting supplies to the troops on the ground is our immediate concern. Chasing after Grievous would leave our forces vulnerable, and the consequences could be catastrophic." As the two Jedi debated, Lelouch observed with an impassive expression, though his mind reveled in the turmoil he had sown. The seeds of doubt and discord were taking root, and even the strong bond between master and apprentice could not fully shield them from the stress of their predicament. Anakin's impetuousness and Obi-Wan's caution were clashing, creating the perfect storm of tension. The holographic forms of Chancellor Palpatine and Master Yoda materialized alongside those of Anakin and Obi-Wan. The tension in the room seemed to heighten as the highest authorities in the Republic joined the discussion. Chancellor Palpatine's voice was calm, but his tone carried the weight of authority. "It is a grievous loss that we have suffered today with the demise of Master Dai. General Grievous is proving to be an increasingly formidable opponent, and the Outer Rim sieges are taxing our forces beyond measure." "General Lelouch," Palpatine began, his tone laced with a rare hint of concern, "I know the burden you carry is great, especially given the recent losses under the Jedi generals. The Southern Quadrant is crucial to our efforts, and I am entrusting it to you. But remember, you must also take care of yourself. The strain of command can be overwhelming." The mention of concern caused a brief ripple among the Jedi present. Master Yoda's large ears twitched slightly, his eyes narrowing as he observed the exchange. It was unusual for the Chancellor to express such personal concern in a meeting of this nature. Shaak Ti glanced at Lelouch, her expression thoughtful. Lelouch, maintaining his composed demeanor, nodded respectfully. "Thank you, Chancellor. I assure you, I am prepared to bear this responsibility. The Southern Quadrant will be secured, and I will make sure to protect our forces to the best of my abilities." Obi-Wan Kenobi raised an eyebrow subtly. exchanging a quick glance with Anakin Skywalker, who seemed to smile a little sheepishly as he sensed Lelouch's eyes wander to him as he said that. He definitely heard about my recent stunt with Trench. I'm not gonna hear the end of it later. Chapter 14, The Malevolence Eye. The void of space was a tapestry of stars, broken only by the imposing silhouettes of Republic warships. The meeting point between Lelouch's and Anakin's fleets was a carefully chosen location, far enough from the prying eyes of the Separatists, but close enough to Christophsis to ensure a swift deployment. The combined fleet was a sight to behold. Lelouch's 7 Venator-class star destroyers and 13 acclamators dwarfed the 3 Venators and 2 acclamators remaining in Anakin's and Obi-Wan's fleet after their victory over the blockade. The power gathered here was a clear demonstration of the Republic's might, and a testament to Lelouch's growing influence within its ranks. Aboard the lead Venator, Lelouch stood at the center of the bridge, his gaze focused on the tactical display that projected the fleet's current positions. His officers moved with disciplined precision, executing orders with a silent efficiency that Lelouch had come to expect. The air was thick with anticipation, a tension that rippled through the ship's corridors as the crew prepared for the impending assault on Christophsis. The hollow communication unit buzzed, drawing Lelouch's attention. With a subtle nod, he activated the device, and the flickering image of Anakin Skywalker materialized before him. The young Jedi's expression was grave, his usual bravado tempered by the weight of the news he carried. "Lelouch, glad to see you arrived," Anakin began, his voice betraying a rare note of concern. "We've just received word that Jedi Master Plo Koon has gone missing. He was hunting down the Separatists' new weapon, the Malevolence, but we lost contact with him and his fleet. It's as if they vanished." Lelouch's violet eyes narrowed slightly as he processed the information. The Malevolence had been a topic of growing concern among the Republic's strategists, its capabilities rumored to be far beyond anything the Separatists had deployed thus far. Plo Koon's disappearance only added to the mystery and to the threat it posed. Before Lelouch could respond, another hologram flickered into view beside Anakin, Obi-Wan Kenobi, his face etched with the signs of weariness and concern. "Anakin is insistent on investigating immediately," Obi-Wan said, his tone firm but tinged with a hint of resignation. "But our forces are already stretched thin. We need to focus on the battle at Christophsis. The Malevolence is dangerous, yes, but our troops on the ground need us now more than ever." Anakin's impatience was palpable. "We can't just abandon Master Plo out there. If the Malevolence is as powerful as the reports suggest, we need to know what we're up against. We need to find him." Lelouch remained silent for a moment, weighing the situation. He understood Anakin's loyalty to his comrades. It was a trait that could be both a strength and a weakness. But he also recognized the importance of maintaining focus on the current mission. Christophsis was a critical front, and losing ground here could have severe consequences for the Republic's war effort. However, information on the Malevolence was necessary to his own plans. "Very well, Anakin," Lelouch finally said, his voice calm and authoritative. "You have my permission to investigate. Take a small crew and proceed with caution. We cannot afford to lose more troops." Obi-Wan's protest was immediate, his voice tinged with frustration. "Lelouch, we can't afford to divide our forces. Christophsis is." "I trust Anakin's judgment, and he'll only be taking a small ship." Lelouch interrupted, his tone leaving no room for further argument. "If there's a chance to gather intelligence on the Malevolence, it's a risk we must take. Christophsis will hold. We have the firepower to see to that." Anakin's face brightened, determination replacing his earlier worry. "Thank you, Lelouch. I promise we'll get to the bottom of this." As Anakin's hologram faded, Lelouch turned his attention back to his officers, who awaited his commands. "Continue preparing our forces, but deny any request for reinforcements from the ground. Request their latest data on enemy deployments and strategic strongholds over the planet." Lelouch continued his face a blank slate as he gave his next orders, and then moved the fleet into position to fire. "Sir, I am giving full authorization to glass any location deemed overrun with Separatist forces. Launch all fighters and bombers to assist our ground forces and use laser targeting for any danger-close targets. We're not wasting any more lives on this rock just for some politician's favor. A crisp salute followed as the officer moved to relay the orders. Several hours passed as Lelouch and his fleet moved into position around Christophas, preparing for the battle that loomed ahead. The atmosphere aboard the Venator was tense but controlled, the crew well aware of the importance of their mission. Lelouch oversaw the final preparations with a calm demeanor, though his mind was already several steps ahead, considering the various outcomes and contingencies. Suddenly, the bridge's sensors picked up a hyperspace reversion. Anakin's ship had returned, but not alone. Lelouch watched with interest as the Jedi's ship docked with his Venator. A few minutes later, Anakin strode onto the bridge, followed closely by a familiar figure, Jedi Master Plo Koon. The bridge crew exchanged surprised glances as the two Jedi approached Lelouch. Plo Koon's robes were singed, and his usually composed demeanor was marred by exhaustion. But there was a determination in his eyes, a resolve that had not wavered despite his ordeal. "We found him drifting in the wreckage of his fleet," Anakin explained quickly. "The malevolence hit them hard, but he survived." Lelouch nodded, his gaze shifting to Plo Koon. "Master Plo, it's good to see you alive. What can you tell us about the malevolence?" Plo Koon took a deep breath before responding. "It's unlike anything we've encountered before. The weapon, it's some kind of ion cannon, powerful enough to disable an entire fleet in a single shot. We had no warning, no chance to defend ourselves." Lelouch listened intently, his mind already calculating the implications of this new information. "We'll need to track it down and neutralize it before it can cause more damage. But for now, our priority remains Christophas." As Lelouch spoke, Obi-Wan entered the bridge, having been informed of Anakin's return. He listened as Anakin and Plo Koon recounted their experience, his expression growing more concerned with each passing moment. "This changes things," Obi-Wan said gravely. "The malevolence must be dealt with, but we can't leave Christophas undefended. We're already stretched too thin as it is." Anakin, ever the eager warrior, immediately responded. "We need to find the malevolence and destroy it before it can strike again. We can't just sit here while it's out there. It might hit us in the back at any point unless we take it out first." Obi-Wan shook his head, frustration creeping into his voice. "And what happens if we leave Christophas to pursue the malevolence? We risk losing both fronts. We need to be cautious, Anakin." Lelouch observed the exchange with a cold satisfaction hidden behind his impassive mask. The friction between master and apprentice was a familiar sight, one that he found increasingly useful. Their differing perspectives were both a strength and a vulnerability, something he could exploit when necessary. After a tense silence, Lelouch made his decision. "Master Plo, you and your men will take some time to recover. General Skywalker, General Kenobi, you may pursue the malevolence with your fleet. We cannot afford to lose more ships or men. I will hold Christophas until you return." Anakin's expression was one of gratitude mixed with determination. "Thank you, Lelouch. We'll take only what's necessary. We'll be quick." As Anakin prepared to depart, he introduced Lelouch to a new member of his team, Ahsoka Tano, his recently assigned Padawan. The young Togruta stood beside her master, her eyes wide with a mixture of curiosity and awe as she took in the grandeur of the youngest High General of the Republic. "This is Ahsoka," Anakin said with a proud smile. "She's my new Padawan, sharp as a lightsaber and just as eager to prove herself." Lelouch smiled warmly and leaned down slightly, playfully ruffling Ahsoka's headtails. "So, you're the one who'll be keeping Anakin out of trouble? Welcome aboard, Ahsoka." Ahsoka grinned and blushed slightly, though her expression quickly became serious as she replied, "Thank you, sir. I'm ready to help however I can." Lelouch straightened, his gaze shifting between Anakin and Ahsoka. "Good. Keep that determination close. You'll need it in the days ahead. Anakin has a habit of diving headfirst into danger, and it'll be up to you to keep up with him." Anakin chuckled, crossing his arms. "She'll do just fine. She's got my back and I've got hers." Chapter 15, The Malevolence I-5. As the battle for Christophas raged on, Lelouch remained the calm center of the storm, issuing orders with the precision of a master strategist. The bridge of his Venator-class Star Destroyer was a hive of activity, the crew working seamlessly under his command. His violet eyes scanned the tactical display, taking in every detail of the battlefield. Despite the apparent chaos, Lelouch's mind was already several steps ahead, planning for the next phase of his operation. Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Plo Koon were preparing to depart on their mission to track down the malevolence, which had been detected heading toward the medical station in the Rindelia system. The weapon's destructive potential was undeniable, and the urgency of the situation was not lost on the Jedi. However, Lelouch had his own plans for the malevolence, plans that went beyond simply neutralizing the Separatist superweapon. Before the Jedi departed, Lelouch summoned Captain Fordo to a private chamber aboard his Venator. Fordo, the first among a batch of ARC troopers, had been handpicked by Lelouch to lead a special tactical team. These soldiers, unlike any others in the Republic's army, had been GEASSed by Lelouch, imbued with a fanatical loyalty and an unwavering focus on their mission. Fordo entered the chamber, his armor gleaming under the dim lights. He snapped to attention, awaiting Lelouch's orders. "Captain Fordo," Lelouch began, his tone measured and authoritative. "You and your team will accompany Generals Skywalker, Kenobi, and Plo Koon on their mission to intercept the malevolence." "Understood, sir. Are we to assist them into kin down the ship?" "In a way. You are to wait for the opportune moment to present itself. I have little doubt General Anakin is underestimating his enemy and their prized weapon, in which case their most viable option would be taking down the ship from the inside out. You are to accompany them." Fordo listened intently, his expression unreadable behind his helmet. "Once you board the malevolence, you are to make your way to the bridge and take control of the ship. Ignore General Grievous if you encounter him. Your mission is to secure the bridge at all costs. The Jedi must not be informed of your true orders. They are to believe you are there to support them, nothing more." Fordo nodded, his loyalty to Lelouch unquestionable. "Understood, sir. What are our instructions once we've taken the bridge?" Lelouch's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice lowering as he continued. "Once you have control of the bridge, follow the set of instructions I've provided in this holodisk and hold your position. These orders are for your and your team's eyes only, Captain. It'll become pretty clear at that point, so you will have to only worry about maintaining your position. Worst come to worst, you are permitted to cut all entries to the bridge to buy enough time." Fordo accepted the encrypted data chip Lelouch handed him, securing it in a compartment on his armor. "No one will stand in our way, sir. We'll see it through. However, I'd like to require 2 additional tactical squads." Lelouch simply smiled. "It's good to know you are not that arrogant. You can have the Lockdowns and Spiders squads. They'll report directly to you." "Sir, I believe they would be invaluable to bringing down the enemy's strongholds and holding our strategic points in Christophas. Are you sure you want me to take them with me?" Fordo had gotten acquainted with the most important elements of Zero Legion, and if you asked him, those 2 squads ranked among the top along with his. While his squad excelled at versatility, capable of adapting to most situations while preferring overwhelming firepower as their method of choice, Lockdowns and Spiders were heavily specialized in holding the position and breaking them down respectively. He could fully admit they were better than him at those specific tasks. They were handmade for the conflict on Christophsis and essential to any planetary invasions. Sending them in this risky of a mission with no backup was rather careless. And that was when Fordo saw his general scowl in disgust for the first time. "I do not intend to send my men to die because of the Jedi soft-handed approach. This is no peacekeeping operation. This is war, and I'm about to remind them of this." "As you command, sir," Fordo said as he felt rather invigorated. Lelouch nodded, satisfied. "Good. Ensure that nothing interferes with your mission. Failure is not an option." With his orders clear, Fordo saluted and exited the chamber, ready to brief his teams on their mission. Lelouch watched him go, a faint smile playing on his lips. The Jedi generals and their forces prepared to depart Christophas, their focus on intercepting the malevolence before it could strike the medical station. Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Plo Koon convened on the bridge of Lelouch's flagship for a final briefing. "Are you certain we should be doing this?" Obi-Wan asked, his tone cautious. "The situation on Christophas is still precarious. If we leave now, the Separatists might regain control." Anakin, ever the bold and impulsive one, shook his head. We can't let the malevolence destroy that medical station. It's full of wounded clones and civilians. We need to stop it before it can do any more damage. Plo Koon, always the voice of calm reason, added, We'll be swift, Obi-Wan. Lelouch's forces are more than capable of holding Christophas, and if we succeed, the malevolence will no longer be a threat. Lelouch, who had been silently observing the exchange, finally spoke. You have my full support, generals. Captain Fordo and his teams will accompany you to ensure the success of your mission. Christophas is secure in my hands. The Jedi exchanged glances, their unease palpable, but they could not deny the logic of Lelouch's words. With a final nod, they turned to depart, heading to their ships for the journey to Rindelia. The moment the Jedi fleet jumped to hyperspace, Lelouch's demeanor shifted. He returned to the bridge, his presence commanding as he issued new orders to his officers. Christophas had been a thorn in the Republic's side for too long, and Lelouch intended to ensure that the Separatists would never recover their foothold on the planet. Prepare for orbital bombardment, Lelouch ordered, his voice cutting through the controlled chaos of the bridge. Target all known Separatist strongholds and concentrations. The Venator-class Star Destroyers adjusted their positions, aligning their massive turbolaser batteries with the surface of Christophas. The Zero Legion's ships, already in position, prepared to unleash their devastating firepower. The officer at his side reported immediately. All forces have moved into position, patching you through now, General. This is the Stalwart, acquiring fire solution, awaiting your command. This is the Conqueror, acquiring fire solution, awaiting your command. This is the Relentless, acquiring fire solution, awaiting your command. This is the Fortitude, acquiring fire solution, awaiting your command. This is the Zephyr, acquiring fire solution, awaiting your command. This is the Ironclad, acquiring fire solution, awaiting your command. The officer received a nod from another clone further on the bridge before turning to Lelouch. General, we have firing solution, awaiting your command. Begin bombardment. There was no tremble in his voice, nor was there any change in his expression as he gave the order. Lelouch watched as the first volley of turbolaser fire rained down on the planet below. The Separatist strongholds crumbled under the relentless bombardment, their defenses obliterated in moments. The surface of Christophas was scarred by the relentless assault, massive explosions lighting up the planet like a macabre fireworks display. The civilians caught in the crossfire were a necessary sacrifice in Lelouch's eyes. The loss of life was tragic, but in war, such sacrifices were inevitable. The greater good demanded it. His greater good demanded it, and Lelouch was not one to shy away from making hard decisions. It is a simple fact that the ones in power make and break the rules as they see fit, and the weak are swept by their decisions. Albeit, the voice in his head couldn't miss such a chance for banter. Weren't you in such a position not that long ago? Now you condemn people to the same fate that befell you. Do you not reject such a world and eventually changed it? And here you are enforcing it. How the tables have turned. I rejected it. I refused it. Yes, but not once did I say I disagree with it. It is only because the world is such that we have the possibility of changing it. Life itself is conflict. Though change is a big word, you cannot have change without a constant variable. I merely hid its true nature behind a veil of fear no one would dare to peek through for a while. Hopefully long enough for her to live her entire life in that changed world before it eventually regains its lost course. This is rather redundant of me as I am the one who chose you, but you are indeed a rare breed. No, dare I say unique. It takes a strong man to deny what's right in front of him. You went even further, saw the world for what it was, denied it, and craved it into what you wanted it to be, temporarily as it might have been. Lelouch simply glanced at the mental projection of the Chaos God, unfathomable as it might have been. Chapter 16, The Malevolence II. In the depths of space, Anakin, Kenobi, Plo Koon, and Captain Fordo raced towards the Rindelia system, their ships moving through hyperspace at breakneck speed. It'll be dropping out of hyperspace in a few minutes, Anakin announced, his tone one of focused determination. Get ready for anything. Ahsoka Tano, seated behind Anakin in the cockpit, was equally tense. She could feel the gravity of the mission weighing on her and on Anakin as well. They were on a desperate mission with limited time to act. The supercruiser dropped out of hyperspace. The massive warship was already on a direct course for the medical station, and the glow of its charging ion cannon was visible from afar. "There it is," Anakin said, his voice tight with determination. "We've got to stop it before it can fire. Shadow Squadron, stay in formation and follow my lead." Plo Koon, in his personal starfighter, took up position alongside Anakin, his calm presence a reassuring contrast to the tense atmosphere. As the Republic bombers closed in on the Malevolence, a swarm of droid fighters came to life, spewing a deadly barrage of laser fire. Without the protection of fighter escorts, the bombers were vulnerable, and the droids took full advantage. "Break left," Anakin shouted as the squadron dodged a particularly heavy volley. Despite their best efforts, the first of their bombers was caught in the crossfire, exploding into a ball of fire. "Shadow 5 is down," a clone pilot called out, panic evident in his voice. "Stay focused," Anakin urged, pushing his ship harder as they approached the Malevolence. "We've got to get closer." As they drew nearer, the Malevolence's massive ion cannons suddenly fired, sending a wave of disabling energy hurtling toward the squadron. The bright blue energy arced through space, threatening to disable their ships in an instant. "Bank to the edge of the ring, now," Anakin commanded, pulling his controls hard. The squadron followed their commander's lead, heading towards the edge of the ring and pushing their engines as hard as they could. "Shadow 2, your speed is dropping, what's wrong?" came Ahsoka's hurried report. "Nothing, sir, just trying to keep it together," came the pilot's startled reply. "You can make it matchstick," Anakin encouraged, but it was for naught. "AGH, watch out." A scream followed as the bomber was caught in a blazing fire, taking another Shadow Squadron member behind him as they burned together through the emptiness of space. With the ion cannon momentarily offline as it recharged, and now 2 members down with an additional 3 following, out of power due to the ion cannon, the squadron made their move, diving toward the Malevolence's exposed superstructure. But the point defense turrets were relentless, and one by one, more bombers fell to the barrage of laser fire. "We're losing too many," Ahsoka called out, her voice tinged with fear as another bomber went up in flames. "Just a little closer," Anakin muttered, his eyes locked on the Malevolence's massive frame. But even he could see the futility in trying to reach the bridge in time. "Anakin," Plo Koon's calm voice cut through the chaos. "The ion cannon is exposed on the port side of the superstructure. If we hit it, we might be able to cause a chain reaction and disable it." Anakin hesitated, glancing at the flickering status readouts of his dwindling squadron. His initial plan had been to target the bridge and disable the ship's command, but with so many losses, it was becoming clearer with every passing moment that they wouldn't make it. "All right, new plan," Anakin said, his voice firm. "Shadow Squadron, target the ion cannon. We'll take it out before it can fire again." The bombers realigned their approach, zeroing in on the ion cannon as it began to glow with a menacing blue light, signaling that it was nearly ready to fire. "Now, hit it with everything you've got," Anakin ordered as they unleashed their torpedoes and blaster fire. Explosions rippled across the cannon's surface as the torpedoes found their mark. The ion cannon shuddered under the assault, its systems struggling to maintain stability. On the Malevolence's bridge, Grievous snarled in frustration as he watched the attack unfold. Realizing the danger, he ordered the cannon to fire immediately, hoping to disable the bombers before they could do more damage. But it was too late. The damage to the cannon caused it to malfunction as it attempted to discharge. Energy surged uncontrollably through the weapon, sparks and flames erupting from its surface as it struggled to maintain integrity. "Fall back," Anakin shouted as the squadron pulled away, the ion cannon systems continuing to overload. Instead of a catastrophic explosion, the ion cannon went dark, its power systems completely fried by the overload. The Malevolence was left crippled, its primary weapon neutralized and its systems failing. Grievous, realizing his ship was now vulnerable, gave the order to retreat. The Malevolence, once the most feared weapon in the Separatist arsenal, was now a wounded giant, limping away from the battlefield. Anakin watched as the malevolence began to retreat, relief washing over him, though it was tempered by the loss of so many brave pilots. "Good work, everyone," he said, though his voice carried the weight of their losses. "Let's get back to the fleet." The survivors of Shadow Squadron turned back toward the Republic fleet, their mission accomplished but at a heavy cost. The malevolence, though still intact, was no longer a threat, and the medical station was safe for now. As they relayed the news, it was now left to the Republic fleet of 3 Venator-class star destroyers, jumping in from hyperspace to finish the job. As the malevolence limped away, crippled and still under continuous fire from the Republic fleet, Anakin, Kenobi, and Plo Koon gathered on the bridge of Anakin's Venator-class star destroyer. The tension among them was palpable as they considered their next move. "Even with its hyperdrive damaged, that ship is still a monster," Kenobi observed, his brow furrowed in concern. "It will take considerable time to bring it down." "And we only have 3 Venators in the area with no reinforcements in sight," Plo Koon added. "We may have neutralized its ion cannon, but it's still heavily armored. This isn't going to be easy." Anakin's frustration was evident as he looked at the holo display showing the malevolence slowly drifting away from the battlefield. "We can't just let it escape. If Grievous repairs that hyperdrive, he'll be back with a vengeance." "We'll have to be patient," Kenobi advised, though he shared Anakin's sense of urgency. "It might take time, but we'll wear it down." Just as they were strategizing, an urgent message came through the communications console. "General Skywalker, General Kenobi, we have a ship entering the system," the clone officer reported. "It's Senator Amidala's ship, coming in from Coruscant." Anakin's eyes widened. "What? Why is Padme here?" Before Kenobi could respond, another alert blared through the bridge. "Sir, the malevolence has locked onto the Senator's ship with a tractor beam. She's being pulled in." "No," Anakin shouted, his heart racing as he saw Padme's ship being dragged toward the looming bulk of the malevolence. Kenobi immediately turned to him, already anticipating his next move. "Anakin, we need to think this through. Charging in without a plan will only get her killed or worse." Anakin clenched his fists, his mind racing. He knew Kenobi was right, but the thought of Padme in Grievous's clutches was unbearable. "Order our ships to stop firing." The officer relayed the orders immediately. Plo Koon, ever the calm presence, nodded. "We'll stage a rescue operation. We'll board the malevolence and get the Senator out before Grievous can use her against us." Anakin didn't hesitate. Kenobi sighed. "Where do you think you're going?" "Somebody has to save her skin." With another sigh, "Figured you'd say that," Obi-Wan followed right behind. As they made their way into the hangar and prepared to board the ship, Obi-Wan was not surprised to find a certain captain there. "Captain Fordo, I assume you're going to come with us." "Not just me, sir, us," Fordo said as he pointed at Anakin's ship's open loading bay door. "We haven't been able to contact General Lelouch in some time. Am I to assume these are outstanding orders?" A nod was all he needed as he turned to his student. "Anakin, your nanny team is coming with us." A groan was all he got in return. As the Republic assault shuttle approached the malevolence, the plan was rather straightforward. Infiltrate the supercruiser through one of its emergency airlocks, locate Padme, and get her out before Grievous could do any further damage. Once the shuttle docked and the airlock sealed, Anakin, Kenobi, and Plo Koon led a team of clone troopers down the hallway, their footsteps echoing in the cold, dimly lit corridors of the malevolence. Anakin turned to R2-D2, who beeped in acknowledgement. "R2, stay with the ship. We might need a quick getaway." "Lockdown, I want your team to secure this hallway and prevent any droid reinforcements from getting through. Fordo, Spider, your teams will follow us." Fordo didn't move. He stood silent for a moment under Kenobi's questioning gaze. Then, with a firm shake of his head, he replied, "I'm sorry, General, but I have different orders." Anakin and Kenobi exchanged a glance, both shocked and confused by Fordo's response. "What do you mean, different orders?" Anakin demanded, taking a step toward the captain. "We're in the middle of a rescue operation. Your orders are to assist us." Fordo's expression remained impassive, but his voice was firm. "My orders come directly from the General. We're to take control of the bridge. I'm afraid I can't let anything stand in the way of that mission." "Lelouch," Kenobi echoed, his voice tinged with disbelief. "This is a rescue operation, Captain. We need every available hand." But Fordo was unmoved. "I understand, General, but my orders are clear." As their exchange heated a bit, Kenobi could see the squads behind Fordo clutch their weapons and spread out, very slowly tilting their bodies to be ready to take cover at any moment. Without waiting for a response, Fordo signaled to his team, and they began moving down a separate corridor, leaving Anakin and Kenobi standing in stunned silence. "They're abandoning the mission," Anakin growled, barely able to contain his anger. Kenobi's jaw tightened as he watched the tactical teams disappear into the shadows. "It seems so, but we don't have time to dwell on this. We have to find Padme and get out of here." "We'll deal with this later," Anakin agreed, though his voice was filled with frustration. "Once we're back, I'm getting answers from Lelouch." With that, the two Jedi generals refocused on their mission, pushing their concerns aside as they led their remaining forces deeper into the Malevolence. "Lockdown, wait here until we give the all-clear from above. Afterwards, make your way up to us." A few hand signals afterwards, a nod was all he received as the squad deployed their heavy weapons and blocked the entrance to the elevator. As Fordo entered the elevator together with his two squads, he quickly relayed his next orders. "No weapons, no equipment damage. Secure the bridge intact." Another nod later, all weapons were pointed down as Fordo took out his double blasters, twisting and holding them from the barrel. As the door opened, a single B-1 battle droid was standing in front of it. "Oh," was all it could say before it was taken apart. A swipe to the head from Fordo as he rushed past the droid, followed by the clone behind him with an overhead strike using his blaster as a bat. The clones burst forth from the elevator, rushing with practiced ease and securing the bridge through a brutal brawl. For the Separatist droids. As they finished, only pieces were left lying around as Fordo sent the all-clear message to lockdown. Facing the terminal and ignoring the still on adrenaline clones, the ones chest-bumping and the two head-bumping in the back in celebration, Fordo inputted the holodisk as it displayed the next steps to his mission. As the information appeared on the screen, a wicked smile couldn't help but stretch through his face, as well as on the faces of his teams as they turned their helmets to look at each other. Chapter 17, The Malevolence III. From the outer hull of a Venator-class Star Destroyer, positioned at the forefront of the U-shaped formation in Christophas's orbit, CT-9904, known to his brothers as Cross, scanned the endless void of space. The rest of the squad, comprising hardened veterans of the Clone Wars, stood alongside him, each one silently preparing for the operation they had been briefed on earlier. They had unloaded all their heavy equipment, ATT walkers, LAAT gunships, and squads of clone troopers, all lined up and ready for immediate deployment. The anticipation was palpable, even among the most stoic of them. "Any word from Captain Fordo?" asked one of the troopers, his voice crackling through the comms. "Not yet," Cross replied, keeping his gaze locked on the dark horizon. "But if the plan's going the way the general said during debrief, we'll know soon enough. Feels like we're just sitting out here, waiting for a miracle," another trooper muttered, adjusting his DC-15A blaster rifle. Cross didn't respond. Instead, he focused on the unusual formation of the fleet. It was a perfect trap, a deadly embrace waiting to ensnare its prey. He knew the strategy behind it. The general's plan was methodical, every detail calculated to ensure success. The troops were stationed along the exterior of the warships, ready to launch the moment the target appeared. It was as if they were waiting for something to just waltz right into their grasp. And then it happened. "Contact, we have incoming," a voice called out from the command deck, echoing through the comms. Cross watched as the familiar, gargantuan shape of the Malevolence emerged from hyperspace, right into the center of the U-shaped formation. The supercruiser was a colossal sight, its massive bulk dwarfing even the largest of the Republic ships. But this time, it wasn't the unstoppable juggernaut that had terrorized the galaxy. The Malevolence was damaged, its hyperdrive offline, and its massive ion cannon no longer operational. Not to mention with the tactical squads having taken the bridge, the ship's defenses were minimized. Looks like the TAC teams did their job, Cross muttered, a faint smirk appearing beneath his helmet. General's orders are clear, came the voice of his squad leader over the comms. We're to engage as soon as the signal is given. We take that ship, and we don't leave until every last droid is scrapped. As the Malevolence settled into the trap, the atmosphere among the clone troopers shifted. They were no longer just waiting, they were on the brink of action, the adrenaline kicking in as they prepared for the invasion. Every clone knew what was at stake. This was their chance to take down one of the most dangerous ships in the Separatist fleet, a feat that would go down in history with their Legion's name right next to it. Then the order came. All units, invasion protocols, that ship can take the punishment as long as critical areas are not affected. Use of heavy equipment is permitted. Their heavy equipment is powered down and on storage. Lelouch's voice rang out through the comms, calm and composed, yet carrying an authority that commanded instant obedience. The Malevolence is in position. Begin the operation. Secure the supercruiser at all costs. Let's move, boys, the squad leader barked, and with that the invasion began. Back in orbit, Cross and the rest of the clone forces launched from their positions on the outer hull of the Venators and Acclamators, swarming toward the Malevolence in their gunships and drop pods. The Malevolence's point defenses were still operational, firing at the incoming waves, but with the Republic fleet's concentrated firepower, those defenses were rapidly being neutralized. Cross's drop pod slammed into the side of the Malevolence, the impact jarring but not unexpected. The hatch blew open, and he and his squad poured out into the ship's interior, their boots hitting the cold metal floors as they quickly secured their entry point. All units proceed to your designated objectives, came the command over the comms. We're here to take this ship. No droid is to be left standing. As the clones advanced through the corridors of the supercruiser, they encountered resistance, droid squads trying to regroup and form a defense. But the clones were relentless, their training and superior tactics overwhelming the droid forces at every turn. We're getting close to the primary reactor, his squad leader called out, the sound of blaster fire echoing around them. Stay sharp, we need to secure it to ensure the ship doesn't self-destruct. Cross nodded, moving forward with precision, his blaster ready as they pushed deeper into the ship. The corridors were a maze, but they had the layout, knowing exactly where to go. The corridors of the Malevolence were alive with the chaos of battle as clone troopers pushed deeper into the heart of the supercruiser. The sound of blaster fire echoed through the metal hallways, interspersed with the harsh mechanical voices of battle droids as they attempted to mount a defense. But the clones, seasoned warriors bred for war, moved with ruthless efficiency. In the vast expanse of the Malevolence's hangar bay, the clash of forces was particularly intense. The massive space, once designed to house countless droid fighters and bombers, was now a battlefield in its own right. 8 TTE walkers had been deployed, their heavy legs stomping across the deck as they unleashed volleys of fire from their main cannons, tearing through the ranks of droid soldiers. Push forward, secure the hangar, the commanding officer barked, his voice cutting through the din of combat. The ATTEs advanced, their armored hulls shrugging off the desperate return fire from the droid forces. Despite the droids' best efforts, they were no match for the sheer firepower of the Republic's walkers. Battle droids were sent flying as explosions ripped through their ranks, their metal bodies clattering to the ground. From the upper walkways and gantries, clone snipers provided covering fire, picking off droids that tried to hold the high ground. Below, squads of clones advanced in tight formation, their blaster rifles spitting out crimson bolts of energy. Every step they took brought them closer to securing the hangar bay, but the droids fought fiercely, unwilling to give up ground easily. In the chaos, some of the clone troopers were hit, their bodies collapsing onto the cold metal floor. But their comrades pressed on, stepping over the fallen as they continued to push forward. The battle was relentless, each side throwing everything they had into the fight. The battle was no less fierce in the Malevolence's vast internal railway system, where droids were using the tracks to transport reinforcements and supplies. ATRT walkers, with their agile two-legged design, dashed through the open spaces, their riders expertly maneuvering through the tight corridors and narrow passages. Take the high ground and flank them. an officer ordered as the clones engaged the enemy. The ATRTs complied, weaving through the battlefield, their laser cannons blazing as they targeted droid positions. The speed and maneuverability of the walkers allowed them to outflank the slower-moving droid columns, catching them in deadly crossfires. Droid soldiers were cut down in droves as the clones pressed their advantage, using the ATRTs to bypass choke points and hit the enemy from unexpected angles. But the railway system was treacherous. As the battle raged, some clones and droids were thrown from the platforms, plummeting down to the lower levels. Their screams and mechanical wails echoed as they fell, their bodies lost to the abyss below. Despite the danger, the clones pushed forward, determined to secure the railway and cut off the droids' reinforcements. ATTEs moved in, their heavy artillery pounding away at any resistance. As the clones pushed deeper into the ship, the battle on the railway intensified. The droids, realizing the importance of the railway to their defense, began deploying heavy units to hold the line. Super battle droids and droidekas rolled into action, their shields absorbing the initial volleys of blaster fire as they returned fire with deadly accuracy. "Get the heavy weapons up here," Cross shouted, taking cover behind a bulkhead as blaster bolts ricocheted off the walls around him. Within moments, a team of clones arrived, carrying rocket launchers and heavy repeating blasters. The heavy weapons team set up quickly, and soon the tide of the battle began to turn. Rockets streaked across the railway, slamming into the ranks of the advancing droids, while the repeating blasters chewed through the droid infantry. The droids' defenses began to crumble under the relentless assault. Clones advanced from multiple directions, using the cover of the railway structures to close in on the enemy. With the hangar bay and railway secured, the clones pressed on to the remaining parts of the Malevolence. The droid defenders, now cut off from their reinforcements and with no escape, were systematically being overwhelmed. ATTEs rolled through the corridors, their cannons blasting apart any droid resistance, while the infantry cleared out the remaining pockets of enemies. Fordo and his team held their positions on the bridge, the tactical readouts showing the Republic forces swarming over the Malevolence like a hive of angry hornets. The ship was theirs, there was no doubt about it now. "Status report," Fordo ordered, his voice calm despite the tense situation. "Clanker's assault has stopped," one of the clones reported. "The droids have been neutralized, and our troops hold the bottom level of the elevator." Fordo nodded. "Good, hold this position until we receive further orders," he said as he signaled Spider on the other end of the room, who was holding a detonator in hand. Nodding, Spider deactivated the detonator. Lelouch looked from the bridge of his Venator. This was a test for his Legion, not him, so he did not bother overseeing the tactical layout or give any direct orders. "Report," he ordered, and the clone officer next to him looked inquisitively at the clone commander, looking at the tactical readouts on the center of the bridge. "All critical systems are under our control," the clone commander reported. "The last of the droid resistance is being neutralized, patching through the team at the core." The hologram shifted as a clone trooper appeared. "Cross here, sir. Our squad lead was taken out on an ambush. I currently hold rank. We're locking down the reactor core now. The ship is ours, sir." Through the Force, Lelouch could feel the vigor and elation of every clone soldier on the Legion at that declaration. This was the Legion's first real operation, an impossible operation, and it was a resounding success. Chapter 18, The Price of Victory. The vast conference chamber aboard the Excalibur was heavy with tension. The faces of the Galactic Senate's most influential members and the Jedi High Council flickered in holographic blue, each bearing expressions that ranged from concern to outright anger. In the center of it all stood Lelouch, calm and resolute, the weight of his recent actions pressing heavily upon him and those around him. Chancellor Palpatine, his usual calm demeanor replaced with a mask of carefully crafted concern, was the first to speak. "General Lelouch," he began, his voice measured but tinged with a fatherly undertone, "while your recent victory over the Separatists on Christophsis and the capture of the Malevolence are commendable, there are serious concerns regarding your methods. The orbital bombardment of Christophsis has resulted in significant civilian casualties." Lelouch met his father's gaze, fully aware of the delicate performance they were both engaged in. Chancellor, the campaign on Christophsis has dragged on for months with minimal progress under the command of Jedi generals. We were losing troops and ground daily. My actions, though severe, were necessary to bring about a swift and decisive end to the conflict. The civilian casualties, while tragic, are a fraction of what would have been lost had the campaign continued. Senator Bail Organa, his voice sharp with indignation, interjected. A fraction? General, we are talking about innocent lives. The Republic stands for something more than just military victories. We cannot condone actions that disregard the value of those we are sworn to protect. Lelouch's expression remained impassive, his voice steady. Senator Organa, with all due respect, the value of those lives was not disregarded. The Separatists have shown time and again that they have no qualms about using civilians as shields, prolonging conflicts to wear down our forces. By ending the campaign swiftly, I ensured the survival of countless more lives, both civilian and military. The Republic cannot afford to lose ground in every engagement because we hesitate to act decisively. Padme Amidala, her face etched with sorrow and frustration, spoke next, her voice carrying the weight of her convictions. And what about the morale of the people, Lelouch? The Republic's citizens are growing weary of this war. Actions like these only serve to fuel the Separatists' propaganda, making it seem as though we are no better than they are. Lelouch glanced sideways at her. Weary of the war? Senator Amidala, the only thing the citizens grow weary of is the incompetence the Republic shows in preventing the war from reaching their doorstep. They grow weary of having to sleep with their eyes open because they can't place their trust in us to protect them. Lelouch turned his gaze to Padme, his tone softening slightly as he addressed her. Senator Amidala, I understand your concerns, but consider this. By capturing the Malevolence, we have struck a significant blow to the Separatists' war effort. This superweapon, now in our possession, can be studied, repaired, and used against them. The victory at Christophsis has not only secured a vital forward operating base in the Outer Rim, but has also freed up our forces to be redeployed elsewhere, saving countless lives in future engagements. Master Yoda, the venerable leader of the Jedi Council, leaned forward slightly, his ancient eyes narrowing in thought. A great cost this victory has had. Troubling it is that so many lives were lost. Careful we must be not to lose our way in this war. Lelouch nodded respectfully toward the Jedi Master, acknowledging the wisdom in his words. Master Yoda, I share your concern for the sanctity of life. However, we are engaged in a war for the survival of the Republic. The Jedi's reluctance to engage the enemy with full force has resulted in prolonged conflicts and unnecessary losses. My tactics, though harsh, have achieved results that will save more lives in the long run. The capture of the Malevolence alone has dealt a crippling blow to the Separatists and has lifted the spirits of our troops, who now see that victory is within reach. Mace Windu, his gaze as sharp as ever, spoke up, his voice tinged with stern disapproval. We understand the need for decisive action, General Lelouch, but the Jedi Order cannot endorse tactics that result in such loss of life. The Force guides us to preserve peace, not to sow destruction. Lelouch met Windu's gaze without flinching, his tone resolute. Master Windu, peace is our ultimate goal, but we must acknowledge that we are facing an enemy that will not be swayed by diplomacy or half measures. They must be defeated, and that sometimes requires making difficult decisions. The Republic cannot afford to continue losing systems and soldiers because we hesitate to use the tools at our disposal. The debate intensified as Bail Organa and Padme Amidala expressed their growing frustration over the civilian casualties, while the Jedi High Council voiced their deep concern over the ethical implications of Lelouch's strategies. The holographic images flickered as they spoke, their voices blending into a cacophony of concern, anger, and moral deliberation. Chancellor Palpatine, ever the skilled orator and manipulator, allowed the debate to continue for a time, his expression one of careful consideration. His concern for his son, though genuine, was masked by the political dance he was orchestrating. Finally, he raised a hand, calling for order. General Lelouch, Palpatine began, his voice authoritative, your arguments are compelling. The Republic cannot afford to lose this war, and your strategies, while controversial, have indeed brought us closer to victory. However, the methods you employ must be tempered with caution. The Jedi generals will coordinate all military operations in the southern quadrant with you, and your tactics will be closely monitored. You will be held accountable for the outcomes of your actions. Lelouch inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. Understood, Chancellor. I will continue to do what is necessary to ensure the Republic's survival, to ensure the people's survival. The tension in the room remained palpable, but the conversation began to wind down. The senators and Jedi, though not entirely satisfied, seemed to sense that further debate would yield no more concessions from Lelouch, especially given the results that the young High General had to back his claims, and the Jedi supporting them in this case had a less than stellar performance so far, becoming rather infamous in the opening months for their high-casualty close-call victories. One by one, the holographic images began to flicker out, leaving only the most crucial members of the council still connected. As the last of the senators disappeared from view, leaving only the Chancellor and the Jedi High Council, Lelouch allowed himself a brief moment of introspection. He knew that his actions had sparked a fierce debate and that he had made powerful enemies within the Senate and the Jedi Order. However, they had long since outlived their usefulness as connections and were exploited for what they were worth. While he would keep the relationship stable, the loss he took with his tactics in the Senate and the High Council would more than be made up in the two elements that now far surpassed them in importance. The Grand Army of the Republic, where his fame, reputation, and credibility would skyrocket after this operation. And the people themselves. Did we get everything? Lelouch asked as he looked at his side, the clone officer reaching for his headpiece as he gave back a nod. It was all leaks, sir. However, won't this be counterproductive? It will be debated a lot. However, I have not built my reputation as the White Prince so far for nothing. It will grant me credibility that this was the best course of action, to save as many as possible. Against impossible odds, you took what others would have thought unassailable. You have struck a blow so deep into the heart of our enemies that it will be felt for a long time to come. He paused, letting the pride in his voice sink in before continuing, but such victory does not come without a price. Their sacrifice will not be forgotten. In every ship across the fleet, clone troopers solemnly picked up the tags of their fallen brothers, tags that had been stored in secure compartments before the operation began. These small metal tokens, engraved with the identification numbers, and some even having knife-carved names of those who had given their lives, were more than just pieces of metal. They were the embodiment of their brothers. The transmission ended, but the impact of Lelouch's words lingered. Across the fleet, the tags were carefully collected and prepared for transport, each one a solemn reminder of the cost of war. Chapter 19, State of Affairs. And while Lelouch coordinated the Republic war effort on the southern galactic quadrants under heavy scrutiny from the Council and the Senate, far away, his plans continued undisturbed. The HoloNet news channel buzzed with the latest headlines, a segment dedicated to the most recent developments in the ongoing war. The camera panned to a well-dressed anchor seated behind a sleek desk, the screen behind him displaying various clips of battles, Senate debates, and the ever-growing list of victories attributed to Commander Lelouch. Anchor, good evening, citizens of the Republic. Tonight, we delve into the escalating conflict in the Outer Rim and the controversial tactics employed by the Republic's rising military leader, Commander Lelouch. His recent victories have been both celebrated and criticized, with leaked footage of his heated debate with the Senate and Jedi Council causing quite a stir. One particular comment has resonated with many. People are afraid of waking up to find themselves in the middle of a separatist invasion, and they should be. The Republic's indecision is leaving our worlds vulnerable. The screen shifted to show a clip of the debate, where Lelouch's voice echoed with conviction before returning to the anchor. Anchor, joining us today to discuss this is Captain Jace Kor, a decorated veteran of the Clone Wars who retired after sustaining severe injuries, and Jedi Knight Mace Halcyon, who has served on several key fronts as a peacekeeper and general. Welcome to you both. The camera widened to include both guests. Captain Kor, a man in his late 50s with a stern, weathered face and a prosthetic arm, sat rigidly in his chair. Across from him, Jedi Knight Mace Halcyon, much younger but calm and composed, nodded in greeting. Anchor, Captain Kor, let's start with you. You've seen firsthand the horrors of war. What do you make of Commander Lelouch's tactics, particularly in light of the criticism from the Jedi and Senate? Captain Kor, leaning forward, his voice gravelly but clear, I've fought in this war long enough to know that hesitation is a death sentence. What the general is doing, striking hard and fast, securing victories with minimal Republic casualties, it's what we've needed since the start. The Jedi, they mean well, but they're not soldiers. They're peacekeepers. They've been throwing lives away, waiting for an opening that never comes because they're too concerned about collateral damage or preserving some moral high ground. Jedi Knight Halcyon, a calm smile on his face, Captain, with all due respect, the Jedi are not merely peacekeepers in this war. We are committed to ending the conflict with as little loss of life as possible, on both sides. The tactics you're praising may bring short-term victories, but at what cost? The bombing of Christophsis led to countless civilian casualties. Innocent lives that we swore to protect. Captain Kor, snapping back, those civilians were already caught in the crossfire for months. The longer the Republic dragged its feet, the more people died. Lelouch's offensive ended that suffering quickly. The Jedi Council's strategy has been too passive, too hesitant. How many more clones and civilians would have died if we kept to the old ways? Jedi Knight Halcyon, his expression hardening slightly. The Republic stands for justice, Captain. If we abandon that, if we become as ruthless as our enemies, what are we fighting for? The war isn't just about winning battles, it's about preserving the very principles that define the Republic. Commander Lelouch's methods may yield results, but they risk eroding the moral foundation we stand on. Captain Kor, gritting his teeth, a fire in his eyes, and that is where you fail to understand Jedi. To be a soldier means to carry burdens, doomed to a guilty conscience, but none of that matters because those behind us can continue on their lives without worry. We have made our peace with death, and the general understands that. That is why he is determined to make our deaths count for something, not simply throw them without care. The anchor interjected as the debate grew more intense, the tension between the two guests palpable. Anchor, it seems the core of this debate lies in the balance between morality and effectiveness in wartime. Captain Kor, are you suggesting that the Jedi should relinquish their roles as generals? Captain Kor, nodding firmly, exactly. The Jedi are out of their depth. We need military leaders who aren't afraid to make the tough calls. If we keep letting the Jedi dictate the pace, this war will drag on until there's nothing left of the Republic to save. Jedi Knight Halcyon, his voice firm but composed, and I would argue, Captain, that losing our moral compass is exactly what the Separatists want. We cannot become monsters in our quest to defeat them. Commander Lelouch's tactics, effective as they may be, must be carefully weighed against the values we're fighting to protect. Captain Kor, shaking his head, we are long past fighting for values, Jedi. The anchor concluded the segment as the debate reached its peak, with both sides clearly entrenched in their positions. Anchor, a heated debate, and one that will no doubt continue in the Senate and beyond. Commander Lelouch's rise has certainly sparked a new discussion on how this war should be fought. Thank you, Captain Kor and Jedi Knight Halcyon, for your insights. As the broadcast ended, the screen shifted back to scenes of ongoing battles, a reminder that the debate over how to wage this war was far from over. The cold, mechanical hum of the ship systems was the only sound in the dimly lit command bridge of General Grievous's warship. Weeks had passed since the capture of the Malevolence, and the Separatist leader had been tirelessly working to rebuild and strengthen his forces. But now, something unexpected had occurred. A warning light blinked to life on the control panel in front of him, cutting through the gloom. Grievous turned his reptilian eyes to the droid at the console. The droid's servos whined as it swiveled to face its master. General Grievous, we are receiving an incoming transmission from an unidentified fleet. They are broadcasting old Separatist passcodes, codes that haven't been used since before the start of the war, the droid reported, its mechanical voice devoid of emotion. Grievous's eyes narrowed as he processed the information. Put it on the main screen. The view shifted to the vastness of space, where nearly 12 massive Lucrehulk-class ships emerged from hyperspace. At first glance, Grievous knew who these ships answered to. "Allow them to approach. Power down our weapons," Grievous ordered, his voice a low growl, "and erase all records of their arrival. Dock us with the leading ship." "Roger, roger, sir." With a flick of his cape, Grievous turned and marched toward the docking bay, his talon-like feet clanging against the metal floor. The Lucrehulks docked with precision, and as the airlock hissed open, Grievous boarded the flagship of the mysterious fleet. Inside the command deck, Grievous was met with a holographic transmission from Lelouch. The young man's cold, calculating eyes met the general's through the haze of blue light. "General Grievous," Lelouch began, his voice calm and authoritative, "I trust you have received the fleet without incident." "Yes, the fleet is under my control and no records have been kept," Grievous confirmed. "What are your orders?" Lelouch's gaze was unreadable as he replied, "You are to take the fleet to Malacher V. There is something there that requires our attention." Grievous nodded, not questioning the order, and within minutes, the fleet was en route. It took a few days, but eventually he made his arrival at Malacher V, standing on the bridge, looking out at the vast expanse of space. What greeted him was not the ominous planet he had expected, but a floating graveyard, a massive field of debris, the remnants of anything. That was once there, but by the size of the field of debris, Grievous could tell that it was most likely a planet or a massive moon once. Is he looking for whatever destroyed the planet? "This is Grievous," he said as he initiated a holocall to Lelouch. "Malacher V is nothing but a field of debris. Whatever once was here is long gone." Grievous watched Lelouch's expression, searching for any sign of reaction, but the young man remained as inscrutable as ever. Frustration began to gnaw at Grievous. He had come here expecting to find something, anything, that would explain why this secret fleet had been summoned, but there was nothing. Was this all a wild bantha chase? Had Lelouch sent him here merely to test his loyalty? Just as Lelouch began to ponder the situation further, a voice echoed within his mind, sending a cold shiver down his spine. "So, you find yourself at an impasse, Lelouch." Just as Grievous's irritation was about to boil over, he noticed the change in Lelouch's demeanor. The young man's eyes seemed to lose focus, as if he were listening to something or someone unseen. Grievous tensed, his instincts telling him that something was happening, something beyond his understanding. Lelouch's brow creased as his eyes narrowed. The dark side urged that it was there, the information he gathered pointed there, and yet there was nothing here. "I truly envy the lesser minds. It is truly awe-inspiring to see mortals struggle towards knowledge. Alas, we do not have a few hundred years to spare for you to figure it out eventually. If so, I'd appreciate some insight." Tzinch's voice was tinged with amusement. "Time is a construct of lesser minds, Lelouch. To the Force, and to me, past, present, and future are but different faces of the same entity. And I can peer into it. You can't, not from there. Malacher is a place where the veil between the past and present is thin, but it is not within your power to reach across the galaxy and peer into its history. You must go there yourself, to feel the echoes, to witness what once was. Only then can you hope to grasp the secrets that lie buried." Tzinch's voice was both taunting and instructive, a mixture of mockery and guidance. Lelouch's eyes darkened, but he knew the entity was right. He had to be there in person. Tzinch's influence was subtle, but there was a truth to his words that Lelouch could not ignore. Returning his focus to the holocall, Lelouch addressed Grievous with a cool, composed demeanor. "You have done well, General. Continue your duties and maintain control of the fleet. I will deal with Malacher V personally." Grievous, though his curiosity was piqued, simply nodded. "As you command." The transmission ended, and Grievous stood for a moment, staring at the now blank hollow display, and then turning to stare at the field of debris outside his ship, as if trying to find whatever Lelouch found within. Alas, he could not. A sense of unease settled over him like a heavy cloak. Chapter 20, The Dead Legion. The clang of metal doors closing, the hum of distant machinery, and the muffled echoes of tortured screams filled the gloomy corridors of the separatist prison on Milagro. The place reeked of hopelessness and despair. Within these cold, metallic walls, lives were discarded like waste, prisoners left to rot away, subjected to the cruelties of droid jailers and the uncaring bureaucracy of their captors. A group of prisoners huddled in a dimly lit corner, their gaunt faces barely visible in the flickering light. Despite their worn-out expressions, there was a faint but noticeable fire in their eyes. An older man with a thick Corellian accent broke the tense silence. "They say Lelouch's fleet is hitting hard near our sector, trying to secure the Corellian run," he murmured, his voice barely more than a rasp. "Bombed 3 factory planets just the other day. If he's as relentless as they say, maybe, just maybe, our families won't have to suffer the same fate." His words cut through the air like a vibroblade, their meaning sinking in. A younger woman with sharp green eyes looked up, a half-smile tugging at her cracked lips. "Finally, someone's got the spine to go after those clankers," she muttered. "No more running, no more hiding, someone out there is doing something. It's because we don't have enough soldiers to properly defend or attack. Only thing we can do is wipe out large concentrations with no proper defenses against overwhelming firepower." A raspy voice joined in from a nearby cell, its owner a battered and bruised clone trooper who'd lost both legs. "Don't get too excited, though," he warned, his voice dripping with a mixture of cynicism and experience. "The droids aren't as dumb as they look. They've started equipping shields on their major bases, even on this hellhole. It's gonna be a tough nut to crack, takes time, and that's time the general doesn't have." The air grew heavy with the weight of the clone's words. A few prisoners exchanged glances, their brows furrowed with frustration and a hint of fear. An older man, his hair more gray than not, broke the silence. "If that's the case, then we need to buy him that time," he said, a note of finality in his voice. "If we can somehow take down the shields, just long enough for him to notice, maybe he can blow this place to bits." There was a stunned silence. The idea was as audacious as it was insane, but the desperation in their eyes showed how far they were willing to go. For many, there were no families left to fight for, no homes to return to. But there was a need for revenge, revenge for those lost to this cruel war. The slender woman turned her attention to the clone trooper. "Think we can do it? Keep the shields down long enough for Lelouch to bring the hammer down." The clone's scarred face remained impassive, but his eyes held a glimmer of resolve. "Possible? Sure. Easy? Not a chance. The shield control is likely deep inside, heavily guarded, and once we start, those droids won't stop coming. It'll be a bloodbath." A younger prisoner, a man with sunken eyes and a face hardened by countless hardships, let out a sigh. "Better a quick death with a purpose than rotting away in here," he said. "At least this way, we can make a difference." A murmur of agreement passed through the group. The slender woman, whose name was Tessa, nodded. "All right then. We move when then the general's fleet is close. We'll need to hit them hard and fast. No time for second thoughts. If we want our freedom, or at least a chance for others to have theirs, we've got to make this count." Days passed and the tension grew. The prisoners could feel the rising anticipation. Every now and then, they'd overhear a passing droid squad mention the movement of Lelouch's fleet. The murmurs among the droids grew more frequent, more urgent. Tessa and her group waited for the perfect moment, knowing that any misstep would be their last. Finally, the day arrived. A droid's monotonous voice echoed through the prison halls as it communicated with another. "Fleet detected in orbit. Confirmed, all units remain on alert." Tessa exchanged a look with the older Corellian. "That's it, time to move." The plan was simple: cause enough chaos to draw the droids away from the shield control room. The distraction team would lead the droids on a wild chase, making it appear as though they were trying to break out. Meanwhile, Tessa's team, with the legless clone trooper tied to her back, would sneak toward the control room to disable the shields. The distraction team moved first. They slipped out of their cells and began to run down the main corridor, overwhelming the patrolling droids and taking their weapons, shouting and banging on the walls, creating as much noise as possible. Instantly, the prison came alive with alarms. Droid patrols converged on their location, blasters at the ready. Blaster fire erupted, filling the narrow corridor with the sharp scent of ionized air. One prisoner fell to the ground, a smoking hole in his side, but the others pressed on, desperate to draw as many droids as possible away from the real objective. Meanwhile, Tessa and her team crept through a series of narrow maintenance tunnels, keeping their movements swift and silent. The clone trooper on her back whispered instructions, his breath ragged but steady. Left here, then right. Take the next ladder up, he directed, his voice barely more than a whisper. They followed his directions with a grim determination, bypassing patrols and taking advantage of the confusion caused by their comrades. But every step was a battle against time, a race to disable the shields before the droids caught on. The sounds of the firefight echoed in the distance, a reminder of the stakes. The distraction team's numbers were dwindling, their pained cries could be heard as they fell one by one. Every second counted. Finally, they reached a set of blast doors. The clone's voice dropped to a hoarse whisper. This should be it. Shield control is just beyond. Expect heavy resistance. Tessa nodded, tightening her grip on the makeshift harness. Get ready, she whispered to the others. They steeled themselves, knowing there was no turning back. The blast doors slid open with a hiss, revealing a squad of B-2 super battle droids standing guard. For a split second, both sides froze, then chaos erupted. Blaster bolts flew as the two sides clashed in the narrow confines of the control room entrance. Tessa darted forward, her body a blur as she fired point-blank into the droids. The Corellian man followed, his own blaster blazing. The firefight was brutal, there was no room for error. A droid's heavy blaster clipped Tessa's shoulder, sending a searing pain through her arm, but she kept moving. The Corellian took a hit to the chest, staggering but managing to take one last shot before collapsing. The other prisoners fell in quick succession, their bodies piling up around the doorway. But Tessa pressed on. With a desperate burst of adrenaline, she and the remaining prisoners crashed through the droid's line, reaching the shield control terminal. The clone, barely conscious, guided her hands to the right buttons. Come on, she muttered through gritted teeth, her fingers flying over the controls. Almost there. The console beeped as the shield deactivated. She exhaled sharply, a rare smile forming on her face. We did it. A sensor officer suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence. Sir, sensors indicate the shield over the Separatist base just went down. The officer's eyes narrowed slightly. What caused it? Unknown, sir, the officer replied. We didn't detect any significant impact or power surges. It's like it just deactivated on its own. Maybe power failure, can't be sure. A pause, then the officer steeled himself. Lock on to the coordinates, prepare to open fire. The fleet responded like a well-oiled machine. Turbolacers lit up the darkness of space. The ground shook, the air igniting with the fury of 1,000 explosions, as the Separatist base was slowly being reduced to a field of flaming wreckage. Within the base, those who still drew breath witnessed the beginning of the end. Tessa, bloodied and battered, managed a weak smile as she watched the blinding light of the bombardment through a cracked viewport, uncaring of the droids making their way towards her and holding on to the dead trooper lying beside her. We did it! We actually did it. As the destruction unfolded, the last of the prisoners closed their eyes, some with a sense of peace, others with defiance still burning in their hearts. But one thing was clear, they had made a difference. On the surface of Milagro, the scout team approached the remains of the Separatist base with caution. Their eyes scanned the rubble, taking in the charred remnants of the battle. They found the shield control room, blasted open and filled with droid and prisoner corpses. The smell of burned circuitry and flesh hung heavy in the air. The lead scout, a clone lieutenant, activated his comms. Control room is a mess, but it looks like there's some security footage still intact. Accessing now. The team pulled up the footage on a half-destroyed console, their eyes fixed on the screen as they watched the desperate charge of the prisoners, their courageous stand, and the final moments of Tessa's group. The lieutenant's voice softened with a mix of respect and sorrow. Looks like, prisoners took down the shields, they gave us this shot. He continued scanning the logs, piecing together the story of their defiance. As he did, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration for these civilians who had fought with such bravery and conviction, and a smile brightened the face behind the helmet as he saw one of his brothers with them. Back on the bridge of the Venator, the report came through. Sir, we've confirmed it, the scout lieutenant relayed over the comms. The shields were taken down by a group of prisoners. They sacrificed themselves to give us this chance, aided by one of ours. It's all on the security logs and footage. Bring them back, the general will want to see them for himself. Try and find something to ID the trooper. The general will want it. Understood, sir. As the news spread, sometimes with assistance from certain individuals, other times on its own, it ignited a wave of insurrections across separatist-held worlds. From this defiance, Lelouch's Second Legion was born. Not an official legion, at least not yet, and unlike any other. It was the only legion without a single living soldier on its roster, a legion formed entirely of those who had already fallen. It would grow to be the largest of them all, present within every world desperate enough, known across the galaxy as the Dead Legion. Chapter 21, Naboo I. Lelouch stood at the center of his command bridge, the vast expanse of Christophsis filling the viewport before him. His fleet was in the process of resupply, the venators and acclamators lined up in disciplined formation, receiving fuel, munitions, and fresh provisions. Among the buzz of activity, two figures stood beside him, Jedi Generals Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker. The tension between them was palpable as Lelouch spoke, his tone cold and precise. "Let's review recent events, shall we?" Lelouch began, his eyes narrowing on Anakin. "You lose R2-D2, a droid with vital and confidential information, which don't even get me started on. Then there's the incident with General Grievous, not to mention Count Dooku's capture by pirates, and the Republic's inability, with the Jedi at the forefront, to secure him. And of course, your reckless maneuver on the Queel system that resulted in your crash." Anakin clenched his fists, his face flushed with shame and frustration. Obi-Wan shifted uncomfortably beside him, trying to find the right words to intervene, but Lelouch continued, his voice a razor-edged critique. "And let us not forget Jedi Knight Aayla Secura," Lelouch added, turning his attention to Obi-Wan. "She lost 3 Venator-class Star Destroyers to 5 Separatist frigates. Meanwhile, your fleet managed to win, but with 2 heavily damaged Venators and only 1 with light damage. Hardly a success worth celebrating. How does someone win this badly with the element of surprise on their side? I'll never know." Obi-Wan tried to deflect the pressure. "Maybe we should wait for everyone to gather before discussing this. All 4 of us are commanders, aren't we?" Lelouch's eyes narrowed slightly. Jedi Knight Aayla Secura's ability to command has been called into question after such a severe loss, he stated bluntly. "And you, Skywalker, are not far behind. Your own fleet's current state speaks for itself, 2 Venators out of commission. The Republic is spread thin, Anakin. We have no spare ships or resources for you to waste as you see fit." Anakin's face turned red, partly with anger and partly with embarrassment. Before he could respond, Obi-Wan interjected, attempting to mediate. "Now, Lelouch, perhaps we should approach this discussion with more." But as Obi-Wan spoke, he noticed a subtle shift among the clones stationed around the bridge. Their eyes were trained on him and Anakin, their postures tense and ready, as if expecting an attack. Whenever he moved, their gazes followed sharply, betraying a guarded hostility. Obi-Wan's diplomatic tone faltered as he realized just how unwelcome he and Anakin were among Lelouch's legion. Anakin, however, seemed oblivious to the growing tension. His attention remained on Lelouch, his frustration boiling just below the surface. Obi-Wan, sensing something deeply unsettling, made a mental note to investigate further. Suddenly, a communications officer stepped forward, saluting crisply. "Sir, we've received a report of increased droid activity on Naboo. Possible separatist presence has been detected." Lelouch's gaze shifted, calculating. "Naboo," he muttered thoughtfully. "We're close by. Christophsis is still resupplying, but Naboo is a forward operating base. It's a key point between Iriadu and Christophsis, both critical choke points for major hyperlanes. We can't risk losing control over it." Anakin immediately perked up, his eyes wide with concern. "We must depart immediately," he urged, his thoughts clearly on Padme Amidala. Lelouch's blank, amused expression greeted him. "And what ship do you plan to take, Skywalker?" he asked dryly. "Your fleet is barely operational, only one of your Venators is battle-worthy. The rest are in no condition for a mission." Before Anakin could stammer a reply, a voice echoed in Lelouch's mind, silky and taunting. "He looks like a kicked puppy, Lelouch. Why not throw him a bone?" Tzinch's voice, always a presence, nudged at Lelouch's thoughts, suggesting a rare gesture of concession. Lelouch sighed, clearly annoyed but relenting. "Fine," he said, turning to both Jedi. I will oversee this personally, given the implications of a separatist presence on Naboo. You two can accompany me. Anakin immediately brightened, and Obi-Wan, still distracted by the clones' hostility, nodded absently. As Lelouch strode off the bridge, Anakin eagerly followed, but Obi-Wan held him back for a moment. Anakin, he whispered, his eyes narrowing. Did you notice the clones' reaction to us? Anakin laughed dismissively. You're getting old, Obi-Wan, you're just getting jumpy. Obi-Wan's frown deepened. He wasn't imagining things, there was real hostility there. Later, he sought out Commander Cody to discuss his suspicions. Cody hesitated, clearly uncomfortable. With all due respect, General Kenobi, he began slowly, there's a lot of distrust among the clones regarding the Jedi. It's not personal, well, not entirely. As he prepared to probe further, an approaching presence made him stop. Jedi Kenobi, the general would like your presence to be included at the bridge. The clone, who judging by his red markings, was one of Lelouch's most elite field officers, Fordo. Understood, Kenobi said as he eyed him. The small stare Fordo directed at Cody didn't go unnoticed by him. As Lelouch's fleet set course for Naboo, the undercurrents of distrust and tension were clearer than ever. The Jedi were losing the faith of their soldiers, and Lelouch was more than willing to exploit every crack in their foundation. Anakin stood awkwardly to the side, his usually confident demeanor noticeably absent as he watched Lelouch stare dead ahead into the swirling tunnel of hyperspace. The silence between them was heavy, filled with the unspoken tensions and frustrations that had built up over the past few days. Lelouch's face was a mask of calm, but Anakin could sense the waves of frustration radiating off his friend through the Force. Anakin shifted uncomfortably, his mind racing for the right words to break the ice. He finally cleared his throat and started tentatively, Lelouch, I know you're mad, but... Lelouch cut him off with a sharp glance, his eyes narrowing as he raised a hand dismissively. Stop using your wizard powers on me. I'm not thinking about you at the moment. Anakin blinked, momentarily taken aback. Wizard, wait, what are you thinking about then? Lelouch's gaze returned to the hyperspace tunnel, his voice cool and matter-of-fact. I've kind of kept your wife grounded on Naboo with one excuse or another. Anakin's heart skipped a beat, his eyes widening in shock. What, Padme, why? He quickly scanned the room to ensure no one else was listening, then took a step closer to Lelouch, his voice lowering to a near whisper. Why would you do that? Lelouch turned to face him fully, his expression deadpan as he responded. Why, really, why? Anakin opened his mouth to retort but found himself at a loss for words. Lelouch's gaze bore into him, a silent accusation that needed no elaboration. Anakin knew exactly what Lelouch was implying, and the truth of it stung. Padme had a habit of getting involved in critical operations, often placing herself in danger. And every time, Anakin couldn't help but rush to her side, no matter the cost or the mission at hand. Anakin began, struggling to find a defense that didn't sound hollow even to his own ears. She can handle herself. She's a senator, not a soldier, Lelouch interrupted, his tone firm but not unkind. And while I respect her skills and bravery, she's a liability in situations like these. You're too emotionally involved, Anakin. It clouds your judgment. Anakin bristled, his temper flaring. I've saved her life more times than I can count. And how many times has that put the mission at risk? Lelouch shot back, his voice calm but edged with steel. Your personal attachments make you vulnerable, and that vulnerability is something the enemy can and will exploit. Anakin clenched his fists, his frustration bubbling over. So what? You expect me to just leave her to fend for herself? Lelouch merely looked at him calmly. No, if I expected that I wouldn't have used my influence to ground her on Naboo. At that, Anakin deflated. So, did those two cells in your head finally connect? Lelouch asked bemused. Anakin had the decency to look away at that. I'm not dumb, I'm just not cut out for this stuff. As Anakin said that, an officer approached from the side, passing a holopad to Lelouch as H retreated back to a respectable distance. Lelouch looked at the information, before sighing and turning to his resident Jedi. The look on Lelouch's face softened as he smiled at Anakin. I know that it's not your forte, that why I do it for you. I've received reports that your wife has, once again, gone headfirst into something, investigating what they suspect to be a separatist outpost working on some kind of virus in Naboo. Before Anakin had the chance to jump and yell, Lelouch continued smoothly. You'll be tasked with retrieving and extracting her. Kenobi and the other teams will bother with the virus. Now you don't have to struggle between your duty and your feelings. I'm giving you the order to save your wife. Anakin showed a bright smile at that, before a chill suddenly descended in his spine. He quickly saw the changing expression on Lelouch's face. But if you somehow screw this up and get in the way of the other teams? I'll have you demoted to some blasted janitor's errand boy. As a couple of seconds of silence prevailed, janitors don't have errand boys. Indeed, you'll pioneer a whole new field. Chapter 22, Naboo II. Lelouch's fleet emerged from hyperspace over Naboo, the vibrant blue and green orbs spinning below them. Lelouch remained aboard his flagship in high orbit, overseeing the tactical operation. On the planet's surface, Fordo and his tactical squad, along with Jedi Generals Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi, prepared for a search-and-destroy mission. Down below, the atmosphere was tense. Lelouch had insisted that all personnel wear biohazard suits, given the possibility of contamination from a rumored separatist biological weapon in development. Anakin and Obi-Wan's voices crackled over the comms as they squabbled, their bickering reminiscent of their usual exchanges. Focus on the mission, Anakin, Obi-Wan chided, securing his helmet. The senator might already be dead, and we need to contain this threat. Anakin shot a sharp look at his former master. My mission is the senator, he retorted, his voice steely. An order directly from my superior, the High General. With that, he turned away and boarded his LAAT, his team following suit. Fordo watched the exchange silently, his helmet hiding his expression. As Anakin's transport lifted off, Fordo and his tactical squad moved to their own transport, ready to deploy. Obi-Wan sighed deeply before following suit, climbing aboard his transport. May the Force be with us, he muttered under his breath as his LAAT ascended, headed toward the target zone. Aboard the flagship, Lelouch observed the tactical layout projected before him. He watched the markers representing Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Fordo's squads moving toward their objectives on the surface. A notification from Fordo caught his attention, relaying the latest spat between master and apprentice. A smile crossed his face. He had grown used to their dynamic, and in a way, appreciated the unpredictability it added to his campaigns. His smile faded, however, when a separate report came through. It was a denial of his request for the transfer of a Mandator-class dreadnought to his location. As expected, he murmured, discarding the message with a small smile. Turning to his officer, he issued new orders. Bring up the reserves. Recall battle groups 1 through 6 from the front line, followed by 7 through 9 in 2 days. The officer saluted promptly. Yes, sir, he responded, before hurrying off to execute Lelouch's commands. Meanwhile, Fordo's LAAT soared low over the thick jungles of Naboo, rapidly closing in on the separatist base. Fordo's thoughts were a mixture of focus and slight apprehension, mainly regarding his standing orders to report anything concerning Generals Skywalker and Kenobi directly to Lelouch. The High General's scrutiny was sharp, and his expectations even sharper. We're coming up on the base, shouted the pilot over the roar of the engines. Fordo nodded to his squad, the ARC troopers steeling themselves for action. Grenades ready, he commanded, and a second later, a series of explosive devices were hurled from the LAAT's open doors, their concussive blasts ripping through the droid defenses below. The LAAT hovered as the tactical team rappelled down, hitting the ground with precision. They quickly advanced through the base's outskirts, easily taking care of the first wave of B-1 battle droids that came stumbling out to meet them. The clumsy, outdated models stood no chance against the seasoned ARCs, who dispatched them with a mix of blaster fire and grenade tosses. Move up, Fordo ordered as they rounded a corner. Ahead, 2 droidekas rolled out, their shields already activated and blaster arms spinning to life. Without missing a beat, Fordo ducked down. Heavy weapons take them out. His squad's heavy weapons specialist, a clone named Thorn, coolly hefted his rocket launcher onto his shoulder. With a resounding blast, The rocket streaked across the narrow corridor, colliding with the droidecas and turning them into smoking heaps of metal. The squad pressed on, clearing the halls methodically. As they advanced deeper into the base, they spotted a figure sprinting in their direction, a frantic-looking man in a white coat, eyes wide with panic. Recognizing him as the scientist behind the virus they'd been briefed on, Fordo's instincts kicked in. Set for stun, he barked. Within moments, the scientist was down, hit by several stun bolts. Fordo approached and quickly restrained him, securing the man as he activated his helmet's comms. "General, this is Fordo. We've captured the target. Returning to extraction point." "Clear," Lelouch's voice came through, steady and calm. "Wait for the all-clear to proceed to phase II." Fordo nodded to himself as they made their way back, dragging the confused and bitter doctor along. The LAAT awaited them, and mere moments after they boarded, Lelouch's voice came through again, confirming the all-clear from Kenobi and Anakin. "Understood, sir," Fordo replied, turning to his squad. "Ready for phase II." Reaching into his belt pouch, Fordo retrieved a small detonator, ready to press it. But before he could, another, larger explosion rocked the base, sending debris and dust cascading through the corridors. He didn't even have to ask. The comms chatter confirmed it. A small droid had activated one of the virus bombs. Within moments, alarms began blaring throughout the Separatist base, a containment breach, an outbreak imminent. Fordo's eyes shifted to the scientist they had captured, who was now looking around in confusion. The man seemed to be on the edge of some desperate realization. Fordo, however, had a different plan in mind, to turn this turn of events into an opportunity. He put away the detonator and reached for another pouch on his belt, extracting a small vial containing the gaseous form of the blue shadow virus. "You," Fordo said, addressing the scientist. "Finish what you started." The scientist's confusion melted away into a twisted smile of understanding. "You mean, release it?" "Yes," Fordo affirmed, and a trooper to his right punched the emergency release button for the door. "You wanted to see your work in action. Now's your chance." With a manic grin, the scientist hurled the vial outside. The fragile container shattered upon impact with the ground, releasing a pale blue mist into the air. "All right, boys," Fordo said calmly. "Our job is done here. Pull back." As the LAAT accelerated to leave the atmosphere, rising rapidly. Lelouch's gaze remained fixed on the tactical displays, his sharp eyes analyzing the unfolding situation on Naboo with meticulous attention to detail. The planet, a critical foothold in the region, now faced a potential catastrophe. It'll be a good wake-up call. After the news get a hold of this, even the people in the core will start to be restless, and in chaos there is opportunity. Can you feel it in the dark side? The impending catastrophe. The backseat driver in his mind whispered. If the weapon works as advertised, it'll make things much simpler in the long run. However, we can't simply rely on statistics inside a lab. We'll have to see how it performs in the wild. He tapped a control panel on his command console, opening a direct line to his fleet officers. "Attention all commands." Lelouch's voice resonated through the comm channels, cold and commanding. "Naboo is now under full quarantine. No civilian craft is permitted to leave the surface. All spaceports are to be locked down immediately." The officers across the fleet swiftly acknowledged his order, understanding the gravity of the situation. Lelouch continued, his tone unyielding. "Initiate a full blockade. Every entry and exit vector must be covered. Deploy our picket ships to enforce this perimeter. Should any unauthorized craft attempt to break orbit, you are to use deadly force without hesitation. No ship is to leave the planet without direct authorization from me or one of my appointed officers. Is that clear?" A chorus of affirmatives echoed back through the comms. His officers understood the severity of the order. There could be no room for mistakes. Lelouch turned to his bridge officer, a stern-faced lieutenant who had served under him for several campaigns. "Dispatch squads to all spaceports and have them enforce martial law. Anyone attempting to take off without clearance is to be arrested or neutralized. Civilian communications must be monitored for any signs of distress or unrest." His orders spread through the fleet like a shockwave. Within moments, the blockade began to take shape. Venator-class Star Destroyers moved into strategic positions, forming a tight web around Naboo's orbit. Smaller corvettes and frigates filled in the gaps, creating a nearly impenetrable perimeter. Starfighter squadrons began patrols, their pilots on high alert for any unauthorized craft that might try to slip through. Lelouch leaned back slightly, his eyes narrowing as he studied the tactical displays. "Ready all available medical teams for deployment to the surface," he added, his voice still as cold as ever. "They are to work with Naboo's local authorities to assess the situation and establish containment protocols." He knew the potential for the virus to wreak havoc. The blue shadow virus, if unleashed in its full form, could decimate the population. His priority was to contain it, to ensure it did not become a wider threat to the Republic and to his own meticulously planned strategies. A new alert flashed across his console. A civilian freighter, likely unaware or perhaps desperate, had attempted to break from Naboo's atmosphere. Lelouch's eyes darkened as he watched the ship's trajectory. "Zero Squadron, intercept that vessel," he ordered. "Warn them once. If they do not comply, eliminate them." Moments later, the comm channel crackled with a response. "Zero leader here, General. Target acquired. We are moving to intercept." The screen showed the squadron of V-19 Torrent starfighters rapidly closing in on the fleeing freighter. The pilot of the civilian vessel had clearly received the warning, as the ship began to change course, descending back toward the planet's surface. "Target has complied, General," Zero Leader reported, returning to patrol. Lelouch's cold expression remained unchanged. "Good, keep it that way." Chapter 23, Naboo III. As the LAATs docked, Lelouch's lips curled into a slight frown. "Prepare a holo conference," he instructed his communication officer. "I want all involved parties to participate, Kenobi, Skywalker, and Senator Amidala." Moments later, Fordo stepped onto the bridge with his team following closely behind. The captain of the ARC troopers stood at attention, his helmet under his arm. "Welcome back, Captain Fordo," Lelouch greeted with a slight nod. "I trust the mission went as planned." "Yes, sir," Fordo replied, his tone crisp. "We managed to destroy the Separatist facility and captured the scientist responsible for the virus, but the situation diverged more than we anticipated." The hidden meaning didn't go unnoticed by Lelouch. "It was out of our hands," Lelouch said calmly. "You handled it well." He paused for a moment, then added, "There's another matter I wanted to discuss. We have a tactical team in its final phase of training that needs a new captain. I want your recommendation for who among your team should take that position." Fordo considered for a moment. "I'd recommend Thorne, sir. He's been invaluable in our missions. His expertise with heavy weapons and his quick decision-making under pressure make him an excellent candidate. He's got the skills and the temperament to lead." Lelouch nodded, taking in the suggestion. "Very well. Thorne, step forward," he ordered, turning his gaze to the trooper in question. Thorne obeyed, standing straight and giving a sharp salute. Lelouch studied him for a moment before speaking. "You'll remain with me for a debrief. The rest of you, dismissed." As Fordo's team left the bridge, Lelouch turned his attention to the holo conference that had just been prepared. The life-sized projections of Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Padmé Amidala materialized before him, their expressions somber and tense. Lelouch's eyes scanned them carefully, noticing the distinct emotions etched across each face. "General Kenobi, General Skywalker, Senator Amidala," Lelouch began, his voice even. "I'm aware of the outcome of your mission. General Kenobi, report." Obi-Wan's expression was grave, tinged with disappointment. "We failed, High General," he admitted. "The facility is destroyed, but not before one of the virus bombs was triggered. We couldn't prevent the contamination from spreading across Naboo." Lelouch gave a slow nod. "I see, and your estimation of the current situation?" Kenobi sighed, his shoulders slightly slumping. "It's worse than we anticipated. The virus is spreading, and we may have a significant portion of Naboo's population at risk. My failure to contain it is regrettable." "Regrettable indeed," Lelouch said, his tone cold but understanding. "This is a dire situation, General. The blockade will remain in place until we are sure there is no further threat." Anakin's face twisted with conflict. A blockade over Nabu, Lelouch? You're trapping millions of people down there. His voice wavered between frustration and guilt, torn between his duty and his personal attachments. Padme, her face lined with anger and sadness, cut in sharply. This is an overreach, General Lelouch. Nabu is my home, and you're condemning it to suffer. How could you justify such a blockade without even consulting me or the other representatives? Lelouch's expression remained stoic, unfazed by her outburst. Senator Amidala, I understand your concerns, but this is a necessary precaution. We must contain the virus. No ship leaves the surface without my direct authorization. That's the only way to ensure the safety of the rest of the Republic. You ask how I justify it. I put the hundreds of millions on Nabu on the scale with the quadrillion out there. Padme's eyes flared with anger. War or not, these are innocent people, my people you're imprisoning. Do you truly believe this is the only solution? Lelouch's gaze didn't waver. It is the only solution that prevents a galactic pandemic, Senator, he said, his tone firm. And until we're certain that neither you nor anyone from the ground is infected, I'm ordering a quarantine aboard the Endurance. All personnel from your mission, including yourself, Generals Skywalker and Kenobi, will be transferred there immediately. Anakin's eyes widened. Quarantine? You can't be serious. We have no symptoms, we're fine. Obi-Wan, more composed but still concerned, interjected. He's right. We can't know for sure just how they modified the blue shadow virus beyond making it airborne. A tense silence followed. Padme looked incredulous, Anakin annoyed, and Obi-Wan resigned. They were all directed toward an Acclamator-class assault ship, the Endurance, which had been retrofitted as a temporary quarantine vessel. The LAATs carrying them approached the ship's hangar, escorted by V-wings on either side. The atmosphere was heavy with tension. As the ships touched down, the hangar was filled with troopers clad in sterilized, white biohazard suits, standing in tight formation. The troopers quickly surrounded the Jedi and the Senator, maintaining a cautious distance. All personnel, please submit yourselves to quarantine protocols, announced a stern officer over the hangar's loudspeakers. Disarm yourselves and follow the directives of the medical teams. Resistance will be met with force. Anakin's annoyance showed. This is absurd. We fought and bled for this mission, and now we're treated like prisoners. Padme's face was a mask of disbelief. You can't just keep us here indefinitely. What about the Senate, the people of Naboo? Obi-Wan, taking a deep breath, tried to maintain his composure. Senator, Anakin, arguing won't change our situation. We have to comply for now. The trio reluctantly disarmed, handing over their lightsabers and blasters to the waiting troops. Medical droids hovered nearby, ready to administer preliminary scans and take samples. The tension was palpable, each second feeling like an eternity. The officer overseeing the quarantine, wearing a sterilized uniform, stepped forward. Please, follow us to your designated quarters. The tests will be completed as quickly as possible. With no other choice, they followed the soldiers deeper into the vessel. Standing in front of the holoprojector in his command chamber, Lelouch straightened his posture as the blue-tinted holograms of Chancellor Palpatine and the Jedi High Council flickered into existence. Several senators and military officials were also present, creating a formidable assembly. High General Lelouch, the Chancellor began, his voice a mix of concern and authority. We have been informed of the situation on Naboo and your decision to enforce a full planetary blockade. This is a drastic measure. You must explain yourself. Lelouch bowed his head slightly, his face composed and confident. Chancellor, esteemed members of the Jedi Council, and senators, the situation on Naboo is indeed dire. The Separatists have resorted to deploying biological warfare on a scale unprecedented in this conflict. The blue shadow virus, if allowed to spread, could devastate not just Naboo, but potentially entire sectors. The blockade is a necessary measure to ensure the virus does not escape the planet. Murmurs broke out among the senators. Mace Windu's hologram leaned forward, his expression serious. We understand the threat posed by the virus, General, but the blockade and the potential loss of civilian lives, this is a dangerous path. Lelouch nodded. I agree, Master Windu. However, we must consider the potential scale of the disaster. The separatists have escalated the conflict with their use of biological weapons. A firm and decisive response is required. Senator Ta's hologram interjected, his voice gravely concerned. What do you suggest, General Lelouch? How should we respond? Lelouch's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice unwavering. If the separatists continue to use such weapons against us, I propose we respond in kind. Biological warfare for biological warfare. We must show them that any such act will be met with equal force. We have their research and their lead scientist. A hush fell over the assembly. The implication of Lelouch's suggestion hung heavy in the air. Some senators looked shocked, while others exchanged nervous glances. The Jedi Council members were visibly unsettled. No, Master Yoda's voice cut through the silence, his tone firm. Path of darkness, this is a path we cannot follow. Indeed, added Master Plo Koon, his voice a mix of concern and conviction. The Jedi do not condone the use of such weapons. We must find another way. Chancellor Palpatine, however, remained silent, his fingers steepled under his chin. His eyes were focused intently on Lelouch. This is not a decision to be made lightly, he finally spoke. We must consider the implications, both morally and politically. For now, this proposal will be put on hold. However, should the situation escalate further, we may need to reconsider our stance. Lelouch nodded. As you wish, Chancellor. I only ask that we remain vigilant and ready to adapt to the ever-changing nature of this war. Sensing the debate had reached a critical juncture, Lelouch shifted the focus. However, there is another matter that needs to be addressed. Senator Padmé Amidala's actions on Naboo, her decision to approach a hostile base without proper authorization or coordination with the standing military authority. This action could have alerted the enemy to our presence and, quite possibly, allowed them to prepare for the release of the virus. The room fell silent once more as the implications settled in. The senator's actions, potentially reckless, could be seen as a contributing factor to Naboo's current predicament. Chancellor Palpatine's expression was one of grave contemplation. Senator Amidala's actions will be reviewed. We cannot afford any lapses in judgment that could endanger the Republic further. Agreed, Lelouch continued, his voice cold and measured. Her actions may have inadvertently led to one of the greatest disasters Naboo has faced in 1,000 years. We must learn from this and ensure that no such mistake happens again. The tension in the room remained high, the conversation heavy with the weight of responsibility and consequence. Lelouch knew he had planted a seed, one that would grow into scrutiny and lead to the eventual downfall of the Senate by its own people. All the work his master had put would culminate, after the hard work was done. In that exact moment of elation and triumph, he would collapse it all on his head. His master's allies, the entire Senate wiped, and a clean slate for him to begin writing on. Well, it's more of a metaphorical downfall. We'll have to take care of the physical downfall on our own. The voice in his head chimed in. Don't you have any grander plans to take care of? Sadly, until you grab the Force by the balls, or her lady parts. This is more difficult to put into actual mortal words. But no, I'm your personal commentator and part-time advisor. Thank you for your time and consideration, he said. I will continue to enforce the blockade and ensure that no threat escapes Naboo. For the Republic. The hollow projector blinked off, leaving Lelouch alone in his command chamber. He allowed himself a small smile. Chapter 24, Shadows of Trust. The dim light of the command center cast long shadows across the metallic walls, the soft hum of the Excalibur systems serving as a constant backdrop to the tension that hung in the air. Lelouch stood at the center of the bridge, his arms crossed, his face an enigmatic mask of contemplation. The recent hollow conference with the Jedi Council and Senate had gone exactly as he predicted, fear, uncertainty, and doubt radiating from the Republic leaders like ripples in a pond. But amidst the external chaos, he sensed another disturbance, closer and more immediate. Closing his eyes, Lelouch reached out with the Force, feeling the immediate change as compared to last time. The turmoil that once belonged only to the outer rim was lighting up in the core like wildfire. Like a flickering flame in the wind, uncertainty and conflict emanating from a nearby officer who had always been close to him. Slowly, Lelouch opened his eyes and turned, his gaze falling upon a naval clone officer clad in the distinctive armor of the Excalibur's bridge crew. The officer had his helmet on, but Lelouch could sense the turmoil within. He remained silent for a moment, allowing the officer's unease to grow. "Lieutenant," Lelouch finally said, his voice calm yet commanding. The officer stiffened, instinctively straightening his posture before turning to face his commander. "Yes, General." Lelouch studied him for a moment, letting the silence stretch as the officer squirmed under his gaze. "I can feel it," Lelouch continued, his voice dropping to a softer, almost coaxing tone. "Something is bothering you, speak your mind." The officer hesitated, glancing around the bridge as if seeking support or perhaps doubting whether he should speak at all. But when his eyes returned to Lelouch's, he knew there was no escaping the conversation. "With all due respect, General," he began cautiously, "I believe there might be a solution to our problem on Naboo, a way to save most of the planet." Lelouch raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Go on." The officer took a deep breath, his voice steadying. "If we commence a total orbital bombardment on the continent where the Blue Shadow virus first began, we could potentially contain the spread. Our estimates suggest it would take a few hours for the virus to reach other continents. If we act now, we could isolate the infection and save the majority of the planet." A slow smile spread across Lelouch's face, one that sent a shiver down the spines of several clones on the bridge. "Ah, you've thought it through," Lelouch remarked. "And you are correct. In fact, we could have done this from the start, targeted the separatist base with a concentrated bombardment the moment the Blue Shadow virus was released. It would have ended the threat before it ever reached the population." The officer blinked behind his visor, his confusion evident despite the anonymity of his armor. "Then, why didn't we, sir?" Lelouch's smile widened slightly, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of amusement and gravity. "Because, Lieutenant, sometimes you must commit a lesser evil to destroy a greater one." It was the truth, albeit if seen from Lelouch's perspective, and that's all they needed to know. In truth, a total orbital bombardment would have saved hundreds of millions, but it would also have switched the attention from the Senate failings to Lelouch's controversial tactics once again. Right now, it was not what Lelouch needed. He needed time for his support to grow quietly and the Senate's to fall. The numerous clips and recording from his conferences had broken the holonet and gained him a massive following along the outer rim, but the core felt safe. Too safe to depend on him to save them. So, he would light a fire right under their noses to remind them that this was still a war. Naboo was just the beginning. A few weeks later. Time passed like the shifting sands of Tatooine. The blockade over Naboo continued, with the Republic forces maintaining strict containment protocols to ensure the Blue Shadow virus did not spread further. The situation remained tense but controlled, the populace safe for now. Meanwhile, in other parts of the galaxy, the Clone Wars raged on with renewed ferocity. Lelouch stood in his quarters, surrounded by a sea of tactical data displayed on holoscreens. Reports flooded in, news of increased Jedi casualties at the hands of General Grievous, the enigmatic cyborg growing bolder and more ruthless with each skirmish. Another report caught his eye, noting a disturbance at the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, a possible intrusion that had the Order on high alert. As he scanned the data, Tzint materialized beside him, his form a swirling mass of blue energy as a book was held in its hands, no doubt merely for show, as if the god of knowledge actually needed to read something. "It seems Sidious is growing impatient," Tzint mused, his voice a low, serpentine whisper. "The pieces are moving faster now, Lelouch." Lelouch nodded, his eyes never leaving the screens. "Yes, I expected as much. The closer we get to the more rapidly he moves, he's spry like that, I guess." A new message pinged on his holopad, a summons to Coruscant regarding a highly sensitive matter. Lelouch's eyes narrowed as he read the details, his mind already calculating the potential outcomes. "It seems my presence is required back at the core," he murmured. "Very well, we'll see what they have in store for us." Within hours, Lelouch and his personal guard, led by Captain Thorne, were descending through the traffic-laden skylines of Coruscant. The familiar spires and structures of the Republic's capital loomed below as their shuttle made its way toward one of the central landing platforms. As they disembarked, The dense, humid air of Coruscant enveloped them, filled with the sounds of bustling speeders and distant announcements. Waiting for them at the platform's edge was a familiar figure, Anakin Skywalker. His dark Jedi robes contrasted sharply with his bright, intense eyes, which seemed clouded with a mixture of frustration and reluctance. As Lelouch approached, Anakin gave a stiff nod. "Lelouch," he said, his tone lacking its usual warmth. "The Jedi High Council has assigned me as your escort while you're on Coruscant." Lelouch raised an eyebrow, a sly smile tugging at his lips. "How generous of them. I suppose they still don't trust me." Anakin didn't smile, his jaw clenched slightly. "You've made a lot of powerful enemies, Lelouch. They're wary of what you might do next." Lelouch's smile widened, as they should be. A soft chime on Lelouch's datapad drew his attention, a personal holo message from Senator Padmé Amidala, an invitation to her residence. Lelouch read it quickly, his expression unreadable, though his eyes glinted with amusement. Behind him, Thorn and his team exchanged knowing looks, a few of them chuckling under their breaths. "Looks like the general's got a date," one of them muttered with a grin. Lelouch glanced back, catching the comment. "Not quite, Thorn," he said, his tone lightly teasing. Turning back to Anakin, he continued, "It appears Senator Amidala has invited me over. It has been some time since our last conversation." Anakin's face reddened slightly, his eyes darting to the guards before back to Lelouch. "Padmé and I wanted to see you," he clarified, his voice firm. "It's been a while since we've all been together." The ARC troopers groaned, rolling their eyes beneath their helmets. "Guess we were off the mark," Thorn muttered, shaking his head. "Just about as much as a clanker, Thorn." Lelouch responded with a pat to the captain's shoulder. That seemed to somehow physically hurt the clones as they looked at each other. As Lelouch and Anakin walked side by side through the busy corridors of the Senate district, Lelouch's gaze remained forward, though his thoughts were on the young Jedi beside him. "Tell me, Anakin," he began in a casual tone, "do you still hold a grudge for being quarantined after the Naboo incident?" Anakin opened his mouth to reply, a frown forming, but Lelouch continued before he could speak. "You should be thanking me, really. I allowed you to be quarantined with your wife, Senator Amidala. I imagine the war hasn't given you too much time together otherwise." Anakin's face turned a deeper shade of red, his tough demeanor breaking for a moment. "Maybe it wasn't so bad," he muttered, trying to sound nonchalant, though his embarrassment was clear. Lelouch chuckled softly, a rare genuine laugh escaping him. "I thought so." The atmosphere lightened somewhat as they continued their journey, arriving at Padmé's residence. As they approached, the troopers fanned out, taking up positions to secure the perimeter with practiced precision. Thorn nodded to Lelouch. "We'll keep the area secure, General," he assured. Lelouch nodded in return, his expression one of quiet confidence. "See to it, Captain." Inside the residence, Padmé greeted them with a warm smile, though her eyes were shadowed with concern. "Lelouch, Anakin, thank you for coming," she said, her voice steady but with a hint of tension. Lelouch nodded, his demeanor respectful but keenly observant. "Senator Amidala, it's always a pleasure, though I sense this is not purely a social call." Padmé smiled faintly, leading them to the dining area where a modest but elegant meal awaited. "You're right," she admitted as they took their seats. "There's something we need to discuss, something important." The meal began with polite conversation, touching on the latest developments in the war and the growing tensions within the Senate. But beneath the surface, Lelouch could feel the underlying urgency, the reason for their invitation. As the plates were cleared, Padmé and Anakin exchanged a meaningful look, and Padmé's expression turned serious. "General Lelouch," she began, her tone firm, "we believe there is a spy within the Senate. Someone who has been feeding information to the separatists." Lelouch's eyes narrowed slightly, his interest piqued. "A spy, and who do you suspect?" "Senator Rush Clovis," Anakin answered, his voice low but intense. "We've been tracking his movements, and there's too much that doesn't add up." Padmé nodded, her eyes meeting Lelouch's. "We need your help to lift the house arrest placed on me after the events on Naboo. Without freedom to move, I can't get close enough to gather the evidence we need." Lelouch leaned back in his chair, his fingers steepled before him as he considered their words. "Clovis?" An interesting choice. He has many friends in high places, and exposing him could cause quite a stir. I assume you have a plan. Padme nodded. Yes, but it requires subtlety. If we move too openly, we risk tipping him off. We need to act with precision. A slow smile spread across Lelouch's face, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of calculation and intrigue. Very well, Senator Amidala. I will see what I can do, but make no mistake, this will draw some eyes. Padme merely nodded as she clenched her fists, and they continued to a rather pleasant evening, where the war itself was forgotten for a moment. Chapter 25, Echoes of Insurrection. The setting sun cast long shadows over the bustling capital as Anakin Skywalker strode briskly away from Senator Rush Clovis. Anakin's face was a mask of grim satisfaction, his eyes narrowing as he turned to glance back at Clovis, who stood alone on the platform, his expression a mix of fear and defiance. I'm sure you'll find a way to talk your way out of this, Clovis, Anakin said with a sarcastic smirk, his voice laced with barely concealed contempt. Without waiting for a reply, Anakin turned away, climbing the ramp of the Republic shuttle. The mechanical hiss of the closing ramp drowned out any response Clovis might have tried to muster. The ship's engines roared to life, and the vessel slowly lifted off the platform, leaving Clovis behind. A short distance away, on the rooftop of a nearby building, a figure lay prone, cloaked in shadows. The trooper wore dark armor covered by a large cloak that obscured most of his body, making him nearly invisible against the darkening skyline. The armor was specialized, designed to absorb light and sound, a perfect fit for covert operations. His helmet, fitted with enhanced optics, zoomed in on the senator below. A sniper rifle rested steadily in his hands, its scope focused on Clovis's chest. Target is in sight, the trooper murmured into his comlink, his voice low and steady. Awaiting orders. The comlink crackled softly, and Lelouch's voice came through, calm and authoritative. Report, Dagger. The sniper, codenamed Dagger, replied, Clovis is exposed. No security, no escorts, easy shot, should I take it? There was a pause on the other end, a moment of careful calculation that Dagger had come to expect from his general. Lelouch never acted on impulse. Every move was weighed, every consequence considered. His orders were always precise and deliberate. From within the quiet confines of his quarters aboard his flagship, Lelouch's fingers drummed thoughtfully on the console. He considered the events that had transpired, the exposure of Clovis, and the chaos sown in the Senate. A dead Clovis would raise suspicion, and it would also leave the events without a face. A living Clovis, however, might serve a different purpose. Abort the mission, Dagger, Lelouch finally ordered, his tone decisive. Do not take the shot. Clovis has become more useful alive than dead. Dagger didn't question the decision. He trusted Lelouch's judgment implicitly. Acknowledged, General, returning to exfiltration point. Lelouch leaned back in his chair, watching the display as the red crosshair marking Clovis on his screen faded away. Remember, Dagger, he added, we need to move like shadows. Leave no trace. Understood, sir, Dagger replied, already disassembling his rifle with swift, practiced movements. He melted back into the shadows, his form disappearing as he made his way toward a discreet extraction point. Dagger moved silently along these paths, his cloak blending him into the surroundings. As he slipped away into the underbelly of the city, a small speeder approached from a nearby alley, driven by another soldier of Lelouch's Zero Legion. Nice and quiet, the driver commented as Dagger climbed into the speeder. Guess Clovis gets to live another day. General's orders, Dagger replied, securing his gear and adjusting his cloak. You know how it is, one move at a time, one body at a time. Lelouch's Venator-class Star Destroyer hovered above Coruscant like a steel sentinel, its massive frame casting a long shadow across the bustling space lanes. Within the ship, the atmosphere was tense but efficient, the hum of activity echoing through its corridors as personnel moved with purpose. Anakin Skywalker made his way through the grand hallways of the Venator, his expression a mixture of determination and fatigue. Clutched in his hand was a datapad, a device holding vital intelligence stolen from the Separatists by Padme Amidala. He soon reached Lelouch's private quarters, a secure chamber where the enigmatic commander often planned his next move. As he entered, Anakin found Lelouch standing near a large display console, deep in thought. The dim lighting of the room cast sharp shadows over Lelouch's white attire, contrasting with his black hair and hypnotic purple eyes. "Anakin," Lelouch greeted without turning around, sensing his presence through the Force. "I take it you have something for me." Anakin nodded, stepping forward and handing over the datapad. "These are the plans Padme managed to obtain from the Separatists. They outline the construction of a major factory on Geonosis, likely meant to support an insurrection by the local population." Lelouch took the device and scanned through its contents, his eyes narrowing with every line he read. Geonosis, they've learned from their past mistakes and are fortifying their positions. Anakin watched Lelouch carefully, studying his reaction. "What's our next move?" Lelouch paused, his mind already calculating multiple scenarios. "Our next move, Anakin, is for you to go back and stay with Senator Amidala. Ensure she recovers from the effects of the poisoning. She'll need you by her side now more than ever." Anakin's brow furrowed slightly, but he nodded in understanding. "You're right," he said, though there was an undercurrent of reluctance in his voice. "But if you need me—" "I will call for you," Lelouch assured him, "but for now your place is with her." Anakin gave a brief nod and turned to leave, glancing back at Lelouch one last time before departing. As the doors closed behind him, Lelouch's demeanor shifted from the thoughtful concern of a leader to the cold calculation of a strategist. He moved quickly to the bridge, the heart of his flagship's operations. The bridge was a hive of activity, filled with officers coordinating the flow of information, the crew standing to attention as their general arrived. Lelouch made his way to the central holo table, where he initiated a secure holo conference. Within moments, blue-tinted holographic figures flickered to life around the table. Chancellor Palpatine, his presence commanding and imposing, Master Yoda, seated with his cane resting on his lap, Mace Windu, standing with his usual stern expression, Obi-Wan Kenobi, arms crossed, and several other members of the Jedi High Council. The meeting was in session. "Gentlemen," Lelouch began, his voice even and confident, "I have received intelligence concerning an imminent threat on Geonosis. The data acquired details the construction of a new factory complex capable of producing a significant amount of droids and munitions. This appears to be a precursor to an insurrection by the Geonosians, likely supported by the Separatists." As Lelouch spoke, the contents of the datapad were projected in front of them, displaying blueprints and schematics of the factory in detail. A murmur ran through the holographic assembly. "A new uprising on Geonosis?" Mace Windu questioned, his eyes narrowing. "The planet has been a hotbed of separatist activity before. Are we certain this isn't just another skirmish?" Lelouch remained composed, his eyes scanning the holographic faces. "The evidence suggests this is more than just a skirmish, Master Windu. It's a calculated move meant to destabilize the Republic's hold on the Outer Rim. If Geonosis falls, it could inspire other systems to rise against us." The room fell into a tense silence as the Jedi Masters exchanged thoughtful glances. "Other systems, you say?" Yoda spoke up, his voice slow and contemplative. A chain of rebellion this could cause, dangerous it would be." "Indeed," Lelouch agreed. "And this may be only the beginning. If they're willing to restart the factories on Geonosis, what's to stop them from doing the same on other worlds under their influence? We could be facing an organized, sector-wide rebellion." "Then we must act swiftly," Obi-Wan added, his tone firm. "Contain this before it spreads further." Chancellor Palpatine, who had been listening quietly, finally spoke, his tone measured yet persuasive. "General Lelouch raises a valid point. The Separatists are cunning, and their movements suggest a larger strategy at play. I propose we allocate a task force to swiftly deal with this insurrection on Geonosis before it can escalate." Master Windu nodded slowly. "It seems prudent, Chancellor, but we must also consider the strain on our forces. Many Jedi are already spread thin across the galaxy." Palpatine turned his gaze toward Lelouch, a subtle smile playing on his lips. "General Lelouch, I believe you have shown great competence in handling such matters. I trust you will put a swift end to this uprising on Geonosis." Lelouch bowed his head slightly. "I shall see it done, Chancellor." And I hope the Jedi Council will see fit to provide General Lelouch with any assistance he may require," Palpatine added, his eyes gleaming with a calculated intention. Mace Windu's brow furrowed, but he gave a curt nod. "We will consider the allocation of additional Jedi to support this operation, Chancellor." "Very good," Palpatine replied, his tone final as he brought his hands together. "May the Force be with us all. This meeting is adjourned." With that, the holograms flickered out one by one, leaving Lelouch standing alone on the bridge, his mind already working through the possibilities. The Chancellor's words were clear. He was to be the spearhead against these insurrections, and perhaps against something much larger. He took a deep breath, his purple eyes narrowing with determination. "Prepare the fleet," he ordered. "Geonosis will be our first target, but it won't be the last. Make sure we are good on expendable acclamators." "Understood, General." Chapter 26, Geonosis I. The vast expanse of space above Geonosis was filled with the rumble of war engines, as a massive Republic fleet dropped out of hyperspace. Venator-class star destroyers, Acclamator-class assault ships, and a myriad of smaller vessels filled the black void, positioning themselves for a full-scale invasion. The Separatists were dug in on the surface below, and this wasn't going to be a simple fight. Geonosis, the arid desert planet, was alive with the hum of defensive shields and the sinister promise of the droid factories churning out armies for the Confederacy. Aboard Lelouch's flagship, the air was tense. The bridge, typically a well-oiled machine of military precision, now felt almost like a battleground itself. Around the central holo-display, where the intricate surface of Geonosis was projected in full detail, a group of a dozen or so Jedi generals were gathered. Among them were Ki-Adi-Mundi, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Anakin Skywalker, all looking over the map as they discussed their strategy. From his seat positioned slightly above the holo table, Lelouch watched the proceedings with a detached interest, his sharp eyes taking in every detail. The Jedi were here to support him, but he was no fool. He knew they were also here to keep an eye on him, to ensure he didn't employ any of his more radical tactics. He knew they viewed him as a maverick, dangerously unpredictable, and, in their eyes, often too close to the edge of what was acceptable in war. The Jedi were engaged in a debate over a rather straightforward plan of attack, one that, in Lelouch's opinion, was simply a waste of time and soldiers. They were discussing a multi-pronged assault with ground forces, supported by waves of LAATI gunships to breach the enemy defenses and neutralize key targets, all while avoiding civilian casualties. It was a standard plan for the Jedi, who always sought to minimize loss of life, even in the heat of battle. The clones of the Zero Legion, positioned along the edges of the bridge, watched the Jedi with guarded expressions. Their hands remained close to their weapons, ready to act if necessary. They respected the Jedi as warriors, but their loyalty was to their general, Lelouch Roman VI Britannia, and all it would take was a single word from him for them to act. Ki-Adi-Mundi, an imposing Sarian with a long, white beard, turned toward Lelouch, his eyes narrowing slightly. "General Lelouch, we have proposed a feasible strategy to engage the enemy forces and capture their key installations while minimizing casualties. What is your opinion on the matter?" Lelouch leaned back in his chair, his face calm, a hand resting on his chin as if deep in thought. After a moment, he spoke, his voice cutting through the room like a blade. "My opinion? It's simple, Master Mundi. We get around the shield with an orbital kinetic strike." The room fell silent, the tension thickening as the words settled over the Jedi generals. A murmur of disbelief spread among them. Ki-Adi-Mundi's eyes widened. "Orbital kinetic strike?" he repeated, his voice tinged with a mix of shock and incredulity. "You mean to suggest crashing one of our ships into the planet's surface, into the factory itself?" Lelouch nodded, his eyes cold and calculating. "Precisely. An Acclamator-class assault ship, fully loaded with depleted reactor fuel cells, would serve as a perfect projectile. The impact would obliterate the factory and any surrounding forces. The Separatists' defenses would be crippled in a single strike, leaving them vulnerable to mop-up operations." Outrage erupted among the Jedi generals. "That would cause untold destruction," shouted Plo Koon, his gravelly voice echoing through the bridge. "Countless lives would be lost in such an act, not just the Separatists but civilians too." Luminara Unduli's usually calm demeanor cracked as she added, "This is not how we conduct war, General Lelouch. We are not the separatists. We do not resort to such atrocities." While the Jedi generals continued to voice their disapproval, Lelouch remained composed, watching their reactions with an almost detached amusement. Anakin Skywalker, however, seemed caught in a moment of conflict. His expression was serious, and there was a flicker of agreement in his eyes. Lelouch could see it. Anakin knew the practicality of the plan, understood the cold logic behind it, yet as a Jedi, he couldn't openly support such a radical approach. Beside him, Obi-Wan Kenobi's brow was furrowed in deep thought. Unlike his peers, he remained silent, listening intently. Lelouch sensed a lingering doubt in the Jedi Master's mind, a curiosity, perhaps, about the potential effectiveness of such a strike. A slight smile crept onto Lelouch's lips. The Jedi were idealists, but even they could not ignore the efficiency of his proposal. Sensing the conflict between master and apprentice, he took a moment to relish the irony. As the Jedi generals caught sight of his smile, their frustration only grew. "Enough of this," Mundi snapped, his voice carrying authority. "We will not entertain this barbaric suggestion any further." Lelouch's smile turned into one of helplessness, a facade to mask his true thoughts. He raised his hands slightly, palms outward, as if surrendering to their decision. "As you wish, Master Jedi. I am merely offering a solution that spares lives on our side." The debate continued, but it was clear that the Jedi were firm in their decision. They began to plan for a standard assault on the Separatist base, discussing entry points, the placement of their forces, and coordination of the LAATI gunships. Lelouch, seeing where this was going, slowly rose from his seat. His presence commanded immediate attention, and the room fell silent once more. His voice, calm but resolute, cut through the air. "I will not deploy my troops to be slaughtered for a plan that serves no purpose other than to satisfy your notions of restraint and morality." The Jedi generals turned to face him, their expressions a mix of disbelief and anger. "What do you mean by that?" Plo Koon demanded. Lelouch's eyes narrowed. "I mean precisely what I said. I refuse to waste the lives of my men on this futile endeavor. If you wish to proceed with this plan, you will do so without the support of the Zero Legion. My fleet will maintain position and observe." An uproar of objections filled the room, but Lelouch remained steadfast. He had made his decision, and there was no turning back now. One by one, the Jedi generals filed out of the briefing room, frustration etched across their faces. Anakin lingered for a moment, his eyes locking with Lelouch's. There was a silent understanding between them, a shared recognition of the difficult choices that war demanded. Obi-Wan followed behind him, his expression unreadable, but Lelouch could sense the lingering thoughts in his mind. As the Jedi generals left to deploy their forces, Lelouch turned his attention to the bridge crew. His voice was low, but carried the weight of authority. "Prepare a secure holo conference with Coruscant," he ordered. "I have a feeling the Senate will want to hear about our Jedi friends' decisions." "Yes, sir," the communications officer responded, moving quickly to comply. Turning to another officer, Lelouch gave his next command. "And have Captain Fordo prepare a platoon of the Zero Legion for emergency boarding engagements. They are to be on standby for my orders." The officer saluted sharply. "Right away, General." Lelouch moved to the observation deck, watching as the LAATI gunships launched from the Jedi vessels and descended toward the planet's surface, their formations tight and determined. The Jedi were about to engage in a battle of attrition, and Lelouch could already see the needless losses mounting. A scoff escaped his lips as he watched the scene unfold. 15 minutes had passed since the Jedi began their ill-fated assault on the Separatist stronghold on Geonosis. The tension had grown palpable as the reports streamed in. Lelouch stood in a darkened room just off the bridge, waiting for the holo conference to begin. His eyes were fixed on the tactical display before him, a live feed of the battlefield unfolding below, with data from various points of conflict continuously updating. Finally, the holo projectors flickered to life, and the figures of Chancellor Palpatine and the members of the Jedi High Council emerged. Their blue-tinted forms hovered in a circle around Lelouch, all facing the tactical display he was about to present. The Chancellor's expression was calm but expectant. The Jedi Masters, however, wore varying expressions of concern and frustration. Lelouch, maintaining a composed demeanor, initiated the tactical display. The room's lighting dimmed further as the holographic projection of Geonosis and its surrounding battle zones filled the space. Red and blue markers represented the Separatist and Republic forces, respectively. As the data streamed in, a grim picture was painted. "Chancellor, esteemed members of the Jedi Council," Lelouch began, his voice steady yet laced with a hint of cold resolve. "The situation on Geonosis has deteriorated rapidly in the last quarter of an hour. As you can see," he gestured to the highlighted markers, 3 Jedi Knights have already fallen. Their transports were shot down before they could reach the designated landing zones." The Jedi Masters exchanged looks of alarm. Master Windu's brow furrowed deeply, his mouth set in a stern line. Yoda's eyes narrowed, his ears twitching as he sensed the grim reality unfolding. 5 more Jedi, including Obi-Wan Kenobi, Lelouch continued, are currently holding defensive positions here, on the way towards the Eastern Pass. He zoomed in on the display, highlighting a group of blue markers clustered in an open area with little to no cover, surrounded by a sea of red. But their position is being overrun. Droid forces are closing in fast. A collective murmur spread among the council members. They knew the significance of such losses. The death of a Jedi on the battlefield was not just a tactical setback, but a blow to the morale of their troops and the Republic as a whole. Ki-Adi-Mundi and Anakin Skywalker, Lelouch continued, shifting the display again, are unaccounted for. He emphasized his next words, allowing them to hang in the air. Presumed MIA or KIA. Master Windu's stern expression only hardened. His eyes locked onto the tactical feed with a grim intensity. "Casualty reports continue to mount," Lelouch continued. "Nearly half of our walkers have been destroyed, with more continuing to fall. We've already lost close to 2,000 troops. And let me remind you, gentlemen, that not a single major city on Geonosis has fallen yet." He paused, letting the gravity of the situation settle in the room. "If we continue this course of action, the casualty numbers will only rise. This is but one planet, one system. If this strategy is maintained for the entire campaign, we are looking at tens of thousands, if not more, in losses." The room fell silent as his words sank in. The Jedi Council members, accustomed to deliberation and restraint, were visibly shaken. Even Yoda seemed more contemplative than usual, his ears drooping slightly. The weight of their collective indecision had resulted in a costly start to this battle. Lelouch's violet eyes scanned the holographic faces around him, finally settling on the image of Chancellor Palpatine. His stare was intense, unwavering. "Chancellor," he said, his voice calm but commanding, "I request permission to proceed without oversight from the Jedi Council members." For a moment, the room was silent. The tension was palpable. The holographic forms flickered slightly, distorted by the charged atmosphere. Chancellor Palpatine, who had remained silent throughout the discussion, finally spoke. His voice was calm, almost soothing, but there was an underlying edge to it. "General Lelouch does have a point," he began, carefully choosing his words. "The losses are indeed troubling, and we cannot afford to squander the lives of our soldiers or our Jedi in prolonged engagements that do not guarantee swift victory." The council members shifted uncomfortably. It was clear that the Chancellor's words carried a weight they could not ignore. Palpatine continued, "Perhaps it is time we allowed General Lelouch the freedom to execute this campaign in his own manner. After all, he was appointed for his unique approach to strategy. His successes thus far have demonstrated his capability, and the Republic needs victories." He paused, his gaze falling upon the Jedi Masters before him as if assessing their reactions. "While I have the utmost respect for the wisdom of the Jedi Council," he said slowly, "High General, I grant you free rein." "Chancellor," Windu interjected, "we cannot simply—" "This is a war, Master Windu," Palpatine interrupted, his tone firm yet polite. "And in war there must be decisive action. General Lelouch, the campaign is yours. Proceed as you see fit." A small, satisfied smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He turned to his communications officer. "Inform Captain Fordo to board Jedi General Mundi's acclamator and assume command of the troops stationed within for immediate evacuation to my flagship." "Yes, sir," the officer replied, quickly moving to relay the command. Chapter 27, Genosis II. Captain Bakara stood on the bridge of Jedi Master Ki-Adi-Mundi's Acclamator-class assault ship, his eyes scanning the vast expanse of the Genosian sky through the viewport. The battle below raged on, the chaos of war echoing throughout the ship. Without their Jedi commander to lead them, Ki-Adi-Mundi having gone missing during the initial assault, command of the vessel had temporarily fallen to Bakara. His task was clear: maintain order and ensure the safety of his men. However, Bakara knew something was off when the communication lines buzzed to life with an unexpected transmission. "Zero Legion 1st Platoon requesting permission to board," the gruff voice of Captain Fordo, a renowned ARC trooper, sounded through the comm system. "We are here to assume command under orders from High General Lelouch." Bakara's brow furrowed. Zero Legion here? He had heard rumors about Lelouch's elite forces, ruthless, unwavering, and utterly loyal to their general. They were known to carry out Lelouch's orders without question, often with extreme prejudice. Bakara knew that this confrontation could get messy. He nodded to the comms officer. "Allow them to dock," he said, his tone firm, "but keep the men ready." The boarding procedure was swift, almost ominously so. The airlock hissed open, and Bakara's hand instinctively rested on his blaster as he saw them, an entire platoon of Zero Legion troopers, led by Fordo and backed by Thorn, emerging in perfect formation. They moved like a well-oiled machine, their dark armor glinting under the harsh artificial lights. Each of them wore the distinctive insignia of Lelouch's personal unit, and their helmets, cold and unyielding, obscured any hint of expression. Fordo stepped forward, his gaze piercing through his helmet's visor. "Captain Bakara," he said, voice steady, "under orders from High General Lelouch, we are here to assume command of this ship and escort all personnel to the flagship." Bakara stiffened, his eyes narrowing. "This ship is under my temporary command," he replied, "and I haven't received any orders relinquishing that command. Master Ki-Adi-Mundi left me in charge." Fordo's tone hardened, leaving no room for negotiation. Ki-Adi-Mundi is currently missing in action, presumed KIA until confirmed otherwise. With the Jedi commander absent, command defaults to the highest-ranking officer, High General Lelouch. His orders override any previous standing orders from Master Mundi. We are taking command, effective immediately. The tension in the room rose sharply. Bakara's men shifted uncomfortably, their hands hovering near their weapons, a response trained rather than thought. The Zero Legion, however, stood firm, their presence imposing and disciplined. Bakara's eyes darted between Fordo and Thorn, whose impassive stance and tactical squads reinforced their authority. For a moment, Bakara weighed his options. While he held no favor for his general, Ki-Adi-Mundi was still his direct superior, and on the other hand, here he was receiving orders from that man's superior. His men were loyal and well-trained, but the Zero Legion was an elite force, handpicked by Lelouch. If it came to a confrontation, the outcome was uncertain at best. He exhaled sharply, his pride wounded but his pragmatism prevailing. "Stand down," Bakara finally ordered his men, raising his hand. The Marines hesitated but obeyed, their grips loosening on their weapons. Bakara turned back to Fordo, his tone still firm but resigned. "We'll comply with your orders, Captain, but know this, I'm holding you accountable for the safety of every man on the ship." Fordo gave a curt nod. "Understood, Captain." With a swift gesture, he motioned to his troops, who began to move efficiently throughout the ship, taking control of key areas. Bakara watched in silence as the ship's personnel were escorted to the boarding transports. The transition was smooth, but the unease among his men was evident. They exchanged wary glances with the Zero Legion troopers, feeling the tension of having strangers command their ship. Bakara himself felt the weight of the situation settling on his shoulders, his pride wounded by having to yield command so quickly. Once the ship was emptied of personnel and the last transport departed for the flagship, Bakara found himself aboard Lelouch's flagship, surrounded by his men and the watchful eyes of the Zero Legion. As they landed, Bakara was immediately ushered into the main hangar center where Lelouch awaited them. Standing beside him was Thorn, his expression cold and calculating as ever. Lelouch's presence radiated an unnerving calm, his piercing violet eyes focused and intent as he reviewed the tactical display of the battle on Geonosis. Captain Fordo approached Lelouch and snapped a salute. "Mission complete, sir. The personnel from the acclamator have been escorted aboard as ordered." "Excellent work, Captain," Lelouch replied, his gaze shifting to Bakara, who stood rigidly at attention. "I understand this was not an easy transition for you, Captain Bakara." Bakara remained silent, his face set in a grim line. He did not like being pushed around, but he knew better than to challenge Lelouch directly, especially here in his stronghold. Lelouch then turned his attention to the assembled soldiers of the Zero Legion. "Men of the Zero Legion," he began, his voice carrying a calm yet commanding authority, "we are faced with a tactical decision that will determine the course of this battle, and potentially, this campaign." The holographic display shifted, zooming in on the largest separatist factory complex on the planet, a sprawling mass of metal and shielded structures that loomed like a fortress on the Genosian landscape. "The objective is simple," Lelouch continued. "The factory must be destroyed. However, conventional tactics will lead to more unnecessary losses. Nearly 500 of your brothers have already fallen trying to bring this factory down, and more fall with every moment we waste. Therefore, we will employ an alternative method, an orbital kinetic strike." There was a murmur among the clones present. Bakara's eyes widened slightly as he grasped Lelouch's intent. "You plan to crash the acclamator into the factory," he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. "Correct," Lelouch confirmed without hesitation. "It is the most efficient way to penetrate their defenses and deliver a decisive blow. Remote control would require time to set up, time that, thanks to the Council's and the Jedi's decision, we do not have without risking a significant number of soldiers, not to touch upon its reliability. However," he paused, his gaze sweeping across the faces of his men, "this is a one-way mission. It will require a small team to remain aboard to ensure the vessel reaches its target without interference." The hangar fell silent as Lelouch's words settled over them like a shroud. The clones knew what this meant, a sacrifice, a suicide mission. Yet they also knew that this was the kind of decisive action that would turn the tide of the battle. "I will not order anyone to undertake this mission," Lelouch continued, "but I need volunteers. 6 men who are willing to see this through to the end." Without a moment's hesitation, every single clone in the Zero Legion platoon took a step forward in unison. The sound of their boots echoed like a single heartbeat through the chamber. They knew the cost of war. They never shied away from it. Tay only asked for it to not be meaningless, and this was far from meaningless to them. Bakura could only watch, a mixture of awe and respect blooming within him. Lelouch's expression softened, a small smile tugging at his lips. "I expected nothing less from the Zero Legion," he said quietly. "However, only 6 will go. The rest of you will continue to serve with distinction." Fordo and Thorn stepped forward, selecting 6 troopers from the formation. The chosen men stepped out, saluting their comrades with a fist over their hearts, their expressions resolute. In a powerful, unified motion, the remaining soldiers of the platoon clashed their right fists over their hearts in a salute to their brothers who would not return. The sound was like a drumbeat of unity and sacrifice, resonating through the chamber. Bakura watched, his eyes narrowing. His own men stood silently behind him, observing the scene with a mix of respect and unease. They had seen sacrifice before, but this was different. It was not just loyalty, it was a profound, almost fanatical dedication to their general and their cause. A moment passed, and Lelouch nodded approvingly. "Prepare the acclamator for launch," he ordered, turning to the 6-man squad shortly. "And good luck." As he turned, a voice followed behind from the squad. "We don't need luck, we have you, General." A clone trooper shouted as he straightened up. "For the General." "For the General," the others followed with a thunderous shout. The battlefield of Geonosis was a maelstrom of chaos and destruction. Dust filled the arid air, and the ground trembled beneath the weight of the relentless assault. Anakin Skywalker crouched behind a ridge, his eyes locked on the massive separatist shield generator looming in the distance. Beside him, his young Padawan, Ahsoka Tano, waited for his signal, her face a mask of determination under her blue and white lekku. "All right, Snips," Anakin muttered, his voice barely audible over the rumbling of blaster fire and explosions. "We need to take out that shield generator. Once it's down, the rest of the forces can push through." Ahsoka nodded, gripping her lightsaber tightly. "Got it, Sky Guy. What's the plan?" "Simple," Anakin replied with a smirk. "We charge straight for it. Keep moving, keep them guessing. Use the Force to dodge any incoming fire and take out any clankers that get in our way." Before Ahsoka could respond, a deep, resonating roar filled the air. Anakin's head snapped up, his eyes catching a bright, descending object in the sky. His heart skipped a beat as he recognized the familiar shape of an Acclamator-class assault ship plummeting from orbit, its trajectory aimed directly at the largest Separatist factory complex on the horizon. Ahsoka's eyes widened as she followed his gaze. "Is that?" "An Acclamator," Anakin confirmed, his voice filled with a mix of awe and disbelief. "It's going down, straight into the factory." He knew who was behind this. Only one person had the audacity and tactical ruthlessness to order such a maneuver. The Acclamator pierced the atmosphere like a burning comet, its descent accelerating. The Separatist defenses lit up, firing desperately at the descending ship, but it was too late. The vessel collided with the factory in a deafening explosion, the impact shaking the ground even from their distance. A blinding shockwave spread out, flattening everything in its path, and for a moment, the battlefield seemed to go silent, as if the galaxy itself held its breath. Then, a new light erupted from the wreckage, a reactor meltdown, tearing through the factory complex in a cataclysmic wave of destruction. The shield generator was obliterated, its protective dome collapsing in on itself as the violent energy tore it apart. The mushrooming cloud of fire and debris reached into the sky, casting a dark shadow over the battlefield. Anakin shielded his eyes from the intensity, his mind racing. "That's Lelouch," he said, almost to himself. "That's his way of solving problems, one big, explosive answer." Ahsoka lowered her hand from her brow, her face a mix of amazement and horror. "Doesn't he care that there were probably thousands of Genosians in there?" Anakin's expression tightened, a shadow crossing his features. "He cares, Ahsoka," he said slowly. "Just not in the way we do. For him, this is the most efficient way to end the battle quickly, the few sacrificed to save the many." Before Ahsoka could respond, a familiar voice cut through the comlink in Anakin's ear. "Anakin," Obi-Wan Kenobi's calm yet strained tone came through, "did you see that?" "Like anybody could miss it," Anakin replied, his voice carrying a hint of pride. "Lelouch's idea of a clean solution, just crash a whole starship into the enemy. Problem solved." Obi-Wan's voice was quiet but heavy with thought. "It's effective, I'll give him that. But this isn't the Jedi way, Anakin. We don't sacrifice our own like that, no matter the reason." Anakin sighed, glancing back at the towering plume of smoke and fire rising in the distance. "Maybe that's why he's not one of us," he muttered. "And maybe that's why he gets things done." There was a moment of silence from Obi-Wan's end, and then he responded, "Be careful, Anakin. His methods may seem effective, but they come at a cost that may be too high for us to pay." Anakin nodded, though his thoughts were conflicted. "I know, Master, but for now, we've got a shield generator to take down. Let's hope there's still a battlefield left by the time we're done." With that, he cut the comm and turned to Ahsoka. "Let's move, Snips. This fight isn't over yet." Ahsoka nodded, her eyes still flicking back to the smoking ruin of the factory. "Right behind you, Sky Guy." Back on the flagships, Hangar Lelouch watched the tactical display and live footage from his scouts, surrounded by his soldiers. "They make us proud. It is a shame that the resulting tremors didn't knock something loose on the shield generator, but that just gives you the opportunity to finish what they started." He turned towards his soldiers. Their back is wide open. "While their defenses are focused on the east and hammering our resident Jedi, you'll enter from west, directly in front of the bridge of the destroyed factory, right under that shield and with a clean shot at their backs. Deploy and cut them down, to the last bug." Chapter 28, Mandalore I. A few weeks had passed since the climactic battle on Geonosis. Lelouch Roman VI Britannia sat alone in his command post aboard his flagship. His eyes skimmed over a holo report detailing the status of the countless campaigns, insurgencies, and worlds he kept tabs on. It was an endless stream of data, some lines more grim than the rest. The matter of the Genosian, High Queen, did pique his interest ever so slightly, even if only because it reminded him of the myriad of possibilities and variable that existed out there. But it was only to that point. He had promptly crushed her from his ship through the force before leaving to oversee the rest of the campaign. One line amidst the report caught his eye. Captain Bakura, application for ARC training submitted. Lelouch's lips curled into a slight smile. So, Bakura is taking that step, he mused, his thoughts briefly wandering back to their tense encounter during the Genosis campaign. Bakura had been forced to bend to the will of the Zero Legion, but now it seemed that experience had pushed him to better himself. Perhaps he would turn out to be a more valuable pawn in the future than Lelouch had anticipated. Satisfied with the report, Lelouch tapped a button on the console, shutting down the holopad. But before he could stand and stretch, a soft chime echoed through his quarters, indicating an incoming communication. His hand hovered over the console as he saw the alert, Priority 1, immediate participation required in ongoing holoconference. Lelouch raised an eyebrow but didn't hesitate. "Patch me through," he ordered, his voice calm and authoritative. His officer acknowledged the command with a quick nod, signaling the communications officer. A moment later, the air in front of Lelouch shimmered, and he was connected to a large holoconference. The familiar blue glow of the holo figures materialized in front of him, displaying the figures of the Jedi High Council, a few Republic senators, and several military aides. Their faces were grim, their postures tense as they discussed the matter at hand. At the center of the gathering, Grand Master Yoda's small form loomed, despite his stature, commanding the room with his quiet authority. Beside him stood Mace Windu, stern and composed, while the holographic forms of several senators flickered in and out. Lelouch stepped forward, his image shimmering into focus. His black robes flowed as he crossed his arms, the eyes of the room now falling on him. "High General Lelouch," Windu greeted him, his tone carrying both respect and caution. "You're just in time. We were about to introduce you to the current situation." "Forgive my delay," Lelouch replied with a slight bow. "What urgent matter requires my attention?" The group exchanged brief glances before Obi-Wan Kenobi, his arms crossed, an expression thoughtful, spoke up. "It's Mandalore." Lelouch's eyes sharpened. He had heard only whispers regarding the political tensions on the neutral world, but nothing had drawn his attention until now. "The rumors have become too numerous to ignore," Kenobi continued. "There are reports that Duchess Satine Kryze, leader of the Council of Neutral Systems, is planning to raise an army to support the Separatists." Lelouch frowned slightly, processing the information. Duchess Satine was known as a pacifist, vehemently against Mandalore's involvement in the war. Yet the idea that someone with her influence could be mobilizing a military force in secret was troubling, especially since the Council of Neutral Systems had over 1,500 worlds aligned with its ideals. "She leads the Council of Neutral Systems," added Senator Bail Organa, his voice steady but filled with concern. "If Mandalore takes up arms in this war, it could mean over 1,000 neutral worlds siding with the Separatists." Lelouch's mind raced as he considered the implications. If true, this would mean a significant shift in the war, a tide of new systems joining the Separatist cause. However, Lelouch knew better. Not necessarily. She maintains her position due to her steadfast stand on neutrality and peace. Should she try to side with either side, she would see her position come under heavy scrutiny. A broad guess would see at most 100 worlds actively joining her. Still, it would set for a precedent that we cannot afford to let go through. "And what of Duchess Satine's personal intentions?" Lelouch asked, his voice sharp. "Is there any concrete evidence that she herself is moving toward this betrayal?" Mace Windu shook his head. "Not directly. The rumors are persistent, but Satine has publicly denied any intentions of raising an army. However, we've intercepted intelligence that suggests otherwise. There are Separatist agents operating in and around Mandalore, and reports of weapons shipments large enough to supply an army." "Satine's position as a pacifist has been unwavering," Obi-Wan added, his voice more conflicted than the others. "I've known her for many years. If she truly is raising an army, then something has changed. Either she's being coerced or there are forces at work that we do not yet understand. Lelouch raised an eyebrow, noticing the slight hesitation in Kenobai's voice. He filed that away for later. And what do you propose I do? Yoda, who had been silent until now, slowly leaned forward, his wise eyes fixing on Lelouch. To Mandalore you must go. Investigate the truth you must. General Skywalker and Commander Tano are currently en route to Mandalore to conduct an investigation, and Kenobi will shortly be on his way meet with Duchess Satine under diplomatic cover, Windu said. We'll need you to conduct a parallel investigation in case things take a darker turn. As he prepared to leave, Lelouch's gaze shifted back to the holo console. His thoughts lingered on Obi-Wan Kenobi's hesitant tone, his personal connection to Satine obvious. He paused, then turned to face the Chancellor and the Council one more time, asking a question. Lelouch began, his voice calm yet direct. I require clarification. Am I merely to investigate, or is my mission to prevent Mandalore's defection to the Separatists by any means necessary? Kenobi's face tightened slightly. Your mission is to gather the facts and report back to the Jedi Council. Lelouch's violet eyes narrowed ever so slightly. And should the situation escalate? A pause. Then, with a sigh, the Chancellor, quiet until this moment, spoke. The Senate and the Council has confidence that you will handle the situation appropriately. It was the subtle answer Lelouch was expecting. His role wasn't just that of an investigator. If Mandalore posed a threat to the Republic, they were entrusting him to act. It was a dangerous assignment, one that could end in chaos depending on how events unfolded. Lelouch gave a single nod. Understood, I will proceed accordingly. The connection cut and Lelouch turned on his heel, his mind already made up. His orders were clear, but how he would carry them out, that was up to him. The starfield shifted as the Venator dropped out of hyperspace, the dry and stoic world of Mandalore now in view. Lelouch stood at the viewport, arms crossed behind his back. His mind raced with possibilities as the ship's officers conducted routine landing protocols. Hold position above Mandalore, Lelouch ordered, his voice cutting through the murmurs of the bridge. I want a minimal presence in orbit, no unnecessary attention. The bridge crew responded with swift compliance. Lelouch turned his attention to Thorn, who stood nearby, his helmet tucked under his arm. The clone's sharp gaze never left his general. Thorn, you will be on standby with a team, Lelouch commanded. Prepare for any sudden developments. This will likely not be a simple diplomatic mission. Thorn gave a firm nod. Understood, sir. Lelouch shifted his gaze to Fordo, standing at attention. Fordo, you'll accompany me planetside. Prepare a landing party, just enough men to provide security, but not enough to raise alarms. Fordo saluted crisply. Yes, sir, I'll have the men ready in 5. Satisfied, Lelouch gave them both a final glance before striding toward the shuttle bay. Mandalore awaited, and as opposed to the other parties, Lelouch knew exactly what he was walking into. Mandalore, Duchess Satine's palace. The pristine halls of Duchess Satine's palace were quiet and peaceful, a stark contrast to the chaotic battlefields Lelouch was used to. The air was still, but there was an underlying tension in the way the Mandalorian guards stood at attention, their eyes watching every movement carefully. Inside the throne room, Obi-Wan Kenobi stood before Duchess Satine, his face calm but his eyes betraying a hint of personal concern. Satine's elegant figure sat regally on her throne, her cool blue eyes regarding Kenobi with curiosity and just a touch of suspicion. Behind her, several members of the Mandalorian ruling council stood in silence, their expressions unreadable. Kenobi raised his hand slightly, his voice gentle but firm. My investigation was ordered by the Jedi Council. Before she could finish, the large double doors of the throne room opened with a soft hiss. Lelouch strode in, his white robes sweeping behind him as he moved with brisk purpose. The sound of his boots echoed off the polished floor as the room's occupants turned their attention to him. Lelouch didn't wait for an invitation to speak. Contrary to General Kenobi, Lelouch said, his voice cool and commanding, I was sent by the Senate. His words immediately shifted the atmosphere in the room. The subtle tension that had been present before now thickened, the council members exchanging brief glances. Duchess Satine's gaze locked onto Lelouch with cold scrutiny, her composure unshaken, but her interest clearly piqued. Kenobi turned his head slightly, masking his surprise. Lelouch. Lelouch gave a brief nod to Kenobi, but directed his focus to Satine. The Senate is concerned about recent developments on Mandalore, particularly the rumors regarding your possible alliance with the Separatists. Satine's eyes narrowed ever so slightly, though she kept her voice level. Rumors are just that, rumors. I have made it clear that Mandalore remains neutral in this war. Lelouch's expression didn't change, but his gaze was sharp as he studied her. Rumors often have a basis in truth. The Senate does not take such accusations lightly, and neither do I. The Duchess's jaw tightened slightly, though she remained composed. My stance on pacifism has not wavered, High General. Mandalore has no interest in joining either side of this destructive war. Lelouch's cold, calculating eyes remained locked on Satine. He could sense her determination, but also the fear she hid behind her defiant words. This was a woman who was losing control, trying to keep the storm at bay. The question now was whether Mandalore would bend or break. Perhaps, Lelouch said, his voice as smooth as ever, but the galaxy has a way of pulling even the most determined of us into its struggles. You cannot keep the war at bay forever, Duchess. He slowly approached the Duchess at her throne. Climbing the steps, he stood at full height in front of her, looking down at Satine as he smiled, observing the approaching and tense guards. And should I find you on the other side, I will not hesitate to burn this entire planet. Chapter 29, Mandalore II. The silent stare-off between Lelouch and Duchess, Satine stretched for what felt like an eternity. Her icy blue eyes held firm, meeting the sharp, unblinking gaze of Lelouch, as if her will alone could break the weight of his presence. But Lelouch's expression remained unreadable, his violet eyes giving away nothing. You won't find any ties to the Separatists on Mandalore, Satine said, her voice confident, though the tension behind it was palpable. I've spent my life preserving Mandalore's neutrality. You may investigate all you wish, but you'll find no evidence of betrayal. Lelouch didn't waver. We'll see. The Duchess exhaled, standing straighter as she turned away. Come, I will show you that Mandalore has nothing to hide. Kenobi nodded slightly, his eyes flicking to Lelouch as if silently communicating a plea for peace. But Lelouch remained still, his arms folded across his chest. I appreciate the invitation, Duchess, Lelouch said coolly, but I am not here to be led on a guided tour. I came as a courtesy to inform you of the investigation. That is all. Without waiting for a response, Lelouch turned sharply on his heel and strode toward the exit, his white cape starting at the waist. Lelouch's is longer than the arc clones ending near his ankles, billowing slightly as he moved with purpose. Fordo, silent and vigilant, followed immediately behind, and within moments they were en route back to the LAAT. As the transport glided over the arid landscape of Mandalore, Lelouch sat in silence, his mind racing with the unfolding developments. Fordo, ever alert, sat across from Lelouch, his helmet locked forward but his senses sharp. General, Fordo's voice crackled through the helmet's comms. There's been an explosion. No casualties on Kenobi or Satine's side, but it's clear they were targeted. Lelouch's eyes narrowed as he processed the news. The implications were vast. An attack on Kenobi and Satine meant someone wanted to ignite chaos, to push the conflict further. Any words on who was behind it? Lelouch asked, his voice cold and calculating. No details yet, Fordo replied, his tone neutral but tense. But this isn't a simple act of rebellion. No, it is. It's simply out of place and time. Sir, Fordo asked. There are many aspects of this war that have been moving long before the first shot was ever fired. Events have been put to motion, and some are still merely waiting. I asked you to put your life in my hands, but now I ask you to put your faith as well, Lelouch said as he looked at the soldiers in front of him. Thud. There was no hesitation, as they all bumped their fists over their chest in unison. As the LAAT's engines hummed, the pilot's voice crackled through the comms. We're approaching Concordia now, General. We'll be landing shortly. Good, Lelouch replied. His mind was already considering the next step. He could feel the threads of a larger conspiracy tightening, and Concordia was at the heart of it. Concordia, Previsual's compound. As the LAAT touched down on the moon of Concordia, Lelouch stepped off the ramp with Fordo flanking him, blasters drawn but held low. The rest of the squad stayed with the ship on Lelouch's command, maintaining a low but ready presence. Previsual, the governor of Concordia and leader of the Death Watch, awaited them at the entrance to a large compound. He gave a thin smile as Lelouch approached, his hand resting casually on his blaster. "Hi, General Lelouch," Vizsla greeted, his tone polite but with an undercurrent of tension. "It's an honor to host you here on Concordia." Lelouch gave a small nod, his face unreadable as ever. "Governor Vizsla." Vizsla gestured toward the large, open doors of the compound. "Come, we have much to discuss." Lelouch followed without a word, his gaze sweeping the compound's interior as they walked. It was austere but militarized, the telltale signs of a man preparing for war under the guise of neutrality. Fordo moved closely behind Lelouch, every sense on high alert. As they entered a dimly lit meeting room, the doors slid shut behind them with a soft hiss. Lelouch turned to face Vizsla, who took his place at the head of a long table, his posture more rigid now, his hand hovering dangerously close to his blaster. Lelouch's cold, calculating eyes bored into Vizsla. "I've received disturbing reports about your recent actions, Vizsla. Death Watch's movements have drawn attention." Vizsla sighed, his hand dropping from his blaster as he folded his arms. "I'm tired of waiting, Lelouch," he said, his voice carrying a hint of resignation. "For months, I've waited for you to give the order to tip the scales, to lead Mandalore away from Sateen's pacifism, but you've delayed and delayed." Lelouch's eyes darkened, but his expression remained calm. "And you've grown impatient, I see." Vizsla's gaze hardened. "I've decided that I see more eye to eye with the other side." As his words hung in the air, there was a soft chime, barely noticeable at first, followed by the sharp sound of the doors locking with an audible click. Lelouch's eyes flicked toward the sound, his body tensing only slightly as his mind rapidly assessed the situation. Before he could react, a massive form dropped from the ceiling behind Vizsla, landing with a heavy thud. Slowly, the figure rose to its full height, over 2 meters of cold, gleaming metal. General Grievous, his yellow eyes glowing faintly beneath his mechanical faceplate, straightened, his skeletal arms flexing as he turned his head toward Lelouch with a low growl. "General Lelouch," Grievous rasped, his voice dripping with menace, "I've been expecting you." At that moment, the sound of jetpacks igniting filled the air as Death Watch soldiers descended from the ceiling, their dark armor gleaming in the low light. A handful of Vizsla's lieutenants stepped out from behind the room's pillars, their weapons drawn and aimed squarely at Lelouch and Fordo. Fordo didn't flinch. In an instant, his blasters were out, one aimed at Grievous, the other at Vizsla. His stance was firm, his body positioned in front of Lelouch like a shield, ready to engage at a moment's notice. Lelouch, for his part, merely regarded the gathering with a detached and cold gaze. His mind was already several steps ahead, calculating every possible outcome. The situation had escalated quickly, but Lelouch was no stranger to betrayal. "I appreciate what you've done so far for Mandalore and the vision for its future, but I'll have to take it from here. Fire," Vizsla ordered as he placed his elbows on the table and crossed his fingers in front of his face. Bo-Katan cries POV. Bo-Katan stood at the far end of the room, her hands resting lightly on her holstered blasters as she watched the confrontation unfold. Pre-Vizsla, as confident as ever, sat across from Lelouch, his elbows on the table and his fingers steepled in front of his face. His voice was measured, cold, and full of control. "I appreciate what you've done so far for Mandalore and the vision for its future, but I'll have to take it from here. Fire." His command echoed through the chamber, but something was wrong. Bo-Katan's sharp instincts kicked in immediately. The air felt thick, heavy, as though something unseen was pressing down on her. Her hand twitched toward her blaster, but before she could act, she saw it. The soldiers in the room, Death Watch soldiers who had sworn loyalty to Pre-Vizsla, suddenly stiffened. Not one blaster fired. Not one moved. Instead, Lelouch smiled, a cold, calculating smile that sent a chill down her spine. With a snap of his fingers, the room shifted. The soldiers, supposed to be Vizsla's loyal men, turned their weapons, not on Lelouch or his commander, but on Vizsla's lieutenants. Bo-Katan's eyes widened in shock as she saw the betrayal unfolding. The lieutenants barely had time to react before the soldiers moved in with quick, brutal precision. With well-timed strikes, the soldiers bashed the lieutenants behind their heads, dropping them to the ground in a swift and efficient manner. The crack of blasters striking armor echoed through the room, and in an instant, Vizsla's inner circle was subdued. Bo-Katan, still dazed by the sudden turn of events, felt a sharp blow against her helmet, and her vision blurred. She staggered, dropping to her knees as the world tilted around her. The thud of armored bodies hitting the floor reverberated through the chamber, but when she finally regained her bearings, she lifted her head to see the chaos around her. The lieutenants lay unconscious, their bodies sprawled across the floor like discarded pawns in a game she hadn't even realized they were playing. Vizsla remained in his seat, but the calculated confidence in his expression had shattered. His fists were clenched, his eyes darting from his subdued men to Lelouch. As Bo-Katan shifted, forcing herself to stand, she caught Lelouch's gaze. His violet eyes were as cold as ice, devoid of any empathy. "I want him alive," Lelouch said, his voice casual, as if this massacre was nothing more than a routine part of his day. Bo-Katan's gaze snapped back to Vizsla just in time to see the towering figure of General Grievous, who had been standing behind Vizsla all along, raise one of his massive arms. Before Vizsla could react, Grievous swung with mechanical precision, backhanding the Mandalorian leader across the head. The impact sent Vizsla flying from his chair, landing hard on the floor with a groan. Bo-Katan stared, disbelief coursing through her. Grievous, one of the greatest enemies of the Republic, the Separatists' feared general, was not only working with Lelouch but had been standing there, playing a role in this farce all along. Everything she thought she knew about this war, about who stood where, was unraveling before her eyes. Fordo's POV. Fordo stood at Lelouch's side, his twin blasters drawn, though he hadn't fired a shot. The moment Vizsla had issued his command, Fordo had known something was wrong. There was no hesitation from the Death Watch soldiers, not the kind born from confusion, but from something far more sinister. As the soldiers turned on their own, subduing Vizsla's lieutenants with brutal efficiency, Fordo's eyes narrowed. He could hear the sickening thuds of helmets cracking against the soldiers' weapons, but his attention remained fixed on Grievous. Grievous, Fordo thought, his mind racing to make sense of it. How in the blazes does someone of his position end up serving Lelouch? There were many things Fordo didn't understand about this war. From the moment he had pledged his loyalty to General Lelouch, the lines between friend and foe had blurred. Lelouch operated in the shadows, his methods as unconventional as they were effective. Fordo had seen firsthand how Lelouch could manipulate events and people and turn battles with a single calculated move. But this, Grievous, the leader of the droid army, standing here on Lelouch's command, this was something else. As Grievous backhanded Vizsla with casual strength. "Fucking hell," Fordo muttered under his breath. "Fordo," Lelouch's voice was soft, almost playful. "Yes, sir." Fordo straightened, his blasters still ready and at his sides, but his posture slightly tense. "Any issues?" "Negative, sir." As Fordo replied, he made his way towards the collapsed body of the Death Watch leader, grabbing him by his collar and dragging him in front of Lelouch. Chapter 30, Mandalore III. Duchess Satine cries POV. The air on Concordia was thick with tension as the sleek transport touched down, its engines whining in the stillness of the barren landscape. Duchess Satine cries stared at the imposing structure ahead, her mind already buzzing with thoughts about the task at hand. The moon of Mandalore had always held an eerie desolation, and today was no different. But something felt heavier, like a storm waiting to unleash. She sat beside Obi-Wan Kenobi, his silent presence both comforting and unnerving. He had been her closest confidant in this delicate political game, though her feelings for him complicated things more than she'd ever let on. Now, with the ever-looming threat of Lelouch, she couldn't help but feel like they were walking into a trap. As the transport settled onto the landing platform, Satine's sharp eyes took in the figures waiting for them. Dark-armored guards stood at attention around a ship, clearly marked with Lelouch's insignia. They were silent, watching the new arrivals with a discipline that only Lelouch's forces seemed to possess. Satine arched an eyebrow, the corners of her mouth tightening in recognition. "Lelouch is already here," she remarked, her voice cool but tinged with unease. "Always one step ahead." Obi-Wan remained silent for a moment, his gaze scanning their surroundings. His brow furrowed slightly, the only indication of his concern. "Yes, it seems he's met with Pre-Vizsla ahead of us," he finally said. His tone was calm, but the tension between them was palpable. The two of them disembarked, and as they approached the entrance of the facility, Obi-Wan leaned closer, lowering his voice. "I have a bad feeling about this," he muttered. "I need to investigate the moon's mining facilities. Something doesn't sit right here." Satine paused, her eyes narrowing slightly. "You're leaving me to handle Pre-Vizsla." "Keep him preoccupied," Obi-Wan said with a slight smile, though the worry still lingered in his eyes. "Perhaps Lelouch can assist you in this matter." Satine sighed, her irritation barely masked. "Very well, though I doubt Lelouch will make it easy." With a small nod, Obi-Wan mounted a speeder bike, the hum of its engine growing louder as he sped off into the distance. Satine watched him disappear, her apprehension growing by the second. Something was wrong here, and the more she thought about it, the more it seemed Lelouch was at the center of it. As she was escorted into the facility, her mind continued to whirl. Pre-Vizsla had always been a man of ambition, but there was something about his recent behavior that set off warning bells in her mind. Perhaps it was Lelouch's influence, an unsettling, insidious force that seemed to erode the will of everyone around him. She had to remain on guard. The long corridor felt like it stretched for miles, the weight of her steps echoing against the metallic walls. When she finally reached the doors to the meeting chamber, she steeled herself. Whatever was waiting for her inside, she would face it with the poise and resolve that had carried her through the worst Mandalore had to offer. The doors slid open with a soft hiss, and what greeted her on the other side only deepened her unease. Pre-Vizsla sat at the head of a long table, his posture rigid, his hands clasped together in front of him. Across from him, relaxed in his chair as if he were hosting a casual dinner, sat Lelouch. His eyes, sharp and calculating, flicked toward her as soon as she entered. "Duchess," Pre-Vizsla said, his voice a touch too eager, too rehearsed. "You've arrived at the perfect time. Please join us." Satine's eyes darted between the two men, her instincts screaming that something was terribly wrong. There was a strange energy about the governor today, an unusual eagerness that didn't match his usual calculated demeanor. And Lelouch, sitting there as if everything were already under control, didn't make things any better. Lelouch stood, offering her a small bow and gesturing to the chair beside him. "Duchess Satine," he said smoothly, pulling out the chair for her. "It would be an honor." Satine hesitated, her hand brushing the back of the offered chair as she shot Lelouch a guarded look. "Thank you, Lelouch," she said evenly, taking the seat. As soon as she sat down, she leaned slightly toward him, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "Kenobi has left to investigate the mining facilities. He asked if you could help keep Pre-Vizsla preoccupied, as a favor to him." The moment the words left her mouth, she noticed something change in Lelouch. His posture remained relaxed, but the air around him seemed to grow heavier, colder. A small, almost imperceptible smile curled at the corners of his lips, and his eyes, once cold and distant, now gleamed with a dangerous light. "Ah, Obi-Wan isn't joining us then?" Lelouch's voice was soft, almost a whisper, but the chill in it was unmistakable. "That's unfortunate." Satine stiffened in her chair as he continued. "I had prepared a small show for him, but since he isn't coming, it's no longer necessary. We'll just continue with the main act." Before she could even begin to process what was happening, Lelouch's voice lowered further, the words slipping through her mind like a cold breeze. "When you wake up, do me a favor and kill everyone around you, starting with our governor right there," Lelouch said as he pointed at the unperturbed governor sitting in front of them. A sharp gasp escaped her lips as her vision blurred. His eyes, they were different, drawing her in, locking her mind in place. She tried to move, to speak, but it was as if her thoughts had been wrapped in a dense fog, his voice echoing endlessly in her mind. It banged around her head, never stopping, not pausing for a moment. She needed to kill him. Pre-Vizsla needed to die first, he mustn't live. There was a knife on the table. a blaster on Lelouch's belt. Her own hands would do the job as well, but not fast enough, and it wasn't guaranteed. Blaster it was. Before she could make sense of anything, a powerful hand gripped her head from behind. The world spun as her head was slammed into the cold, metallic table in front of her. Pain shot through her skull, her vision exploding in white as everything started fading to black. When Lelouch's cold voice broke the silence again, it was distant, barely registering in her fading consciousness. "I leave the rest in your hands." Bo-Katan cries POV. Bo-Katan removed her helmet, her face a mask of steely determination. She cast a glance at her unconscious sister, lying sprawled across the table, blood trickling from a small cut on her forehead where she had been struck. Satine, so pure and idealistic, had no place in the reality that Mandalore now faced. Turning her back to Satine, Bo-Katan addressed Pre-Vizsla, her voice cold and authoritative. "Make the necessary preparations." Pre-Vizsla, still seated but visibly unshaken after the sudden turn of events, nodded stiffly. His hand raised slightly as he gave the command to his remaining soldiers, ensuring they moved quickly to carry out the plans. Bo-Katan allowed herself a single, fleeting glance at her fallen sister, her expression unreadable. Her loyalty to the cause had long since overshadowed any familial ties she may have once felt. There was no place for weakness in the fight ahead. With a scoff, she turned away from Satine, her thoughts already on the next phase of their plan. As she left the chamber, the thin red circles that now surrounded her irises glinted briefly in the dim light. Bo-Katan cries had made her choice. Obi-Wan Kenobi felt a creeping unease as he ventured deeper into the mines of Concordia. The stale air clung to his skin, the dim lighting casting long shadows across the rusted corridors. He could hear the faint hum of machinery in the distance, growing louder with each step. His instincts screamed at him, urging caution. The mines weren't abandoned, someone had kept them operational. As he moved further, he came across evidence of activity. Crates marked with the insignia of Death Watch, weapons being readied, and transport ships quietly tucked away in hangars. This was no mere mining operation. It was a staging ground, and worse, a clear indication that the Death Watch was preparing for something significant. "This can't be allowed to continue," Obi-Wan muttered under his breath, quickly activating his communicator. "Anakin, I need backup. I've discovered Death Watch forces operating here on Concordia. Get a landing party ready and be prepared for heavy resistance at the governor's residence. I'll be there shortly." Anakin's voice crackled through the comlink, firm and confident. "Roger that, I'm on my way. I'll bring a full contingent of troopers. This ends now." Obi-Wan felt a brief moment of relief before his mind shifted back to Satine. He quickened his pace, sprinting through the metallic corridors, his cloak billowing behind him. The thought of her being under the same roof as Pre-Vizsla unnerved him, knowing that the man was capable of extreme violence. Emerging from the tunnels, Obi-Wan leapt onto a speeder bike and raced towards the governor's residence, his mind racing. He needed to get to Satine before it was too late. The speeder's engines whined as he pushed it to its limit, weaving through the narrow paths that led up to the ornate estate perched atop a ridge. As he arrived, his heart sank. Lelouch's transport was already docked, its gleaming hull reflecting the setting sun. The residence itself was a grand structure, a stark contrast to the bleakness of the mines. Towering pillars framed the entrance, and intricate Mandalorian art adorned the walls. The hallways inside were wide, with banners depicting the ancient glories of Mandalore draped from the ceiling. But there was an eerie stillness, a silence that chilled Obi-Wan to the bone. Bursting through the grand entrance, he moved swiftly down the corridors, ignoring the ornate decorations and the flickering torches that lined the walls. His focus was entirely on finding Satine. The deeper he went, the more wrong it felt. The governor's residence, normally a place of grandeur, now seemed tainted, corrupted by an unseen force. Every step echoed through the stone halls as he pushed forward. He sensed her presence, but there was something different about it, something dark. His heart pounded in his chest as he reached the entrance to the throne room. The large double doors swung open before him with a flick of his hand, revealing a sight that made his blood run cold. Duchess Satine stood, tall and proud, over Pre-Vizsla's lifeless body. Her hands clenched the hilt of the darksaber, its black blade humming with an ominous energy. Satine's face was emotionless, her eyes hollow, but her stance was rigid, as if she was barely holding back a torrent of fury. Satine, Obi-Wan's voice faltered as he took a step forward. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. What have you done? Her head snapped toward him, eyes narrowing. There was no recognition, no warmth in her gaze, just cold resolve. Without warning, she lunged at him, the darksaber slashing through the air with terrifying speed. Obi-Wan barely managed to ignite his lightsaber in time, the blue blade meeting the black with a sizzling clash. Satine, stop this, Obi-Wan called out as he parried her blows, his voice pleading. You don't have to do this. Whatever's happened to you, I can help. But she said nothing. Her face remained a mask of indifference, and her strikes became more vicious. She was relentless, her movements precise and deadly, as if she were a trained assassin. Obi-Wan had fought Mandalorians before, but Satine had always stood for peace, always preached nonviolence. Now she fought with a ferocity that bordered on madness. He dodged to the side as she thrust the darksaber at him, the dark blade grazing his tunic. Satine, you have to stop. Obi-Wan's voice grew more desperate as he sidestepped another vicious slash, the darksaber crackling with raw energy. This isn't you, it's... Her response was another barrage of attacks, each one more aggressive than the last. Obi-Wan could feel the weight of the battle bearing down on him. She was fast, too fast, and he could see no hesitation in her actions. Obi-Wan had no choice but to fight back. With a swift motion, he disarmed her, sending the darksaber skittering across the floor. But Satine was undeterred. She swung her fists at him, her strikes wild and furious. He caught her wrists, trying to restrain her without hurting her, but she broke free, her strength fueled by something unnatural. With a pained look, Obi-Wan struck her with the hilt of his saber, hoping to knock her unconscious. But even after sustaining a heavy blow to her ribs, Satine kept coming. She was like a force of nature, unstoppable and unyielding. Her face twisted with anger, her body battered but still moving toward him. Just as she prepared to charge again, a voice rang out from the doorway. Satine. Bo-Katan Kryze stood in full white Mandalorian armor, her blaster drawn. She hesitated for a split second before squeezing the trigger. A red blaster bolt hit Satine square in the chest, causing her to stumble. Satine, Obi-Wan shouted, his eyes wide with shock. Satine paused, looking down at the wound. Another shot rang out, hitting her dead center once again. Satine's body jerked as she fell to her knees. Obi-Wan rushed to her side, catching her just before she hit the ground. He cradled her in his arms, his heart racing. Satine's breathing was ragged, her body trembling in his grasp. As she saw him, Satine's hands struggled to reach towards him slowly, failing as her entire body collapsed a moment later. Chapter 31, Mandalore IV, The Pieces Chain. Lelouch stood in the dimly lit war room aboard his flagship, his eyes narrowing as he gazed at the live feed from Concordia. Obi-Wan's panicked movements played across the holoscreen as he rushed to Satine's side, her body crumpled on the cold floor, the darksaber lying just a few feet away. The flickering, black-edged weapon pulsed with a dark energy even from the grainy holofeed. Lelouch's violet eyes glimmered with a cold detachment. The entire sequence had unfolded precisely as he had foreseen, down to the anguished look on Kenobi's face as he cradled the dying Duchess in his arms. Pitiful, isn't it? A voice crooned from the shadows behind Lelouch. It was oily, mocking, and filled with ancient power. The Jedi Knight, so noble, so unwilling to do what must be done, he clings to hope even now when all that's left is dust. Lelouch didn't need to turn around to know who was speaking. Tzint, the ancient god of manipulation and change, materialized in a swirl of colors and shifting forms. His multifaceted eyes gleamed with a malevolent amusement, peering through time itself to savor the scene unfolding below. I gave him every chance to act decisively, Lelouch said quietly, his voice edged with disdain. Kenobi's inability to finish the job will cost him dearly. Satine was always a loose end, one I had hoped would cut herself off from the galaxy. I might have arranged for a different ending had I known about their relationship years ago, but now, he waved a hand, dismissing the notion. She was far too much of a liability. Tzint chuckled darkly, his ever-shifting face briefly settling into a grotesque smile. Ah, yes, You have your hands full with One Piece nut already, don't you? What was her name again? He mocked. Padme Amidala. She burns brightly in your plans, doesn't she? Always so righteous, so full of conviction. Yet you can't touch her. Not with her precious connection to the Force. Lelouch's eyes flickered briefly, his frustration hidden beneath the calm facade. Padme remains, untouchable for now, he admitted, crossing his arms over his chest. Her influence spreads like a virus, rallying systems to her cause for peace. She complicates matters at every turn, but I can't afford to eliminate her. Not yet. Thankfully, her influence only continues to spread to those with too many dreams and too little influence. The moment she dies, it will die with her. Tzinch's many eyes blinked in unison, his laugh like nails on glass. Ah, the power of the Force, limiting even you, my demon emperor. But one peacekeeper is more than enough to manage. Lelouch nodded, his gaze shifting back to the holofeed. Exactly. She was too close to Obi-Wan, and that bond could have disrupted the balance I'm carefully maintaining between the Republic and the Separatists. Tzinch tilted his head, his form shifting into something avian and serpentine all at once. Perhaps, but imagine if you had known about her and Kenobi's attachment earlier. The possibilities, Lelouch, you could have twisted that bond, used it to manipulate Kenobi long before this. The great Jedi might have fallen into your grasp without ever realizing it. Lelouch's lips curled into a cold smile. Yes, a missed opportunity, I admit. Had I known, I could have exploited their relationship in ways that would have been far more beneficial to our cause. I could have broken Kenobi long before he becomes a potential thorn in my side. But as it stands now, this will serve a different purpose. Satine's death will test his limits. It could be the spark that begins his fall, or merely another wound that forges him into a more perfect servant of the light. Or Tzinch interjected, his voice low and conspiratorial, he may become something else entirely. Something more powerful than you've accounted for, Lelouch. The Jedi are resilient in their suffering. They grow stronger in adversity. Kenobi may surprise you yet. Lelouch's eyes glinted with a dangerous light. Only if the Force deems it necessary, otherwise he'll remain a mere cog in a machine he has no knowledge of, and that is precisely why Satine must die. She cannot be allowed to interfere any longer, as she is the only variable outside of the established parameters that may promote a new player to our game. I've already sent Bo-Katan to finish the job. Tzinch cackled, his laughter filling the room like a storm of glass shards. Ah, yes, Bo-Katan, the ever-loyal sister, now bound to you as her new master. It's poetic, don't you think? One sister slays the other, and all because you've wrapped them both in chains of your design. Lelouch nodded, his smile returning. Bo-Katan will serve me well in the aftermath. She'll be the new face of Mandalore, a warrior queen who bends the knee to my will. And Kenobi? Well, he will learn to bear this new pain, or it will destroy him. Either way, I win. As the conversation unfolded, Tzinch's attention drifted toward the darksaber, still lying on the ground. His eyes gleamed with interest. Speaking of, the darksaber, it is quite a fascinating weapon, wouldn't you agree? Its unique shape, its history. It has been a symbol of power for the Mandalorians for generations. We should take it, Lelouch, study it. Who knows what uses it may hold. Lelouch glanced at the weapon, its black blade still crackling with malevolent energy. The darksaber is a relic, a symbol of authority among the Mandalorians. It could be useful, yes, though I doubt its power is anything beyond mere symbolism, but it is worth further study. Perhaps it will hold some uses, as you suggest. Tzinch's grin widened, his serpentine form slithering around Lelouch in a mockery of affection, his voice changing together with his form as a woman took form, clad in massive clear blue power armor, glinting with blue ethereal flames at its edges. We are starting a new era. Our order will require new weapons to wield, and the technology included in shaping the energy of the kyber crystals will be most useful. As the ancient god's words echoed in his mind, Lelouch returned his gaze to the screen. The camera zoomed in on Satine, lying in Obi-Wan's arms, her breath shallow and ragged. He watched with cold detachment as her life slipped away, her fingers twitching slightly as she fought to hold on. The darksaber remained on the ground, untouched, its dark light dimming as Satine's own light began to fade. Lelouch let out a soft sigh, as if to acknowledge the finality of it all. And so, the Duchess of Mandalore takes her final breath. A tragic ending, but a necessary one. Tzint chuckled one last time, an armored hand pointing its sharp finger at Lelouch as it slightly pushed him right above his heart. Oh, Lelouch, the game never ends, only the pieces change. And with that, Satine Cries exhaled her last breath. The weight of her death rippled through the Force, sending out a wave of sorrow that Obi-Wan could feel deep within his soul. But for Lelouch, it was just another step in the grand design, another moves in a game that only he could see. Obi-Wan's boots echoed through the empty corridors of the Concordia facility, his mind racing with a flood of conflicting emotions. Satine's lifeless body, the darksaber beside her, the sight had shaken him to his core. He had hoped to protect her, to shield her from the chaos and violence that had overtaken the galaxy. Yet here she lay, a victim of the very conflict she had sworn to avoid. And deep within, Obi-Wan knew that Lelouch had something to do with it. As he approached the war room aboard the Excalibur, the door slid open, revealing Lelouch standing with his back turned, studying the vast array of holographic reports. His face was calm, unreadable, as though the events that had just transpired were nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Kenobi, Lelouch acknowledged without turning around, sensing the Jedi's presence before he even spoke. I assume you have questions. Obi-Wan's fists clenched at his sides, the weight of Satine's death hanging heavy on his shoulders. You knew, he accused, his voice hard. You knew exactly what was going on, didn't you? Satine, her irrational behavior, and you just stood by and let it happen. Lelouch turned slowly, his face composed, eyes cold as he regarded Obi-Wan. Yes, he said simply, not bothering to deny it. I knew, and I acted in the best interests of the Republic. I don't know whether one of your ex-Jedi had played some tricks on her mind. But that hardly matters to me, does it? The best interests of the Republic. Obi-Wan's voice cracked with disbelief. You let her die, Lelouch. You manipulated this entire situation, playing with lives, Satine's life, as if it were all some game. All for what? To gain political leverage. Lelouch's expression remained unmoved, his tone neutral and detached. It was necessary, he replied, as if the answer was self-evident. The situation was already volatile. Satine was a threat to stability. Her influence over Mandalore and the neutral systems posed a risk to the Republic. She would never have aligned with the war effort, and that neutrality was actively being exploited by the Separatists. Obi-Wan's brow furrowed as he took a step forward, his voice rising in anger. Satine was Mandalore. Her leadership kept the peace. She refused to let her people get dragged into this war, and you allowed her to be killed. Lelouch raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp. The Mandalorians are warriors, Kenobi. Their history is steeped in conflict. Satine's pacifism was never going to last, you knew that. And now, with her gone, the transfer of power falls back on old traditions. Pre-Vizsla's death sealed that. By right of combat, the darksaber passes on from Pre-Vizsla to Satine, and now to Bo-Katan. Obi-Wan's eyes widened as he pieced together Lelouch's cold logic. Bo-Katan, you've orchestrated this entire thing. You allowed a proxy conflict between the Republic and the Separatists to play out in the shadows, didn't you? Lelouch's lips curved into the faintest of smiles. Bo-Katan is now the rightful heir to the leadership of Mandalore, and she is endorsed by the Republic, by proxy of me. Mandalore and its allied systems will now join the war effort under the Republic's banner. A significant victory, wouldn't you agree? Obi-Wan stood speechless, his mind reeling. Everything had fallen into place, precisely as Lelouch had intended. Satine's death, Pre-Vizsla's assassination, and Bo-Katan's rise to power, it was all part of a larger plan. Lelouch had manipulated the Mandalorians into conflict, knowing full well that it would strengthen the Republic's position in the war. You allowed all this to happen just to secure Mandalore's allegiance? Obi-Wan asked, his voice barely above a whisper. You used their traditions, their people. You used Satine, knowing what would happen. Lelouch's gaze darkened, his voice edged with finality. I didn't allow anything to happen, Kenobi. I ensured that the Republic got what it needed. The neutral systems, led by Mandalore, represent over 1,500 worlds. Even passive support from those systems will mean an exponential increase in the Republic's war effort. Supplies, reinforcements, manpower, all critical to countering the endless droid armies of the Separatists. Obi-Wan shook his head, disbelief clouding his thoughts. You let this war consume everything, even those who sought peace. Satine believed in a better way, a way without conflict. Lelouch's expression softened, but his eyes remained cold. Peace was never an option in this war, Kenobi. The galaxy is at a tipping point, and compromises must be made. I couldn't afford to let Satine or her ideals jeopardize the Republic's survival. Obi-Wan's hands trembled at his sides, his anger and grief boiling over. You played with her life? You let her die so you could claim Mandalore's power for the Republic. Lelouch stepped closer, his voice low and controlled. Yes, I did, because Mandalore is crucial to ending this war, and if a few sacrifices must be made along the way, so be it. I act in the interests of the Republic, Kenobi, always. The weight of Lelouch's words settled heavily on Obi-Wan's shoulders. Satine's death hadn't been an accident or an unforeseen tragedy. It had been planned. And now, with Mandalore under Bo-Katan's rule, Lelouch had secured yet another powerful ally for the Republic's cause. But the cost had been too high. Obi-Wan's voice shook as he spoke again, the pain evident. She didn't deserve this. None of them did. Lelouch's eyes gleamed as he turned his back to Obi-Wan, dismissing the conversation with a wave of his hand. Deserve? No one deserves anything, Kenobi. In war, there is no fairness. Do the millions dying every moment we spend talking about how wronged you feel that one person you were close to died deserve it? No, but those are the cards they were dealt. And these are ours. Obi-Wan stood frozen, the weight of Lelouch's ruthlessness sinking in. Every word Lelouch spoke was a testament to the cold, calculated way he viewed the galaxy. To Lelouch, the end always justified the means. Sacrifice was inevitable, and compassion, a weakness. Chapter 32, Dismissal. Obi-Wan Kenobi entered the grand office of Supreme Chancellor Palpatine, the weight of recent events heavy on his shoulders. The marble floors gleamed under the bright lights, and the massive windows offered a panoramic view of the bustling Coruscant skyline. But Obi-Wan had no mind for the view. His thoughts were entirely occupied by Satine's death and the machinations behind it. Master Kenobi, to what do I owe the pleasure? Chancellor Palpatine's voice was warm, almost fatherly, as he welcomed the Jedi into his chamber. His hands rested lightly on the desk, his eyes gleaming with the practiced calmness of a leader who had seen countless crises. I'm here to discuss High General Lelouch and the recent events on Mandalore, Obi-Wan said without preamble. His usual formality had been stripped away, his tone edged with an uncharacteristic urgency. I have reason to believe that his actions there. Ah, Mandalore, Palpatine interrupted smoothly, his expression shifting into one of gentle concern. The tragedy of Duchess Satine Kryze, a dreadful loss, I must say. I had always admired her commitment to peace. Obi-Wan felt a tightening in his chest. She was manipulated, the entire conflict was orchestrated. Palpatine raised a hand, a placating gesture. Now, Master Kenobi, I understand your grief, but let us not be too hasty in placing blame. From the reports I've reviewed, there was no direct interference on the part of General Lelouch. The conflict arose between the Mandalorians themselves, as is their custom. It was Vizsla who initiated the aggression, was it not? And Bo-Katan who ended it. The timing, Obi-Wan pressed, and the ease with which Lelouch secured control over Mandalore through Bo-Katan, it all feels too convenient. Palpatine sighed and leaned forward, his eyes locking onto Obi-Wan's. Master Kenobi, you of all people should understand how delicate this war is. Mandalore's neutrality was always going to be temporary. By supporting Bo-Katan, General Lelouch merely acted in the Republic's best interest. We mustn't forget, he is a brilliant strategist. We owe many victories to his decisive actions. Obi-Wan shook his head, frustration bubbling to the surface. But at what cost? Satine's death. Satine Kryze, Palpatine said softly, his tone almost sympathetic, was a victim of her own ideals. Her pacifism, while admirable, was never sustainable in a galaxy at war. I do not say this lightly, Master Kenobi, but even without General Lelouch's involvement, her fate may have been inevitable. There it was, unspoken, yet undeniable. Satine's death, in the Chancellor's eyes, was merely another consequence of the ongoing conflict, a necessary loss for the greater good. Obi-Wan clenched his jaw. So you're saying nothing can be done? That there was no breach of conduct, no manipulation worth investigating? Palpatine regarded him for a long moment, his face unreadable. I can assure you, Master Kenobi, that I have seen nothing to warrant an inquiry into General Lelouch's actions. The Republic is at war, and we must focus on securing our future. We cannot allow personal grievances to cloud our judgment. Obi-Wan bowed stiffly, suppressing the mix of anger and sadness welling up inside him. Of course, Chancellor. As he left Palpatine's office, Obi-Wan felt a growing sense of isolation. He knew something was wrong, but the Republic's leadership either couldn't see it or chose to ignore it. He needed answers, and he needed them from someone who wasn't mired in the political games of Coruscant's upper echelons. The lower levels of Coruscant were a stark contrast to the gleaming spires above. Neon lights flickered in the smog-filled air, casting an eerie glow on the grimy streets. Here, in the heart of the underworld, Obi-Wan felt more at ease. There were no politicians, no scheming senators, just the raw reality of life. Dexter Jettster's diner was a familiar sight, a beacon of warmth in the industrial cold. Obi-Wan pushed open the door, the bell above it chiming softly as he stepped inside. Obi-Wan, Dexter's booming voice greeted him from behind the counter. The basilisk cook wiped his hands on his apron and grinned. Long time, no see, old friend. What brings you down here? You must be starving. Not quite, Obi-Wan said with a tired smile. I need your help with something. Dexter raised an eyebrow. My help must be serious if you're asking me. What's on your mind? Obi-Wan glanced around to ensure they were alone before lowering his voice. I need you to check up on someone, discreetly. Sure, Dexter said, leaning in. Who's the unlucky soul? Obi-Wan hesitated for a moment before answering. Lelouch Palpatine. Dexter's expression darkened slightly, his usual jovial demeanor shifting. Ah, him. Dexter crossed his arms, the usually jovial expression on his face replaced by one of concern. I'll see what I can dig up, but you're not the first to come asking about him, Kenobi. Though it's died down lately, he's been on more than a few radars. A lot of folks wanted to know more about the White General, especially after his decimation campaign. Obi-Wan raised an eyebrow. The what? Dexter let out a heavy sigh. After a certain chain of battles in the Outer Rim, separatist territory, infested with enemies, the general led a, well, let's call it an efficient strike. Entire planets were pacified, territories brought to heel. Couple it with all the leaked footage regarding the Senate meetings, and that's when people started calling him the White General. He's got the galaxy talking, Kenobi, and that's what makes him dangerous. Obi-Wan absorbed the information in silence. So he's considered a hero of the Republic? Great. If that's what you want to call it, Dexter said, shaking his head. But there's more to him, Obi-Wan. People don't rise that high without stepping on a few necks. And Lelouch, he's had a lot of enemies, but none of them seem to last long. I already have some rudimentary information. It's old though, nothing your run-of-the-mill broker wouldn't be able to find. Can you find out more? Obi-Wan asked. I have reason to believe he's involved in something larger. Dexter gave a thoughtful nod. I'll see what I can dig up, but be careful, Obi-Wan. The High General isn't someone to be trifled with. He's smart, smarter than most give him credit for, and far more ruthless. And if you're poking around in his affairs, make sure you don't get burned. He trusted Dexter's instincts, but the warnings weighed heavily on him. Lelouch was dangerous, perhaps more so than anyone in the Republic realized. Regardless, what can you tell me on him at the moment? Kenobi asked as he looked at Dexter. Oh, I got quite the trove of knowledge, common as it may be. Would you like just the facts or the rumors floating around as well? Dexter asked as he leaned back slightly. Everything you have, Kenobi said with determination. He's adopted, Dexter began, his deep voice rumbling through the dim, smoky cantina as he leaned across the counter, wiping a glass with a rag. Though that's quite common knowledge, even if unspoken. He appeared in the Palpatine household one day, alongside the Chancellor, just like that. No fanfare, no formal announcement, he was simply there. He gestured with the glass for emphasis, a glint of knowing in his eyes. Obi-Wan Kenobi leaned closer, intrigued but troubled by the revelation. His brow furrowed slightly. Adopted? He echoed, unable to hide the edge in his voice. Dexter nodded, his wide face reflecting years of experience. That's right. Adopted at a young age, probably before anyone took much notice. And from that point on, his rise was, unusual to say the least. They say he left the house for the first time when he joined the apprentice legislature. Even then, he wasn't some wide-eyed novice like the rest of them. No, the moment he walked into that chamber, it was like he owned the place. Obi-Wan sat back slightly, imagining the scene. The apprentice legislature, meant to be a training ground for young minds of the Republic, had never been easy to navigate. It was a battleground for those who aspired to power, young, brilliant, and often ruthless. Shortly after, there wasn't a single member in that chamber who didn't heed his words, Dexter continued, or dared to go against his words. And you have to understand, that wasn't by accident. He wasn't just another promising youth with lofty ideals. No, he was calculating, surgical. He used that platform to build the foundation of his existing political power. It was how he secured himself the freedom to move across the Republic and beyond in his early days. Every scion that took part in the apprentice legislature now has the High General in his ear, whispering, and so earning himself that fancy title, the White Prince. The White Prince, Obi-Wan muttered, half to himself. He had heard the title before, whispered in certain circles, always with a mix of admiration. Known for resolving problems where any should arise, a friend to anyone that needed help within or out of the Republic. Though most of the title came from his looks and political prowess rather than what he actually did, it was undeniable that he shined the brightest within the youths of the Republic. That's when things got strange, Dexter said, placing the glass down on the counter. His voice lowered and his eyes flickered toward the other patrons, ensuring no one was paying too much attention. The White Prince wasn't just making waves in the Senate or with the Republic. He was moving in the shadows, too. First in the apprentice legislature, then in the underworld. The underworld? Obi-Wan raised an eyebrow. Dexter nodded again. Started small. At first it was just rumors, bounty hunters here and there, thugs and mercenaries. They say he had nothing at the start, not a single credit, just a few empty promises. But he made those promises sound like the sweetest deal in the galaxy. Got himself the loyalty of one or two bounty hunters enough to make a ripple, and from there, well, that ripple turned into a wave. Those promises started becoming facts. He delivered, sometimes in ways you wouldn't believe. Obi-Wan could picture it, Lelouch, barely more than a youth, already manipulating some of the most dangerous elements in the galaxy, using his silver tongue and sharp mind to build an army from nothing. It was a story as old as time, but something about this was different. There was no desperation in Lelouch's rise, no frantic scrabbling for power. His every move was deliberate, patient. Soldiers, scoundrels, mercenaries, Dexter continued. At first, they were the kind who'd stab you in the back soon as look at you. No loyalty, just looking for the next payout. But under him, something changed. They were too afraid to betray him. And how did he manage that? Obi-Wan asked, though a dark suspicion was already forming in his mind. Dexter's expression darkened. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice to a near whisper. It was a pirate warlord at first, Gargos, some brute with a penchant for theatrics. Called himself the King of the Outer Rim or some nonsense. But the truth is, Gargos was just a coward with too much muscle and too much luck. He crossed paths with Lelouch next. That became the warning no one forgot. Torture, Obi-Wan suggested, his voice tight. Dexter hesitated for a moment before nodding. Of some kind. Nobody knows exactly what Lelouch did to him, but Gargos was broken. Utterly. When they found him, a shadow of the man he used to be, his mind, gone, broken, he was babbling nonsense, barely able to string two sensible words together. The man had gone mad. What happened to him? Obi-Wan pressed. Dexter leaned back, shaking his head. That's the thing, Kenobi, no one knows. Gargos disappeared shortly after. Some say Lelouch had him killed, put him up to be found as a presentation to show everybody, and then took him down to who knows where. Either way, no one has seen or heard from him since. And that's what made it all so terrifying. It wasn't just the death or the pain, it was the fear. The idea that there were fates worse than death. The scoundrels, the killers, they might take the risk if it was just about life and death. But whatever Lelouch did to Gargos, that made them too scared to even think about crossing him, whatever it was. No one wanted to find out for themselves. Obi-Wan was silent for a moment, his mind racing as he processed what Dexter had told him. The man Dexter described didn't sound like the promising young politician that had once captured the Senate's attention. No, This was someone far more dangerous, far more calculating than the Republic realized. Dexter sighed, a heavy weight in his voice. I didn't expect you'd be interested in the White Prince, Kenobi. You've always kept your distance from the politicking types. What's got you chasing ghosts? Obi-Wan looked up, meeting Dexter's curious gaze. I've heard enough rumors to know when something's amiss, Dex, and now that Satine? His voice faltered, and he swallowed hard before continuing. Now that she's gone, I need to understand what's going on behind the scenes. Dexter studied his old friend carefully. You're thinking this Lelouch had something to do with it? Obi-Wan's jaw tightened. I don't know, but it's clear he's not just a politician anymore. If even half of what you've told me is true, then he's operating in the shadows. And Satine? She was a threat to people like him, or merely an obstacle? Chapter 33, A Deadly Welcome. Lelouch sat in his private quarters aboard the Excalibur, his mind focused on the broadcast playing in front of him. The news was filled with talk of Senator Padme Amidala's latest attempt to halt the production of more clone troopers. A small smile played at the corners of his mouth as the debate unfolded, his eyes flickering with amusement. Senator Amidala's pacifist stance has been met with heavy opposition, the anchorwoman said, her tone grave. Representatives from war-torn systems continue to voice their frustrations with her position, citing the need for more soldiers to combat the growing separatist threat. The screen cut to a panel of guests, each from a different system ravaged by the war. A man from Duro, his face lined with exhaustion, spoke first. It's easy for her to preach peace from the core worlds, sitting behind fleets and guards. Meanwhile, we've had to rebuild from nothing. I've seen cities flattened, entire families wiped out. Another voice, this time from Sullust, chimed in. We need more troops. The droid armies don't stop, and without more reinforcements, we'll lose this war. What does Senator Amidala think we're fighting for? The debate continued, each speaker denouncing Amidala's pacifist ideals. Lelouch watched with mild interest, his fingers drumming lightly on the armrest of his chair. He had anticipated Amidala's failure to rally support for her bill. It was inevitable. The galaxy was too entrenched in war, and her calls for peace rang hollow to those who had suffered the most. As the broadcast droned on, Lelouch's thoughts were interrupted by the soft chime of his communicator. He tapped the device, and the face of his communication officer appeared on the screen. Sir, we've received a request for docking from a Republic corvette. They're operating under the authority of the Jedi High Council. Lelouch's eyes narrowed slightly, his mind immediately calculating the implications. A corvette? Did we know they were coming? No, sir, the officer responded, his tone uneasy. We've been running silent, and as per your orders, no one should know our exact location. Lelouch's lips curled into a cold smile. Interesting. He turned his chair toward the communication console. Consult with the navigation officer and confirm the data we've been transmitting. Ensure it shows the parallel route. The officer nodded. Understood, sir. Shall I deny them docking privileges? No, Lelouch said, his tone calm but commanding. Grant them access to Hangar 2. The officer saluted and the transmission ended. Lelouch sat back in his chair, his smile fading as his mind raced. The Jedi were many things, but subtle was rarely one of them. For them to track his ship to this location meant they were desperate for something or someone. A soft knock on the door drew Lelouch's attention. Fordo, his ever-loyal ARC trooper, stepped into the room. General, we've received word of a Jedi corvette requesting to dock. Shall I prepare a response? Lelouch nodded, his eyes gleaming. Have Commander Thorn ready a greeting party. Contingency 66 parameters. I suspect we'll have more guests than we bargained for. Commander Thorn moved swiftly through the hangar bay, directing the placement of his troops. The massive expanse of the Excalibur's Hangar 2 was already bustling with activity as squads of troopers set up in strategic positions. An ATTE walker stood near the far wall, seemingly under repair, but carefully positioned to cover the landing zone with its heavy artillery. Troopers took their positions with military precision, their blasters aimed and ready. The tension in the hangar was palpable. Thorn's experience told him to expect the worst when Jedi were involved. This wouldn't be a simple diplomatic visit. Thorn gave the final once-over to the hangar layout before turning to Lelouch, who had entered moments earlier. His pristine white uniform stood out against the darker armor of the clones, a stark contrast that seemed almost intentional. Lelouch was the picture of calm, but Thorn knew better. The man was always 3 steps ahead of everyone, calculating, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. "Everything's in place, General," Thorn reported, his voice steady. "The ATTE's covering the landing zone, and we've got ambush teams ready to hit the engines and the cockpit as soon as they land." Lelouch's purple eyes flickered with a brief smile. "Good, allow them to dock." Thorn raised a hand to his helmet, giving the signal to the bridge. Within moments, the force field at the entrance of the hangar shimmered as the bay doors began to open, allowing the Jedi corvette to glide into the cavernous space. "Visual confirmation, it's a CR-20 transport," Thorn said into his comlink. He turned to his squads. "Aim for the engines and the control room. We'll disable it before they even know what hit them." The transport slowed as it approached the hangar floor, its landing struts extending to make contact with the durasteel surface. The sound of the ship's metal hull scraping against the floor echoed through the hangar as it settled into place. Thorn's finger hovered over the trigger of his comlink. The moment the ship's struts hit the ground, he barked the order. "Now." A barrage of rockets fired from 3 directions, streaking through the air toward the CR-20's engines and cockpit. One rocket was intercepted mid-flight by a blur of motion, a force push from inside the ship, but the rest found their mark. The engines erupted in a cascade of fire, and the cockpit was engulfed in a thunderous explosion. The transport shuddered under the impact, smoke billowing from its now crippled systems. The door to the cargo hold began to creak open, but it was far too slow. Thorn's voice echoed through the hangar. "ATT, fire! Don't give them a chance to get out." The walker's massive turret swiveled with precision and unleashed a devastating blast toward the body of the transport. The shot connected with a resounding boom, causing the door to collapse completely. The transport was now a burning wreck, its structural integrity barely holding. From the flames and smoke, disoriented figures began to emerge. Jedi, their robes scorched, some of them still ablaze, staggering out of the wreckage. Thorn's troopers wasted no time. Blaster fire rained down on the survivors, taking them out before they had a chance to defend themselves. Some managed to deflect a few shots with their lightsabers, but the sheer volume of fire was overwhelming. Lelouch stood at the edge of the hangar, his arms folded as he watched the ambush unfold. His expression was unreadable, but there was a certain satisfaction in his eyes as the Jedi fell one by one. As the last of the Jedi dropped to the floor, there was a sudden, violent surge in the force. From the remains of the transport, a figure leapt into the air, scarred and burned, his Jedi robes in tatters. His right arm hung limply by his side, badly injured, but his left hand still gripped a blue lightsaber, blazing with defiance. Thorn immediately recognized the threat. Incoming Jedi, focus fire on him. The figure rushed toward Lelouch, his face twisted with pain and fury. But before he could get far, Fordo, the elite ARC trooper captain, stepped in front of Lelouch, his blaster rifle raised. "Stand down," Fordo barked, aiming at the charging Jedi. "Alive," Lelouch ordered, his voice calm amidst the chaos. "I want him alive." Thorn and his troopers switched to stun settings, their blasters now firing rings of blue energy toward the Jedi. The figure, Master Coleman Kaj, a seasoned Jedi High Council member, managed to deflect several shots, but the overwhelming firepower was too much. A stun blast struck him in the leg, forcing him to stumble. Another hit him in the shoulder, and then more followed, forcing his lightsaber to fall to the ground as he was unable to hold on to it any longer. Finally, as Kaj dropped to his knees, struggling to stay upright, Thorn stepped forward, his rotary blaster cannon in hand. "You're done," he muttered, before delivering a brutal strike to Kaj's head with the heavy weapon, knocking the Jedi Master unconscious. The hangar fell silent except for the crackling of fire from the ruined transport. The ambush had been swift, precise, and lethal. Lelouch stood unmoved by the scene, his gaze lingering on the fallen Jedi Master. "Secure the survivors," Lelouch commanded, his voice cold. "Burn the rest." Thorn nodded, saluting sharply. "Yes, sir." The clones moved quickly, dragging the bodies of the fallen Jedi to a corner of the hangar. Those who still clung to life were shackled and sedated, their lightsabers confiscated. As the clones began the grim task of disposing of the dead, Lelouch turned to Fordo. "Make sure the Jedi Master is kept alive. I have plans for him." Fordo gave a curt nod. "Understood, General." Lelouch took one last look at the scene, the broken transport, the burning bodies, the eerie quiet that followed the massacre, and smiled. Lelouch stood in the cold, dimly lit cell, his hands clasped behind his back, eyes trained on the hunched figure before him. The walls were silent, almost suffocating in their stillness, broken only by the faint hum of the ship's systems. Coleman Kakaj, a once-proud Jedi High Council member, now looked anything but imposing. His once immaculate robes were tattered, his face gaunt and pallid from the wounds and the exhaustion of his failed ambush. He had been stripped of his weapon and dignity, sitting there bound and slumped against the metal bench, barely conscious. "Why, Master Kakaj?" Lelouch's voice was cold and calm, echoing slightly in the metallic room. He stood straight, like a figure carved from stone, his face as unreadable as ever. His purple eyes narrowed with a mix of curiosity and calculation. A Jedi High Council member, pretending to act on the authority of the Jedi High Council. Why? Clearly, it's not something you thought to share with the rest of the Council, so it's something you had to do on your own. Coleman Kakaj barely shifted. His breathing was shallow, labored, his body trembling from the pain of his injuries and whatever lingering effects from the explosion in the hangar. Yet, Lelouch continued, his voice gaining a steely edge. "Give or take 30 Jedi, he said with a dismissive wave. "An entire assault force designed to leave no survivors. You would have slaughtered my men, perhaps staged an accident to cover your tracks. A calculated operation, Master Kakaj, and yet here we are. Why?" Lelouch's voice grew quieter, more intense as he stepped closer, looming over the broken Jedi. "Why risk all of this? What could be so important that you would abandon the very principles of the order you so proudly serve?" Coleman raised his head slowly, his eyes unfocused, though there was a momentary flicker of defiance. But it was fleeting. His body was weak, his mind teetering on the edge, barely holding on to the light that guided him. He said nothing, merely stared at Lelouch, his chest heaving as if even breathing required monumental effort. In the shadowed corner of the room, a new presence emerged. Tzint, the changer of ways, now manifested in an armored form, a towering figure that mimicked the outline of a Chaos Space Marine, clad in ancient armor of vibrant, shifting blues and purples. The form radiated both malevolence and knowledge, every detail of the warplate intricately adorned with symbols of power. It prowled around the cell like a predator, the gaze fixated on Coleman Kakaj with a sinister gleam. The presence was more than physical. It was a force, pressing into the room, brushing against the Jedi's mind. The very air crackled with the dark power, and Coleman could feel it, even without knowing who or what it truly was. His mind reeled as the armored hand's finger scratched as it reached out, gently brushing against his spirit. The pain was subtle at first, a whisper in the back of his mind, then it grew, slowly, agonizingly, twisting through his consciousness like a creeping shadow. Coleman's body jolted, his eyes snapping wide open as a silent scream tore through him. His muscles tensed, every fiber of his being reacting to the invisible torment that raked his soul. He couldn't understand it, it was the force, yet it felt different. The whispers wouldn't stop, he couldn't make them stop, and in his attempt, something shifted through, though not deep, it was enough. Tzint circled him, the armored boots clanking rhythmically against the floor. The hand, wreathed in shifting tendrils of the dark side, hovered inches from Coleman's head, not quite touching him, yet close enough that the power grazed him, corrupting, twisting. "He hides something," Tzint's voice echoed in Lelouch's mind, a voice that was both ancient and new, a whisper and a scream all at once. Something forbidden to him, something more important to him than his life, or even the Jedi Order itself. Lelouch rolled his eyes at that with a scoff, looking down at the Jedi Master who kept shaking his head as if trying to shake something out of it. That much was apparent, otherwise this wouldn't have happened in the first place. Well then, let's test just how cooperative you can get him to be. Chapter 34, MULTIVERSE. The chamber hummed with quiet intensity, the dim lights casting deep shadows across the cold metal walls. Lelouch stood before Coleman Kakaj, his fingers delicately tracing the surface of the ornate chair in which the broken Jedi was bound. The air seemed to vibrate with the unseen presence of Tzint, a looming figure that now stood just behind Lelouch, their armored forms shifting in the low light. Their expressions, though neither had noticed yet, mirrored each other, cold, calculating, and hungry for the next step in their carefully woven plans. Lelouch's GEASS began to awaken, its violet glow edging his eyes. But something was different this time. There was a faint shimmer, a blue light at the periphery, like the faint glint of moonlight on the edge of a blade. It gleamed, not just with power, but with something deeper, a connection to forces beyond the physical world. Behind him, Tzinch's smile widened. Watching with a predatory gaze, the form a looming presence of chaotic energy, feeding off Lelouch's ambition and power, subtly influencing the flow of events like an artist guiding a brush. Lelouch stepped closer, his GEASS now fully activated, shining with a brilliance that pierced through the darkness. His voice came out soft but powerful, carrying with it an irresistible command. "Coleman Kaj," Lelouch said, his voice wrapping around the Jedi's mind like an unbreakable chain, "you will be my slave. From now and forevermore you will serve me, body, mind, and soul." The Jedi Master's body jerked violently against his restraints, his muscles straining as he fought against the invasive force gripping his consciousness. His eyes widened in sheer panic as he felt something alien, something unnatural, twisting its way into the very fabric of his mind. The Force, once a source of strength and serenity, was now a battleground where two forces clashed for dominance. Coleman thrashed against the restraints, his breaths growing ragged. "No, I am a Jedi, I." But the words faltered, breaking apart as Lelouch's power seeped deeper into him. Coleman could feel it, his thoughts, his memories, his beliefs all slowly shifting. Imperceptibly at first, like the faint pull of a tide, but soon it grew stronger, more forceful. Hatred bubbled up from within him, foreign and sickening, yet it felt right. The righteousness of the Jedi that had once sustained him began to crack, then fracture completely, dissolving like sand under the force of a storm. Tzinch circled slowly around Coleman's seated form, the armored gauntlet grazing the air just above his head. A soft, mocking laugh escaped the lips as it felt the Jedi's mind unravel. The gaze, sharp and gleaming, locked onto his form, feeling the change he was going through, the slow creeping, corrupting way Lelouch's power was twisting the man, but at the same time focusing his willpower, making it stronger, directed, giving it an objective to dedicate its entire self towards. "It is as impressive as it was the first day I saw it. Soon, it will be powerful enough to break my shackles as well." Tzinch thought as he drifted off slowly before it was able to gather itself back together. Coleman's eyes began to change, the faintest glow of blue seeping into the irises. His mind, now being overwritten, struggled for clarity, for freedom, but it was too late. The thrashing ceased. The resistance faltered. Where there had once been defiance, there was now only the cold void of obedience. The blue light in his eyes flickered, a ring of brilliance flashing briefly before subsiding. Slowly, ever so slowly, Coleman's body slackened, his head bowing in submission. His eyes, once filled with hatred, now softened as a strange, unshakable devotion replaced his former beliefs. He looked up at Lelouch with reverence, as if seeing him in a new light, one of pure admiration and loyalty. I'm sorry," Coleman muttered, his voice weak but sincere. His head dipped lower as he spoke, barely able to look Lelouch in the eye, the weight of his earlier actions now unbearable in the face of his newfound servitude. I tried to kill you. I tried to." Lelouch smiled, dismissing the apology with a wave of his hand. "It doesn't matter now. You are mine, and you will do as I command." Coleman Kaj, entire being radiated happiness as he looked at Lelouch, a crazed gleam in his eyes as he repeated after him. "As my lord commands." With that, Lelouch stepped back slightly, his gaze sharpening once more. "Now, tell me, Kaj, why did you come for me? What could possibly be so important that you would risk everything to come here?" Coleman hesitated, his mind still adjusting to the new reality that had been imposed upon him. "I've been watching you, ever since you gained access to the Jedi archives. I feared." His words came slowly, as though he were trying to grasp the fragments of a memory. "I feared you would find your way to Malachor V. I feared you would find traces of the artifact." Lelouch's eyes narrowed. "An artifact? Go on." "The archives, they hold old records," Coleman continued, his voice growing weaker. "It was said, that long ago, during the time of Darth Revan, something was left behind, a gift, hidden by his most devoted servants, the lifeblood of my people. He swallowed, his throat dry. I didn't know if you had found traces of it yet, but when I learned you were suddenly going to Malachur, I couldn't take the risk. I feared you had found some archive, a holocron, or perhaps mere whispers one way or another. I had to stop you, no matter the cost, even if I wasn't sure. Lelouch's interest was piqued. And what exactly is this gift? I don't know its true nature, only fragments. It's said to be capable of creating anything, given enough raw material. Something powerful, something ancient, but I don't know more than that. Coleman's voice trembled. I had to protect my people. The ancient Jedi, those who once followed Revan, they left behind warnings. They feared what would happen if the artifact was ever uncovered. Lelouch's mind raced as the possibilities unfolded before him. The potential power of such an artifact, something capable of creation on such a scale, was immense. And the fact that it was hidden by a Sith he hadn't heard of before only made it more intriguing. He leaned in closer, his eyes gleaming with a new excitement. And what does it require? What is this raw material? Coleman seemed to hesitate for a moment before speaking, as though dredging up an old, half-forgotten memory. There's an old adage, something passed down by those who came before. It goes, give our dead. It takes back all that it gave them through the years and returns it to us. He finished with a smile as if proud to have provided the information. Lelouch's lips curled into a slow, calculated smile. An artifact that can take the dead and turn them into something new? Fascinating. Tapping his fingers, he brought forth another question. And what of this Darth Revan? Anything you can tell me about him? Coleman's smile vanished as he lowered his head. The information did not exist in the archive, likely had been removed long ago, since the days he was still active. Forgive me, for I did not bother to look further into it at the time. All I have is his name, and that was passed down by my people. He stood upright, his smile unwavering as he regarded Coleman. You've been useful, Master Kakaj, but now, I think it's time we welcome your comrades into our service. With a flick of his wrist, Lelouch signaled for the door to the cell to open. 2 troopers stepped inside, their faces hidden behind their helmets. Lelouch turned toward them, his expression calm. Bring me the surviving Jedi, he ordered. We'll see if they can be as useful as their leader. The troopers saluted before exiting the room, leaving Lelouch and Tzinch alone with the now submissive Jedi Master. Moments later, the door slid open once again, and the surviving Jedi, 3 out of the 15 that had survived the initial contact and stormed Lelouch's ship, were brought in, bound and wounded. Their eyes flickered with fear and confusion as they were pushed to their knees before Lelouch. Lelouch's eyes gleamed as he looked down at them, his GEASS still glowing faintly. Welcome, Lelouch said softly, his voice carrying the weight of inevitability. Today marks the beginning of your eternal servitude. Lelouch's GEASS flared once more, its glow lighting up. Tzinch's laughter echoed in the chamber as the transformation began, and soon the Jedi's wills were wrapped, their minds bent to Lelouch's command, their resistance circumvented beneath the weight of the power standing before them. As Lelouch stepped out of the cell, his sharp eyes shifted briefly toward the officer standing at attention nearby. Without breaking stride, he issued a calm, calculated command, his voice carrying a sense of authority that brooked no dissent. Ensure their wounds are tended to. I have use for them, and I expect them in serviceable condition. The officer gave a sharp nod. Yes, my lord. With that, Lelouch left the dark confines of the holding area, his mind already turning toward the next phase of their journey. The ship's corridors were eerily quiet as he moved through them, his thoughts consumed by the revelations Coleman Kakaj had offered. The rest of the voyage passed uneventfully, though there was an undeniable tension aboard the ship. Malachur V loomed ahead of them, a dead planet, a graveyard of ancient battles, mere debris that stretched out in all directions. As the Excalibur emerged from hyperspace, the shattered remains of Malachur came into view, bathed in the distant light of a dying sun. Lelouch stood on the bridge, hands clasped behind his back, staring out at the desolation. Fragments of wrecked starships drifted among the asteroids, remnants of a war long since past. A place of darkness, its very presence in the Force unsettling. There's nothing here, Lelouch remarked, his voice cool, almost indifferent. Just debris, a wasteland. Yet even as he said it, the force seemed to stir. He could feel it, restless, agitated, as if the very air around him was crackling with unseen tension. It gnawed at the edges of his perception, whispering of something hidden beneath the surface, something old and powerful. "You are not looking in the right place," Tzinch's voice intruded, the tone dripping with a cryptic amusement. The armored figure stood just behind Lelouch, its form twisting slightly in the ethereal dimness. "You see only what lies before you in the present. The force is not bound by such limitations. Time here is malleable." Lelouch's eyes narrowed as he considered the words. He closed his eyes, opening himself to the deeper currents of the force. He had learned to trust his instincts, and now he let them guide him, pushing beyond the material world, searching for the hidden threads that Tzinch had alluded to. As he meditated, his focus sharpening, something shifted. His senses screamed in warning, and without opening his eyes, Lelouch tilted his body just slightly to the left. A brilliant violet lightsaber sliced through the space where his head had been a moment before, the air hissing with its deadly energy. Lelouch's eyes snapped open, catching a glimpse of the figure that had attacked him, a robed and armored warrior, masked and shrouded in the dark aura of the Force. The assailant spun midair, landing gracefully on the ground, their lightsaber held in a duelist stance. There was an elegance to their movements, a lethal precision born of training and experience. Without him even noticing, the enemy had chosen his battlefield. They were currently standing on Malachor V. It must have been a pivotal moment in the figure's life, as the planet seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. But Lelouch was unperturbed. He met the figure's gaze with calm detachment, his face betraying no sign of alarm. As he observed the armored figure, he commented lightly, "I can foresee it, much more clearly here than out there. It's only natural. In here, there is only the Force, as opposed to the material realm." Tzinch responded as the god materialized beside him. The Force swirled around Lelouch, alive with possibilities. He could feel the weight of time itself pressing down on him, as if he stood at the nexus of past and present, and with a twist of his hand, he saw much, much more. The figure before him was no ordinary enemy. This was a remnant of Darth Revan, an echo left behind in the Force, bound to this place. As the specter lunged again, a shadow stirred beneath them. Lelouch didn't move. From the darkness of the planet's shattered surface, a tentacle erupted, slithering up from the ground to wrap around the armored figure's leg. The remnant's lightsaber flashed as it swung down to sever the tentacle, but before the blade could connect, the figure stiffened. A massive, invasive force pressing into the remnant's mind, a mental assault unlike any other. The specter reeled, the lightsaber flickering in its grasp as it struggled. It felt as though the very fabric of its existence was unraveling, its consciousness being torn apart by the unseen force. Another, larger tentacle whipped out from nowhere, creating a tear in the space in front of him, slamming into the remnant with a force that sent it hurtling across the ruined landscape. Lelouch raised his hand, and the figure crashed against an invisible wall, its armored helmet cracking under the impact. The once solid form began to flicker, becoming ethereal, cracks forming along its body as it began to dissolve into the force itself. But just as it seemed the specter would dissipate entirely, Tzinch's voice cut through the air once again, filled with gleeful malice. "Oh no, it won't end so easily." Another form of Tzinch materialized behind the broken remnant, the armored hand reaching through the specter's flickering body. The hand passed through its armor, digging into the ether of its existence, the influence corrupting the already fragile form. The remnant convulsed as it was infused with the tainted power of chaos, its essence warping under Tzinch's touch. Lelouch watched silently as the specter writhed in agony, its form cracking further as Tzinch's power spread through it. Whatever remained of the specter's identity was consumed, shattered completely. But as Tzinch probed deeper, attempting to extract the knowledge buried within, she found only fragments. A handful of memories, fleeting glimpses of Darth Revan's past, nothing of true value. The specter dissolved into wisps of dark energy, scattering into the wind. A pity, Tzinch mused, stepping back from the now empty space where the remnant had once stood. Just a fragment, a shadow of what Revan once was, interesting, but ultimately inconsequential. It matters little. Lelouch said as he twisted his hand once again, the collapsing planet slowly reverting, time starting to move backwards as the planet started to pull itself together. And on the distance, a temple was starting to take form, its damaged form starting to mend itself together with the planet as they started to make their way towards it. Chapter 35, News from the Core. As the temple of Malachor V reassembled before his eyes, Lelouch felt the ebb and flow of time pulsing beneath his fingertips. The broken shards of the ancient structure slowly realigned, reversing their ruin as though reality itself bent to his will. Each crack sealed, each toppled stone righted itself, and soon the grand edifice stood whole again, a relic of a forgotten war, veiled in shadow and the deep, reverberating hum of the dark side, not only its structure, but also the space mended together as it brought forth the past before his eyes. Lelouch took a step forward, his boots echoing faintly against the stone floor as he entered the temple's threshold. The air within was heavy, thick with the remnants of ancient power, as though every stone was steeped in dark history. He paused for a moment, surveying the vast hall that stretched before him. Shadows clung to every corner, and the only sound was the distant rumble of shifting debris as time continued its gradual rewind. With a subtle twist of his hand, Lelouch reached out through the force, pulling at the threads of time. He could feel the passage of eons slipping beneath his control as he pushed deeper into the currents of the past. He saw brief flashes of the temple's long history, moments of war, betrayal, and death, flickering before his eyes. But they were mere glimpses, nothing substantial. He needed more. He reached across, and the dark side surged as space and time itself cracked under the pressure. He stepped further inside, closing his eyes as he concentrated. Time bent around him, folding and twisting as he searched for a moment of significance, a clue hidden in the endless stream of the past. Again and again, he pushed back, rewinding the temple's history, yet each time, the answers eluded him. The force rippled around him, each wave bringing him closer to something. And then, finally, there was a pull. A strong, undeniable pull from the dark side, as though the very planet itself was calling out to him. He opened his eyes, and before him, a vision unfolded, ethereal and yet vividly clear. Darth Revan, his imposing form clad in dark robes and armor, stood at the center of the vision. Beside him was another armored figure, equally shrouded in shadow. They both stood over a massive map, its holographic display casting an eerie blue light across their faces. Revan's vision focused on the outline of a star system, a system Lelouch had never seen on any map. The Lehan system. Lelouch's brow furrowed as he stared at the map. The system wasn't marked on any Republic charts he had come across. It was obscure, hidden away, yet tantalizingly close to the core worlds. But what truly caught his attention was the system's connection to Skustell, the home world of the Angri, half a galaxy away in the Outer Rim. Coleman K-Cad's people had harbored some ancient artifact, and now it all made sense. This system, this map, held the key, but something was amiss. A Sith of Revan's caliber was surely able to retrieve the artifact, so why was it still on Skustell? While he wasn't aware of many things regarding Sith, he knew one wouldn't pass the opportunity before him. And yet, Revan gave the artifact to the Angri, meaning they had likely moved it to Skustell at some point, meaning this map. This vision of a map from the past was up to date thousands of years later, while not even existing anymore as a physical object. But as Lelouch's thoughts raced, he quickly realized the magnitude of what lay before him. Traveling to the Angri home world would be easy enough, a simple campaign close enough would suffice to serve as an excuse, especially with the Jedi Master at his side now. The Lehan system would provide a challenge. It wasn't just the distance, it was the layers of political entanglements that stood in his way. Navigating through the core would require significant maneuvering, not to mention the complications of bringing an entire warship undetected through the heart of the galaxy. He turned the pieces over in his mind, assessing the moves he would need to make, the alliances he would need to exploit. His political capital was facing a steep trip downhill in the near future. Sighing with a shrug, it is serving the purpose it was meant for. It won't be long, Tzinch's voice cut in, the presence materializing behind him once more, now a her in a serpentine form blending seamlessly with the dark ambience of the temple. Soon, we won't have to tiptoe around them anymore. Her voice carried a certain amusement, as though she found the constraints of mortal politics trivial. Lelouch allowed himself a slight smile. He didn't turn toward Tzinch, his eyes still fixed on the vision in front of him. Perhaps, he mused, his voice low and contemplative, but until that time comes, we'll play the game by the set rules. With a snap of his fingers, the vision before him vanished, dissolving into the shadows of the temple. In an instant, he was back aboard the Excalibur, standing on the bridge, the vast expanse of space stretching out before him. Not a moment had passed. The bridge was silent, the crew awaiting his command. Lelouch stood still for a brief moment, his mind already calculating the next steps. The Lehan system, he needed to know more. "Set course for Skustell," Lelouch ordered, his voice cutting through the silence with decisive clarity. The Excalibur cut through the blackness of space, nearing the core. Inside the bridge, Lelouch stood, as ever, a figure of composed authority, his sharp gaze fixed on the stars beyond. His mind was always moving, analyzing, predicting the next steps in his intricate game of galactic domination. The journey toward the Lehan system, obscure as it was, required careful navigation both politically and logistically. But this was a challenge Lelouch relished. Suddenly, the quiet hum of the bridge was interrupted by a voice from the communications station. "General," the officer called, her tone urgent but controlled, "we're receiving an emergency transmission from Coruscant." Lelouch's eyebrow arched slightly, the only outward sign of interest. "Relay it," he ordered calmly, his voice betraying no surprise. As the message came through, Lelouch listened, his expression unreadable. Coruscant had been hit by a separatist infiltration force, a suicide mission carried out by droids, one of the main reactors in the heart of the galactic capital destroyed in the attack. The shock of such an assault was palpable even from the tone of the report. The Chancellor's voice was calm but grave, and the implications of the attack on the core world rippled through the galaxy. The sudden escalation of the war came as a surprise, even to Lelouch. "Sidious is accelerating the clock," Tzinch's voice echoed beside him, the god's massive form twisting in the shadows. "The war is escalating faster than anticipated. Either everything is proceeding better than expected, or something has gone terribly wrong." Lelouch's mind sharpened, dissecting the situation in seconds. This sudden aggression, this bold assault on Coruscant itself, either signaled a carefully planned move by the Sith to further entrench his power, or it indicated some unforeseen vulnerability. Either way, it demanded Lelouch's full attention. Nodding to the officer, Lelouch signaled for the channel to be opened, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous curiosity. The hologram projector flickered to life, and there, standing in full view, was Chancellor Palpatine himself, his face a mask of concern and authority. Behind him, the assembled members of the Senate Council stood, their presence lending weight to the broadcast. It was a carefully choreographed display of unity in a time of crisis. "General," Palpatine greeted him, his voice carrying the gravity of the moment. "I trust you are aware of the situation. Coruscant has been attacked, a bold, unprecedented strike by the Separatists." Lelouch nodded slightly, his mind already processing the deeper layers behind the Chancellor's words. Palpatine was an expert manipulator. Every sentence, every gesture carried meaning beyond its surface. This was not just about an attack on Coruscant. It was about control, about shaping the war to his advantage. The Chancellor's voice remained steady as he continued. "The Republic has suffered a grievous wound, but we will not let this stand. A new bill has been passed by the Senate, one that deregulates the banks, allowing for an increase in funding for the war effort." Lelouch's eyes narrowed subtly. The deregulation of the banks, a calculated move. The galactic banking system, once tightly controlled to ensure stability, would now be free to lend and allocate funds without the traditional safeguards. This meant more money for the war machine, unrestrained, unchecked. The Chancellor was using the chaos of the attack to push through a measure that would allow him to control the war effort with far fewer restrictions. With the banks freed from oversight, the Republic could print credits, loan vast sums, and fund military projects without concern for financial prudence. It was a short-term victory that could ensure the Republic's military dominance, but at the risk of economic instability. But of course, Palpatine had no intention of allowing the war to last long enough for those risks to materialize. This was a temporary destabilization for long-term consolidation of power. Palpatine continued, his voice unwavering, "With this new funding, we can strike back. I trust you, General Lelouch, to lead the retaliation. The Separatists have overstepped their bounds, and it is only fitting that we respond with overwhelming force." A chorus of voices from the Senate erupted in agreement, the holographic images of various senators nodding and murmuring approval. It was a display meant for the public, a demonstration that the Republic would not be cowed by terror. "General Lelouch," Palpatine's gaze sharpened, his words a mixture of flattery and command. "You may draw from the Republic's reserves and garrison forces as needed. You have the full support of the Senate Council at your back." As he said that, numerous senators nodded in agreement, though Lelouch still caught glimpses of few neutral and some clearly against, Anakin's wife chief amongst them. Lelouch stood silent for a moment, allowing the gravity of the situation to settle. With the deregulated banks and massively increased funding at his disposal, Lelouch had been given a blank check. "Chancellor," Lelouch finally spoke, his voice smooth and controlled, "I understand the importance of a swift and decisive response. I will marshal the necessary resources and ensure that the Separatists pay dearly for threatening our people." Palpatine's eyes glimmered with approval. "Very well, may you emerge victorious." As the transmission ended, Lelouch stood in silence. "The deregulation of the banks," Tzint murmured beside him, her form twisting into view once more. "There are numerous senators who must have been opposed to it." Lelouch smiled slightly, his mind already calculating the next moves. "Indeed," he replied, his voice laced with cold amusement. "But they have no ground to hold. The outer worlds will see this bill as their lifeline, while the core will see it as an opportunity to recuperate their standing and perhaps curb my rising influence within the population in the core. It will be great PR for them. That is without including the pressure from Mandalore and its allies." He turned to the bridge's command crew, his expression returning to its steely focus. "Prepare for a new course towards Coruscant," he ordered. "We will launch a retaliatory campaign. Send a high-priority message to the main force of the Legion to empty the cargo holds. All requests for equipment are to be granted if they are available and according to priorities. Notify them to expect the new supply of equipment in the coming days." With a nod and a salute, the officer got to work as Lelouch leaned back. Suxtel Cluster was fairly close to Iriadu, meaning he'd have to designate Iriadu as the staging grounds for the assault. Though it was an area he had campaigned not too long ago, meaning it would either be seen as redundant or thorough. Probably both. To tilt the table, he'd need to direct Grievous to be sighted near Iriadu, and that would give him sufficient cause. Chapter 36, on Coruscant. The Excalibur drifted closer to Coruscant, its immense bulk casting a long shadow over the planet's surface. The bridge was a flurry of activity as officers communicated with the various ships in the fleet. Lelouch stood at the central command station, his posture relaxed but his mind razor-sharp. Through the vast viewports, the bustling formation of acclamators, consular-class cruisers, and Venator-class star destroyers shifted in preparation for landing. More ships emerged from hyperspace, blinking into existence in a carefully coordinated ballet of military might. The galaxy was at war, and Coruscant, its beating heart, was a planet under siege in more ways than one. The Separatists had struck with a daring infiltration, targeting a key reactor that nearly crippled the city planet. While the Republic rallied its forces, its true strength lay in the rapid assembly of its fleet, a fact Lelouch noted with cold precision. He was a part of this machine, but he knew how to manipulate its levers. Outside, the first wave of ships began their descent, their engines roaring as they breached the atmosphere. Fleets of dropships and gunships followed, bringing with them battalions of clone troopers, heavy artillery, and supplies. The scene below was one of organized chaos. ATTEs and TX-130 Sabres rolled out of massive cargo bays, while squads of ARC troopers marched in tight formation toward their designated rally points. Each move was choreographed, the efficiency of the Republic's war machine on full display. ARC Captain Bakara surveyed the chaos on the ground, his sharp eyes cutting through the swarm of activity as his galactic marines moved like a well-oiled machine. His men were clad in gleaming phase II armor, each trooper a product of rigorous training and discipline. The Clammeter-class assault ship they were boarding had already begun preparations for the upcoming campaign, its cavernous interior waiting to be filled with the elite force Bakara commanded. "Troopers, form up!" Bakara's voice was a calm, commanding bark carried over the din of the engines and machinery. His men responded immediately, their movements precise and calculated, as if every motion had been rehearsed 1,000 times. Bakara observed the surrounding troops as well, seeing squads of standard clones, ATT drivers, and other specialized units move toward their own transports. The fleet was assembling for something significant, something big. "Captain Bakara." The deep voice of Jedi Master Kyadimundi broke through the noise, and Bakara turned to see the Sarian approaching. The Jedi's presence exuded calm authority, his long robes brushing the ground as he moved toward the Ark captain. His tall frame and distinctive conical head stood out even amidst the swirl of clone troopers and vehicles. "General Mundi," Bakura acknowledged with a crisp nod. Kyadimundi glanced over the assembled Marines with a small smile. "Your men are impressive, Captain. They're well prepared." "They're ready for anything, General," Bakura replied, his voice firm. "We've completed the final training regimen, and they're eager to get into the field." "Indeed, coupled with everyone else, it's quite a show." "Image, sir, I imagine it's to ensure the people and give them some security after the latest events." Kyadimundi turned his head towards the edge of the platforms. A massive crowd had formed, each waving and some even propping their children up, flashing the sigil of the Republic so all the troops could see it. "It works. The High General certainly has a sense for everything, doesn't he?" Bakura hesitated for a fraction of a second. "High General Lelouch is a brilliant tactician," he said carefully, "but his methods are unconventional." "Unconventional?" Kyadimundi repeated with a slight smile. "Yes, I've heard that word used to describe him before. His vision is broader than most, and his intelligence and wisdom betray his years." The Jedi's words hung in the air. Bakura understood the underlying meaning. Lelouch's brilliance was undeniable, but so too was his ambition. The clones, including Bakura himself, were soldiers in the grand chess game Lelouch played. The difference was that Bakura was aware of it and accepted it. The Excalibur had landed on one of the secure military platforms atop Coruscant, its ramp extending to the bustling deck below. As clone officers and dockworkers hurried to resupply the ship, Lelouch made his way toward his private quarters, the looming spires of the city visible through the narrow slits in the walls. The door to his quarters slid open with a whisper, revealing the dark, luxurious interior. Lelouch had chosen this moment carefully, a private meeting with the Chancellor, away from the prying eyes of the Senate. Chancellor Palpatine, dressed in his flowing dark robes, sat in one of the comfortable chairs near the viewport, a glass of Alderaanian wine in hand. He rose slightly as Lelouch entered, a faint smile on his lips. "Ah, my son," Palpatine greeted warmly, his tone soft yet laced with the usual undertones of calculation. "I trust everything is proceeding according to plan." Lelouch inclined his head, accepting a glass from the tray on the nearby table. "Yes, father," he said smoothly, taking a seat opposite Palpatine. "The fleet is getting ready. Coruscant's defenses are being thinned a little, but I suspect there's more to discuss than routine matters." Palpatine's smile widened slightly, his sharp eyes gleaming in the dim light. Indeed, the attack on the reactor was unexpected, but not entirely unplanned. The Senate is in uproar. Many are calling for more drastic measures. The bank deregulation bill has been pushed forward as a result. Lelouch took a sip of his wine, the cool liquid gliding down his throat as he processed the Chancellor's words. The deregulation of the banks was a monumental move, one that would allow the Republic to pour even more resources into the war effort. It would strip away the final financial safeguards, granting the Republic nearly limitless access to the wealth of the galaxy. It was a bold, dangerous escalation. "I see," Lelouch murmured. "This will accelerate the war, and the Republic's control over galactic resources." Palpatine's gaze darkened slightly. "Yes, the Senate is frightened, desperate. They'll grant us anything we ask for now, and we must seize this opportunity." "Do say, my boy, you have wandered in quite the corners during your time away." Lelouch leaned back in his chair, feigning casual interest. I've come across something that may be of interest. An ancient artifact, possibly a holocron or a hidden library from the High Republic era. All I know is that it pertains to some form of knowledge hidden away by the Jedi of that era. Palpatine's attention sharpened immediately. His fingers, which had been idly tapping the rim of his glass, stilled. "The High Republic," he repeated slowly. Lelouch nodded, his expression unreadable. "It's the reason I'm planning to use Iriadu as a staging ground. I believe there's something near there, something lost to time, a relic of the past that could prove useful to us." It was, of course, a half-truth. The artifact Lelouch sought wasn't just an old holocron or forgotten library. It was something far more dangerous. But Sidious had grown increasingly suspicious of Lelouch's growing influence and resources. Lelouch needed to distract him, to keep him focused on the distant past while he himself planned for the future. Palpatine's gaze narrowed, his mind undoubtedly turning over the possibilities. The High Republic, he mused, his voice lowering. A dangerous time, yes, but filled with knowledge that could be invaluable. "Very well, Lelouch, I will support your operations in Iriadu." The Chancellor took another sip of wine, but his thoughts were clearly elsewhere, already calculating the implications of Lelouch's discovery. Lelouch watched him carefully, knowing that Palpatine would never fully trust anyone, not even his adoptive son. The Sith Lord had cultivated layers of secrets within secrets, decades of manipulation that had brought the galaxy to the edge of collapse. And Lelouch was playing a long game, one that required patience and precision. "I will say this, my son," Palpatine continued after a moment. "The High Republic was not without its dangers. The Jedi of that time, they proved sometimes more dangerous than the Sith themselves. Be cautious in your search. The past has a way of returning with a vengeance." Lelouch inclined his head in acknowledgement. "I will take your advice to heart." Palpatine stood, setting his glass down. "One last thing. I know you and Count Dooku have had disagreements recently. I trust it won't affect your performance in the grand stage." Lelouch waved his hand dismissively, a smile playing on his lips. "Dooku is an old man with delusions of grandeur. Our disagreements are nothing more than professional differences." Palpatine chuckled, the sound low and sinister. "Perhaps, but remember Dooku is still necessary, for now." Before Lelouch could respond, a knock at the door interrupted them. It was Commander Thorne, standing at attention with his helmet under his arm. "My lord," he said, his voice formal. "Jedi Knight Anakin Skywalker and Senator Padmé Amidala have just arrived. They are on their way to see you." At the mention of Padmé, a barely perceptible twitch crossed Palpatine's face, his mask of control slipping for a fraction of a second. Lelouch noted it with some amusement. The senator had been a thorn in Palpatine's side for some time now, her constant calls for peace and diplomacy irritating the Chancellor's grander plans for the war. But Palpatine quickly recovered, waving it off as he turned to leave. "I shall take my leave, Lelouch. Entertain your guests, but remember, secrets of the past are as dangerous as the present. Tread carefully." Lelouch watched him go, the faintest of smirks tugging at his lips. Commander Thorne saluted before stepping aside to allow Anakin and Padmé to enter. Lelouch rose to greet them, gesturing to the door that led to one of the Excalibur's expansive corridors. "Let us take a walk," Lelouch offered, his tone light. "I've had enough of sitting." As they walked through the Excalibur's corridors, the hum of the ship and distant clatter of soldiers resupplying it created an odd sense of calm amid the growing storm. Anakin was the first to break the silence, recounting his most recent adventures with unrestrained enthusiasm. His voice grew animated as he described the battle with the Zillo Beast, a massive creature from Malastare that had wreaked havoc on Coruscant before being subdued. "I can't believe I hadn't heard about it," Lelouch said with a chuckle, shaking his head in disbelief. "A creature that size, right here on Coruscant." "It was wild," Anakin replied with a grin, clearly enjoying himself. "You should have seen it. For a while there, we didn't think we'd be able to stop it." Lelouch raised an eyebrow, and the Senate was okay with this. "Not exactly," Anakin admitted, a slight flush coloring his face. "They weren't thrilled, but we had to act quickly." The conversation moved to other recent events, including the daring separatist assault on the Senate, a moment that had seen both Anakin and Padme taken hostage by a group of bounty hunters. Lelouch arched a brow, amusement flickering in his purple eyes. "You, Anakin, captured by a couple of bounty hunters, really?" Anakin laughed, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. "Yeah, wasn't my finest moment. They caught me off guard." Lelouch shook his head, a soft laugh escaping him. Tzinch's voice echoed in his mind, dripping with amusement. "The chosen one, brought down by simple thugs. Truly, the Force works in mysterious ways." As they walked, Lelouch could feel Padme's growing restlessness, her subtle glances toward Anakin becoming more frequent. Finally, with a slight cough, she caught Anakin's attention, signaling to him that they had more important matters to discuss. Anakin cleared his throat, his casual demeanor shifting slightly. "Actually, Lelouch," Anakin began, glancing at Padme before continuing, "there's something we wanted to talk to you about. It's the new bill." Lelouch's expression darkened, his mind immediately jumping to the bank deregulation bill that Palpatine had mentioned earlier. He slowed his pace, turning to face them both fully. "The deregulation of the banks," he said flatly. "I assume you're against it, Senator." Padme nodded, her expression serious. "I am. This bill will open the floodgates for unchecked military spending. More soldiers, more weapons. It will only escalate the conflict." "Escalation," Lelouch repeated, his voice measured. "You think that's a bad thing?" Padme's eyes flashed with determination. "Of course it is. More war only leads to more death. There must be a peaceful resolution to this conflict, something that doesn't involve endless violence." Lelouch crossed his arms, his gaze cool. "And how do you propose we achieve that? The Separatists aren't going to simply surrender. They've already made that clear." Padme opened her mouth to respond, but Lelouch cut her off. "Senator, the only standing you have to even propose peace is because of our standing military power in the ongoing war, and you want to cut that off. Then when this peace fails because we simply can't resist their military might, who will fight? Already we have civilians fighting to the bitter end with the hope that the clone troops will arrive to save them. And you want to what? Tell them to wait until we finish talking." Padme's frustration was palpable. "And if we continue this path, how many more will die before it's over? There must be another way." "Then find it," Lelouch replied coldly. "As things stand, the Separatists won't back down, and neither can we. You're asking me to support a vision of peace that doesn't exist." Anakin shifted uncomfortably, glancing between the two of them. "Padme, maybe now's not the time." "No, Anakin," Padme interrupted, her voice firm. "It is the time. The galaxy is spiraling out of control. We can't keep pouring everything into this war. At some point, we have to consider the cost." Lelouch sighed, his patience thinning. "Do you ever consider the cost when fighting for your life, Senator? When do you decide that you've put more energy than your life is worth into surviving? I guess you've never thought of it. I don't blame you. It's hard to with others doing it for you. Right now, we don't have the luxury of looking for peaceful resolutions." Padme stared at him, clearly disappointed. "So, you won't support us?" Lelouch shook his head. "No, Senator, I won't." Anakin remained silent, his expression pained. He had chosen to stay out of the debate, perhaps knowing that Lelouch's stance would be unyielding and realistic. Padme, on the other hand, he loved her, but he knew she hadn't seen what an actual battlefield looked like, what the people out there were going through. After a tense moment, Padme sighed, her shoulders sagging slightly. "I see. Thank you for your time, High General." Anakin offered a small, apologetic smile. "We'll meet again later, Lelouch. I'm sure we'll have more to talk about." Lelouch returned the smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. "I'm sure we will." Chapter 37, Sovereign. The Venator-class Star Destroyer Excalibur was a fortress of steel and command, its sleek, predatory form cutting through the hyperspace lanes toward Iriadu. Surrounding it, a constellation of Republic warships, battle groups led by Jedi generals and commanders from across the galaxy, formed a vast fleet. At the heart of this armada was Lelouch, standing on the bridge of his flagship, the weight of the galaxy resting on his shoulders. A dozen holographic images flickered to life in the briefing room aboard the Excalibur, displaying the towering forms of Jedi generals and clone commanders. Some of them were veterans of 1,000 battles, like General Obi-Wan Kenobi and General Anakin Skywalker, both present and attentive. Others were less known but equally formidable, such as Jedi Master Quinlan Vos, known for his unconventional tactics, and Jedi Knight Isla Secura, whose grace and precision in battle had earned her a reputation among her peers. Even Jedi Master Luminara Unduli and her Padawan, Barriss Offee, joined the gathering from their posts aboard nearby ships. Hovering amidst these figures was the holographic representation of Ki-Adi-Mundi, his Sarian features thoughtful as he surveyed the assembled forces. His eyes flicked over the tactical display, where dozens of warships, including acclamators and consular-class cruisers, were heading towards Iriadu. It was a powerful force, one that could crush any separatist resistance in its path. But as Lelouch well knew, there were always unforeseen dangers. A soft chime echoed through the chamber, signaling an incoming transmission. Lelouch glanced up as a new holographic image materialized in the center of the room. It was one of the intelligence officers, stationed near the Sullust system. His face was tight with concern, his voice calm but urgent. "Generals, we've intercepted a large separatist fleet near Sullust. Preliminary reports suggest the presence of Providence-class cruisers and Munificent-class frigates, supported by heavy droid fighters, though no Lucrehulk class has been sighted yet. They appear to be keeping overwatch on the system, but their exact target remains unclear." Lelouch's purple eyes narrowed as the tactical display updated to include the separatist force, now marked in red. The fleet was sizable, though far from overwhelming. His mind worked quickly, running through potential strategies and countermeasures. Kenobi, ever composed, leaned forward, studying the new threat. It seems unlikely the Separatists would launch such a force without a specific goal in mind. Sullust is not of great strategic importance to them. Anakin, always eager for action, crossed his arms. It could be a diversion, a feint to lure us away from Iriadu. Lelouch's gaze flickered over the data, his mind racing. "More likely, it's a response to our own convergence of forces," he said, his voice calm yet authoritative. "The Separatists are aware of our gathering here. They know we're preparing for something. Sending a fleet to disrupt movement between the core and Iriadu would delay our operations and tip our hand to them." His statement caused a ripple of agreement from several of the Jedi Masters present. Jedi Master Plo Koon, his deep voice measured, spoke next. "Then they may expect us to not have an entire fleet this close to them. They are probably expecting mere transports." "That's exactly why," Lelouch cut in smoothly. "If we show the full might of our forces now, they'll know we are coming and exactly what we are bringing to bear. We need to be smarter than that." Jedi Master Koth, standing near the display, stroked his chin thoughtfully. "What do you suggest, General Lelouch?" "Send a small detachment," Lelouch replied without hesitation. "Enough to engage the Separatist fleet and neutralize it, but not enough to tip our full hand. The main fleet stays the course toward Iriadu. If the Separatists send more forces, we'll still be in position to respond." Kenobi nodded thoughtfully. "That's a sound strategy. We can't afford to be drawn into a prolonged engagement, not when the campaign is this close." More of the Jedi began to voice their agreement with Lelouch's plan. Even Ki-Adi-Mundi gave a slight nod of approval. "It's settled then," Kenobi said, his voice final. "I'll take a detachment to intercept the Separatist fleet. Anakin, you'll lead the assault." Anakin's eyes lit up with eagerness, but he tempered his enthusiasm with a nod. "Understood, Master. We'll take care of it." "May the Force be with you," a chorus followed as the transmission cut off. As the Excalibur and the main Republic fleet continued toward Iriadu, Lelouch remained on the bridge, watching the battle unfold on the holomap. Kenobi and Anakin's forces had engaged the Separatist fleet near Sullust, and the battle had quickly escalated into a furious exchange of turbolaser fire and starfighter skirmishes. The Republic ships moved in coordinated strikes, their shields absorbing the incoming volleys from the Separatist vessels. ARC 170s and V-Wings darted between the larger ships, engaging the droid fighters in deadly dogfights. Lelouch observed the battlefield with a cool detachment, his mind analyzing the movements of both sides. His eyes flicked over the Providence-class dreadnought at the center of the Separatist fleet. It was heavily defended, surrounded by munificent frigates and swarms of vulture droids. But Lelouch sensed something else, something subtle, lurking just beneath the surface of the battle. His senses stretched out through the force, probing the edges of the conflict. There was a presence there, a cold, calculating malice, and then, through the fog of war, he felt it. Dooku's assassin. The dark assassin's presence was unmistakable, her hatred seething through the force like a venomous serpent. Lelouch's eyes narrowed as he focused on the sensation, tracking it through the chaos. She was there, aboard one of the fighters, moving all over the place. "She's here," Lelouch muttered, his voice low. "Sir?" asked Commander Thorne, standing beside him. "A small separatist bug," Lelouch replied. "She's leading this attack." As the battle raged on, Lelouch continued to monitor the holomap. Kenobi's forces were pushing through the separatist defenses, their tactical superiority and firepower beginning to tilt the tide. Several Munificent-class frigates had already been disabled, their hulls torn open by concentrated turbolaser fire. Anakin's flagship, the Resolute, unleashed a devastating barrage against the separatist dreadnought, hammering its shields with relentless precision. But even as the Republic gained the upper hand, Lelouch felt Ventress slipping away. The assassin's presence grew fainter, her dark signature retreating into the shadows. She was making her escape, abandoning the battle before the Republic could finish her off. "Clever," Lelouch murmured to himself. Ventress was no fool. She knew when to cut her losses. The holomap flickered as the final moments of the battle played out. The separatist fleet was in disarray, their dreadnought crippled, and the remaining ships scattered. But Ventress had slipped through their grasp, disappearing into the void of space like a wraith. The rumble of the LAATI gunship shook the air as it soared toward the massive orbital shipyards of Iriadu. CT-99-04, known as Cross, sat among his brothers in the hold of the gunship, his helmet resting on his lap as he stared out at the view beyond the transparisteel viewport. The planet below was a sprawling industrial hub, its cities filled with factories and starship foundries. But what drew his attention wasn't Iriadu itself. It was the behemoth looming above it in orbit. The Subjugator-class heavy cruiser, once a separatist war machine, had been restored to its former glory, though now it bore the colors of the Republic. It had been a monstrous sight when they'd first captured it during the campaign in the Outer Rim, a brutal relic of the Confederacy of Independent Systems. But now, under the command of High General Lelouch, it had been repurposed as a symbol of the Republic's power. Its dark, angular hull stretched for kilometers, dwarfing even the Venator-class star destroyers that flanked it. Its massive ion cannons, once used to disable entire fleets, were now fully operational, ready to unleash their devastating power against any enemy foolish enough to stand in its way. The ship's new name, Sovereign, was emblazoned along its hull in bold, gleaming letters. Cross couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. He had been there during the battle to capture the subjugator. He had fought alongside his brothers, enduring wave after wave of droids as they stormed the ship's corridors. The memories were vivid in his mind: blaster fire, the smell of scorched metal, the deafening roar of explosions as they fought their way to the bridge. It had been a hard-fought victory, but seeing the ship now, fully restored and ready for battle, made it all worth it. The LAAT banked to the side, giving him a full view of the Sovereign as it hovered above the planet. Its sleek, predatory lines cut through the void like a knife, and Cross couldn't help but feel a thrill of anticipation. They were about to embark on their next great campaign, and this time they had the advantage. "Ready for another round, boys," Cross said, turning to his brothers with a grin. "Of course, the general always takes us to the best places," someone said with a laugh, and the response was immediate, a chorus of eager voices, their spirits high. Lelouch stepped aboard the Sovereign, his presence instantly recognized by the gathered soldiers and officers. Commander Thorne, his loyal ARC trooper, strode forward to greet him, his stance rigid and professional. "General," Thorne began, his voice low, "Fordo has secured the package. He's escorting it to your chambers as we speak." Lelouch's eyes flickered with recognition. The package, a secret project of his and Tzinch, one of the few he couldn't oversee on his own and had to call in many favors to complete, had finally arrived. He nodded to Thorne, his expression unreadable, and they made their way deeper into the Sovereign. The halls were sleek and pristine, designed for efficiency rather than luxury, though the towering form of the Venator-class escorts nearby paled in comparison to the sheer scale of the ship. The journey to Lelouch's chambers was brief, the walk lined with salutes from the troopers they passed. Thorn followed closely, his eyes scanning every corner of the ship as if expecting a threat at any moment. He had been trained to anticipate danger, to guard Lelouch with his life, but even now, Thorn couldn't shake the tension in the air. When they arrived at the chambers, Arc Captain Fordo stood waiting, his imposing figure standing tall in front of the sealed door. The crimson highlights of his armor glinted faintly under the dim lighting. He snapped to attention the moment Lelouch approached, giving a curt nod in acknowledgement. "Everything is ready, General," Fordo reported, his voice as steady as ever. "The package is inside." Lelouch paused only for a moment to glance at Fordo before making his way inside, the doors sliding open with a mechanical hiss. Thorn and Fordo remained outside, standing guard. Inside the chambers, Lelouch paid little attention to the expansive layout. It was lavish, as was expected for a man of his status, a high-ranking general, an adopted son of the Supreme Chancellor. But none of the trappings of power mattered to him. His attention was entirely focused on the massive, over 2.5-meter-tall package that stood in the center of the room. The object was a dark, towering slab of metal, unassuming to most who might see it, but to Lelouch it was far more. He approached it, his eyes narrowing in calculation. The contents of the package represented not just a tool, but a future, a piece of his plan, both hidden and grand in scope. With a subtle motion of his hand, Lelouch manipulated the controls, and the metal casing began to part with a smooth hiss. The sound of pressurized air escaping echoed faintly through the chamber as the package opened, revealing its contents. Taking in the sight, Lelouch couldn't stop a malevolent smirk from forming in his face. "Nearly there, just a bit longer," Tzinch whispered in the back of his mind. Without turning back, he called out, "Captain." The ARC trooper captain stepped into the room without hesitation, his movements brisk and disciplined. He paused just inside the doorway, taking in the sight of the slowly closing pod and its ominous contents. "Take it back," Lelouch said, his tone calm but leaving no room for argument. Fordo's heart thudded once as he stood outside the general's chambers. He had been through more battles than most clones, seen more death and destruction than most could comprehend. And yet, as he waited in the dim hallway, there was an unsettling weight to the air. When Lelouch called him in, Fordo entered swiftly. His helmet secured as always, though even through the visor, he could feel the strange atmosphere in the room. His eyes fell on the contents of the package he had brought, what little was exposed as it was closing. Black and sleek, with a narrow visor and sharp, angular lines. The headpiece had a skull-like visage, something about it primal, as though the it itself was designed to strike fear into the hearts of enemies. Fordo felt a shiver crawl up his spine. "It works all right," Fordo thought to himself. Shaking off the feeling, Fordo straightened. He had his orders. Turning to his men waiting just outside, he gave a sharp command, "Get this back to the secure hold. Now." As he also prepared to move, Lelouch spoke again. "And Captain." "Yes, sir." "Take good care of it. It's a precious gift for a special friend." "Understood, sir," Fordo responded as he turned to leave. Chapter 38, Departure Parade. CT-23-2079, or just CT-2079, stood in the shimmering sunlight of Iriadu's largest commercial complex, the only place large enough to house the given number of troopers, his heart racing with a mixture of pride and nerves. The newly minted clone trooper, still fresh from the cloning facilities of Camino, could feel the weight of the day pressing down on him. His armor was spotless, reflecting the midday sun with a harsh glare, and he could hear the muffled buzz of the civilian crowd, a sea of eager faces beyond the barricades, craning to get a glimpse of the soldiers who were about to march off to war. It was an odd sensation, the sense of being born to die, something he was acutely aware of even though he had never seen combat. Clones like him didn't have the luxury of thinking long-term, but standing here today, CT-2079 allowed himself a brief moment of hope. He wanted to make a mark, he wanted his death to matter. His fingers gently caressed the small identification tag, CT-23-2079, and in the back 0, Legion. The 0 Legion was no ordinary clone division. There was a unique honor in serving under the High General, unlike the detachment many clones felt when serving Jedi commanders. The Jedi were noble, but their detachment from the war made it hard for some clones to connect. Lelouch was different. There was something deeply personal in the way he led. He understood the clones in a way no one else did. He gave them more than orders, he gave them purpose. 2079 glanced around at his brothers, all standing tall and proud in the meticulous rows of formation. Every one of them carried themselves with the same sense of pride and responsibility that had been drilled into them. Yet, for all the conditioning, for all the genetic coding, there was an undeniable sense of individuality among them. And that was all thanks to Lelouch. Under his leadership, they were not just soldiers, they were legends in the making. Each trooper felt like more than a number, more than a cog in the machine. Beyond the ranks of clone troopers, the civilians of Iriadu had gathered in great numbers, waving banners and shouting words of encouragement. Children sat on their parents' shoulders, waving tiny flags that bore the emblem of the Republic. The entire city had turned out for this, the maiden voyage of the Sovereign, the Republic's newly restored subjugator-class supercruiser, now under the command of their esteemed High General. The Sovereign loomed above them, an imposing presence against the clear blue sky, its massive hull glinting in the sunlight. The ship was more than a war machine, it was a symbol of the Republic's power, and its name was already becoming legend. There was music, 2 grand, swelling orchestral pieces played by a military band off to the side, their notes filling the air with a mix of solemnity and triumph. The sound of drums, steady and unrelenting, echoed through the spaceport, setting a rhythm for the march that was about to begin. Then the music softened as General Lelouch stepped forward to address his troops. A hush fell over the crowd, and even the most excited child seemed to hold their breath. Lelouch, draped in his regal white coat, stood at the forefront of the formation, his striking appearance demanding attention. His violet eyes surveyed the rows of soldiers before him, his gaze intense but calm. He began, his voice carrying effortlessly across the spaceport. It was a voice that held power, authority, and most importantly, belief. Today, you stand as warriors of the people, as their defenders. But you are not mere clones. You are their hope, their first and last line of defense in this ongoing war, he said as he gestured towards the crowd of onlookers who cheered. 2079 felt his chest swell with pride at those words. You were born into a galaxy at war, Lelouch continued, and for that many of you will fall. But know this, your lives, your actions will not be forgot. The galaxy will remember your sacrifice, and because of you, they will endure. You are more than just numbers. You are more than just clones. The wind swept gently across the rows of soldiers, rustling the banners above them, and the silence hung in the air as if the whole galaxy were listening. You will fight, Lelouch said, his voice firm. And when the time comes, you will die. But your death will not be in vain. You are the people's sword and shield, and as long as you stand, they will have hope. And when you fall, you will do so ensuring that whoever stands right behind you can take that one step further that you could not. 2079 could feel the surge of energy in the soldiers around him. Every clone seemed to stand a little taller, their shoulders straighter, their resolve strengthened. With a final resounding thud, the assembled clones brought their fists to their chest plates, the sound like a drumbeat that echoed through the spaceport. The civilians beyond the barricades roared in response, their voices a mix of cheers and tears. 2079 could see them now, tears streaming down some of the faces in the crowd. Then something unexpected happened. From the mass of civilians, a group of children, barely older than 9 or 10, slipped through the security barricades. Their small forms darted toward the clone troopers, tiny hands clutching flowers. For a moment, there was confusion. The clones, bred and trained for war, had never encountered such a gesture. The children, innocent and fearless, ran up to the soldiers with beaming smiles. 2079 watched in awe as one child ran straight to him, her small face tilted upward as she held out a single white flower. For a moment, he hesitated, unsure of what to do. War and violence were all he had ever been trained for, but something stirred inside him, something deeper than programming. He knelt down, gently accepting the flower from the girl's tiny hand. Her eyes sparkled with joy, and she gave him a toothy grin before running back toward the crowd. 2079 looked around, seeing the same scene repeated among his brothers. The clones, baffled at first, slowly began accepting the flowers from the children. Some tucked them into their utility belts, while others held them tightly, as if they were fragile, precious things. It was a simple gesture, but to 2079, it meant everything. These civilians, these children, they saw the clones as more than just soldiers. They saw them as protectors, as heroes. And in that moment, 2079 felt a sense of connection he had never experienced before. As the march resumed, the soldiers began their steady progression toward the boarding ramps of the sovereign. The civilians cheered them on, their voices a crescendo of encouragement, waving banners and throwing flowers as the troops paraded past. When 2079 reached the entrance of the ship, he was greeted by the captain, an older clone with a grizzled face and a hardened look in his eyes. The captain held out his hand, waiting for 2079's identification tag. "You need to hand it in, trooper," the captain said, his voice gruff but not unkind. "Why, sir?" 2079 asked, unsure of the tradition. "It's the general's orders and tradition," the captain replied. "Those who fall will be remembered. Their tags will be sent back with the rest of the fallen to the Corps. You won't be forgotten, trooper." 2079 nodded, understanding the weight of the tradition. He unclipped his tag from his belt and placed it in the captain's outstretched hand. The captain gave him a nod of respect, then turned to the next trooper in line. As 2079 boarded the sovereign, the flower still clutched tightly in his hand, he felt a strange sense of calm. He knew he was born to die. In the sovereign's bridge, Lelouch stood at the center, surrounded by Jedi generals and his most trusted officers. The vast viewport in front of him displayed the bustling activity of the shipyards, where the final preparations for departure were being completed. Lelouch's violet eyes scanned the holographic map of their upcoming campaign, the planet Iriadu at the heart of their next strategic operation. Beside him, Jedi Generals Kenobi, Anakin Skywalker, Ki-Adi-Mundi, and several other commanders reviewed their roles in the larger Republic effort. "We should leave Iriadu in the next 12 hours to retain the element of surprise," Kenobi said calmly, his fingers tracing the map. "The Separatist activity near Sullust has been neutralized by our advance forces, but we expect heavy resistance on Triton." "Resistance is expected," Lelouch remarked coolly, his sharp mind already calculating. "But Triton is one of our main objectives in this campaign. It'll release the heavy pressure on Iriadu and surrounding sectors while costing the Separatist a very valuable garrison and resupply base." "Perhaps," Kenobi remarked, "but it has already been equipped with deflector shields, perhaps even stronger than the ones on Geonosis. Not to mention their ground forces easily outnumber ours, and they have the advantage in a defensive battle. That would be a problem if we were looking to capture it, but as I said, Triton holds no value except for its position and houses no civilians. Sovereign has been equipped with kinetic weaponry for planetary bombardment. R&D came up with a rough measurement to batter any functional particle shield, arriving at a decisive size of 15 meters length and 2.5 diameter. Anakin jumped at that. That could certainly work. "Yes, it could, so I told them to double it. Now it most certainly will work." Lelouch responded with a calm smile as Anakin could feel a slight chill running up his spine. "Either way, as we move on Triton, another detachment formed by General Plo Koon and 2 more generals of his choice is to head for Jarantham and fortify it. Make no mistake, despite what the Senate might have said, this is a defensive campaign. The Republic doesn't have the resources to throw away in search of empty revenge. Securing Jarantham will ensure that all of the primary routes into the Republic from this sector of the galaxy are sealed. It will allow us the leisure to undertake a cleanup operation in contested worlds behind this fortified line and free them." At that, many of the Jedi generals straightened, while the Padawans seemed not only relieved but happy. As the meeting progressed, an officer approached Lelouch, bowing respectfully before handing him a datapad. Lelouch glanced at it briefly, his brow furrowing slightly. "An urgent message from the Jedi Council, General," the officer reported. "Generals Kenobi and Skywalker have been reassigned to hunt down a dangerous Separatist operative who's already killed a Jedi and a Padawan. The Council wants them to leave immediately." Lelouch's expression remained unreadable as he glanced toward Kenobi and Skywalker. They exchanged knowing looks as they got up, but before either could say anything, Lelouch spoke. "Relay this message to the council," he said evenly. "I would appreciate it if they put in a request beforehand, especially before a major operation. So next time I can properly refuse," he said as he dismissed them with a hand wave. The tone was subtle but sharp, and it wasn't lost on those present. From the back of the room, a quiet snort followed by a stifled giggle escaped. Ahsoka Tano, who had been waiting just outside, couldn't help herself, but she quickly straightened up, covering her mouth with her hand to suppress another laugh. Kenobi raised an eyebrow, and a frown formed on his face, while Anakin simply shook his head in exasperation at his Padawan. Lelouch, however, allowed the briefest hint of a smile to touch his lips before he turned back to the map. There was still work to be done, and their campaign was just beginning. "Prepare for departure," he commanded, his voice firm. "FYI, don't know how many of you saw the Clone Wars TV show, but guess what comes up now?" Chapter 39, The Pull. The space above Triton was a storm of light and chaos. The once pristine void had erupted into a symphony of laser fire, ion bursts, and the distant rumble of explosions. The Republic fleet, spearheaded by the Sovereign, had engaged the Separatist garrison, and within moments the battle had tipped heavily in the Republic's favor. On the bridge of the Sovereign, High General Lelouch stood calm and collected, his hands clasped behind his back as he watched the battle unfold on the massive holoprojector before him. His violet eyes were sharp and calculating, the familiar weight of command settling over his shoulders. The supercruiser's ion cannon had already proven its worth, disabling large swathes of the Separatist fighter screen with a single, decisive shot. "Report," Lelouch ordered, his voice steady amidst the chaos. "Sir," one of the officers at the tactical console replied, "the ion cannon has neutralized over 70% of the Separatist fighter force. The remaining enemy ships are scattered and outnumbered, 10-1. They're trying to regroup, but with their main advantage gone." Lelouch gave a single nod, his mind already moving to the next phase of the battle. "Prepare to engage the capital ships. Disable them. I want their vessels intact." The tactical officer relayed the order, and Lelouch's gaze shifted to the viewport. Outside, the Separatist fleet was faltering. Their capital ships, which had once held the upper hand due to their overwhelming fighter support, were now vulnerable, exposed without their screens of buzzing droid starfighters. Republic Arc 170 fighters and V-wings were already sweeping through the remaining enemy forces, cutting down any stragglers. "Multiple surrenders from the Lucrehulk-class warships across all channels, sir." The communications officer chimed in, his tone careful. Lelouch didn't flinch. He didn't even turn to acknowledge the statement. His next words were cold and calculated. "I'd rather hear it in person." There was a pause. The bridge momentarily hushed as his officers processed the order. "Sir," the communications officer asked, as if to clarify. "Prepare for boarding operations. Target all disabled capital ships," Lelouch continued. The bridge came alive with activity as officers and crew members scrambled to execute Lelouch's orders. The holodisplay updated, highlighting the capital ships that had been disabled by the Sovereign's ion pulse. These were the prime targets, large, intact vessels that would be invaluable to the Republic once secured. In the Sovereign's massive hangar bay, the atmosphere was electric. Clones moved with purpose, their boots clanging against the durasteel floors as they rushed toward boarding shuttles and LA-AT gunships. The hangar, vast enough to hold hundreds of ships, was filled with a chaotic yet organized rush. CT-2079, the fresh clone from earlier, was among them, his pulse quickening as he joined his squad in preparing to board. "All right, boys," a clone captain shouted over the din, his voice sharp and commanding. "You heard the orders. Boarding ops across all disabled ships. Get to your shuttles. We're moving fast and we're taking prisoners. No heroics. Secure the bridge, secure the cargo bays, and get those ships under control." The clone squads responded with crisp salutes, their movements synchronized as they rushed toward the open shuttles. ARC troopers, specialists, and Zero Legion commandos were at the front of the boarding parties, each one primed for the mission at hand. "This is it, boys," one clone muttered as he loaded his gear. Hi, General Lelouch doesn't want any mistakes. Let's do it right. Like we do it any other way, another clone replied, slapping his brother on the shoulder. The hangar's atmosphere was thick with tension and anticipation. Overhead, the whine of engines filled the air as LAAT gunships lifted off, carrying the first wave of boarding troops toward the enemy ships. The shuttles were a mixed fleet of standard military transports, retrofits, and whatever had been gathered hastily to fill the hangar of the supercruiser. From the outside, the Sovereign was a leviathan, the crown jewel of the Republic's might. Its massive ion cannon had never stopped firing, the electrical discharge still faintly crackling along the surface of nearby vessels. From the ship's belly, a swarm of boarding craft erupted, hundreds of transports and gunships, each one carrying squads of clone troopers to their targets. The Venator-class star destroyers that flanked the Sovereign also released their complements, their hangar bays yawning open to unleash even more shuttles into the fray. The separatist capital ships, many of them munificent-class frigates and recusant-class destroyers, floated helplessly in space. Their systems had been shorted by the ion blast, their engines dead, their shields gone. The skeleton crews aboard these ships scrambled to reactivate power, but the pulse had left them inoperable. What little resistance remained was sporadic at best. On the Republic's side, the fleet moved with precision. Lelouch's strategy had been flawless, and now it was simply a matter of mopping up. The boarding craft descended like a swarm of insects upon the disabled separatist ships, their landing gear locking onto hulls and cutting into the durasteel to allow for entry. The clones inside were ready, trained for this exact kind of operation. Minimal resistance was expected. The droid crews aboard the separatist vessels had been shut down along with the ships themselves, and any organic crew members would be scattered, disoriented from the ion pulse. Bridge Sovereign. Lelouch stood at the center of the bridge, watching the tactical display as the boarding operations commenced. The holomap lit up with markers as each team made their way onto the enemy ships. His gaze flickered toward the communications officer. "Any resistance?" he asked. "Minimal, sir," the officer replied. "Most of the enemy crews are disabled, just as expected. Some have managed to activate spare droids in the cargo, but they are being overwhelmed by our troops." Lelouch nodded, his mind already moving to the next step. "Good, keep the teams moving. I want those ships under Republic control within the hour." Suddenly, an alert sounded from the weapons officer's station. Lelouch's eyes narrowed. "Sir," the officer said, turning to him, "the planetary base on Triton's shield just came online. Scanners are detecting significant ANIT air weaponry and heavy structural reinforcements." Lelouch's lips curled into a faint smile. "Prepare for kinetic strike." The officer saluted. "Yes, sir." As the last of the boarding shuttles launched, the focus in the Sovereign's hangar shifted. The belly of the supercruiser, which had been retrofitted for orbital bombardment, now prepared to release its most devastating payload. Tungsten rods, 30 meters tall and 2.5 meters wide, designed to hit with the force of a small meteorite. "Helm," Lelouch ordered, his voice calm but firm. "Bring us into position. Weapons, prepare sequential firing solution. One pass is all we'll need." The massive ship shifted slightly as the helmsman brought it into the ideal trajectory for the kinetic strike. Below, the heavily armored separatist base on Triton bristled with defenses, but against the Sovereign's weaponry, it would be little more than an afterthought. "All doors open, sir," the weapons officer reported. Lelouch nodded. "Fire." From the underside of the Sovereign, 200 massive doors slid open, each releasing a single tungsten rod. The projectiles plummeted toward the planet below, their descent accelerating until they hit the surface with unimaginable force. Wave after wave, the rods smashed into the separatist base, each impact sending shockwaves through the terrain. The reinforced structures crumbled under the bombardment, their armor useless against the sheer kinetic energy of the strike. Within minutes, not requiring even 5% of the available armament, the base was little more than a twisted mess of metal and scorched earth. The accuracy could use improvement, not to mention the reduced impact due to the planet's low gravity. The firing system's ejection force should be increased dramatically if it is to be effectively on zero-gravity environments, perhaps even in fleet battles. Perhaps. You worry needlessly for small conflicts, though I can't say I do not see the gratification in it. The battle was over. On the Sovereign's bridge, Lelouch observed the tactical display as the final markers on the enemy capital ships blinked green. The boarding operations had been a success. Most of the ships had been secured, their crews captured or neutralized, and the ones too damaged had been destroyed. As the tension on the bridge eased, the officers around Lelouch exchanged glances, some of them visibly relieved. But Lelouch remained focused, his mind already planning the next move. It should be a good time to head for Skustel. Recovering the artifact shouldn't take long. He turned to his officers. Contact the rest of the fleet for departure. Sovereign will return to Iriadu to escort the captured vessels to the defense fleet once the ion effect has dissipated. The rest of the fleet is to reorganize and set up a blockade outside Rogue Anter system. Yes, sir. Lelouch then turned his head to his ever-present bodyguard. Fordo, prepare us a ship. We're taking a detour, Lelouch said as he lifted himself from the command chair and started walking towards the elevator. Parameters, sir, Fordo asked once they were out of earshot. Find and retrieve no witnesses. Prepare the necessary equipment, notify Thorn to do the same, and bring up the K squad from the lower levels. As you command. Hyperspace streaked past the massive form of the Sovereign, the sleek, ominous vessel gliding through the swirling tunnel of light and energy. On board, High General Lelouch stood at the center of the bridge, bathed in the cool blue glow of hyperspace, his eyes scanning the array of tactical data displayed before him. Beside him, officers worked diligently, maintaining the complex coordination needed to pilot such a leviathan of a ship. Following the Sovereign were half a dozen Lucrehulk-class warships, formidable behemoths of separatist origin, now captured and under Lelouch's command. Their hulking silhouettes filled the space behind the supercruiser, their lumbering mass escorted carefully through hyperspace as the fleet made its way to Iriadu. Suddenly, without warning, the Sovereign dropped out of hyperspace, alone. Before any alarm could be raised, the sensors immediately lit up. Floating in the space before them was an Arquitens-class command cruiser. Its sleek, angular form hovered silently, as though it had been waiting for the Sovereign's arrival. There were no visible markings of the Republic Navy, though Lelouch knew this ship intimately. It was a Zero Legion Black Ops vessel, one that did not officially exist, running operations that even the most well-informed members of the Senate knew nothing about. Prepare transport shuttles, Lelouch ordered, turning on his heel and heading toward the hangar bay. In the cavernous hangar of the Sovereign, 3 LAAT gunships sat ready. The energy in the hangar was tense but controlled, as was typical of Lelouch's operations. Clad in black armor, Fordo and his ARC trooper squad prepared their gear with military precision. Nearby, Thorn, the commander of his own elite ARC unit, did the same. Both squads, hardened by countless battles, moved with the fluidity of veterans who had fought together for years. And then there was K Squad, a unit whose presence commanded attention. Led by Jedi Master Coleman Kaj, the 4 figures cut a striking image, each of them garbed in a combination of pristine white armor and their traditional Jedi robes. Their lightsabers hung at their sides, their hands resting close to their hilts as though always prepared for the next confrontation. Kaj's 3 remaining Jedi from his original battalion, survivors of brutal campaigns, now served Lelouch with unswerving loyalty. There was an intensity in their eyes, a silent commitment to their commander that was rarely found among the Jedi. As Lelouch approached the shuttle, Fordo stood at attention, his helmet facing him, his posture at attention. Everything is prepared, General, Fordo said with his usual clipped tone. Lelouch gave a small nod of approval, boarding the LAAT. The rest of the squads followed in, the shuttle's doors sealing shut as they prepared to depart. The Sovereign's massive hangar doors slid open, revealing the void of space. The 3 shuttles flew out in formation, darting toward the waiting Arquitens. On board the Arquitens-class cruiser, the atmosphere was much different. The corridors were dimly lit, the ship running minimal operations as befit its Black Ops status. There was no fanfare, no official welcome. When Lelouch and his entourage disembarked from the LAAT, they were met by the captain of the vessel, another seasoned ARC trooper, his expression hidden behind a featureless helmet. He saluted sharply, recognizing the high command in his presence, his only direct superior. "Welcome aboard, General," the captain said. "We've been expecting you. Everything is ready." Lelouch offered a brief acknowledgement, not one for pleasantries in these situations. "We're heading to the Scustel system. Prepare the coordinates." The captain gave a firm nod and turned to his men to relay the order. The Arkwhitens jumped into hyperspace moments later, the swirling vortex of light once again surrounding the ship as it hurtled toward its destination. Inside the nondescript hangar of the Arkwhitens, another transport sat waiting, smaller and more inconspicuous than the Republic's typical craft. It was a disposable vessel, the kind used for covert operations that required no trace or attention. As the ship settled into hyperspace, Lelouch's entourage boarded this secondary transport, ready for the next phase of their mission. As the transport streaked toward the surface of Scustel, a world known for its volcanic terrain and industrialized environment, Lelouch stood silent. His mind was ever calculating, his focus sharp. But then, a subtle disturbance rippled through the air, a faint whisper in the force. It was barely noticeable, almost like the pull of a distant memory. Yet, to Lelouch, it was unmistakable. "Sir?" Fordo asked, noticing the shift in Lelouch's demeanor. He could always tell when something was amiss, even without understanding the nuances of the force. Lelouch didn't answer immediately. Instead, his focus turned outward, searching through the force as wide as he could. Before he could find anything, though, a voice echoed in his mind. Tzint, the ever-watchful entity, appeared with her usual mischief and cryptic insight. "A temporal pull," she mused, her voice filled with amusement. "Something powerful in the force is trying to bring something to itself, disregarding time and space. It's time to enact our next phase of the plan." Lelouch's brow furrowed slightly. He knew better than to question Tzint's cryptic warnings. Their bond transcended the need for explanation. "This timing?" Lelouch asked quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. Tzint's grin was noticeable, even through their link. "Haha, it's fun to watch you worry about unnecessary little things." And with that, she snapped her fingers. Suddenly, Lelouch and K's squad found themselves no longer aboard the transport. The volcanic landscape of Scustel was nowhere to be seen. For a split second, disorientation washed over them, but their combat instincts took over almost instantly. K's 3 Jedi, their senses honed from years of training, immediately sprang into defensive positions around Lelouch. Their lightsabers ignited with a subdued hum, casting a pale blue and green glow in the smoky air. But Lelouch was calm. He understood this was part of Tzint's interference. His eyes scanned the landscape, already calculating their next steps. The force was still pulling, stronger now, closer. It was as though something ancient and powerful was trying to reach out, disregarding the very fabric of reality to do so. Tzint's laughter echoed in his mind, playful yet ominous. "I seem to have grabbed your playthings by mistake," she whispered as her presence faded. Lelouch turned his attention to the landscape, the alien structures, and, more outstanding, the small rocky surfaces defying gravity and sitting in the air all over the horizon. "I expected more when you..." Lelouch started his thought before stopping, suddenly feeling the pull in the force stop. "They found what they were looking for," Tzint whispered. "The Chosen One," Lelouch confirmed as he felt Anakin nearby through the force. Chapter 40, The One. Towering monoliths rose from the ground, and a strange sense of calm, yet ominous power pervaded the atmosphere. "This doesn't look like any system I've ever seen," Ahsoka said, her voice tinged with awe. Obi-Wan nodded, staring out the viewport. "We're not in any system. We're somewhere else." Anakin's brow furrowed. "Somewhere, outside of time maybe, this planet feels alive, strong with the Force." Obi-Wan's eyes narrowed as he felt it too. "We need to find out what's going on here. Let's land." The shuttle descended, setting down on a vast plain between jagged cliffs. The trio disembarked cautiously, stepping into the surreal, dreamlike environment. The air felt thick with energy, vibrating with the Force in a way they had never felt before. It was as if the planet itself was the embodiment of the Force, its very essence woven into the atmosphere. Anakin squinted into the strange twilight that bathed Morty's, the light bending unnaturally across the horizon. He could sense her before he saw her, a calm, yet overwhelming presence. A woman, radiant and ethereal, approached them with grace. Her pale skin seemed to glow with an inner light, and her eyes were soft but filled with purpose. She stopped just a few paces in front of them, her gaze fixed solely on him. "Are you the one?" she asked, her voice soft yet carrying an unmistakable weight. Anakin blinked, caught off guard by the question. His hand rested on his lightsaber out of instinct, though he didn't feel threatened. Her presence was calming, almost soothing, in contrast to the raw, untamed energy he had felt earlier. Still, the vagueness of her words made him uneasy. "The one what?" Anakin asked, his brow furrowing. The simplicity of the question hung in the air, but the answer felt distant, as though it was just beyond his reach. The woman, who he realized must be the daughter the father had spoken of, said nothing in return, her eyes studying him carefully. Then, without a word, she turned her back to them, her flowing robes trailing in the air like ripples on water. "Follow me," she instructed gently. "I will take you to him." Obi-Wan stepped forward, casting a quick glance at Anakin. "Who is him?" he asked, his voice steady, but filled with the questions they all had. The daughter didn't respond. She continued walking with an unhurried, almost otherworldly pace, her feet barely touching the ground as if the Force itself carried her. Ahsoka exchanged a look with her master, a silent question in her eyes. Anakin gave her a small nod, and the trio began to follow the enigmatic woman into the unknown. After only a few minutes, Anakin's impatience got the better of him once again. "Where are you taking us, and who exactly are we going to meet?" he asked, his patience thinning. "The father, of course," the daughter replied. Ahsoka rolled her eyes from behind. "Of course." "And what exactly are you?" Kenobi asked from the back. "We are the ones who guard the power. We are the middle, the beginning, and the end." Glad she cleared that up for us, Anakin whispered to his companions in a half-smirk. Unknown to them, not far away, Lelouch was keeping a track of their location, as switched his location at will. The change in scenery being quite entertaining to watch, as he manipulated the laws as he felt like at the moment. He would be lying if he said that it wasn't quite the power trip, being able to manipulate, well, everything he could think of, really. It is, isn't it? To be able to hold reality in your hands, to realize just how feeble it is, how easily you can twist it. The Force, like the immaterium, molds the course of the material world, twisting it to follow its purpose. It is as alive as it is dead, like a machine. It only follows its purpose and cares for nothing else, because it cannot comprehend anything else. "But they are both born of the material world," Lelouch inquired as he meditated. "Yes, the creation that surpassed its creator, born out of imagination, curiosity, desire, quite literally, things that are not there. It is the culmination of the wish for, at the very least, the yet unattainable to the impossible, and therefore it can achieve anything." A hand clasped his shoulder as he saw visions he shouldn't have been able to, visions not of his current world. "And this one is young, the Force has mere cycles under it, but it has one massive advantage. It's empty, mere fragments exist in it, the so-called Jedi and Sith and some fledgling entities, deeply connected with the Force, but fledglings nonetheless. Even mortal as you are now, even without my help, you could bend and break them, if only in mind. But that would be a waste. Using their connection to reinforce yours would be much more productive. And with that power, we can stomp any attempt for further entities to arise or be born. Indeed, it will be the first major step for us in establishing our foothold." "I thought me becoming emperor would cover that," Lelouch said with an eyebrow raised. "How many emperors do you think there have been before you? Do not limit your focus. The material realm is important, but the Force is just as much so." He allowed a small smile to show on his face. "I thought you would say that it is more." "I prefer it, that much is true, but I have my eyes open to the truth. The material realm feeds the immaterium. It is because the immaterium allows for the impossible that it cannot exist without the material realm to fuel it. Meanwhile, the material realm can continue existing without the immaterial, but it is shackled by its laws, never being able to break through them. It is a delicate balance that I have yet to see be maintained." There was something different there. Lelouch could swear he could feel anticipation and euphoria from the being beside him. even if such hopeful feelings didn't fit the image of an all-knowing space horror god. As if peeking into his own mind, the god turned to him, Lelouch not even noticing the exact moment the towering monstrosity changed its form. From a monstrosity with multiple wings to a futuristic-looking soldier much taller than him, bending down as it looked at him in the eye. "Do you perhaps prefer me in this form?" Tzint asked as she enunciated her new form. Albeit, Lelouch had long since overcome his embarrassment. He could attribute it to all the moments in his previous lives. But it would be better explained that for a being of such horrific proportions, stuck in his head during his teenage years 10 years ago, it truly had nothing better to do than tease him days and nights with countless images in his head. "I died young, and I'm stuck with you in this life. Sue me." A sultry laugh was all he heard as the figure was gone from his sight. It took a few moments, as prepared to sink into meditation again before. "I look forward to what we can achieve, because I truly do not know what the limits are." He would be lying if this didn't stroke his ambition. How far could he go? How high could he climb now that he knew that this universe, this galaxy that wasn't even in his hands, was merely a starting point? Obi-Wan Kenobi stood in the eerie silence of Morty's, his form unmoving in mediation. Suddenly, a voice, familiar and calming, echoed through the fog. "Obi-Wan." Kenobi turned sharply, his heart skipping a beat. Before him stood Qui-Gon Jinn, his former master, though faint like an apparition, his presence rippling through the Force. "Master," Obi-Wan's voice trembled in disbelief. "Is it truly you?" Qui-Gon smiled, his expression soft yet filled with sorrow. "Yes, Obi-Wan, but I don't have much time." Kenobi took a step forward, still unsure. "How is this possible? You're gone." "I am one with the Force," Qui-Gon answered gently, "but I cannot linger long in this form. There is much you do not yet understand." Obi-Wan swallowed hard, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. "Anakin, is he truly the chosen one?" "Anakin is meant to bring balance, but—" Qui-Gon hesitated, a flicker of concern passing over his features. "There is something powerful nearby, something dark, Obi-Wan. You must be cautious." Suddenly, Qui-Gon's form flickered violently, as if being torn apart by an unseen force. His warning was cut short, his final words ripped from the air as his presence dissolved. Far off, hidden deep in the shadows, Lelouch sat in quiet meditation. His eyes closed, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he whispered, his voice laced with cold amusement, "The dead should stay dead." Chapter 41, Shadow on Morty's. Lelouch sat, his slender frame perfectly still, deep in meditation. The surroundings were quiet, almost oppressively so, the kind of silence that made the air feel thick. But to those attuned to the Force, there was nothing still about it. They could feel the energy pulsing from Lelouch, dark and turbulent, like waves crashing onto a jagged shore. The pulses were erratic, each one different in strength and rhythm, but all laced with power. Though his body remained unmoved for hours, his connection to the Force radiated outward, seeping into the atmosphere. A slight smile played on his lips, a knowing smirk that hinted at his awareness of everything that unfolded around him. He could sense the shifting balance on Morty's, feel the clash of the sun and daughter beneath the surface. It all played into his plan, the invisible strings he subtly pulled. The smile deepened as he reached out into the currents of the Force, letting them swirl around him, a dark and intricate dance only he knew the steps to. Anakin Skywalker stormed through the ancient corridors of the temple, his expression a mixture of fury and confusion. The weight of the vision still clung to him like a shadow, his mother's voice echoing in his mind, a reminder of the pain he could never fully escape. He moved with purpose, his hand gripping his lightsaber tightly, as if the weapon could somehow silence the tempest of emotions raging within him. At last, he found the father, seated on the cold stone floor of the temple, calm, unbothered by Anakin's approach. The elder figure watched as Anakin approached, his silhouette cast in the dim light. Without a word, Anakin ignited his lightsaber, the blue blade hissing to life as it pointed directly between the father's eyes. "You're a Sith, aren't you?" Anakin growled, his voice low, filled with menace. His patience was worn thin, and everything on this world felt wrong. "You're behind all of this." The father didn't flinch, didn't move. His gaze held steady, almost amused by Anakin's accusation. You have a very simplistic view of the Force, the father said softly, his voice carrying a deep weight of wisdom. And of the universe. With a single motion, the father raised his hand, and Anakin's lightsaber powered down, the blade retracting into the hilt as if of its own accord. The Jedi blinked, surprised, glancing at his now deactivated weapon. The father smiled knowingly, speaking again as if nothing had transpired. Few in the galaxy still remember our existence. You, the chosen one, will learn soon enough. Reluctantly, Anakin clipped his lightsaber to his belt, still eyeing the father warily. He stepped back slightly but remained on edge. In the room, Anakin said, voice filled with a trace of hesitation, I saw my mother, but it wasn't really her. The father let out a long, thoughtful hum, his expression growing more serious. That was likely the work of my son. Your son? Anakin's brow furrowed in confusion. The father nodded. We can take many forms, reflect the life force of those around us. And you, chosen one, carry a great sadness in your heart. My son could sense it, as could I. He used it against you. Anakin's jaw clenched, his frustration clear. Who are you people? Why are you here? We are not like other beings. My children and I can manipulate the Force in ways you cannot comprehend. The father's gaze drifted toward the horizon, as if looking beyond time and space. That is why we live here, separate from the temporal world. It is not a sanctuary, but a prison. Anakin's expression softened, some of the tension leaving his frame. A prison. The father nodded once more, the weight of his words hanging heavy in the air. I can only control them here. My son and daughter's power could tear the very fabric of the universe apart. Only within this realm can I keep them in balance. Anakin's confusion deepened. I don't understand. Why not let them go? Why keep them imprisoned? The father's eyes darkened with sadness. Because I love them. They are my children, but their power is dangerous. It is a burden only I can bear. He looked directly at Anakin, as if trying to make him understand. You too carry a great burden, one you may not fully understand yet. Unknown to either of them, lurking nearby, the son stood in the shadows. His golden eyes burned with anger, his body trembling with barely restrained fury. He had heard every word. His father's desire for control grated against him like a blade, every syllable stoking the flames of his growing rebellion. Control us, the son thought bitterly, as if we are mere tools. A dark rage boiled within him, his thoughts consumed by his father's words. His sister might be too weak to challenge their father, too bound by her devotion to him. But he would not be so easily controlled. He would not have his sister and himself stuck on this rock because of his fear. His power was vast and growing, and he had been biding his time. Waiting. The temptation to act was almost unbearable now, but he held back. Not yet, the time will come. As he wrestled with his anger, the father's voice echoed in his mind, issuing a command. Bring the chosen one's companions for the trial. With a quiet snort of disdain, the son shifted his form and vanished from the temple, his anger still simmering beneath the surface. He would play the part of the obedient son for just a moment longer. Anakin stood on the trial grounds, a dark and ominous sky swirling overhead. His gaze was fixed on the distant horizon, tension filling every fiber of his being. The wind whipped around him as the father appeared, standing tall at the center of the arena. From above, Ahsoka and Obi-Wan were brought down, held aloft by two strange creatures, one white, one black, the daughter and the son. Anakin's eyes widened, watching helplessly as his companions were placed before him. The father turned to him, his voice grave. Your test begins now, chosen one. Lelouch simply observed Anakin's trial. Anakin used the raw power he drew to subdue the siblings, which was impressive, considering they amounted to minor deities. Just the natural resistance of the Force they commanded made such task near impossible for almost all other Force users. It is impressive, for a mortal, Tzinch said as Anakin, Obi-Wan and Ahsoka turned to leave the trial grounds. It's the main reason we chose him after all. It's too bad you didn't bring his present. It would be a shame to see the look on his face. Did I now? Lelouch asked as he snapped his fingers. Out of nowhere, behind him, a metal container of 2.5 meters was standing tall proudly. Quite impressive, though you lack understanding, brute forcing is not your strength at this stage. Tzint said as she looked at Lelouch's face, a single line of blood escaping from the edge of his lip. It was a good measure of my limits, Lelouch said as he wiped the blood, staring at his hand as it was smeared in it slightly. It would have been really bad if you had a normal lifespan, or if you were much weaker. It's not like it will matter after today. Indeed, Tzint said with a crazy gleam in the eyes, looking at Lelouch up and down in approval as a smile presented itself. Lelouch paid it no heed as he closed his eyes once more. Now, let us start the real trial. And shortly after, a massive intent exploded through the force, this time not as a wave but directed, sharp as an arrow. And as the sun saw the ship of Anakin leaving towards the edge of Morty's, he felt an undeniable anger wash over him, his eyes glowing like beacons as the dark side fueled him. Turning around, he saw the figure of his father talking with his sister. He seemed almost disappointed, disappointed, that he could not pass the leash to another in his stead. As he sent his sister to the room, the son moved and slowly walked behind his father. "It troubles you, my son." A silence SLL, he received a response before a sigh escaped the son. "No, father, not anymore." And that was all he heard as he found himself flying through the air before he could even react, red lightning coursing through his body as it crashed through a pillar, to the side of the walkway and outside into the courtyard, as he blacked out almost immediately. He regained his consciousness momentarily. His son slowly moving away from him was all he saw, and maybe something else, maybe just a figment of his imagination, or something much more dangerous. A smiling figure, dressed in all white, seemingly invisible to his son as it cast a glance at him as the darkness slowly took him. Anakin's knuckles whitened as he gripped the controls, the tension radiating from his body. His connection to Ahsoka through the Force was faint, a flicker on the distant horizon, but still there. The sun had taken her right under his eyes, openly taunting him, knowing that he'd have no choice but to follow. "Hold on, Ahsoka, I'm coming," he muttered to himself, his brow furrowing in determination. The ship hummed as they flew low across the strange landscape of Morty's, but as they neared the temple, dense fog suddenly surrounded them. As Anakin cruised through it, he suddenly felt a strong reaction in the Force. Ahsoka was right in front, and out of nowhere, a tower bathed in green light appeared in front of them. That was all it took, as Obi-Wan pulled the controls to sway hard on the left, Anakin only taking a moment to try and bring the ship back, the sudden jolt in direction destabilizing the ship and bringing it down. The ship struck the ground hard, skidding to a stop. Suddenly, Anakin found himself merely a few dozen of meters, vertically, from where he had originally left, the Temple of the Father standing proudly on the mountainside above them. Looking towards his master in frustration, and with a questioning gaze, he only got a simple response. "I didn't think you saw it," Kenobi explained as he tried to get his bearing from the crash. "It was a giant tower, of course I saw it," Anakin retorted with a dumbfounded look on his face. Smoke poured from the ruined craft, and sparks flew as they crawled from the wreckage. Anakin cursed under his breath, but there was no time to waste. He could feel Ahsoka, distant but unmistakably her. "She's in that tower," he said, pointing towards the towering spire far off in the distance, its dark silhouette looming against the sky. "Anakin, he didn't take her by mistake. Do not rush headlong into this." Anakin shrugged his hand as he headed towards the horizon. "I don't care. He is too powerful for Ahsoka. I won't leave her alone." Once again that same hand stopped him. "Anakin, I understand, however we are in the middle of something we don't truly understand. It'd be wise to confer with the Father first." An annoyed grunt was all he got as Anakin shrugged his hand once more. "Then you confer with him. I won't let him hurt Ahsoka." At that, Anakin started to make his way towards the tower in the horizon. Chapter 42, Power. Anakin stormed through the tower, each step filled with urgency and fear as he sensed Ahsoka ahead. The dark side permeated the air, its tendrils pulling at him, making every breath heavy, every thought clouded. His mind raced, fighting to keep control as he approached the entrance to the main hall. The door slid open, revealing Ahsoka standing in the center of the room, only it wasn't his Ahsoka. Her skin was pale, her eyes glowing with a sinister yellow hue, corrupted by the dark side's touch. "Ahsoka," Anakin called out softly, his heart sinking at the sight of her. "Ahsoka, it's me, you have to fight this." Her face remained expressionless, cold, as if she didn't even recognize him. There was no spark of the young woman who had followed him through battle after battle, only darkness now. Without a word, Ahsoka ignited her lightsabers. The twin green blades hummed menacingly, reflecting the malicious gleam in her eyes. "Ahsoka, stop, this isn't you," Anakin pleaded, but she didn't respond, her body tensed, and in an instant she lunged forward, striking with a deadly precision that he had only seen in battle-hardened Sith. Anakin barely had time to ignite his own lightsaber to block her attack, their blades clashing with a burst of energy. The sound of the lightsabers hissed in the air as they crossed again and again. Anakin was on the defensive, his mind racing for a way to disarm her without hurting her. "Ahsoka, don't do this," he shouted, ducking beneath one of her strikes. She spun fluidly, pressing the attack. Her movements were faster, sharper than before, but they lacked the warmth, the hesitation of the Ahsoka he knew. The sun watched from the shadows, leaning against the far wall with a cruel smile on his lips. He relished the conflict, the emotional struggle tearing through Anakin. Every clash of their lightsabers only fueled his power, feeding the dark side within him. Anakin's fear, desperation, and fury, each were delicious. But the son's enjoyment was short-lived as the daughter burst into the hall, her radiant presence a sharp contrast to the darkness that enveloped the room. "Our father is dying. How could you do this?" she cried, her voice filled with pain as she looked at her brother. The son sighed, his demeanor cold and detached. "He was just so selfish, sister, and was taking so long to die, so I decided to move things along." "You," the daughter began, fury and sorrow in her eyes, "I won't let you leave this planet." The son straightened and smiled, his eyes gleaming with condescension. "You are not strong enough to keep me here." "Not alone she isn't." A voice echoed through the hall, and Obi-Wan Kenobi appeared from the shadows, his calm determination evident as he stepped into the light. The son's smile twisted into a mocking grin. "Are you referring to your friend, the Chosen One? I believe you will find him preoccupied." He gestured toward the window that overlooked the courtyard, where Ahsoka and Anakin's lightsabers clashed with increasing ferocity. Obi-Wan's heart dropped as he glanced through the window, seeing Anakin locked in combat with Ahsoka, their movements growing more desperate with each passing second. Without wasting another moment, Obi-Wan dashed toward the door, urgency in every step as he made his way to the courtyard. The son, amused, turned his gaze back to his sister. "Can you feel it, sister? The hate, the fury," he whispered, his voice like a serpent coiling around her. "The conflict is feeding me, isn't it?" The daughter's eyes flared with righteous anger. She tried to move, to intervene, but before she could take a step, the son raised his hand. A powerful force wrapped around her, lifting her into the air, her limbs frozen as she struggled against his power. "I don't think so," the son said with a low growl, red lightning flickering between his fingers as he held his sister in place, ensuring she couldn't interfere. Back at the temple, the father lay unconscious, his body motionless until his eyes slowly fluttered open. The pain of his injuries was overwhelming, but he forced himself to rise. He stumbled through the corridors, intent on finding his children, on preventing further disaster. But as he approached the exit of the temple, he came to a sudden halt. A powerful, invisible barrier blocked his path, shimmering faintly in the force. Confused and frustrated, the father turned, his gaze scanning the room. Then he saw Lelouch. Lelouch sat on a white throne, calm and composed, his legs crossed casually. It was a place the father had often meditated in, yet now it had been claimed by this intruder. You are the one," the father said, his voice weak but edged with recognition. "The presence I could not pinpoint." Lelouch smiled faintly, a half-smirk that carried both arrogance and amusement. "Partially true, though the nagging sensation you felt should have come from my better half," he said, his gaze shifting momentarily behind the father. The father barely had time to react before he felt an excruciating pain sear through his back. He looked down, his eyes widening as a massive, clawed hand pierced through his torso. The dark, armored gauntlet seemed to pulsate with malevolent energy. A horrible, dark laughter echoed inside his mind, a voice invading his thoughts, ripping through his consciousness, devouring everything in its path. The father gasped, his strength failing as his very essence was torn apart. The cracks in his body spread, his form shattering like fragile glass as the darkness consumed him, leaving nothing behind from him. Lelouch remained seated, watching with cold indifference. A moment later, Tzinch materialized beside him, a hand in Lelouch's shoulder as he felt a massive strain on him for a moment, his body almost giving out as he slumped in the makeshift throne he had created. Heh, one step closer, Tzinch's voice slithered through the air, a cruel grin spreading beneath the helm. Now, neither your master nor the Chosen One will rival you in the Force, but be cautious, outside of Morty's, bending reality may not come so easily. Lelouch exhaled slowly. He rolled his neck, the tension melting away as his power swelled within him, stronger than ever before. An invisible pressure exerted itself. With a mere thought, an overwhelming pressure erupted outward from him. The floor beneath his feet cracked and splintered, the shockwave tearing through the temple with raw, unfathomable power. Walls crumbled, columns disintegrated, and the very mountain that housed the temple began to split apart. As the destruction surged out in every direction, debris and dust spiraled through the air, until suddenly everything froze. Rocks, shattered stone, and fractured pillars hovered in suspended animation. Lelouch, unbothered by the carnage, calmly walked through the ruins, the rubble parting effortlessly before him. Reaching the edge of the platform of the now broken temple, Lelouch took one step into the abyss, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished, disappearing into the fabric of reality itself. The moment he was gone, the suspended fragments of the temple shifted. With a deafening rush, they flew back into place, stones snapping back together, cracks sealing as if they had never existed. In mere seconds, the temple stood once more, restored to its former glory, though now without its ancient guardian. The daughter felt the disturbance before she saw it. A ripple in the force, unfamiliar and cold, stretched through the air like the first hint of a storm. She turned sharply, her emerald eyes widening as Lelouch appeared in the main hall of the tower, his presence dark and heavy, an intruder in a place that should have been untouchable. At first, she could hardly believe it. Morty's was a sanctuary, a prison, and a realm beyond the reach of outsiders. Yet there he stood, his dark form flickering into existence as if it had always belonged there. The sun had felt it too, his head snapping toward Lelouch, his expression briefly one of surprise, then suspicion. But before either of them could act, a crushing weight descended upon her mind. It was as if an unseen hand had gripped her thoughts, pressing down with overwhelming force. The daughter gasped, stumbling back as her connection to the Force, so natural, so inherent, was ripped away from her grasp. She tried to reach out, to summon the comforting light she had always known, but it was blocked, suffocated by the oppressive power radiating from this new presence. The son, beside her, struggled as well. His eyes glowed with rage, but even he seemed powerless to resist the unseen force that bore down on them both. His defiance meant nothing against the sheer magnitude of what now confronted them. And then the air in the room shimmered. Something was emerging from the shadows, more terrifying than anything she had felt before. The distortion twisted, and from it Tzinch materialized, its form dark and malevolent, casting a looming shadow across the room. The daughter felt a jolt of fear deep within her. She had never felt such an overwhelming presence, not even from her father or her brother. This was something else entirely. And yet, it gave the same feeling as the young man standing behind it, if she truly focused on it. Tzinch's form solidified into an armored figure, and then came the attack. Before she could blink, a torrent of raw energy exploded from Tzinch. The shockwave struck her like a hammer. Her and her brother's body were hurled through the air, slamming into the stone walls of the tower. The force of the impact shattered the wall, and before she could gather her thoughts, she was plummeting downward, her limbs flailing as she tumbled uncontrollably through the sky. Her body crashed into the courtyard, skipping across the ground like a stone tossed into a pond. She felt the earth shatter beneath her with each impact, the pain of each collision radiating through her. By the time she finally came to a stop, she could barely comprehend what had happened. Her mind swirled in confusion, trying to process the overwhelming force that had struck her. Dazed and gasping, the daughter struggled to her knees. Her once radiant white form was bruised and battered. She looked over to see her brother, the sun, lying crumpled beside her, equally thrown by the blast. His eyes were wide, glowing with rage and disbelief. They had been powerful, both of them, entities tied to the very essence of the force itself, and yet they had been nothing against this intruder. The courtyard was unnervingly quiet, save for the faint hum of lightsabers. She looked up and saw Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Ahsoka Tano, all frozen in place, their battle interrupted by the sudden chaos. The Sun's twisted plan, Ahsoka's corruption, it all seemed insignificant now in the presence of the force that had thrown everything into disarray. Her heart pounded as she gazed at the tower. There, at the gaping hole in the wall, stood Lelouch, his white figure outlined against the dim light. He had barely moved, his eyes cold and distant, but his presence was undeniable. And beside him, fully corporeal, was Tzinch, a force of pure chaos, watching them all with unblinking eyes. Chapter 43, The Chosen One II. Anakin's gaze lifted as the figure descended through the shattered wall of the tower, his breath catching as Lelouch emerged. A powerful energy radiated from him, filling the air with an unmistakable darkness. Anakin felt a jolt of unease. The force swirling around Lelouch wasn't like anything he'd felt before. It was more than raw power. It was cold, controlled, and purposeful, like the eye of a storm. As Lelouch moved closer, Anakin instinctively took a step forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his lightsaber, ready to defend against any threat. But before he could speak, Obi-Wan, beside him, voiced the growing tension. "You are the Sith Lord," Obi-Wan said, his voice firm and accusatory. Lelouch's gaze flickered to him, a small, amused smile curving his lips. "Trained by one, yes. Attained the rank of one, also yes. Though I care little for their feud with the Jedi." Lelouch's voice trailed off as his eyes narrowed on Kenobi, an almost playful glint in his purple eyes. Obi-Wan, undeterred, took a step forward, raising his lightsaber. But just as he prepared to confront this new enemy, his weapon deactivated abruptly, the blade retracting into the hilt. Confusion flashed across his face as he attempted to reignite it, but before he could react further, Lelouch made a subtle gesture, and with a powerful flick of his hand, Kenobi's own weapon was thrust against his head with a force that sent him crumbling to the ground, unconscious. Anakin's hand clenched his saber as he took a defensive stance, feeling an anger welling up inside him. Yet even with Obi-Wan down, Lelouch's composure remained unaffected, his gaze returning to Anakin. His words, however, were directed to the limp form of the Jedi Master lying beside them. "Even then," Lelouch murmured thoughtfully, "one can certainly see their point, given this Jedi way or the highway attitude." Anakin's heart pounded, 1,000 thoughts running through his mind. Obi-Wan was out cold, Ahsoka stood nearby, still gripped by the darkness the sun had cast over her. "Well then, out of all of you, I didn't need him, at least not yet." Lelouch smiled as he shrugged towards Kenobi's unconscious body. "Then, I don't need you either," Lelouch said as he gestured towards the daughter, a simple flick of a finger, and she crumbled to the floor like a doll with its strings cut. And his gaze fell on Ahsoka. "And I most certainly do not need you. Little snips." The snarl didn't have time to form on her face as she also hit the ground almost immediately as Lelouch's words fell. Anakin saw his lightsaber depower itself as Lelouch turned to him. "No need for that. No one here is going to hurt you, Anakin. Isn't that right?" Lelouch asked as he turned towards the sun. A growl escaped him as Lelouch merely sighed. "Come now, you know you didn't really want it to kill him, merely keep him busy while you dealt with all the other obstacles." Anakin looked suspiciously at the sun at that, as Lelouch continued on. "Now that I have, why don't you show him what you intended since the beginning? The future you and I have seen through the Force, what the Force itself has in store for its chosen one." As Lelouch spoke, Anakin's eyes widened gradually as he felt the Force shift around him. It was instinctual. It was how he could tell when others were lying, and how he could distinguish people from when he was but a boy on Tatooine. There was nothing that felt wrong with the current conversation or situation, and that disturbed Anakin more than he let show outwards. As Lelouch's gaze shifted to the sun, his voice took on an edge of command that sent an almost imperceptible tremor through the dark being's stance. "Now, Lelouch murmured, his tone brokering no defiance. "Why don't you show him what you intended from the beginning? Show him the future you and I have both glimpsed, the path the Force itself has set for him." Anakin felt the subtle tremor in the Force as it shifted around him, resonating in the deep, ancient way he had always felt since he was a boy on Tatooine. And though he fought against it, he could feel the truth beneath Lelouch's words, like a dark current pulling him in. His heart pounded, but he remained silent, unwilling to admit the storm that had begun to swirl inside him. With a slow, sly smile, the son obeyed, raising his hand and allowing the Force to coalesce into images around Anakin, wrapping him in the truth of his destiny. Shadows twisted and took shape. The figure of a black-clad warrior, his features obscured by a mask, his voice a hollow rasp of power. Flickering scenes of death and betrayal filled Anakin's vision, scenes of a woman, his Padme, falling in anguish, her life extinguished by his own actions. The specter of Vader loomed over the broken remnants of his former life, the chilling silence punctuated only by the clatter of his lightsaber hitting the ground. "No, this isn't real," Anakin choked out, his voice cracking as he watched, the visions searing into his mind as if branded by the Force itself. Yet, even as he tried to deny them, a powerful undercurrent, a certainty, throbbed in the very fabric of his connection to the Force, whispering that it was truth. It felt right in a way he could not deny, a feeling that left him shaken and trapped. His powerful connection to the Force binds him, reinforcing the truth of these visions in his mind. For one so chosen, the Force is a blade. It carves out paths from which none escape. He cannot bend it to his will without the Force itself bending him to its purpose. Lelouch remained silent but attentive, his expression unreadable as Tzinch's words took root in Anakin's heart. Anakin's denial dissolved into a scream, a raw, primal wail of a soul torn apart. He stumbled back, clutching his head as the visions crashed over him, unable to hold back the horrible truth that was unfolding before him. His hands trembled, fists clenching as he struggled to regain his composure. The son saw his opportunity. It doesn't have to be this way. The future, by its very nature, it can change. You can change it. As he gestured to the images, urging Anakin to see hope, the hope he was offering, where only despair resided. But Lelouch stepped forward, voice slicing through the son's words. "The future can indeed be changed," he agreed, his gaze cold and steady. "But not for you, Anakin. Your destination is set, and nothing anyone can do will change it, not even you." The entire tower exploded outwards as the plane of Mortis shook as Anakin exploded in anger, his eyes shining yellow as he made his way towards Lelouch. His dark robes and bigger physique a stark contrast to Lelouch's pristine white armor and his slim physique. "Try and stop me, Anakin." "Do you think I need to?" Lelouch asked unhurriedly. Anakin furrowed his brows. "Do you think any single individual ever really had control over you? You were born by the will of the Force, you lived by its will, and in the end, you died by it. Even as I stand here telling you this, there is only one true choice you can make. I can go right now and what? Kill the Emperor? Bring balance? Or take the throne? You and the Emperor are the massive counterbalance to the numerous Jedi out there. It's why your existence is allowed. Do you really think you failed because you couldn't match Kenobi? You failed because the Force knew that with you at the throne, another 1,000 years of imbalance would follow, this time with the scale on the dark side." Anakin was ready to explode, but he couldn't refute Lelouch's words. Were all his stray thoughts, all his instincts, just the occasional push from the Force to drive him where he was designed to be? If so. The vision of Padme's death burned in his mind, and the faces of his children, lost to him for years. He could feel each heartbreak that awaited him, the misery carved into the future like scars. His heart thundered with fear and rage, and his blue eyes flared with a yellow gleam as his growing anger choked him, rising like a tidal wave. "And just what am I supposed to do then?" Lelouch calmly looked at Anakin, as his stoic expression melted into a small smile. "The Force won't let you walk away from it, so, willingly, walk into it. For the moment, neither you nor I hold the power to change the direction of the Force. Balance must first be brought, before everything else slowly comes together," Lelouch said as he turned his eyes to look directly behind Anakin. Feeling a sudden chill, Anakin turned to look behind him. a massive container taller than him standing behind silently. Hiss! The container slowly unraveled itself, Anakin taking a deep breath at the sight. Perhaps his destination couldn't be changed, but he would try his best to alter the course it followed in his visions. As Anakin spoke with Lelouch, the sun finally rose, having been flung from Anakin's outburst like a puppet. He saw both of them engulfed in their little confrontation as he positioned himself behind Anakin, hiding from Lelouch's view. He couldn't just let the chosen one slip from his fingers, and this was the perfect time when none of them were focusing on him. Sensing Anakin slipping from his grasp, the sun made a desperate attempt to seize him, reaching out to reclaim his influence over the chosen one. But his hand was caught in a powerful, armored grip. The sun's form was flung backward, crashing into a force wall with a bone-rattling impact that left him stunned. Tzint, now towering in his monstrous, armored form, stepped forward, blue flames licking at the edges of his helm. The sun's gaze narrowed, defiance flickering as he attempted to summon the force, but found it stifled by Tzint's oppressive, smothering presence. Ah, Tzint mocked, tilting his head as he considered the dazed being. I see why Korn and his followers crave such destruction. Without another word, he found a massive armored boot before his face. He attempted to pull at the force, more out of habit than any actual thought, but found nothing responding as he felt the force wall behind him breaking slightly. You were so easily manipulated by a mortal, Tzint sneered. Pathetic. You've been a puppet for days, a mere plaything. For an immortal being, that's almost sad. The sun could only stare, weakened under the grip of Tzint's power. Through the dark abyss of Tzint's helm, behind the blue flames something glowed with cold malice. A small pink glint that appeared just as it vanished as the sun felt his body breaking down. As he plummeted, his form fracturing into a cascade of light, he cast a final glance at the young man who had shattered everything. The chosen one now stood at his side, towering over 2 meters, clad in imposing dark armor and heavy robes. He looked less like a man and more like a living fortress of the dark side itself, a force of pure darkness given form. He only heard a light sound as his eyes closed permanently. Kuakare. Chapter 44, Artifact. Lelouch POV. Vader could not exist as long as Anakin Skywalker lived, and Anakin Skywalker would live as long as Padme Amidala did. I understood this truth, but Anakin was blind to it. He thought himself powerful now, and with my help to control it, he underestimated the possible interference of the Force on his actions. I was counting on buying Vader's servitude by using her life, but while it was still possible, it would mean a permanent thorn and vulnerability at my side. Padme Amidala had the capability to convince Anakin to drive his blade in my back, and I could not take that chance. She would have to die, and the circumstance would have to be aligned just right. The world of Morty's twisted and morphed around Lelouch as he walked, fragments of reality bending and shifting in and out of existence like waves upon a dark, cosmic sea. Towers of stone rose from the ground only to crumble into dust moments later. At times, the air itself seemed to ripple, testing the very limits of its form in the presence of such raw power. This is much harder than just willing it into existence. Give it time. You are not meant to succeed now, not with your current power. We are merely stress testing your current capabilities. I have successfully reinforced your connection to the Force by using that of the Father, the Son, and the Daughter. While you can still die, you'd have to be particularly dim or facing overwhelming physical firepower. It would destroy your physical body and leave you vulnerable to a crafty Sith or Jedi, maybe allow them to seal you somewhere, but not definitively kill you. Congratulations on becoming a god, of sorts. With a sigh, Lelouch dropped everything, the entire landscape setting into a clear field. Sitting down, the thought of recreating certain moments from his past crossed his mind, before he thoroughly crushed it. Good, it is how some particularly powerful entities stagnate and gradually fall, lost in the better days of their seemingly immortal lives, locked away in realms of their own creation, their own personal paradise. Pathetic parasites. Very well, we should advance then. Tell me more about this Forge of Souls. With neither a sound nor a move, Vader found himself seated inside a transport ship, heading towards Skustel's atmosphere. Vader's sudden appearance on the transport was met with a stunned silence. The cramped interior, already tense with the anticipation of an imminent mission, seemed to shrink as the dark figure materialized where Lelouch had stood just moments before. The metallic scent of the cabin mingled with the muted hum of engines and the mechanical whir of clone troopers' gear. For an instant, the galaxy itself seemed to hold its breath. Arc Captain Fordo, ever vigilant, reacted first. His blaster lifted swiftly, its muzzle pressed against Vader's armored helmet, while another aimed squarely at the dark figure's midsection. A synchronized movement followed as Thorne's team mirrored the readiness, Thorne's rotary blaster already starting to hum with lethal energy. The members of K Squad stood nearby, expressions impassive as if confident that any outcome would be dealt with effectively, either by Vader or themselves. Fordo's eyes narrowed beneath his helmet, his voice sharp but steady. "You get one chance. The General?" The question hung in the air, a challenge wrapped in steel and suspicion. Without a word, Vader reached out with the Force, a subtle yet commanding gesture. In his hand appeared a small, cylindrical device. It activated with a flicker, casting a blue, holographic image that solidified into the unmistakable figure of Lelouch. The image spoke with a clear, authoritative voice, reciting a classified code, one known only to those with the highest clearance. The tension cracked, giving way to recognition. Fordo's eyes met Thorne's, an unspoken confirmation passing between them. As one, they lowered their weapons, a silent signal that rippled through their squads. The blasters and rotary cannons shifted back to neutral positions as the troopers eased back into their seats, eyes still darting with residual caution. The atmosphere in the transport settled, the muted roar of Skustell's atmosphere enveloping them as they descended. Moments later, the pilot's voice crackled over the comms, breaking the fragile silence. "Approaching designated coordinates, detecting multiple life signatures. Prepare for deployment." As the transport ship settled onto the rocky landing pad, a shudder ran through its frame, the descent engines whirring to a stop. The muffled thud of boots echoed as the clones shifted, rechecking gear and recalibrating suit seals. Fordo's sharp gaze swept the cabin, his voice a rasp of command. "Double-check your seals and gear. We're not taking any chances." The hangar door creaked open, letting in the sulfurous scent of Skustell's atmosphere, mixed with the sterile tang of the ship's interior. Master Coleman Kakaj descended the ramp with a slow, dignified stride, robes billowing slightly as he moved. His elongated head dipped forward in acknowledgement as the assembled Angry guards bowed slightly, their bulbous eyes nervously flickering toward the imposing silhouette of Darth Vader. The dark figure stood at the edge of the ramp, the dim light casting his shadow deep into the hangar like an omen. One of the Angry stepped forward, voice careful and steeped in reverence. "Master Kakaj, we received your message regarding the threat too. We have been tasked to escort you to the Elders, though your escort must remain behind for security purposes." Kakaj's yellow eyes shifted thoughtfully, weighing the situation. After a moment of consideration, he nodded. "Understood." The Angry guards led the way, their gait hurried yet respectful. Kakaj followed, his presence serene, though shadows of concern played across his features. The winding path took them past jagged rock formations and through tunnels carved painstakingly over generations. Cool drafts whispered through the caverns, carrying with them the scents of ancient minerals and the hum of hidden machinery. Veins of phosphorescent stone pulsed with a soft blue glow, lighting their path as they descended deeper into the earth. Finally, they reached a massive, heavily armored door, its dark metal adorned with ancient Angry symbols etched into the surface. As one of the guards approached, the doors groaned to life, sliding open with a metallic protest that reverberated down the corridor. The room within was vast, a hidden outpost where technology and natural stone merged seamlessly. The Elder Council sat on stone-carved thrones that circled a table engraved with runic patterns, their eyes tracking Kakaj as he entered. "Master Kakaj," one elder intoned, voice weathered but strong, "we are grateful for your years of dedication. However, we are troubled by the presence of Republic forces so near to our stronghold." Kakaj's expression softened with understanding. "In these times of war, my status as a Jedi General mandates that I do not travel unaccompanied. The most I could convince them was to wait for my return at the landing zone." The elders nodded, though tension still hung heavy in the air. Another elder leaned forward, the glow of the table reflecting off his deep-set eyes. Then it could not be helped. This will require a relocation on our part, so I can guess to the severity of the threat. You mentioned in your message that you could not risk it getting intercepted. With a subtle motion, Kaj detached a small device from his belt, its surface polished and innocuous. This holds all the information I have managed to gather. He used the force to levitate it into the center of the room, watching as it hovered, illuminated by the soft blue light. The elders leaned in, their interest piqued. Their attention locked on the sphere, they hesitated at the sight of a red button embedded on its surface, exchanging puzzled glances. Without warning, an unseen force pressed the button, triggering a sudden detonation. A surge of flame expanded outward, and blue gas hissed through from the contents. Outside, the rumble echoed through the cavern system, reaching the ears of Vader and his accompanying troopers. Fordo's helmet tilted slightly as he registered the vibrations. "Steady," he ordered, his voice slicing through the eerie silence. Thorne's eyes narrowed, and with a signal his squad tightened their grip on their weapons, the rotary cannon now purring with a low, lethal growl. Moments later, the armored doors creaked open. A group of Angri, their eyes wide and bodies trembling, stumbled out, coughing and wheezing in desperation. Fordo's eyes were as hard as durasteel as he raised his hand. "Drop 'em." Blaster bolts split the air, painting the entryway in bursts of red as the Angri fell, their bodies hitting the stone with dull thuds. Silence reasserted itself, broken only by the static crackle of blaster cooling mechanisms. Vader stepped through the aftermath, his boots moving with an unhurried precision. The darkness of the caverns swallowed him as he advanced deeper into the hidden base. Turning his head sharply, he addressed the K-Squad, the 3 Jedi within standing tense and alert. "Guard this entrance. No one enters or leaves." His voice, metallic and edged with menace, left no room for doubt. Fordo exchanged a nod with Thorne, who motioned to his troopers. "Defensive positions, lock down the gate." The clone troopers moved like a well-oiled machine, setting up at the corners and training their blasters toward the shadowed passages. Vader cast one last look over his shoulder before moving deeper into the outpost. Thorne returned the nod as Fordo signaled his squad, moving to follow in line behind Vader as they delved deeper into the Angri secret base. Chapter 45, Silent Tide. Vader's imposing figure led the way down the dimly lit corridors, shadows cast in jagged patterns by the flickering emergency lights. Each footstep reverberated, a drumbeat of impending fate. The gasps and low, gurgling moans of the near-dead accompanied them, the wretched soundtrack to their descent into the heart of the secret base. Fordo's eyes scanned the holopad he clutched, the tracking signal blinking with a rhythmic pulse as it directed them toward their objective. ARC troopers, eyes sharp. "Take no chances," Fordo barked, his voice filtered and commanding through his helmet. The soldiers fell into formation, disciplined and silent, their weapons sweeping side to side. Each figure lying on the ground was met with cold, unhesitating blaster fire. The red flashes illuminated gaunt faces caught in their final moments of terror before life flickered out entirely. The air grew heavy with the metallic tang of scorched flesh, a scent that clung to everything. Vader pressed forward, the flow of the Force guiding him like an unseen current, tugging at his senses. The weight of life, fragile and desperate, waned behind him as his focus sharpened. He felt the irregular, feverish pull beneath the chamber, a throbbing presence that resonated with power. Suddenly, they reached an ornately reinforced set of doors, carved in ancient sigils that glimmered with faint luminescence. "Open it," Vader commanded, his voice a deep, resonant rumble that brokered no argument. The only answer was the doors sliding open, a harsh mechanical hiss revealing the devastation within. The council chamber lay ravaged, Elder Angri slumped in final repose. Coleman Kaj sat at the center, poised, breathing deeply behind a protective shimmer of Force energy that held back the lethal blue shadow, virus swirling like a coiled serpent around him. Vader stepped in, and the tension shifted. An invisible force pushed the virus to the very edges of the chamber. One of Fordo's troopers stepped forward, holding a sterilized mask at the ready. "Master Kaj," he said tersely, extending the device. Kaj rose, weariness in the set of his shoulders. His gaze was unflinching as he took the mask and secured it over his face, the first deep inhale sounding like a man brought back from the brink. Vader's senses sharpened, an unseen thread pulled taut as he reached beyond the walls of the chamber, below the surface, and into the hidden void beneath. His eyes narrowed. "Captain, gather your men and the Jedi. Clear this room, now." Fordo didn't hesitate. "All out. Master Kaj, you're with us," he ordered, gesturing sharply. The troopers moved like shadows, precise and efficient, their boots thudding in sync as they exited. The room felt alive as Vader's gloved hand extended, his fingers curling into a tight grip. The floor shuddered, bolts screeched as they wrenched free, and stones splintered. The vibration built, reaching a deafening crescendo before the ground erupted in a shattering explosion. Stone and metal fragments flew, smoke unfurling into the air like a dark shroud. "Flashlights on," Fordo snapped as the swirling dust enveloped them, beams of white slicing through the murk. Their lights illuminated a gaping chasm that yawned beneath the shattered floor. A colossal structure sprawled below, glistening like polished obsidian and pulsing with an unnatural luminescence. Thick conduits snaked out from the walls, binding it as if anchoring a living heart. "This is Captain Fordo," he spoke into his comlink, steadying his voice. "Objective confirmed. Structure is beyond anticipated size and cannot be retrieved without significant support. Immediate reinforcements and heavy lifting gear are required." Vader's cape swept behind him as he stood at the edge of the breach, the dark energy in the room seeping into the force around him, vibrant and chaotic. The bodies scattered throughout the base fed the ancient relic below like a river of tributes. The fabric of Morty's rippled as if it were a living entity, caught in a fevered dream. Lelouch stood unmoved, a solitary figure of unyielding will, etched in stark contrast to the shifting, surreal world around him. A massive ethereal chessboard stretched before him, every polished piece gleaming with purpose. White commanded the board, its pieces victorious in their positions. But what truly captured the eye was not the board itself, nor the struggle it depicted, but the vast array of pieces beyond its perimeter. Outliers, some arranged in silent ranks facing the board, others facing each other with ominous intent. In their midst, one white queen appeared, standing solitary, her presence commanding a regal, dangerous stillness. A powerful piece, but yet without a position, without a purpose. Lelouch's gaze sharpened as he examined the grand tableau. His mind raced, calculating strategies upon strategies, possibilities branching infinitely, each step forward a gamble with the fate of galaxies at stake. For a moment, he appeared almost serene, the flicker of uncertainty quashed by the searing focus in his eyes. An unexpected sound disturbed the eerie calm, a mechanical breath, deep and measured, resonating through the dreamscape. Vader materialized from the mist, the manifestation of power and shadow. The Dark Knight's presence reverberated through the realm, a living contrast of might and servitude wrapped in dark armor. "My master," came the deep, controlled voice, tinged with something akin to respect, though Vader's tone allowed no room for such vulnerability. "We have secured the artifact." The weight of his words hung between them, echoing with the invisible pulse of a powerful, ancient energy. Its strength is palpable in the Force. Lelouch inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the feat. A small, satisfied smile touched his lips, though his eyes remained fixed on the board. Vader's gaze followed, drawn to the intricate dance of pieces. The flickering of reality reflected in his polished helm as he took in the scene. "Victory is within our grasp," Vader said, the statement a declaration rather than a mere observation. "Yes," Lelouch replied, his voice soft but cold like the hiss of a serpent. "It certainly appears so, doesn't it?" The edge of his smile fell away, replaced by a calculating expression. With a simple, deliberate motion, he shifted his hand across the board. At his touch, the edges peeled away like smoke, revealing a sight that set the space between them alight with tension. An ocean of black pawns stretching into a horizonless sea, silent and unyielding. The vastness of the black tide settled heavily in the space between them. Vader's stance shifted, a tension coiling beneath the black armor. His mechanical breath quickened, the revelation a shock even to him. "Droids?" The question lingered, framed in disbelief. Lelouch nodded, eyes locked on the endless expanse. "Yes, the scale is beyond comprehension. My intelligence suggests conservative numbers of the total combined ground force of the CIS is numbered in hundreds of quadrillions. AN, it's conservative plus it's not near the end yet, so I'm guessing couple hundred quadrillions before nearing quintillion by the end. But boy, a quintillion is absolute bonkers of scale. I'd say it's absolutely insane, but that's only when in comparison with low clone numbers. When considering it's an actual densely populated galaxy, it's pretty reasonable if you want to take it over by force. Apparently, galaxy's sentient population is approx just 10 times under that, 100 quadrillion. Vader's visor seemed to narrow, as if he were trying to see past the absurdity of the claim. Quadrillions? That. Lelouch's smile returned, sharper, almost mocking. Building droids is the simplest task. The real challenge lies in wielding them. Logistics binds them in chains, transportation, command signal arrays broadcasted through control ships, energy consumption. The CIS fleet cannot bear the weight of such numbers. A sigh of relief almost escaped Vader's hidden lips, only for it to catch as Lelouch's gaze hardened. But don't be mistaken, Lelouch said, eyes piercing like daggers. The threat is real enough. They can replace every lost unit, fill their transports to their bursting point, and unleash a ceaseless wave until we drown under its weight. A chill went through the space, rippling like a thunderclap of dark memory. Vader's fist clenched involuntarily. Lelouch's voice dropped, charged with foreboding. Sidious holds the master control codes. He must be contained, cornered, and crushed. When we make our move, it must be absolute. Sidious must not escape. Vader's silence spoke volumes, his mechanical breath steady but strained. The silent dark tide of pawns seemed to lean forward as if alive, sensing the tension in the air. Chapter 46, Carnage Across the Galaxy. Obi-Wan let out a quiet sigh as he surveyed the last flickers of resistance on the dark, fog-shrouded surface of Umbara. His troops were sweeping the dense, twisting terrain, signaling in code that every remaining pocket had been contained, neutralized. He'd finally completed the task, yet the completion brought no sense of relief. A headache, sharp and insistent, pulsed at his temples, the latest in a series that had plagued him throughout the campaign. He massaged his forehead, willing it to subside, and sought a quiet spot near the edge of the encampment, hoping that meditation might bring some respite. But as he sat and centered himself, letting his mind ease into the flowing current of the Force, an unease began to coil within him. There was something deeply unsettling, a sense of imbalance lurking just beneath his awareness. He tried to focus, his breathing steady, calling to the Force for clarity, yet it eluded him like a half-remembered dream. He couldn't recall any specific event, any decision that might have caused this, but it lingered, filling him with an inexplicable dread. Still, Obi-Wan was a master of discipline. He set aside his concerns, allowing the Force to guide him. He closed his eyes and steadied his breathing, sinking deeper, searching for insight or, at the very least, a quieting of his anxieties. But instead, the silence only seemed to amplify his questions. Far from the murky depths of Umbara, aboard the Sovereign, Lelouch reclined in his command chair, one leg crossed over the other, his chin resting thoughtfully on his knuckles. His sharp gaze flicked between screens and readouts, yet his expression betrayed a trace of boredom. At his side, Thorn stood as a silent guardian, a sturdy pillar of vigilance with his rotary blaster strapped to his back. Lelouch tapped a holopad, which projected a live news segment mid-broadcast. The anchor, a polished Rhodian with an articulate manner, reported on the horrors of a recent chemical attack orchestrated by the Confederacy. And in the latest blow against planetary autonomy, the Confederacy's recent chemical attacks on the Skustell system have left the Angri nearly extinct. Reports indicate that the CIS deployed the lethal blue shadow virus, wiping out entire populations. This tragedy follows the devastation on Mon Cala, where both Mon Calamari and Quarren species now face similarly grim futures. Many planets are left asking, should this warrant intervention? And if so, at what scale? The view cut to a panel of 4 figures, each framed by their own holographic screens, who were clearly poised for debate. The first was a human senator from Chandrilla, her features stern but compassionate, her tone controlled as she leaned forward. "This atrocity committed by the CIS cannot go unanswered," she began firmly. "The Angri, the Mon Calamari, the Quarren, these are not just casualties of war. These are civilizations, cultures, innocent lives completely wiped out by a weapon of mass destruction. If we stand by, we not only turn a blind eye to these heinous actions, but encourage the Confederacy to repeat them. Next to her, a grizzled, aging general from Coruscant with a hardened gaze leaned into the discussion. His Republic insignia gleamed as he spoke, his voice gravelly with years of experience. "I understand the urge for retaliation," he replied, arms crossed, his tone sharp. "But consider the resources already spread thin. Opening another front just for the sake of vengeance? That's a dangerous game. We're fighting a war, not looking to start another one within this one. Focus on what we can win, or we risk more than we can afford." The debate was far from over. Across from them, a respected scientist from Alderaan joined the discussion, his voice softer but no less pointed. "But retaliation isn't simply about vengeance," he argued. "It's about stopping a lethal precedent. Today it's the Angri. Tomorrow, it could be any of us. The CIS clearly has no scruples about employing bioweapons to decimate entire populations. If we don't act, we leave the door open for more of these atrocities, and we fail our duty to protect those who look to us for help." Finally, an admiral from Kuwait, known for her no-nonsense attitude and unwavering pragmatism, weighed in. She tapped her finger on her holopad as she spoke. "And we're supposed to throw resources into this without an ounce of strategy? Emotions are high, I get that. But our forces aren't limitless, and our supply lines are already strained. We need a calculated response, not a knee-jerk reaction that leaves us weakened in more critical fronts. If anything, we need to assess the tactical importance of these systems before committing." Lelouch watched with thinly veiled interest as the debate swirled. His eyes narrowed as the Chandraland senator leaned forward, her passion almost igniting the screen. "This isn't merely about strategy or resources," she declared. "It's about justice. If we, as the Republic, claim to be a beacon of hope and protection, we can't ignore entire species being wiped from existence. We need to show the galaxy that we stand against these horrors, publicly, forcefully." The Admiral scoffed, shaking her head. "The Republic's hope doesn't rest in being a savior for every single tragedy. Hope, Senator, comes from calculated victories, from winning this war. We have a duty to the planets that rely on us for survival. If we keep extending ourselves, we may find ourselves broken in the process." The scientist chimed in once more, clearly unsettled by the Admiral's stance. "And what good is survival if we lose the very principles that make the Republic worth protecting?" The passionate, almost desperate need for decisive action played directly into his hands. Public outrage, righteous fury, all the tools he needed. The debating voices played on, each one more eager to speak than the last. Lelouch's mouth twisted with a half-smile as he watched, understanding how events like these could become the seeds of grander machinations. Fordo entered the bridge, breaking the silence, his posture crisp as ever, holding a holopad. With a respectful nod, he held it out for Lelouch to inspect. "General," he began, "we've just received an update from the 501st. According to reports, Commander Krell assumed command in General Skywalker's absence and betrayed our forces, led to excessive losses." Lelouch's gaze shifted to the screen, his curiosity piqued. "And," he prompted, not looking away from the broadcast but indicating Fordo should continue. Fordo's eyes gleamed as he tapped a few specific sections of the report, highlighting certain lines for Lelouch. "The troopers eventually detained him for his actions and executed him." At this, Lelouch's head turned fully toward Fordo, an eyebrow raised. A satisfied smile crossed his lips, amusement flickering in his eyes. "Well," he murmured, leaning back, his fingers moving through the report, "it would seem there's more to this than meets the eye. Open and shut on the surface, but beneath? Oh, this has potential." Fordo's mouth twitched, almost forming a smile, though he kept his expression neutral. Lelouch watched his reaction, a glimmer of approval in his gaze. "You know, Fordo," he said, his tone dripping with a mix of praise and irony, "if you ever tire of military life, you might have a promising future in politics." Thorne snorted from the side, a low sound of amusement escaping as he glanced at Fordo. "Yeah, picture that. Senator Fordo." The two exchanged a knowing look, and Thorne's grin faded as he returned to his usual impassive stance. Fordo gave Thorne a side-eye, clearly unamused but willing to ignore the jab. He merely nodded and kept his focus, remaining professional as always, though his posture relaxed a touch, almost as though he welcomed the levity. Meanwhile, aboard a Republic Venator, Rex sat alone, expression as unreadable as stone. The silence filled the cabin, punctuated by the occasional calm buzz from the bridge. Rex's mind was distant, still processing everything that had transpired on Umbara. His fellow soldier, his comrade, had taken the ultimate measure against Pong Krell, a Jedi, but one who had betrayed them all. Krell's betrayal lingered in his mind, but with it came an eerie silence, one that seemed to press against Rex as he pondered what lay ahead for the likes of him. A crackle over the comm broke his reverie. "Captain Rex," the helmsman called back, his tone tinged with urgency. "We've just received an order for diversion." In a matter of minutes, Rex had already arrived on the bridge. Taken aback, Rex looked at the helmsman. "Diversion from whom?" "Orders straight from High Command, sir," he answered, glancing over his shoulder. "We're to report directly to the Sovereign's main hangar with the prisoner." Rex frowned, his mind racing as he considered the implications. "We have orders from the Jedi Council. We're meant to escort our prisoner directly to the Republic base." "Priority orders, sir," the pilot replied. His tone was final, a subtle weight behind his words. "They override." Rex's gaze hardened, but he knew better than to argue. Priority orders were ironclad, often issued by high-ranking officials, sometimes directly from the Supreme Chancellor's office. And in this case, if they were being directed to the Sovereign, that could only mean the High General. The implications of that were enough to send a quiet ripple through the cabin as the clones exchanged brief, tense glances. Rex's expression remained stoic, though his mind was far from at ease. After a pause, he nodded to the helmsman, speaking with measured calm. "Understood. Proceed to the Sovereign's coordinates." The ship banked, changing course, and the rumble of the engines shifted. In the silence that followed, Rex watched Dogma. The young soldier's face was still impassive, yet there was a faint strain, a tightness to his expression that Rex couldn't quite ignore. "We're going to meet Lelouch," Rex said at last, his voice low and deliberate. "You understand what that means." Dogma's gaze flicked up, barely acknowledging him. "I did what was necessary, sir. Krell's betrayal was—" He trailed off, his voice hardening as he fell into silence again. Rex regarded him, a sense of grim understanding in his eyes. In Dogma's face, he saw reflections of his own struggle, his own battles with duty and doubt. The Sovereign's main hangar base stretched wide, filled with the imposing hum of machinery and soldiers on the move. As Rex stepped down from the LAATI, his boots echoed against the deck, and he felt the steady presence of Dogma behind him, wrists shackled, face blank with the resignation of someone whose loyalty had been shattered. Beside them lay a covered body, the final remains of General Pong Krell. Standing at the edge of the hangar, Lelouch waited, his polished uniform pristine as his eyes rested calmly on the pair. At his side, General Skywalker stood in silence, his stance rigid, a brooding intensity radiating from him. As Rex approached and snapped into a crisp salute, he caught the subtle shift in Anakin's eyes, their usual blue hue replaced by an eerie, golden glow. Both generals returned the salute, their gazes sharp. Anakin's, however, settled immediately on the covered figure of Krell. With a slow, almost imperceptible motion, he lifted his hand, palm upturned toward the body. The air grew still as he summoned the Force, his fingers curling as though gathering invisible strands of power. In an instant, the Force surged through the hangar, Krell's body lifting violently from the floor. With a single, dismissive wave, Anakin flung the corpse, shrouded in its cloth, across the hangar and out into the void of space. Anakin's yellow eyes flickered back to blue, though his expression remained fierce as he looked at Rex. "Krell was a stain on the honor of the 501st and of the Jedi Order," he said, voice resonating with conviction. "He's where he belongs now, Captain." Rex nodded, the professional in him rising to the surface even as the satisfaction lingered. "Agreed, General. Krell's actions cost the lives of many good troopers. He betrayed everything we're fighting for." "Then let's make sure their sacrifice wasn't in vain," Lelouch interjected, his tone gentle yet purposeful. He regarded Rex thoughtfully, an air of gratitude mingling with his calm authority. "Captain, You and your troopers upheld the ideals of the Republic with your courage and sense of justice. The choices you made, difficult as they were, speak volumes of the values we must protect. A slight nod from Anakin affirmed Lelouch's words, though his gaze remained steely. Captain, you have done well by the Republic and the Order. Krell's treachery doesn't reflect on you or your men. Rex's chest swelled with pride at their acknowledgement, but a moment later, he remembered Dogma standing silently beside him, hands bound, his gaze fixed on the floor. Lelouch's expression softened as he turned to the young trooper. Dogma, Lelouch said, his voice kind but firm, I understand that Krell's manipulations ran deep. Your loyalty, though misdirected, is beyond commendable. However, your actions had consequences. Dogma raised his head, eyes dark with regret, but he met Lelouch's gaze. Yes, sir, I understand. The shackles fell into the ground as Dogma eyed them warily, before looking at Lelouch. Walk with me. As Lelouch turned around and started to walk, Dogma took a moment to wake from his stupor before falling in line. It took a few steps before Lelouch spoke again. It might have seemed like empty words, but it was not. Your unwavering loyalty is invaluable. I can only lament that it fell into the hands of someone like Krell. I shouldn't have followed those orders blindly. Oh, why not? Sir, it is the duty of a soldier to execute orders. You have done nothing wrong, but with the culprit dead, there are those who will not be satisfied with kicking a dead body. I'm transferring you to the Zero Legion. Your orders will come directly from me and no one else. You'll crawl, struggle, and maybe even die, ensuring a future for your fellow brothers. And in the end, not even your name will be remembered. Lelouch said as he stopped, turning to face Dogma as he looked him dead in the eyes. Dogma had a baffled look on his face, though it only lasted for a moment as he stood at attention. Understood, sir. FYI, well, I was having thoughts of having a partial chapter to see what's going on Warhammer 40K. How much time has passed? What is the current situation between humanity and chaos? I will think about it, but I'd also like your input and ideas. I won't tell you the plan, but ideas are always welcomed and might even help me develop more interesting situations. Chapter 47, The Time Draws Near. As the transport made its descent toward Coruscant's planetary metropolis, the anticipation within was palpable. The rumbling of the ship softened to a low hum as it approached the Republic's capital, the view of towering skyscrapers and glittering lights expanding in all directions like a sea of stars in broad daylight. Inside, Lelouch's soldiers stood ready, forming into perfect ranks with precision as they prepared for the disembarkation. The transport doors whirred, decompressing with a hiss as they slid open, unveiling a scene that would etch itself into memory. An enormous crowd, millions strong, blanketed the landing platform and stretched far into the adjacent districts. A thunderous cheer erupted, washing over Lelouch's men like a tidal wave. The roar filled the air, vibrating in the core of every soldier present. The cries intensified as Lelouch appeared, his silhouette striking as he stepped from the transport, his confident gait unshaken amidst the unyielding praise that seemed to shiver in every corner of the vast plaza. It was an overwhelming force of adoration, a salute not just to the commander, but to the icon Lelouch had become, the high general whose victories had reshaped the course of a war. Banners waved with his emblem, faces lit up with smiles and awe. It was a reception fit for a hero, perhaps even more for a leader who had captured the heart of a nation at war. Quickly, Lelouch and his entourage moved through the crowd, taking a swift route into the heart of the Senate building, guided by silent, armored escorts. The atmosphere shifted as they entered the Senate's quiet depths. There, the sounds of cheering were replaced by the soft padding of boots against marbled floors and the ever-present, subtle hum of security devices. Finally, they arrived before the grand office of Supreme Chancellor Palpatine. The heavy doors opened smoothly, and Lelouch entered, the air inside thick with an unspoken gravity. As the doors closed, the Chancellor rose from behind his desk, his expression warm, nearly paternal as he approached. His red robes were perfectly tailored, his eyes gleaming with an approving light as they settled upon Lelouch. Palpatine opened his arms, his voice rich with a kind of practiced benevolence that seemed to encompass both pride and admiration. "My boy," he said, his voice brimming with pride, Another resounding triumph. The Republic owes more to you than words can express. Palpatine approached, his hand resting briefly on Lelouch's shoulder before gesturing to a comfortable chair. Please be at ease. Lelouch inclined his head, a faint smile brushing his lips as he took the offered seat. He carried himself with an effortless authority, yet he acknowledged Palpatine with the respect due to the elder statesman and mentor before him. As he settled in, Palpatine leaned forward, his gaze intense with curiosity. "Tell me," the Chancellor began, his tone lower, more intimate, "how did your latest venture progress? I'm very interested to know about this search of yours." He waved his hand slightly, his curiosity sharpened by the subtle tension in his voice. "Did you manage to uncover anything of particular worth?" Lelouch hesitated a moment, the memory of his recent pursuit flashing briefly in his mind. "Unfortunately," he replied, his tone thoughtful, "the journey was less productive than anticipated. I was only able to retrieve a set of directions, a trail that seems to lead near the core. No more than a faint echo of what might have once been there." Palpatine's expression tightened, a shadow flickering across his face as he processed the news. His eyes narrowed, the faintest hint of frustration visible before his features relaxed once more, his voice regaining its usual calm. "A disappointment indeed," he murmured, almost to himself. "Though I suppose it's not unexpected. The Jedi of old guarded their knowledge, far more meticulously than those of today. They were a breed apart." He sat back, his gaze turning reflective. "It seems they intended their secrets to remain hidden from all but themselves. I take this search did not leave any witnesses." "Due to the sad and untimely tragedy of Skustell, no," Lelouch reported with an unconcerned expression. A silence settled between them, thick with shared understanding, before Palpatine shifted topics. He leaned forward, his face darkening slightly as he addressed a more immediate concern. "Now," he began, a faint distaste coloring his words, "we face another matter with the Jedi Council. They've grown restless, displeased over recent actions, particularly concerning Pong Krell and his unfortunate demise. They are questioning not only his actions, but also the intervention that led to his execution at the hands of his own men." Palpatine's lips curled in faint irritation. "It appears they're eager to discuss your decision to override their authority concerning the clone trooper who took Krell's life." Lelouch absorbed the information, his expression neutral as he nodded. "I expected as much," he said smoothly. "The Jedi cling to their traditions. Any deviation and they start to worry, and traditionally they have rarely been dismissed so openly." Palpatine let out a small, amused huff. "Indeed, but no matter, we'll manage them, as we always have." His gaze glinted with dark satisfaction. "They're too preoccupied with the superficial issues to realize how tenuous their influence has become." For a moment, they spoke on the matter in quiet tones, Lelouch gauging the conversation with practiced ease, until he shifted the topic. "And the Senate?" he inquired, his voice light but with a carefully placed edge of curiosity. "I trust they're still favorable to certain changes." A knowing smile spread across Palpatine's face, as if they had entered territory both familiar and deeply satisfying. "Yes, my boy. In fact, the Senate is aligning itself far more readily to our plans than even I expected." He leaned back, his fingers steepling in front of him. "The time draws nearer than we had initially foreseen, thanks in no small part to your recent achievements. You have fostered loyalty and respect, and your victories have shaped the very sentiment of the Republic. And of course, your natural gift in persuasion has done its part. The children you once conversed with in the Legislative Youth Program are now all grown up, a good number of them having already replaced their predecessors." His gaze turned sharp with a touch of delight. "Take the Quet of Quet, for example. The title has just recently changed hands due to an unfortunate accident, undoubtedly the work of those CIS agents." He shook his head, his tone both regretful and amused. "The new Quet has expressed full support for the Republic's war efforts, pledging resources, and even one of their prized Mandator-class star dreadnoughts to be placed under your command." Lelouch couldn't help but let a wry smile slip through. "Pity I missed it." Palpatine's expression softened with pride. "Oh, if only you had seen him in person. The man's fervor for our cause was almost blinding." They raised their glasses, a brief toast passing between them as they drank, their mutual satisfaction creating a sense of camaraderie that hung in the air. Lelouch let a moment of silence pass before he spoke again, his tone inquisitive. "Speaking of our cause, I've been giving thought to the separatists," he said carefully. "Their leaders and political infrastructure. How does the other side of this war stand, given our accelerated timeline?" Palpatine's expression shifted, a glint of pleasure in his eyes as he considered the question. "As it happens, I've taken to eliminating certain loose ends," he said, his voice a mere whisper, laced with dark satisfaction. "In fact, even now, Count Dooku's prized toy general is en route to handle a bothersome nuisance, our former apprentice and her pitiful hole of witches, clinging to the Force like parasites." Lelouch's eyes gleamed as he absorbed this revelation, but his interest took a new turn. "If I may make a suggestion," he ventured, "I would rather like to keep the general alive. While inconsequential to the Force, he has proven himself a sharp blade and an invaluable tool. In the right hands." Sidious regarded him with a raised brow, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully as he weighed the proposal. "A pragmatic suggestion. True, it's rare to find an individual both capable and unthreatening to our aims." He allowed a dark smile to curl his lips, nodding slowly. "Very well, I will see to it that stones are moved, ensuring the general's survival. Count Dooku will be none the wiser." He cast Lelouch an approving glance, his voice a touch conspiratorial. "After all, it would be a shame to waste such a blade, especially when it remains in our control." The surface of Dathomir loomed closer through the viewport as General Grievous stood in his command station, encased in a new obsidian-black armor. The armor was formidable, heavier than the ivory-white plating he had once worn, now intricately carved with symbols of dark power and ancient, incoherent scripts. It seemed to pulse as if alive, an outer shell matching the pitiless, relentless warrior within. Beneath his mask, Grievous's eyes glowed with a lethal satisfaction, a feral anticipation. Chapter 48, Massacre. Aboard his ship, Grievous turned to his bridge, issuing a command with a voice rasping and deep. "Prepare to make landfall. Screen all potential targets," he barked, his voice cold and final, "and clear a path for our strike force." Immediately, his orders were obeyed. Squadrons of nimble droid starfighters peeled away from the main group, their engines shrieking as they identified and engaged scattered perimeter defenses. Missiles streaked from their frames, detonating pockets of primitive resistance as they swept in. Behind them, heavy bomber formations hovered in a precise pattern, arcing toward designated sectors and releasing payloads of explosive power. The surface below erupted as waves of explosions tore through the jungle, consuming flesh and bone alike, their shockwaves sending Dathomir's defenders reeling in every direction. "Cleared sectors, General," reported a nearby commando droid. "Primary resistance is isolated. Initial defense positions neutralized." "Good," Grievous growled. His talon-like fingers hovered above the holographic map of the assault, calculating, ensuring absolute superiority. "Deploy the ground assault divisions," he ordered. "Advance in wave formation." The landing ramp slammed open, and a vast swarm of droids disembarked from the belly of his transports, a flood of relentless metallic soldiers. Droidekas took the front line on either side, rolling into place and springing up into their battle-ready stances, shields shimmering into existence. Their flanks were lined with columns of B-1 battle droids, marching in unison. Positioned between them were lines of super battle droids, sturdy and merciless, prepared to hold the formation. At the rear, a row of HMP gunships hovered low, blasters and cannons trained on the periphery, providing a punishing rain of fire as the army pushed forward. Grievous, watching through his enhanced visor, flicked a taloned finger over the holographic console. "Order napalm strikes on sectors Kresh, Dorn, and Bacta. They will have nowhere to run." The moment his command was issued, a squadron of bombers peeled off, descending sharply to deliver payloads of ignited fuel onto the dense jungle below. Fire spread in sweeping arcs, igniting entire sections of the forest in a smoldering inferno that forced the Night Sisters into open ground. The advancing droid forces moved with brutal efficiency, creating a tunnel of flames through which they advanced. Even Grievous's hollow heart thrilled at the sheer mastery of destruction he had orchestrated. "Advance," Grievous called into his comms, "into the burning corridors. Flush them out, no mercy." On the ground, B-1 droids carried out the orders with their usual chatter, unfazed by the towering walls of fire. "Keep moving, no stopping now," 1B1 muttered, awkwardly stepping over roots. "I'm telling you, I saw something move over there." "Relax," droned another, blaster held up. "It's just the wind. You're not programmed to be afraid, remember." "Still, I say the witches here can raise the dead." And just as the droid finished, a chill swept over the battlefield as bodies of fallen Night Sisters began to claw from the earth. Skeletal fingers thrust out of the soil, pulling charred bodies up from where they had perished. Their empty eyes glowed with unnatural life, a ghostly army of the risen dead, surging forward in a frenzy against the droid ranks. Reporting anomalous movement in the sectors, General, piped a slightly shaken commando droid. "It appears, they're, dead, but also not dead." Grievous's response was without hesitation. "Deploy the defoliator tank immediately. Incinerate every cursed inch of soil they cling to. Crush this nuisance." A hulking defoliator tank rolled into formation, whirring ominously as it activated, a storm of fiery energy radiating from its center. Flames erupted over the army of undead, charring their brittle bones to dust even as they tried to advance. Shattered limbs, burnt and broken, scattered across the forest floor. But just as the droid army seemed to regain its footing, a report crackled in from the front line. "General Grievous, target Asajj Ventress detected. She's pushing through the front lines with 2 other hostiles. Priority status, high." Grievous's grip tightened around his weapon, his annoyance flaring into a dark thrill. "I'll handle her myself," he rasped. "Continue with the advance. Crush the Coven. I want no survivors." Leaving his post, Grievous descended from his command shuttle in a smooth, swift motion, his dark armor blending into the shadows cast by the flames and smoke. As he landed, he broke into a powerful sprint, each stride driving him forward with relentless purpose as the ground troops parted before him, making way for their general. Ventress pushed through the battlefield, her movements fluid yet urgent. Beside her, 2 of her Night Sister kin fought with equal ferocity, the energy of the dark side pulsing through them as they cut through the advancing droids. Her focus was intent, her mind sharp, her twin lightsabers a blur of red against the smoldering chaos. But a sudden sense of danger prickled in the Force, sharp and immediate. In front of her, the endless wall of battle droids suddenly opened, only for an empty tunnel to form. Glimpsing down, she saw like marks on the ground right behind the battle droid wall. Without a moment's hesitation, she flung herself sideways, rolling into a crouch. The ground where she had stood shook as something massive landed. She looked up, heart pounding as she recognized the figure before her. General Grievous, his black armor gleaming with malevolent intent, towered over her, holding the lifeless bodies of her 2 sisters in his metallic hands. He released them, tossing their bodies toward her one after another like broken dolls. Ventress snarled, dodging one body only to be forced to sidestep the next. The brutal, unceremonious handling of her kin stoked her anger to a furious blaze, and her eyes narrowed as she met Grievous's gaze, defiance burning in her own. "Monster," she spat, brandishing her lightsaber. But Grievous was upon her before the word had left her lips, his own lightsaber swinging toward her with bone-crushing force. She raised her weapon to block, but the sheer impact drove her to her knees, forcing her to relinquish her grip. Grievous wasted no time, his clawed foot clamping down on hers, rooting her in place. She gritted her teeth, refusing to let pain distract her, one hand outstretched as she called her lightsaber back to her, while the other hand extended toward Grievous, her fingers curling in concentration as she tried to crush his chest with the Force. He barely flinched as her power tried and failed to affect his reinforced armor, his saber arcing down in a ruthless stroke. The blade met her neck, slicing through flesh and bone with a hiss and snap, severing her head. With one last disdainful look, Grievous lifted his foot and kicked her lifeless body aside. He looked down at his reinforced chest plate and chuckled darkly. It is still an uncomfortable feeling." Satisfied, he turned away from the lifeless remains of Ventress, striding toward the heart of the Coven's stronghold, where remnants of the Night Sisters still clung to their futile hope. Grievous's path was now unstoppable. With each sweeping motion, his lightsabers cut down the undead that surged against him, his mechanical movements a perfect blend of speed and precision. Nearby, his comms buzzed to life with Dooku's strained voice. "Grievous, I need you to move quickly." Dooku's tone was sharp. "Mother Taltson has turned her attention on me. She is attempting to end my life through her dark magic." Grievous narrowed his eyes, his reply cold and unwavering. "Understood." He cut the transmission without ceremony and raised his hand to signal his army's sudden stop, drawing a separate communicator. It took a moment for the other side to accept the connection. "My lord," he spoke through a private line, "Count Dooku is in danger. Do I intervene?" A faint, knowing laugh came through the comm, followed by Lelouch's smooth voice. "For now, Dooku still serves a purpose, as a political pawn and a figurehead. It has also been decided that one day he will take your place in the fall of the CIS, so keep him relatively alive until further notice." Grievous gave a sharp nod as a feeling of cold satisfaction passed over him. "Understood." Without hesitation, he strode through the wreckage, the droids clearing a path ahead as they mowed down the final resistance of the undead, skeletal limbs shattering under the droids' blasters, ancient bones reduced to ash beneath the relentless advance. Grievous came to a halt at the shrine's threshold, his sharp gaze piercing through the haze. There, within the smoky depths, stood Mother Taltson, her form ghostly and shifting as she clung to the dark powers she wielded. "So, the monster finally arrives," she hissed, her eyes blazing with malevolent fury. Her shadowed form wavered as she tried to summon what power she had left, the air crackling with a faint spark of green magic. Grievous raised one clawed arm, lightsabers igniting in both hands. "Your dark arts mean nothing to me, witch," he snarled, his raspy voice cutting through the air. With swift, precise steps, he advanced upon her, lightsabers swinging with ruthless accuracy. Taltson's green mist flared, trying to wrap around his limbs, but it failed to penetrate the reinforced armor that coated his body. Desperation etched across her face, she raised a hand, her eyes glinting with one last spark of vengeance. "The spirits will avenge us," she spat, the energy of her magic flaring one final time before Grievous's blade slashed through her, cleaving her form in a merciless arc. Her voice faltered, then faded, her body dispersing into the mist, leaving nothing but silence in her wake. The last of the resistance broken, Grievous turned back to his troops. "Execute the remaining Night Sisters," he commanded, his tone cold and absolute. "No one leaves this place alive." The droids spread out, calculating, scanning the terrain for any trace of life as they scoured the battlefield. One by one, the final shrieks and cries of the sisters were silenced as the droids marched through the trees, executing the survivors with mechanical precision. Every corner, every hiding place was uncovered, and those who had tried to flee were hunted down, terminated without hesitation. Finally, the reports came in, one by one, through Grievous's comm. "All units report no life detected," said a B1 unit, its voice monotonous. "Perimeter secure," chimed another commando droid. "No survivors remain." Grievous nodded, a slight satisfaction creeping into his gaze. "Then pull back, form a perimeter at the edge of the woods. I want no interference." The droids followed his orders, their ranks retreating as they created a protective circle around the perimeter of the forest, standing at attention. Grievous walked to the edge of the forest, casting one last glance at the cursed land they had decimated. The fire, once controlled, now spread with a ruthless hunger, devouring every last tree, root, and leaf. It left no part of the ancient Coven's sanctuary untouched. Grievous watched in cold satisfaction as the flames climbed higher, a relentless inferno reducing everything it touched to ash. The twisted landscape that had once been a sanctuary of dark power was being wiped clean, every trace of the Night Sisters erased. The night air was filled with the crackling of burning wood, the hiss of flames, and the bitter stench of smoke as the forest slowly disintegrated, consumed entirely by fire. Chapter 49, Kai Adi Mundi. The polished stone walls of the meeting room within the Galactic Senate building reflected the soft hum of ambient light panels. A single large window stretched across one side, revealing a panoramic view of Coruscant's sprawling skyline, a maze of flickering lights, endless streams of traffic, and towering spires piercing the night sky. Lelouch sat at the long, dark table, his posture regal and composed, his white robes pristine, as if untouched by the chaos of war. His violet eyes glowed faintly as he closed the holoprojector before him, cutting off his conversation with General Grievous. With a faint sigh, Lelouch turned his attention back to the room's only other occupant, Jedi Master Ki-Adi-Mundi. The Sarian sat across from him, hands folded neatly before him, his expression calm and unreadable, though his smile carried a practiced warmth. "Forgive the disturbance, Master Mundi," Lelouch said smoothly, leaning back in his chair. His voice was polite, his tone edged with a faint undertone of curiosity. Mundi waved a hand, the movement slow and deliberate. "Think nothing of it, High General," he replied, his voice calm and steady, betraying no hint of offense. "I trust all is well on the front lines." A small smile played on Lelouch's lips. He made a dismissive gesture, his gloved hand slicing through the air as if the matter were beneath concern. "Nothing of consequence, merely operational adjustments." The Jedi inclined his head. "A relief, then?" His eyes flicked to the door. "Will General Skywalker be joining us?" Lelouch's gaze lingered on Mundi for a moment, as though calculating his response. Then, with a faint smile that did not reach his eyes, he answered, "I doubt it. He has been tasked with a unique mission, escorting his Padawan to Onderon, inciting rebellion in Confederate-controlled worlds. A daring approach, especially considering you were the one who proposed the idea to the Jedi High Council." "Ah," Mundi murmured, nodding thoughtfully. "It does indeed ring a bell." Lelouch's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone carrying a faint trace of amusement. "It is curious you bring that up, Master Mundi. After all, it was you who put their names forward for the mission, was it not?" For the briefest moment, Mundi's tranquil expression faltered, replaced by a subtle flicker of something, hesitation? No, merely nothingness. He recovered quickly, smiling faintly. "Did I now? Forgive this old man, High General. Memory tends to fade faster with age." "Perhaps," Lelouch replied, his tone sharp as glass. "Or perhaps you are intimately aware of Skywalker's Padawan's impulsiveness, her tendency to act on emotion rather than reason. Perhaps your memory serves you better than anyone else's." Mundi's serene smile did not waver, but his silence spoke volumes. "Perhaps," Lelouch continued, "you are aware of her attachments, her feelings for a certain individual on Onderon, a son of a former Senate representative, if I recall correctly. Such feelings could lead to decisions most unwise, forcing her into the jurisdiction of the Grand Army of the Republic. A decisive pitfall, wouldn't you agree? It would not only be a severe blow to the entire Jedi Order, not to mention remove one glaring attachment of the Chosen One. To your order." "Perhaps," Mundi echoed, his voice steady but devoid of anything. The room fell into an uneasy silence, the only sound the faint hum of air circulating through unseen vents. Lelouch broke the quiet, his tone light but laced with precision. "You are held in high regard, Jedi Master Ki-Adi-Mundi. Not for your skill, though it is formidable, nor for your record, which, let's be honest, has its blemishes. You've contradicted the Order's principles more than once, and yet the High Council consistently backs you." Mundi's hands tightened slightly, his expression unchanging. "Your vehement denials of the Sith's return, your defense of Count Dooku even after the assassination attempt on Senator Amidala, your willingness to sacrifice lives like pieces on a board. And yet, when the Temple Guards were given a singular commander, it was you they chose. Even now, they regard you with deference beyond what your rank commands. Why is that, I wonder? Many things don't add up when considering your species are famed for their critical thinking, capable of viewing a situation from two different perspectives at the same time, yet you act as if you lack even the possibility to consider any additional one at times. At certain crucial times." Mundi's smile remained, faint but deliberate. "I believe you already have a suspicion, High General. Why not share it with this old man?" Lelouch's eyes glinted with cold amusement. "A traitor, perhaps? Another Jedi turned Sith? Unlikely." His voice dropped, the room growing heavier as he released his power into the Force, the pressure like a crashing wave. "And, if you don't serve the Jedi, nor the Sith, then that only leaves the Force itself." Lelouch's eyes narrowed, and for a moment, silence reigned. Then, slowly, a smirk spread across his lips. "So my guess was correct," he thought. "Ki-Adi-Mundi serves neither the Jedi nor the Sith. He serves only the Force. You sit here, unperturbed by what I represent." Mundi's smile was faint but unwavering, his calm demeanor like an unyielding mountain. The Force does not see Sith or Jedi as everyone else seems to do. They are but tools, as am I. You are no different, an instrument of the Force as much as I am, whether you realize it or not. For now, a voice whispered in his mind. Lelouch leaned back slightly, his violet eyes gleaming with intrigue. So you do know what I am, and yet you remain unconcerned. Why is that, Master Mundi? The Jedi's smile widened ever so slightly, his gaze steady. Because what you are is irrelevant, everything is irrelevant. The only thing that matters is the Force's will. I am here because it is where the Force has placed me, and you are here because it is where the Force has placed you. All else is inconsequential. Lelouch chuckled softly, a sound both amused and calculating. You truly are remarkable, Master Mundi. Most would see me as a threat to be eliminated, yet here you are, unshaken. Mundi's calm did not waver. I see no threat, High General, only purpose. Now shall we dispense with this game? You did not summon me here merely to confirm your suspicions. What is the true purpose of this meeting? The smirk on Lelouch's face deepened as he leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone. The future, Master Mundi, the future of the galaxy, of the Jedi Order, and of the Sith Order. The hum of the ship's engines was steady, a backdrop to the growing tension in the cabin. Obi-Wan Kenobi sat across from Anakin Skywalker, his expression calm yet searching. Between them, Ahsoka Tano leaned against a bulkhead, her hands clasped in front of her as she tried to appear at ease. But the Force told a different story. Obi-Wan could feel it, an undercurrent of unease radiating from Anakin, like ripples on the surface of a still pond. It wasn't something he could pinpoint, but it was there, nagging at the edges of his perception. You've been awfully quiet, Anakin, Obi-Wan said, his tone light but probing. Anakin looked up from where he had been absently toying with his lightsaber, his face a mask of composure. Just focused, Master. Onderon isn't exactly known for being straightforward. Obi-Wan's eyes narrowed slightly as he studied his former apprentice. There was a flicker of something in Anakin's tone, defensiveness, perhaps. He wasn't sure. Focused is good, Obi-Wan replied, his voice carrying the faintest note of skepticism. But there's a difference between focus and withdrawal. You seem distant, Anakin. Ahsoka perked up at this, her large eyes darting between the two men. Master Kenobi's right, Sky Guy. You've been kind of, I don't know, broody. Did something happen on your last mission? Anakin smiled faintly, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. Nothing worth mentioning, just another day fighting a war. Obi-Wan leaned forward, his hands resting on his knees. You and I have been through enough to know that sometimes a day fighting a war leaves marks that aren't visible, Anakin. You can talk to me. For a moment, Anakin's expression flickered, just a fraction, but the mask returned just as quickly. I appreciate the concern, Master, but I'm fine, really. Obi-Wan's brow furrowed. The Force wasn't lying to him. He could feel the storm beneath Anakin's surface, a swirling chaos that the young man was desperately trying to suppress. Ahsoka shifted uncomfortably, trying to lighten the mood. Maybe he just feels like he's in a tin can, not our usual accommodations, she said as she tapped the hull behind her. Anakin chuckled softly at that, glancing at her with an unreadable expression. You're not wrong, Snips, but I think we can handle it. There was something in his tone that made Ahsoka hesitate. The warmth she usually associated with Anakin was there, but it felt muted, almost calculated. She frowned, glancing at Obi-Wan, who seemed equally unsettled. You're sure everything's fine, Anakin? Obi-Wan pressed, his voice quieter now, more personal. I've seen you struggle before, and I know the toll this war takes on all of us. You don't have to carry it alone. Anakin's jaw tightened, and for a moment it looked as though he might finally crack. But then he took a deep breath, his face softening into a forced smile. I know, Master, but I promise I'm fine. There's nothing to worry about. Obi-Wan leaned back slightly, his gaze never leaving Anakin. He didn't believe him, not entirely, but he knew better than to push too hard. Ahsoka, sensing the growing tension, tried again to change the subject. So, Onderon, what's the plan when we get there, besides dropping me off to babysit the rebels? Anakin smirked at her, the faintest hint of his old self shining through. Babysitting? You're leading a tactical insurgency, snips, hardly babysitting. Ahsoka rolled her eyes dramatically. Yeah, just don't forget to pick me up when it's over, okay? I'd hate to get stuck there. Anakin chuckled, and for a brief moment, the tension seemed to ease. But then he glanced at her again, that unreadable expression returning, his thin smile tinged with something darker, something he was trying to bury. As the ship began its descent toward Onderon, the three of them fell into an uneasy silence. The verdant planet loomed below, its surface dotted with signs of conflict and rebellion. Obi-Wan finally broke the quiet as the landing sequence began. Anakin, if there's ever a time you need to talk, I'm here. Anakin nodded, his expression unreadable. Thank you, Master, but I'll be fine. Chapter 50, Lehan System. The grand atrium of the Senate building shimmered with golden light as Palpatine stood at its edge, the cityscape of Coruscant sprawling infinitely before him. High above, the Venator-class Star Destroyer began its slow ascension into orbit, the durasteel hull reflecting the pale glow of Coruscant's artificial daylight. A smile crept onto his lips, subtle and calculated, though in this rare moment, tinged with genuine satisfaction. A strong young man you have raised. Proud you should be, came the gravelly voice of Yoda, breaking the silence. Palpatine turned slightly, his golden eyes settling on the diminutive Jedi Master. The old goblin-like creature had approached quietly, as was his way, but the Chancellor's awareness had long since been attuned to such movements. Proud, Palpatine repeated softly, as if tasting the word, his gaze returning to the Venator. I suppose I am. There has not been a single time that I have found that child lacking. The words hung in the air, tinged with layers of meaning Yoda would never fully grasp. To him, Lelouch was the pinnacle of what an apprentice should be, cunning, powerful, ruthless. He was overwhelming in the Force, his intellect unmatched, and his methods as precise as they were merciless. In Lelouch, he saw not just a successor but a reflection of himself, a mirror polished to perfection, showing not his flaws but his potential. Now he was a maelstrom of purpose and ambition, tempered by discipline but no less terrifying in his resolve. And Palpatine relished it. Yes, my son, perhaps my crowning achievement, the strongest Sith to ever live, unmatched even by the Chosen One. He thought, his smile widening. What have you prepared for me? A blade to my back, a challenge face to face with your saber ignited, or perhaps the full force of your will unleashed against mine? Whatever Lelouch planned, Palpatine was eager to see it unfold. The spectacle of it, the grand clash of intellects and powers, would be the crowning moment of his life. He could feel the palpitations in the Force. Whatever it was going to be grand. Much to learn, he still has, Yoda said thoughtfully, though there was an undercurrent of caution in his tone. Perhaps, Palpatine replied smoothly, within his voice, calculated response of a kind old father. But he has already surpassed many. We should all strive to see such potential fulfilled. The twilight sky over Coruscant was painted in hues of orange and crimson as Obi-Wan Kenobi disembarked from his shuttle. The escort mission to Onderon had been uneventful, though it left him with a gnawing sense of unease. Anakin's behavior had been odd, unsettling, even. But that was a concern for another time. For now, Obi-Wan had a different destination in mind, Dex's Diner. The familiar neon sign flickered as Obi-Wan entered, the hum of conversation and clinking dishes filling the air. But as he approached the counter, his steps faltered. Behind it stood an unfamiliar figure, wiping down a glass with practiced indifference. "Excuse me," Obi-Wan began, his voice carrying the polite authority he often used. "I'm looking for Dexter Jettster." The man behind the counter looked up, his expression neutral. "Dexter? Haven't heard that name in a while. He disappeared some time back. Diner got seized, resold. I'm the new owner." The words hit Obi-Wan like a physical blow, though he kept his composure. "Disappeared?" he repeated, his tone quieter now. "Yeah," the man said with a shrug. "No family claimed the place, so it went back to the city. Sorry I can't be more help." Obi-Wan nodded, offering a polite thanks before turning to leave. His heart felt heavy as he stepped back into the Coruscant evening. The truth was clear. Dexter was gone, likely another casualty of the shadows he had dared to investigate. As Obi-Wan made his way to the Senate complex for his next deployment, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had failed an old friend. The bridge of the Excalibur was a hive of activity, the polished durasteel floor gleaming under the cold white lights. Lelouch stood at its center, a pillar of calm amidst the controlled chaos, his hands clasped behind his back as he watched the holographic display of their current checkpoint. The officer on the other end of the transmission fidgeted nervously under Lelouch's unyielding gaze. "This is the 15th checkpoint," Lelouch said, his tone ice-cold. "Sorry, Commander," the officer stammered, sweat beading on his brow. "All codes check out. You are cleared to proceed." Lelouch inclined his head slightly, cutting the transmission with a flick of his hand. Beside him, Thorne let out a small, frustrated huff. "Bless the guy who created emergency deployment protocols. If we had to go through this much paper pushing during a campaign, we'd need 2 more lifetimes to just reach the front lines." Thorne muttered as his fingers twitched at his side, itching for action. "It's a necessary evil," Lelouch replied without turning. "Sovereign powers within the Corps are entitled to their own security measures, but rest assured, our patience will be rewarded." As the ship began its next hyperspace jump, Fordo entered the bridge, his stiff form making its way to Lelouch's side. He gave Lelouch a brief nod, signaling that their sensitive cargo remained undetected. Lelouch returned the nod, his sharp eyes gleaming with approval. "Navigation report," Lelouch ordered. A young officer straightened at his station. "Coordinates clear, sir. No further checkpoints. We're on course for the designated location." "Proceed," Lelouch commanded. Before addressing the bridge crew, Lelouch activated the ship's internal comms. His voice, calm and commanding, echoed throughout the Excalibur. "All personnel, prepare for combat readiness. Report to designated stations and stand by for planetary deployment at a moment's notice. This is not a drill." The response was immediate. The hum of the ship shifted as soldiers and officers moved with precision, the sound of boots against metal and the click of weapons being prepped filling the air. The Excalibur exited hyperspace with a jolt, the vastness of space unfolding before them. But something was immediately amiss. The tactical screens flared with static as interference rippled through their scanners. The planet below, the mission's destination, was flickering on the holomap like a faulty projection. Lelouch sat in his command chair, hands steepled, eyes narrowing as he studied the erratic display. Around him, the bridge officers were tense but disciplined, the hum of their consoles and clipped commands filling the air. "Status report," Lelouch ordered, his tone calm but commanding. "Scanners picking up heavy interference, Commander," the sensor officer, Vector, replied. "Planetary readings are inconsistent, no discernible surface features, mass fluctuating." "Sir," another officer, Pixis, called out from navigation, "we're experiencing an abnormal gravitational pull. The ship is tilting off course." The deck beneath them shifted subtly, but enough to make several officers grab onto their consoles for support. The artificial gravity dampeners held steady, preventing outright chaos, but the pressure was unmistakable as the Venator began to list sideways, inexorably pulled toward the planet. "Helm full repulsors," Lelouch commanded sharply, his voice cutting through the rising tension. "Redirect our trajectory. Main engines to maximum thrust. Put distance between us and the planet immediately." "Yes, Commander," the helmsman, Crosswind, acknowledged, his fingers flying over the controls. "Engaging repulsors, full power." "Tactical launch all fighters," Lelouch continued without pause, his tone cold and precise. "Roger that," Overwatch, the tactical officer, barked into his comlink. "All squadrons, emergency launch, use every hangar. Priority 1 is recon, priority 2 is defense. Move." The ship groaned as the engines strained against the gravitational pull. Outside, the Venator's hangar doors yawned open, fighters flooding into the void. From the side hangars and the dorsal bay, ARC 170s and V-wings poured into space, their pilots moving with the efficiency drilled into them through years of training. The Venator's hangars came alive with activity. Klaxons blared, and red warning lights cast long shadows across the bay as pilots sprinted to their ships. Clone troopers worked with the precision of a well-oiled machine, their movements honed by years of war. The dorsal hangar doors opened first, the vacuum of space contained by energy fields. ARC 170 fighters, their pilots already strapped in and running through pre-flight checks, rolled into position and roared into the void. From the side hangars, V-wings followed in tight formation, their engines leaving faint streaks of blue light. "Blue leader to Excalibur," came the crisp voice of one squadron leader. "We're deployed and holding formation. No gravitational anomalies affecting us so far." "We're still being pulled," Crosswind shouted as he struggled with the controls. "Hold the course," Lelouch barked, gripping the armrests of his chair. His violet eyes were cold, calculating. Tactical status on the fighters. "Negative gravitational anomalies," Overwatch reported, his voice tight. "Fighters are unaffected, they're maintaining formation." "Sir," Captain Thorne's voice cut through the noise. The veteran clone had his rotary cannon slung over his shoulder, his expression grim. "Sir," Fordo interrupted, his tone urgent. "Report from the lower decks, the cargo's breached containment. It's lodged in the starboard hull, crushed one of the guards stationed near it." Lelouch's mind worked quickly, piecing the puzzle together. "Which section of the hull?" "Starboard midsection," Thorne replied, pointing toward the direction they were being pulled. "Interesting," Lelouch murmured. Fordo, ever watchful, shifted his stance. "The pulls centered on the cargo." "Agreed," Lelouch said. "If it can't tear through the durasteel with this kind of power, then it's not operating on intelligence, maybe instinct. It wants, or rather, it needs the cargo. It feels almost like hunger." A voice, dark and sardonic, echoed in his mind. Teasing, "If it can't pull the ship, it will come to it. It's akin to an animal, nothing more." Lelouch stood, his presence commanding. Helm full stop. The bridge officers exchanged glances, but no one questioned the order. "Full stop, aye," Crosswind confirmed, throttling the engines down. "All personnel, battle stations," Lelouch announced over the shipwide comm. "Prepare for possible boarding or external assault. Tactical teams, secure the bridge and vital systems. Hangar crews, arm yourselves and prepare for deployment. Stand by for further orders." The clones snapped into action, their discipline impeccable. Soldiers rushed to fortified positions in the hangars, some taking cover behind the legs of ATE walkers, others setting up E-web blasters near choke points. The heavy thud of machinery echoed as ATAPs adjusted their positions, their guns trained on the entrances. On the bridge, Thorne unslung his rotary cannon, spinning it once with practiced ease as he took position near Lelouch. Behind them, the doors hissed open, and a tactical squad entered, their movements precise as they secured the area. Fordo, silent as ever, rested his hand on the hilt of one of his pistols. "Commander," Overwatch called out. "Fighters reporting unidentified objects inbound, requesting permission to engage." "Granted," Lelouch said, his voice firm. Moments later, a pilot's voice crackled over the comm. "This is Blue Leader. Target destroyed, but it wasn't a ship. Looked like debris." "Clarify," Overwatch demanded. "Debris, sir. Didn't take any evasive action, just barreled straight for us." "More incoming," another pilot interjected. "Multiple trajectories." Without hesitation, Lelouch made his decision. "All personnel, evacuate the ship immediately. Use any available craft, make landfall, multiple trips to pick up those stranded. Communication, activate the distress beacon." The communication officer complied, his hands steady despite the chaos. "Distress beacon active, Commander." Lelouch activated a private channel, sending a brief transmission. "Prepare for full-scale invasion. Location, Republic Distress Beacon, Excalibur, coordinates attached." The response was chillingly succinct. "Roger, roger." As the clones scrambled for escape pods and vehicles, the ship shuddered violently. Pieces of debris, what looked like remnants of ancient machinery, slammed into the outer hull. "Sir," the communication officer called out. "The ring, it's tearing itself apart and heading for us. We need to evacuate before larger fragments hit." Lelouch nodded, leading Thorne and Fordo toward a waiting LAAT. Soldiers clung to ATTEs and ATRTs as they were loaded into transports, the hangar a controlled storm of activity. "Sir," the communication officer called out, his voice trembling. "The ring, it's breaking apart. Large fragments are inbound, we have to move. Lelouch stood, his expression unreadable. All remaining personnel, evacuate now. The Excalibur groaned under the strain as smaller debris began pelting its hull. In the hangars, chaos reigned, though it was the disciplined chaos of seasoned soldiers. Load up, barked Sergeant Slate, standing at the foot of an ATTE walker. Troopers clambered onto the walker's hull, securing themselves with magnetic clamps. If it moves, you ride it. No exceptions. Sir, the vehicles aren't designed for this, a junior officer protested. Neither are they designed to be crushed inside a warship, Slate snapped. Now move. Inside the ATTE, the crew worked furiously to recalibrate its systems for vacuum operation. Troopers packed into escape pods, some cramming into vehicles like ATRTs, holding on to whatever they could find. In the hangar, the last LAATs lifted off, packed to the brim with soldiers and equipment. Outside, the fighters swarmed, trying to intercept the incoming debris. Blue leader to Excalibur, confirming large fragment incoming, unable to intercept. The transmission cut off as a massive chunk of the ring smashed into the Excalibur's engines. Smaller debris followed, ripping through the hull like shrapnel. Just as the LAAT lifted off, a massive chunk of the ring's debris smashed through the Excalibur's engines. Smaller fragments followed, shredding the remaining hull. The mighty Venator crumpled, its lights flickering out as it was consumed by the onslaught. From the cockpit of the LAAT, Thorne watched the destruction, his grip tightening on his cannon. That wasn't even a large piece, he muttered, and it was nearly the size of the ship. I like that ship, Lelouch commented in his mind as Tzinch merely laughed. It's much more interesting to watch what is going to happen. Isn't it exciting? Something is happening and we have no idea of the result. You could have saved that ship, but just like me, you're curious. Chapter 51, Starforge I. The Excalibur was gone, replaced by something far more sinister. Jagged edges jutted from a massive, half-formed space station that seemed to grow and shift with each passing moment. What had once been the ring surrounding Lehan was now rearranging itself, pieces slotting together like a nightmarish jigsaw puzzle. Large sections still hung misaligned, edges glowing faintly as if molten, yet the structure pulsated with an eerie rhythm that made it seem alive. The clones, scattered across various craft after their hasty evacuation, watched in silence. Each one processed the surreal sight differently, but the effect was universal: tension. Aboard a LAAT gunship. The cramped interior of the LAAT was filled with the hum of its engines and the quiet, steady breathing of troopers packed shoulder to shoulder. Private Steele, seated near the open side doors, gripped the edge of his harness and stared out into the void. By the regs, Steele muttered, his voice just loud enough to carry over the din, that thing shouldn't even be standing. Look at it. It's still putting itself together. Keep your eyes on your gear, Steele, Sergeant Grinder snapped from the opposite side of the gunship. That thing is enemy territory now. You want to gawk, do it after we've taken it. Steele swallowed hard and adjusted the strap on his rifle. Beside him, Claw, one of the squad's heavy gunners, gave him a nudge. Relax, Claw said, his tone almost jovial. Nothing in there's gonna be worse than that time Grinder got us lost on that desert op. The squad chuckled nervously, but the humor was short-lived as a transmission crackled over their comms. All units, this is High General Lelouch. Full-scale invasion protocols are now in effect. Trooper Trace held fast to the armored hull of a bulk transport, his boots magnetized to the surface. The transport, loaded with an ATTE strapped precariously to its top, drifted slowly toward the station. Careful there, Trace, Corporal Varn called over the helmet comms. Fall off, and you'll be floating till the end of time. I'd rather take my chances in the void than inside that thing, Trace replied, pointing his rifle toward the station. You see those spires? Those aren't weapons, those are teeth. Varn smirked, then we'd better give it a bellyache. Above them, the ATDA team was busy. Walker team to transport command. The voice of Lieutenant Hammer came through the comms. We've locked the tractor field generators onto your hull. Main cannon online and ready for fire support. Walker team, the transport pilot's voice came through. You're cleared to engage. Find us an entry point and keep it open. Copy that, Hammer replied. Gunner, fire when ready. Cannon charging, came the gunner's voice, excitement lacing his words. Target locked, firing. The mass driver cannon roared, and the impact lit up the hull of the station. A faint glow surrounded the breach, but the jagged metal resisted giving way entirely. Again, Hammer ordered. Another blast rocked the transport, then another, as the cannon carved a hole just wide enough for the transport to squeeze through. Brace for impact, the pilot called. The transport lurched forward, scraping against the jagged edges of the breach. The grinding of metal on metal was deafening. Sparks flew as pieces of the transport's hull sheared away, and then a shuddering crash echoed through the interior as the gunner's position was ripped apart. Gunners down, Hammer barked, his voice strained but steady. Walker team status. Main cannon destroyed, gunner lost, came the reply from inside the ATTE. Tractor field generators overstressed but operational, were still mobile. The transport finally broke through, tumbling into the artificial gravity of the station's interior. The transport's landing gear had been destroyed upon entry, sending the vessel skidding across the deck. It crashed through walls and support beams before finally grinding to a halt in a pile of rubble. All teams report, the transport's captain shouted as he unbuckled himself. Walker team intact, Hammer called, already directing his crew to deploy. Clear, came a chorus of voices from the troopers packed inside the transport. Minimal casualties, the captain confirmed. Move out, assume this is hostile territory. The ATTE lumbered off the transport, its smaller turrets swiveling as troopers deployed around it. Elsewhere, similar breaches were underway. Another transport, too large to fit through a weak point, deployed explosive charges to carve its way inside. Fire in the hole, one squad leader shouted, and the concussive blast shook the transport as they breached the outer wall. Entry point secured, a clone shouted as his team flooded into the dark corridors of the station, weapons raised and ready. The ATTE's commander, Lieutenant Hammer, spoke up promptly. We've got a visual perimeter set up. Tide glanced through the broken viewport, watching as the massive walker's legs adjusted to the uneven floor. Its forward turrets swiveled slowly, scanning for movement. Around it, clones moved like clockwork, securing the immediate area and marking it as a fallback position. Good, keep that perimeter tight. I don't want anything slipping past us while we prepare to move deeper. And get a move on with those walkers, get them out of the transport ASAP. Tide ordered. On the outer edge of the station, Corporal Rake and his squad were still tethered to the transport they had been evacuating on. Using magnetic clamps and improvised tools, they were manually securing crates of munitions and smaller vehicles like BARC speeders to the transport's undercarriage. Rake, this is Control, came the voice of their squad lead, Sergeant Gale, over the comms. How's it looking out there? We've got the last crate secured, Rake replied, double-checking the locking mechanisms. Should hold as long as the ride stays steady. Can't say the same for us. Stop whining, Rake, Private Clamp chimed in. You're not scared of a little spacewalk, are you? Rake smirked, though no one could see it under his helmet. Not scared, Control, just don't want to die hauling boxes while you give others all the glory. The banter was interrupted by a sudden jolt. The cables holding the transport creaked loudly, and the magnetic clamps groaned under the strain. Hold steady, Rake shouted, gripping a handhold tightly as the transport shifted slightly. The interior of the station was a maze of dimly lit corridors and massive chambers. The artificial gravity tugged at the clones, disorienting them briefly as their boots found purchase on the metal floor. Eyes up, Sergeant Grinder commanded as his squad advanced through a wide corridor. We don't know what's in here, and I don't want to find out the hard way. Trooper Steele, still jittery from the evacuation, whispered, Feels like we're walking into a trap. Trap or not, Grinder replied, we're here now, keep your focus, watch your corners. The squad paused at an intersection. Grinder held up a fist, signaling for silence. Claw, carrying the squad's Z6 rotary cannon, moved to the front and aimed down the dimly lit corridors. Clear, Claw reported, his voice steady. Move, Grinder ordered, and the squad continued. The largest chamber so far was the station's central hangar, a cavernous space filled with scattered debris and flickering lights. Captain Tide's team was one of several groups setting up a defensive perimeter around the breach point. "Get those barricades in place," Tide shouted. "I want overlapping fields of fire on all entrances." Troopers worked swiftly, unloading portable barriers and deploying sensor beacons. An engineer team was already hard at work patching up the damaged transport, while medics attended to the wounded in a makeshift triage area. The ATTE, parked in the middle of the hangar, was a reassuring presence. Its remaining weapons were locked onto the main entrance, and its crew remained vigilant. "Captain," one of the engineers called out, "the transport's not going anywhere without a proper dry dock. We can rig some of the systems for local use, but we're grounded for now." "Understood," Tide replied grimly. "Do what you can. This hangar is our foothold until reinforcements arrive." In one of the gunships circling the station, Commander Thorne sat silently, his rotary cannon resting across his lap. Around him, the troopers in his squad were unusually quiet, their focus on the growing structure below. "Commander," one of his men finally spoke, "what are we looking at down there?" Thorne glanced at the trooper, his expression unreadable beneath his helmet. "A problem, and we're going to solve it." As the LAAT swooped closer to the station, Thorne keyed his comlink. "All units, this is Commander Thorne. Stay sharp. Keep your squads tight and your weapons hot. The general's orders were clear. This is a full-scale invasion. Whatever's in there, we're taking it." "Understood, Commander," came the replies from the other transports. The central hangar was a hive of activity. Clones moved quickly, fortifying the breach and establishing defensive lines. The ATE stood like a sentinel in the center, its smaller turrets scanning the cavernous chamber for any signs of movement. Captain Tide stood near a makeshift command post, barking orders into his comlink. "Barricades in place? Good. I want overlapping fields of fire on all entry points. Engineers, what's the status on that transport?" "Still working, sir," one of the engineers replied. "We've patched most of the critical systems, but she's not going anywhere without a dock." "Then it's staying put," Tide said firmly. "Focus on getting those repulsor lifts stabilized. We'll need it as a fallback point if things go sideways." Another clone ran up to him, saluting sharply. "Captain, incoming transmission from Commander Thorne. High General's transport ETA, 10 minutes. Tide nodded. "Acknowledged. Notify all units to hold position. I don't want any surprises when the general arrives." The central hangar was alive with tension. Clone engineers barked hurried instructions as they patched systems and fortified defenses, while squads patrolled the perimeter. The low hum of artificial gravity generators echoed in the background, blending with the sound of shifting armor and weapons being checked. Commander Thorne stood near the makeshift command post, his rotary cannon slung across his back. The comms crackled to life, the voice of a junior officer cutting through the din. "Commander Thorne, this is Delta Squad. We've got movement in Section 7 Alpha, confirmed droids, sir. They're coming out of the walls." Thorne stiffened. "How many?" "Too many to count, sir. They're everywhere. We're being cut off." Before Thorne could respond, another transmission came through. "This is Bravo Team. We're pinned in Section 12. Scanners indicate hostiles moving in from above and below us." A third report followed almost immediately. "Eagle Team here. They're crawling out of the vents. We can't hold for long." The situation was unraveling. Thorne turned to his comms officer, who was already swiping through a growing list of red alerts on the station's tactical display. "Thorne to all units." The commander's voice was sharp and steady despite the chaos. "Hold your positions and fall back to fortified zones where possible. Reinforcements are en route. Do not, I repeat, do not break formation." At the main tactical console in the hangar, High General Lelouch loomed over the display. His purple eyes glinted as he studied the holographic map of the station. It was alive with movement, dozens of signals appearing out of nowhere, red markers swarming like an angry hive. "High General," Thorne's voice came through the console, steady but grim. "The droids are coming out of everywhere. If this continues, we'll be overrun within a few hours." Lelouch's gaze never wavered from the display. "Bring up the full tactical layout," he ordered. "I want to see every active section." The hologram flickered, expanding to show the entire station. Red clusters bloomed like infected wounds, each signaling another swarm of droids. "It's producing them," Lelouch murmured, more to himself than anyone else. His tone carried a dark certainty. "The station is a factory. If we linger here, we'll be crushed under sheer numbers." "Orders, General?" Thorn asked, his voice cutting through the momentary silence. Lelouch's expression hardened. "We push deeper immediately. Relay the order. All units are to converge on the main hangar and join the primary force. Once consolidated, we advance. No hesitation." The hangar became a whirlwind of activity. Troopers and walkers began moving as a unified force, the clones coordinating with an efficiency born of their training. The first droids arrived like a tide, crawling from the walls and ceiling, their blasters already firing. "Clankers incoming," a sergeant bellowed. The clones responded with precise, synchronized fire. Blaster bolts filled the air, a cacophony of red and blue lighting the dim corridors. Troopers ducked behind cover, their rifles spitting death as the droids pressed relentlessly forward. As the order to advance echoed across the station, squads began merging, their corridors lit by the glow of battle. From side tunnels, walkers emerged like mechanical predators. An ATTE joined from the corridors, its mass driver cannon long gone but hanging of the side wall as it allowed it a clearer view of the battlefield. "This is Walker, Team Hammer," a voice boomed over comms. "Joining main force, watch your flanks." "Copy that, Hammer," came the reply from Tide. "Covering your approach, push forward." Blaster fire rang from every angle as the clones fought side by side, their numbers swelling with every joining squad. One squad, led by Captain Dusk, had been ordered to clear a side path. The corridor opened into a massive chamber, dimly lit by flickering lights. Inside, mechanical arms moved with precision, assembling something gargantuan piece by piece. Dusk stepped forward, his breath catching as he took in the sight. "By the regs," he muttered. Before him, a Venator-class Star Destroyer was being built. Its hull was already half-finished, its massive frame looming over the clones like a sleeping giant. Dusk fumbled for his comlink. "This is Captain Dusk to main force. Confirming. I'm not sure how to say this, but the station is already producing ships, Venators, sir. There's one in front of us, nearly complete. I'm afraid the station might be nearly fully operational already." The comms officer at the main hangar hesitated before relaying the message to Thorn. "Commander, we've received a report of a Venator under construction. I'm not sure." Another voice cut in, urgent and insistent. "Fordo here, my team confirms it, and it's worse." "Fordo?" Thorn looked questioningly. "Look ahead," Fordo said grimly, pointing to the dark expanse of the main hangar. Lights flickered, barely illuminating the cavernous space. Then, with a sudden surge of power, the hangar was flooded with blinding light, revealing the ominous form of a fully operational Venator Star Destroyer. Its turbolaser batteries started swiveling toward the clones, targeting them with deadly precision. "It's operational," Fordo said as he pushed through a few clones, reaching the comms officer. "Give me every heavy weaponry, tell them to take it down. Now." "Why, yes, sir." Lelouch stepped forward, his figure commanding amidst the chaos. He strode to the front lines, the clone troopers instinctively pushing alongside and in front of him. The Venator's massive cannons thundered, but Lelouch raised a hand. The blaster bolts froze midair, shimmering like deadly stars caught in time. "Impossible," Thorn whispered, staring in awe. With a flick of Lelouch's hand, the energy bolts reversed course, slamming back into the Venator's shields and hull with devastating force. The ship's engines roared to life, trying to push forward, but Lelouch clenched his fist. The Venator buckled, its frame groaning under the unseen pressure. "Enough," Lelouch said coldly. With a final motion, the ship crumpled in on itself, reduced to a twisted mass of debris. For a moment, the clones were silent, staring in stunned disbelief. Then one voice shouted, "For the General." A chorus of cheers erupted, spreading through the ranks. The clones surged forward, their spirits renewed as they pushed deeper into the station. Walkers crawled along walls, droids were cut down by blaster fire, and the unstoppable advance of the Legion continued deeper into the heart of the station. Chapter 52, Starforge II. Lelouch strode calmly amidst the advancing ranks of his soldiers, his white uniform pristine despite the chaos erupting around them. The clones surged forward with determination, their cheers and blaster fire filling the air. His presence alone galvanized them, each soldier standing taller and firing more accurately in his wake. ATTE walkers emerged from the depths of the station's labyrinthine halls. Their massive forms a grim reminder of the station's ability to mimic their own technology. The first walker raised its cannon to fire. Lelouch raised a single hand, and the machine crumpled as if caught in a giant invisible vice, its metallic hull screeching as it folded inward. All units focus fire on advancing droids. Heavy units form a perimeter around the general. Thorne's voice cut through the comms, his orders sharp and deliberate. The clones moved with precision, their formation tightening. ATAP walkers joined the front line, their accurate artillery fire tearing through clusters of advancing droids. "Keep moving," Thorne bellowed. "Don't stop for anything unless you are dead." More troops poured into the main hangar from various corridors and transport bays, converging with the main force. Over 6,000 soldiers now moved as one, a tide of coordinated strength. Thorne, his rotary cannon slung across his back, keyed his comms. "General, these are all the identifiable survivors we've recovered so far. This number does not yet account for our air support or recon teams who are orbiting the station or deeper into the structure." Lelouch paused, his amethyst eyes scanning the gathered forces before giving a single nod. "Understood. We march forward, push deeper into the station." His voice, calm yet commanding, echoed across the comm channels. The clones cheered once more, their morale surging. Thorne raised his fist, signaling the advance, and the march resumed. The path beyond the hangar grew more treacherous. The towering ceilings of the hangar gave way to cramped, twisting corridors, not wide enough to accommodate the ATTEs or ATAPs. Lelouch walked ahead, his hands clasped behind his back, unperturbed by the confined quarters. As they advanced, the walls of the hallway groaned and contorted, expanding unnaturally. Metal twisted and shifted, creating a wider corridor. The clones exchanged glances, unease evident in their body language. "What's happening?" muttered a trooper. "It's the general," Claw whispered back. "He's making room." "Keep formation tight," Thorne barked. "Walkers in front, infantry follow, cover your sectors." Thorne raised his hand, then lowered it in a sweeping gesture. "Advance!" The walkers moved forward, their cannons firing methodically. The once daunting resistance of droids and automated turrets seemed insignificant under the coordinated barrage. Ahead, an ATTE's mass driver cannon obliterated a squad of shielded droids. Behind the walkers, clones made sure that whatever was already down didn't get up again. "Keep your eye on the clankers," shouted Grinder, his voice cutting through the chaos. "We want no chances with reactivation protocols." Further down the hall, a massive crab droid clambered onto the walls, its heavy claws smashing through barriers. Lelouch raised his gaze, and the droid froze mid-lunge. With a flick of his wrist, it was torn apart, its limbs crashing down on the advancing droids below. "Unbelievable," muttered Captain Tide, watching from his position in the rear. The comms buzzed as Fordo's voice came through, urgent and clipped. "General, this is Fordo. We've received a report from one of our recon teams. They've located the control room but can't access the systems." Lelouch arched an eyebrow, a faint smirk gracing his lips. "And the artifact?" "Negative, sir. No contact with any other teams regarding it," Fordo replied. Lelouch's smile grew enigmatic. "It's likely in the center, then." Turning to the comms officer beside him, Lelouch gestured. "Confirm our location with one of the air teams circling the station. I want to know exactly where we are relative to the center." The officer nodded, establishing a link. A pilot's voice soon came through. "General, based on scans, your position is roughly 300 meters above the estimated main chamber." Lelouch glanced at the floor beneath his feet, humming thoughtfully. "Interesting." Raising his hand, the air itself seemed to vibrate as his connection to the force deepened. Slowly, the walls groaned and twisted, the sound a mix of grinding metal and shattering glass. Sections of the hallway folded away like paper, revealing a vast open shaft below. The clones exchanged wide-eyed glances as the floor beneath them reshaped into a massive spiraling ramp, descending hundreds of meters into the depths of the station. The spiraling ramp groaned as the immense weight of the ATTEs moved downward, their metallic legs clanging rhythmically against the reconstructed surface. The dim light from above barely reached the soldiers, creating an eerie, almost otherworldly atmosphere. The clones marched in silence, their visors scanning for threats as shadows flickered ominously on the walls. Thorn's voice crackled through the comms, sharp and steady. "Keep tight formation. ATTEs maintain intervals. Infantry, stick close to your squads. Eyes everywhere." The air felt thick, oppressive, as if the station itself were alive and aware of their intrusion. Lelouch walked at the forefront, his white attire standing out in stark contrast to the dark surroundings. His presence was a beacon of calm amidst the tension, each step deliberate, each motion exuding an unshakable confidence. Suddenly, a barrage of blaster fire erupted from the shadows ahead. Thorn reacted immediately, raising a fist. "Hold position, return fire." The clones took cover behind the ATTEs as their weapons roared to life. Blaster bolts streaked through the darkness, illuminating fleeting glimpses of droids swarming toward them. Lelouch raised a hand, and with a subtle flick of his wrist, the incoming fire was redirected, ricocheting harmlessly into the walls. With another flick, the hallway closed itself upon the droids, crushing them into pieces before expanding again as the troops resumed their march. The ramp twisted sharply, leading them to a massive open chamber below. As they descended, the sound of combat began to fade, replaced by an unsettling hum emanating from the structure itself. The artifact's presence grew stronger, its influence palpable even to those without sensitivity to the Force. The chamber at the end of the spiral ramp was vast, its size staggering. The polished black metal floor stretched out in every direction, reflecting the flickering lights above like a dark mirror. The walls were lined with strange, alien designs, their intricate patterns pulsating faintly with energy. In the center of the room stood the artifact, a towering structure, jagged and asymmetrical. The energy emanating from it was unlike anything else. It was ancient, malevolent, and alive. "Secure the area," Thorn commanded, his voice cutting through the silence. "ATTEs, hold position. Infantry, perimeter around the artifact. Watch for incoming hostiles. Close the gaps of the ATTEs and ATAPs." The clones moved with practiced precision, forming a defensive line around the artifact. ATTEs and ATAPs positioned themselves strategically, their legs carefully navigating the uneven terrain to avoid crushing their comrades. The sound of boots on metal filled the chamber as squads took cover behind debris and machinery. Droids began to pour in from the entrances, but their tactics were different now. They no longer fired their weapons, instead hurling themselves at the clones with reckless abandon, their mechanical limbs clawing desperately at the defensive line. "They're not shooting," Fordo noted grimly, his twin blasters mowing down another wave. "They can't risk shooting the structure." "Hold them back," Thorn barked, firing his rifle in controlled bursts. "No droid gets through." The clones fought with determination, their blasters cutting down the relentless tide of enemies. Explosions rocked the chamber as the ATTEs unleashed their cannons, creating fiery bursts that lit up the room. One droid broke through, throwing its body at an already damaged ATTE, cracking the glass as the pilot reached for his waist, grabbing a blasted just as the droid's hand breached the glass. A small hole was formed as it attempted to reach the clone, its hand trying to grasp him before it found itself with two holes in its torso. As it lumped in place, the pilot reached for the controls again before the droid suddenly exploded, the ATTE legs giving out as all control was cut, crushing 3 troopers covering its belly. While the battle raged, Lelouch strode calmly toward the artifact. The oppressive energy it radiated seemed to grow stronger with every step, wrapping around him like an invisible shroud. The clones closest to it felt its presence too, their breaths quickening, their hands tightening on their weapons. Lelouch placed his hand on the cold, crystalline surface. The moment he made contact, the air seemed to vibrate, and the chamber was bathed in a faint, malevolent glow. The Force surged around him, and the artifact's presence lashed out, probing his mind with dark whispers. It offered power, control, dominion over the galaxy itself. It promised him victory, a future where no one could challenge him. But Lelouch's lips curled into a mocking smile. "How pathetic," he murmured, his voice barely audible over the din of battle. Through the force, he saw it clearly now, a swirling mass of darkness, writhing and howling in defiance. It was ancient, predatory, and cunning, but it was no match for his will. Lelouch extended his hand within the force, grasping the entity as if it were a physical object. The entity screeched, its wail echoing in Lelouch's mind as he clenched his hand tighter. It squirmed, trying desperately to escape, but his grip was absolute. The darkness shrank, folding in on itself until it was nothing more than a small, trembling ball of malevolence. "You are mine now," Lelouch said, his GEASS flaring to life in his eyes. The command was irresistible, an unbreakable chain binding the entity to his will. The ball of darkness shuddered one final time before going still, hovering docilely before him. The moment the entity submitted, a ripple spread through the force, radiating outward from the artifact. The droids stopped mid-assault, their mechanical limbs freezing in place. Then, as if responding to an unspoken command, they straightened and fell into perfect formation, standing motionless around the perimeter of the chamber. Thorn lowered his weapon, staring at the silent droid army in disbelief. What just happened? Fordo approached, his expression a mixture of awe and skepticism. "General." Lelouch turned away from the artifact, the glowing energy around it now dim and subdued. He looked at his soldiers, his purple eyes shining with authority. "This station, its facilities, its power, it all belongs to the Zero Legion now." A cheer erupted from the clones, their voices echoing through the chamber. The sound was a stark contrast to the silence that had preceded it, a triumphant roar. Lelouch cast one last glance at the artifact. The ball of darkness hovered obediently at his side, its malevolence now harnessed to his will. "Have our fighters dock, take a team to the control room, and transmit the following codes on an open channel for 15 minutes in 5-min intervals," he ordered, passing a small holodisk to Fordo as the steadfast, loyal trooper nodded and grabbed the comms officer with him. "It's ours," a familiar voice whispered within. Nearly 2 years of dragging our feet across the galaxy, from one end to another. While I had no idea of what awaited, this has more than paid off, assuming it isn't simply a massive factory. It's not. Factories can be built with ease. They have no need for the immaterium, for the Force. This thing is far more than just a shipyard. Then we better head to the control room as well. And your troops, they all saw what you have done here today. It would be much easier if they simply disappeared. "They are needed for after the establishment, they are my witnesses," Lelouch commented, continuing on. "This game is coming to an end. They will be stationed in this station until that moment comes. Oversight will be needed and a couple of thousand might impact the Legion, but not the war itself. Either way, I can't come up with a feasible cover to what happened here, at least not fast enough. I'll have to facilitate an emergency situation. It'll allow me to execute emergency deployment protocols and bypass the core worlds and head to the outer rim and possibly remain there until the time is right. Our toy general will have a busy day. The feedback from his new equipment was extremely positive, so I doubt he'll refuse to any tasks you put him up to." It whispered once again. "He won't, he has a rare quality, he knows his place." A rare quality indeed, one that the Chosen One does not share. In due time, he will become an obstacle. It was almost as if it whispered right next to his ear. In due time, he will be inconsequential. A cold glint passed in Lelouch's eyes as Tzinch's laughter ringed in his mind. Chapter 53, Starforge Awakens. The control room of the station was vast, a circular expanse dominated by a central holographic projector that illuminated the dimly lit space. The glow from consoles lined the walls in an eerie interplay of green, blue, and amber. Above, a vaulted ceiling of dark, smooth metal pulsed faintly, as if the station itself were alive. The air thrummed with a low, continuous vibration, a heartbeat of power that radiated from the station's core. Clone troopers and technicians moved with purpose across the room, their armored boots clanging against the polished floor. At the far end, an observation window provided a view of the surrounding void, a massive star burning brightly in the distance, its fiery tendrils seeming to reach toward the station like an offering. Lelouch stood at the center of it all, a figure of calm authority amidst the flurry of activity. His white cloak swayed gently as he surveyed his crew. They were quick, efficient, almost unnaturally so. He observed one of the technicians deftly manipulate a console, bringing systems online with surprising ease. "Impressive work," Lelouch remarked, his voice cutting through the ambient noise. "How are you finding the interface?" The technician froze for a moment, his fingers hovering over the panel. Slowly, he turned to face Lelouch, his expression both awed and confused. I just knew what to do when I touched it," he stammered, pulling his hand back from the console as if it had burned him. Others nearby exchanged startled glances, nodding in quiet agreement. Lelouch's gaze flickered to the small ball of darkness that hovered at his side, darting excitedly around the room like a playful pet seeking approval. Its inky surface seemed to ripple with anticipation, as if feeding on the moment. "Good job," Lelouch thought at it. The creature shuddered in place, radiating a sense of glee before it zipped to his shoulder, settling like a silent guardian. "Now," Lelouch continued, turning his attention to the central hologram, "tell me what this station truly is." At his command, data began to flood the central display. Lines of alien script scrolled across the holographic interface, but as the crew watched, the text shifted and morphed, translating itself seamlessly into Galactic Basic. The word Starforge appeared prominently, glowing at the top of the display. Beneath it, detailed schematics and annotations sprang to life. Lelouch's eyes narrowed as he read the information, his mind rapidly absorbing the implications. "This station," one of the officers began, her voice tinged with awe, "is called the Starforge. It's more than just a shipyard. It siphons matter and energy from nearby stars." "And not just matter," another added, his voice trembling slightly. "It uses the Force. Somehow, it merges the energy of the Force with raw stellar material to create anything." "Anything?" Lelouch asked, his tone sharp and inquisitive. "Ships, droids, weapons, war materials, in limitless quantities," the officer confirmed. The room fell into a heavy silence as the implications of those words sank in. The holographic display shifted, showcasing the station systems. Subsystems and their statuses were listed in meticulous detail. "Systems report," one of the technicians called out, beginning to read the data aloud. "Core systems. Power core infinite engine. Active, increasing output steadily. Matter conversion nodes. Online, efficiency at 37%. Gyroscopic stabilizer. Operational, stabilizing external structure. Force manipulation relays. Limited function detected. Defense systems. Plasma shield arrays. Partially online, perimeter strength at 1%. Point defense turrets. 6% operational, limited coverage. Advanced cloaking fields, offline. Hull integrity, currently at 34%, repairs in progress. Interdiction projectors, partially functional, range compromised. Production and manufacturing systems. Automated assembly lines, online, operating at 31% efficiency. Material siphoning platforms, operational at 13% efficiency. Blueprint repository, accessible, integrity at 78%. Adaptive forge matrix, online, recalibrating for optimized production. Operational systems. Holocommand network, active, currently limited to internal coordination. Logistics optimization algorithms, online, recalibrating. Stellar navigation arrays, partially functional, mapping underway. Force integration controls, limited function detected. Internal transit system, offline, requiring repairs. Starship and troop support. Docking cradles, 33% operational, automated systems engaging. Starfighter refit bays, offline, maintenance underway. Cargo storage and deployment systems, limited operational capabilities. Orbital deployment launchers, offline. Hyperdrive calibration centers, partially functional, diagnostics in progress. Sensors and reconnaissance. Deep scan array, operational, range limited to 18% of capacity. Subspace pulse probes, offline. Stealth detection systems, 2% operational, recalibration required. Galactic data nexus, offline, damaged subroutines. Mobility systems. Primary subspace engines, partially operational, output at 5%. Secondary subspace engines, offline, requiring extensive repairs. Primary hyperdrive core, non-functional, diagnostics underway. Secondary hyperdrive core, non-functional, diagnostics underway. Maneuvering thrusters, operational at 11% efficiency. Inertial dampeners, active, synchronization at 72%. Gravitational anchor systems, partially functional, limited capacity. Hyperlane mapping module, offline, incompatible data detected. Thorn, standing near the central holoprojector, crossed his arms as he scanned the new section that had appeared in the system display. His helmet tilted slightly as if he doubted his own eyes. Mobility systems, he muttered, almost incredulous. This thing can move. Another officer nodded. Not just move, sir, hyperspace capable. Both primary and secondary hyperdrives are listed, though they are currently out of commission. Thorn gave a low whistle and stepped closer to the display. A station of this size, moving, let alone jumping to hyperspace, that's insane. He gestured to the updates, his fingers brushing against the hologram as he pondered the implications. This opens up possibilities, he mused, mostly to himself. Imagine deploying something like this in a system. It doesn't just produce fleets, it is a strategic asset. But without defenses or a proper fleet to guard it, moving would be a gamble. Another clone nearby added, and any hyperspace jump would risk exposing its location. We'd need to secure the area before considering any movement. Thorn nodded slowly. True, it's powerful but vulnerable. Still, he looked around the control room, the faint hum of systems and distant echoes of repair crews filling the air. This changes everything, if we can restore those engines. His words hung in the air, a quiet mixture of awe and caution, as the Star Forge continued to awaken. The officers returned to their consoles, and Thorn stepped back, his mind already racing with the tactical implications of what he had just learned. Meanwhile, Lelouch continued to look at the display, realizing that despite what it had shown, the station was still basically running in low-power mode. Likely the infinite engine they had brought, raised in secrecy, had not yet reached its full maturity. It seems this station requires more than just passive activation, he remarked, extending both arms outward. His voice dropped into a commanding tone. It requires a proper spark. The officers exchanged puzzled glances, but before they could inquire further, the air in the room shifted. A weight seemed to press down on them, as if the station itself were responding to his will. Lelouch's eyes gleamed, his presence expanding as he unleashed the full power of the force. The room trembled violently, and the vibrations spread outward. Throughout the station, walls groaned, metal creaked, and ancient mechanisms stirred to life. The officers stumbled, grabbing onto consoles and railings for support as their displays began to flicker and update. "What's happening?" one officer shouted, his knuckles white as he gripped his console. "The systems look," another exclaimed. On the holographic display, the values began to shift in real time. Hull integrity, 34% right arrow, 35% right arrow, 37%, rising steadily. Energy core siphoning, 23% right arrow, 25% right arrow, 27%. Distance to nearest star dropping. Shields, 1% right arrow, 3% right arrow, 5%. Energy levels rising. Infinite engine, output increasing steadily. By the force, one of the engineers breathed, watching as entire sections of the station began to repair themselves and come online. Meanwhile, in the void outside, the starfighter squadrons maneuvered toward the station's main hangar. Commander Fallen, piloting one of the lead ships, frowned as his scanners lit up with strange activity. "Watch your six," he barked into his comms. Debris that had floated lifelessly moments ago began to shift. Jagged shards of twisted metal snapped together like puzzle pieces, aligning and melting into the hull of the station as if drawn by an invisible hand. "What the criff is happening?" one pilot yelled as they swerved to avoid a massive panel drifting dangerously close. Just get to the hangar, Fallen ordered, his voice strained but steady. Avoid the debris and dock. The starfighter groups managed to navigate through the chaos, their ships weaving between erratically moving fragments. As they entered the hangar, their helmets' visors reflected the sight of a newly constructed Venator-class star destroyer, its hull gleaming under the stark lights. Wait, that's the Excalibur, but how? The tremors subsided, leaving the room eerily quiet. The officers slowly straightened, their eyes wide as they took in the updated holographic display. The station had undergone a transformation, entire sections snapping into place and damaged systems now coming online. Lelouch lowered his arms, his expression serene but satisfied. The small ball of darkness at his side buzzed with unrestrained joy, circling him like an excited child seeking praise. "Well done," Lelouch said softly, and the creature shuddered in delight, settling back onto his shoulder. "Status report," he ordered, his voice cutting through the lingering awe. One of the officers, still slightly shaken, stepped forward. "Sir, the station's systems are rapidly stabilizing. Hull integrity is at 51% and rising. The Infinite engine is fully operational and appears to be driving the repairs. Subsystems previously inactive are beginning to come online." Lelouch watched the holographic systems update with a faint but unmistakable smirk of satisfaction. His sharp eyes flickered over the comprehensive reports, the one Stormont systems now slowly coming to life. Each new piece of operational data etched itself into his mind, a foundation for the empire he envisioned. He clasped his hands behind his back and turned, his voice steady and commanding. "Fordo, Thorn." Both officers snapped to attention, their polished armor catching the ambient glow of the control room's panels. Lelouch gestured for them to follow, his cape flowing gracefully as he strode toward the exit of the control room. They stopped just outside the massive observation windows, overlooking the still-repairing Star Forge. Thorn spoke first, a slight hesitation in his tone. "Hi, General, what are your orders regarding the troops?" Lelouch's response was swift and decisive. "The troops will remain stationed here. You, Commander Thorn, will oversee them and the station itself." He paused, turning to meet Thorn's gaze directly. "The Republic must hear nothing of this. We cannot afford their scrutiny or interference, not yet. Your task is to ensure this station is fully operational within the next few months." Thorn absorbed the weight of the order, his expression hardening with determination. "Understood, sir. I won't let you down." He saluted crisply before taking his leave, already planning the logistics of maintaining secrecy while restoring the station's full potential. As Thorn disappeared down the corridor, Lelouch turned his attention to Fordo. His voice dropped slightly. "Fordo, you will deliver a message to General Grievous personally." Fordo's head tilted slightly in surprise but nodded. "A message, sir." Lelouch reached into his tunic, producing a small data chip and an encrypted holodvis. "These are the authorization codes. The key phrase is Operation Cradle. You are to deliver this to him directly, no intermediaries, no exceptions. This is of utmost importance." Fordo accepted the items with reverence, his face unreadable beneath his helmet. "It will be done, High General." "Good." Lelouch clasped his hands behind his back once more, his piercing purple gaze shifting back to the endless machinery of the Star Forge. "With this, the pieces are falling into place. Soon, the galaxy will know true order." Fordo stood silently for a moment, then saluted and left to carry out his mission, leaving Lelouch alone with the view of the station, a monolithic testament to his vision. Chapter 54, Remnants. Lelouch stood tall in the observation gallery of the Star Forge, his hands clasped behind his back. Below, clusters of technicians worked diligently, poring over holographic displays of blueprints, production models, and system logs. The room was abuzz with quiet murmurs and the hum of machines, punctuated by the occasional beep from a console. The holographic projections bathed the chamber in a pale blue glow, casting long shadows that danced across the polished floor. Lelouch's piercing violet gaze swept across the scene, noting the efficiency of his personnel. He exuded an air of calm authority that subtly urged everyone to push their limits. Among the technicians, a younger officer paused mid-scroll. His brow furrowed, and he let out a thoughtful, "Hmm." The sound was barely audible over the ambient noise, but it carried enough weight to disrupt Lelouch's focus. The High General tilted his head slightly and began walking towards the source of the sound, his presence commanding the attention of everyone nearby. "What have you found?" Lelouch asked, his tone measured but firm. The technician stiffened before stepping aside, gesturing toward his console. "Sir, I noticed something odd in the Star Forge's logs. Everything seems to be in perfect order until approximately 3,900 years ago. That's when the logs report a catastrophic shutdown caused by multiple system and structural integrity failures." Lelouch leaned forward slightly, studying the holographic log entries. The technician scrolled further, revealing entries marked with irregular timestamps. "Look here, sir," the technician continued, pointing to a set of faintly glowing entries. "These entries begin around 3,600 years ago, long after the supposed shutdown, and continue intermittently for centuries, even up to 900 years ago. They're serialized data packets attempting to transmit information to the Star Forge." Lelouch narrowed his eyes, his voice edged with curiosity. "And what became of these transmissions?" "Failed," the technician said, scrolling through the logs. "The Star Forge lacked the structural integrity or defenses to allow safe receipt of external data during that period. It appears the attempts were abandoned after repeated failures, but..." "But," Lelouch prompted, his tone growing sharper. The technician hesitated, then pointed to the source pings embedded within the log entries. "There are consistent pings from multiple sources over the years. It's feasible that the technology attempting to connect shares an origin with the Star Forge itself, or comes directly from it. Perhaps embedded protocols calling back to a home network upon activation." Log entry 1,458,920. Timestamp: -3,622.48 Galactic Standard Years. Transmission attempt detected. Source ID: encrypted, origin unknown. Packet serial number: 738B00F413 Transmission failed. No viable connection established. Log entry 1,458,924. Timestamp: -3,621.23 Galactic Standard Years. Transmission attempt detected. Source ID: encrypted, origin unknown. Packet serial number: 738B00F413 Transmission failed. System integrity below threshold. Log entry 4,203,621. Timestamp: -901.11 Galactic Standard Years. Ping detected. Source ID: encrypted, origin unknown. Packet serial number: 945C22BA772F. Status: inactive connection. No data received. Log entry 1,469,382. Timestamp: -3,501.32 Galactic Standard Years. Transmission attempt detected. Source ID: encrypted, origin unknown. Packet serial number: 847D01E524BC. Transmission failed. Insufficient system power for data processing. Log entry 2,304,893. Timestamp: -3,299.87 Galactic Standard Years. Ping detected. Source ID: encrypted, origin unknown. Status: no active response detected. Potential interference from external sources. Log entry 3,201,076. Timestamp: -1,204.45 Galactic Standard Years. Anomaly detected. Source ID: encrypted, origin unknown. Packet serial number: 559E17C388DF. Description: partial data received. Fragment content: protocol Aegis initialized, awaiting homeworld directive. Note: transmission terminated due to system instability. Log entry 4,500,172. Timestamp: -902.66 Galactic Standard Years. Retry transmission. Source ID: encrypted, origin unknown. Packet serial number: A12F39BD07EA. Transmission, failed. Target system unreachable. Query repeated at 120-second intervals for 14 days before cessation. Log entry 4,603,290. Timestamp, -900.04 Galactic Standard Years. System ping detected. Source ID, encrypted, origin unknown. Status, Star Forge structural integrity below 15%. Transmission blocked for safety. Log entry 5,200,601. Timestamp, -125.77 Galactic Standard Years. Signal detected. Source ID, encrypted, origin unknown. Packet serial number 738B00F413 Description, primary cycle complete. Data cache ready, awaiting uplink. Response, no uplink established. No data cache detected. The logs flickered, and the technicians swiped to the next set of pings, the eerie consistency of their timestamps growing more apparent. Lelouch stood silently for a moment, his mind racing. Someone or something has been trying to communicate with the Star Forge for millennia. The nature of this technology suggests a connection deeper than we initially assumed. It cannot be ignored. Suddenly, Lelouch's posture shifted, his hands rising as he reached out with the force. His eyes glowed faintly, the air in the chamber growing heavy. The technicians stumbled as the floor vibrated, the station responding to its new master's will. Behind Lelouch, a shadowy figure emerged, its silhouette twisted and avian-like, Tzinch, the architect of fate. Its luminous hand gestured sharply, and the illusion of a grand library appeared. Thousands of books swirled around them, pages fluttering as if caught in a storm. With an abrupt halt, two massive tomes floated forward, their covers ancient and ornate, bound with shimmering chains of light. This is every piece of knowledge I have regarding the periods between 3,900 to 3,600 years ago. Given the start of the abnormal activity, something that happened during this time set it off. Tzinch rasped, its voice reverberating like 1,000 whispers. The time period aligns with the Old Republic and the Sith Empire. It's likely that one or both of them stumbled upon remnants or byproducts of the Star Forge, or perhaps something of a similar origin. They tinkered, tried to replicate its capabilities, and eventually created something that worked. Lelouch said as he glanced at the book, the knowledge flashing before his eyes in but a fraction. He gestured toward the display, emphasizing the serialized packets on the holographic screen. Whatever it was, it recognized its connection to this station and attempted to call home. The Star Forge's systems, however degraded, responded, though clearly unable to do much about it. These logs are evidence of that. What intrigues me, however, is not the attempts themselves, but what might be embedded in these protocols. One of the technicians, a younger clone with his helmet clipped to his side, raised a cautious hand. "Hi, General, are you saying these logs might still be useful?" Lelouch turned to face him fully, an enigmatic smile curling at his lips. Useful, potentially invaluable. Consider this. If those auxiliary protocols were designed to retrieve information from any network they were connected to, they may have gathered data from the very systems of the Sith Empire or the Old Republic. If even one of these packets is still active somewhere in the galaxy, perhaps powered down in some long-abandoned base, it could serve as our gateway to unimaginable knowledge. The room fell silent for a moment, the technicians and officers exchanging thoughtful glances. A grizzled officer finally broke the silence, skepticism tinging his voice. "And if we find these packets, do you believe what they might contain would be relevant to us today? The galaxy has changed a lot since those times." Lelouch chuckled softly, tapping his boot against the station floor with a measured rhythm. Don't underestimate the Old Republic or the Sith Empire. They were monsters in their own right, vastly more advanced than most of what the galaxy can manage today in certain matters. If there's even a fraction of their knowledge to be gleaned, it will be worth the effort. The officer and several technicians nodded, their expressions shifting to a mix of understanding and determination. Another technician leaned over a nearby console, scrolling through the system diagnostics. "Hi, General, this will take time. Attempting remote activation or even tracing the origin of these packets will require the full capabilities of the Star Forge's deep scan array, galactic data nexus, and other key systems. None of those are fully operational yet. We'll need weeks, maybe months, to bring everything online. Lelouch's smile didn't waver. Time is a luxury we have for now. Once the station is fully functional, we can attempt a remote activation if there's even a spark of energy left in those distant installations. If that fails, he folded his arms, his gaze sharp as he looked over the technicians. We'll retrieve the coordinates of their last known transmissions, triangulate their current locations based on the old and new charts, then send teams to manually jumpstart their generators and extract the data physically or remotely. Either way, it will be done. A murmur of agreement rippled through the room. The little orb of darkness near Lelouch bounced in approval, as though sharing in his confidence. Chapter 55, Attack on Camino I. The hangar was alive with activity, a symphony of efficiency as clone technicians and engineers swarmed over the newly constructed Venator-class Star Destroyer. This was no ordinary ship of the line. Its sleek, freshly forged hull gleamed ominously under the artificial lighting of the Star Forge's assembly bay. A hum resonated faintly in the background, a reminder of the immense power coursing through the station as it birthed war machines. Fordo adjusted his grip on his helmet, the familiar weight a small comfort amidst the alien sense of unease creeping up his spine. The ship before him, christened Obsidian Requiem, wasn't like its predecessors. It was a Venator class in form, but not in spirit. This one had been altered. Primary systems are green across the board, called one technician, his voice sharp and practiced. Hyperdrive calibration complete. Energy flow stable, reading at 98% efficiency. Droid complement accounted for and online. 20,000 units, awaiting remote command protocols. Automated systems interface operational. Command link to Starforge established and holding steady. Another voice chimed in, a note of skepticism leaking through the professionalism. I still don't like this. A Venator running with barely a skeleton crew? What happens if the core glitches, or worse, gets compromised? Relax, the first technician replied, rolling his eyes. The scenarios have been accounted for. Redundant fail-safes, isolated control nodes, and that lovely little army of droids packed in there. You'd have to be a genius or insane to crack it, and in both cases either aboard the ship or the Starforge. Fordo caught the exchange as he approached the ship's ramp, the conversation barely reassuring. His ARC team followed in silence, though he caught the subtle tension in their postures. They'd been through hell together, Camino, Moonalinst, Hyper-Eye, and yet this was different. The Obsidian Requiem was a far cry from the trusty Venators they had served aboard before. Stepping onto the loading ramp, Fordo glanced at the matte black tag strapped to his forearm. The small device was deceptively simple in design, yet it carried a weight far beyond its size. It was a direct link to the ship's internal droid complement, 20,000 units, each programmed to obey him and his ARC brothers without question. They were a last measure, Lelouch had explained, in case of intrusion or sabotage. Fordo clenched his fist, feeling the material press against his skin. The tools of the enemy, he thought grimly. It wasn't like clones to rely on droids. Those clankers had been the bane of their existence since Genosis, but he couldn't deny the strategic brilliance of it. His men were no longer just soldiers. Each one commanded the equivalent of a small battalion. The forces assigned to his team were undeniably substantial, yet constrained by the ship's capacity. With only 30 clones aboard, a stark contrast to the original complement of nearly 8,000, the drastically reduced need for consumables freed up valuable space. This allowed the cargo holds to be filled almost entirely with battle droids, maximizing their operational efficiency. The Starforge, on the other hand, did not have such limitations. It had been nearly 3 days since they had taken control, and as of this moment, nearly 200,000 combat droids, led by the surviving 6,000 clones, patrolled the vast corridors of the station. The Venator slipped smoothly into hyperspace, the starlines streaking across the viewport in a brilliant cascade of light. Lelouch stood on the command platform, his gaze calm as he surveyed the endless blue tunnel ahead. His hands rested lightly on the railing, exuding confidence as he turned slightly to regard Fordo standing at attention beside him. You understand what this entails, Lelouch said, his voice smooth yet weighted. Fordo's jaw tightened, but he met Lelouch's gaze squarely. Camino and its population have served their purpose, he finished the unspoken sentence, his tone clipped. Lelouch gave a simple nod, his expression unreadable. They have, and with all the genetic data and research secured, neither you nor your brothers have any need for your creators anymore. After this, all that remains is a place for all of you to call home. For a moment, Fordo's posture slackened, his gaze distant as the weight of Lelouch's words settled in. Then, as if snapping back to reality, he straightened. Sir, this. Lelouch interrupted, a small smile curling at the corners of his lips as he leaned on one hand. I promised you and your brothers a future. It was not easy, but we are almost there. Fordo's lips parted as if to respond, but no words came, at least none that left the confines of his helmet. The rain pelted the domes of Tipoca City, a relentless torrent that drummed against the translucent walls with rhythmic ferocity. Inside the command center, Clone Captain Hale stood over the flickering tactical display, its blue holographic grid casting a cold glow over his squad. The sounds of battle rumbled faintly in the distance, punctuated by the staccato reports of blaster fire and the thunderous crashes of heavy ordnance. Sir, the 3rd Squad reports clankers attempting to breach the eastern platforms. A clone officer called out, his voice crisp despite the chaos. Patch me through, Hale ordered. He placed his hands on the edge of the console, leaning forward as a holographic feed from the squad blinked to life. The view was shaky, but the unmistakable shapes of B-1 battle droids swarming the narrow walkways filled the frame. The clones held firm behind makeshift barriers, firing disciplined volleys at the advancing horde. Hold position, use the structural supports for cover, Hale barked into the comms. Reinforcements will flank them in 3 minutes. Keep those platforms secure. The feed crackled as a well-placed thermal detonator erupted among the droids, scattering their ranks like broken toys. Hale exhaled sharply. 3 minutes can feel like a lifetime out there. Behind him, the hum of equipment and the shouts of technicians filled the command center. Engineers darted between consoles, some frantically repairing damaged systems while others rerouted power to maintain critical defenses. Sparks flew as a tech worked on a charred power relay, muttering curses under his breath. Sir, another voice called, snapping Hale's attention back to the map. The West Wing defenses are fully operational again. Techs report the auto turrets are back online. Good work, Hale replied, his tone firm but approving. Shift fire patterns to cover the gaps in the 2nd Battalion's line. We're not letting those clankers set foot inside the cloning chambers. Outside, the chaos of war raged on. Camino's rain-slicked platforms were a battlefield of smoke and fire. Clone troopers held their ground, using crates, fallen machinery, and the occasional spar of wreckage for cover. Blaster bolts streaked through the air like red and blue comets, illuminating the storm-choked skies. Grenade! One clone shouted as a cylindrical object clattered across the platform. Without hesitation, another trooper kicked it over the edge, sending it plummeting into the ocean below. The explosion roared harmlessly out of sight, and the squad resumed their coordinated fire, their blasters slicing through the droid ranks. In a nearby hangar, tech crews scrambled to repair damaged LAATI gunships. Sparks danced from welding torches, and the acrid scent of burnt metal filled the air. Pilots barked orders as droids carried out rudimentary tasks, unloading supplies and moving spent munitions away from the bay. The droid-assisted workflow freed up clone engineers to focus on the critical systems. Keep that stabilizer steady, one shouted, his helmet slightly tilted as he examined a half-melted conduit. Across the base, the ragged forms of 3 Jedis stood out like sore thumbs. Jedi Master Shaak-Ti stood near a viewport, her arms crossed as she gazed out at the rain-soaked platforms. The storm mirrored the turmoil within her. Beside her, Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker discussed strategy, their voices low but firm. We've bought time, but this isn't sustainable, Obi-Wan said, shaking his head. Grievous is relentless and the fleet is gone, if those reinforcements don't arrive soon. They'll arrive, Shaak-Ti interjected, her tone steady. The last transmission from GAR High Command confirmed their arrival in 1 day. Obi-Wan sighed. A day might be too late. And yet, it's all we have, Shaak-Ti replied, her gaze unwavering. The cloning facilities and the younglings must be protected at all costs. This world is too critical to the Republic. Anakin, uncharacteristically silent, stared out at the rain. Why hasn't Grievous just razed the place? He has the firepower. Perhaps he needs it intact, Shaak-Ti suggested, or perhaps he's waiting for something. Obi-Wan nodded but didn't look convinced. I'll check the perimeter defenses again and lend a hand. No sense in waiting idly. As Obi-Wan left, Shaak-Ti turned her attention back to the battle outside, also deciding to reinforce the defense points after a few minutes. Back in the command center, Hale watched the tactical map as his squad moved to bolster the eastern defenses. His HUD blinked as new reports poured in, supply lines restored, reinforcements holding the inner chambers, and the clankers' push faltering under renewed resistance. But the relief was short-lived. Hale's communicator beeped sharply, the red hue of a confidential transmission indicator flashing insistently. He stepped away from the map, his boots clicking against the polished floor. As he activated the transmission, the familiar, imposing figure of High General Lelouch shimmered into view. The hologram flickered slightly, but Lelouch's presence was unmistakable. Captain Hale, Lelouch began, his voice calm yet unyielding. Under the power granted to me as High General of the Grand Army of the Republic Contingency Order, Base Delta Zero is to be implemented on the world of Kamino, effective in 24 hours. Preparation in accordance with the contingency order, as well as leading to it, are to begin immediately. Lelouch continued, his gaze fixed firmly on Hale. Hale's pose tightened. His voice betrayed no emotion as he snapped to attention. Affirmative, sir. Chapter 56, Attack on Kamino, aye. Rain hammered against the transparent domes of Topoka City as Captain Hale reviewed the tactical map one last time. The lights of the command center cast stark reflections across the wet floor, and the sounds of coordinated chatter filled the air as his troopers maintained control of Kamino's defenses. It was an illusion of calm amidst the chaos of war. Sergeant Arco, Hale called, his voice crisp but low. A burly clone with a deep scar running across his helmet stepped forward, saluting. Sir. You're in charge here while I'm gone. The importance of what's coming cannot be overstated. Hale's tone brooked no argument. Keep me apprised of the Jedi General's locations at all times. Use 0 Legion secure channels only. I don't want a word of this slipping past our net. Arco nodded solemnly, tapping into his wrist communicator. Understood, sir. All commands will be issued on restricted channels. Across the comms, the captain could hear the muffled responses of his troopers confirming the orders. A series of affirming pings reverberated through the room as encrypted acknowledgments came in. Arco looked back at Hale. We're ready. Hale returned the nod and turned to the few troopers he had selected to accompany him. They were veterans, soldiers who had stood by him through the most harrowing battles, men he trusted with the weight of this operation. Let's move, he said simply. The group moved quickly but deliberately through the pristine corridors of Kamino's main facility. Their boots clicked against the polished white floors, a rhythm that contrasted with the distant echoes of blaster fire and muffled explosions. Kaminoan scientists scurried out of their path, their elongated forms graceful but anxious. A few glanced at the armed clones with evident unease, but none dared to question their presence. Squads 4 and 6, report status on the West Wing, Hale said into his comms as they rounded a corner. West Wing secure, sir, came the immediate reply. Droid resistance minimal, defensive perimeter holding steady. Hale grunted in acknowledgement, his eyes scanning ahead. Good. Keep the younglings and cloning facilities protected at all costs. Notify me immediately if the Jedi shift their focus. Another ping confirmed his orders, and Hale felt a flicker of satisfaction. As they approached the Prime Minister's office, the atmosphere grew heavier. Hale's hand instinctively brushed the grip of his blaster, ensuring it was ready. Beside him, his troopers checked their weapons, the faint clicks of safeties disengaging echoing in the tight corridor. 2 clone guards stood stationed outside the office. Their armor bore the polished shine of soldiers assigned to guard high-profile personnel, and their postures were rigid, even as their visors turned towards the approaching squad. "Captain," one guard said, stepping forward and saluting. "Prime Minister Lama Su has remained in his office. No attempts to leave or communicate externally." Hale returned the salute. "Understood, stand by." The guards shifted slightly, but remained alert as Hale gestured for his squad to take positions. Two troopers moved to either side of the door, their blasters raised and ready. A third knelt in front of the access panel. "Ready on your mark, sir," the trooper said, his voice steady despite the tension in the air. Hale nodded. "Execute." The doors hissed open, revealing the spacious chamber of the Prime Minister. The soft hum of machinery and the distant sound of rain filled the room. Lama Su stood with his back to the entrance, gazing at a holographic display of the ongoing battle. His hands were clasped behind him, his posture serene despite the chaos outside. "How fares the defense, Captain?" Lama Su asked without turning, his voice calm and unhurried. Hale entered, his steps deliberate. Two more clones followed closely, their weapons raised but not yet aimed. They flanked the room, taking positions by the walls. The captain's hand moved to his sidearm, unholstering it with practiced ease. The faint hum of the weapon powering up made Lama Su's keen ears twitch slightly at the sound. "Complying with contingency code. Base Delta Zero under the authority of the High General," Hale said, his voice devoid of emotion. Lama Su turned his head slightly, the beginnings of a questioning look forming on his elongated features. "What are you?" "Camino and its population have been found guilty of high treason and have thusly been sentenced to total extermination." Hale continued, his tone icy and precise. The Prime Minister's eyes widened in realization, terror blooming across his face as he began to turn fully. "No, we had a DEA, but it was too late." 3 bolts of crimson energy lanced through the air in rapid succession. Lama Su's body jerked with each impact, his elongated form collapsing to the pristine floor with an unceremonious thud. The room fell silent, save for the faint hiss of the blaster cooling down. Hale holstered his weapon and stepped forward, gazing down at the fallen Prime Minister. He signaled to one of his troopers. "Confirm status," he ordered. The trooper knelt, his scanner flickering briefly before he nodded. "Target neutralized, sir." Hale nodded once, his face hidden behind his visor but his posture unyielding. He turned to the rest of the squad. "Seal the office, we don't need prying eyes here." "Yes, sir." As his troopers began their work, Hale activated his communicator. "Arco, it's done. Proceed with the next phase of preparations. Make sure every action remains within secure channels." "Understood, Captain," came the reply, crisp and unwavering. Hale took one last look at the Prime Minister's lifeless form before turning on his heel and exiting the room. The corridors of Topoka City buzzed with activity, the relentless hum of rain outside underscoring the chaos within. Hale moved with purpose, his squad flanking him as they approached another high-security office. The pristine Kaminoan architecture seemed indifferent to the weight of the operation underway, its sterile beauty unmarred by the violence spreading through its halls. He paused outside the office of Chief Scientist Nalasi, a figure whose contributions to the clone army were second only to Lama Su's. The door was guarded by 2 more clones, their postures stiff as they saluted Hale. "Status," Hale barked, his voice clipped. "Nalasi has been isolated per protocol, sir. She hasn't left or attempted communication," one guard reported. "Good," Hale gestured to his squad. "Positions." His troopers moved like clockwork, their blasters raised as they took cover near the door. The slicer trooper from earlier knelt before the panel, tapping rapidly. "Access granted, Captain. Door opening in 3, 2. The trooper fell silent as he gestured one with his finger before pointing towards the door. The door hissed open, revealing Nalasi standing calmly near a console, her elongated fingers tapping on the interface. She didn't look up immediately, her voice serene. "Captain Hale, I trust this intrusion is justified. I am in the middle of critical data analysis." Hale stepped forward, his blaster already drawn. "By order of the High General, complying with contingency code, Base Delta 0, you are relieved of duty, effective immediately. Nala C looked up from her seat, her large, unblinking eyes narrowing as realization dawned. This is madness, Captain. Do you have any idea what you're? Her words were cut short by a single blaster bolt to the chest, her slim form crumpling to the floor. Hale's hand didn't tremble as he lowered his weapon, his voice firm. Secure the data, he ordered. Wipe anything we can't carry. One of his troopers moved to the console, quickly inserting a data spike. Copy that, sir. Extracting now. Good, move to the next target. Arco's voice was a constant presence on the Zero Legion's private comm channels. His commands were sharp, precise, and methodical. Squad Theta report. Target neutralized, sir, came the reply. Administrative head office secure, proceeding to data purge. Understood, Squad Lambda status. Civilians attempting to flee, handling it now. Maintain control, ensure no unauthorized movement, zero tolerance. As he received a confirmation, Captain Arco turned to the communication officer on his side. Phase I has been successful, begin Phase II protocols. Copy that, sir, came the reply as the officer switched frequencies. The captain's orders were relayed seamlessly across the channels, his calm demeanor holding the operation together even as chaos threatened to spill over. Blaster fire illuminated the rain-soaked skies as Jedi Master Shaak Ti deflected another volley of red bolts with fluid grace. Her lightsaber hummed as she advanced, leading a group of clone troopers against the encroaching CIS droid forces. Push forward, she called, her voice carrying authority despite the cacophony of battle. Her troopers obeyed without hesitation, their blasters cutting down a wave of B-1 battle droids. The acrid smell of scorched metal filled the air as explosions shook the platform beneath their feet. General, the East Wing is secure, a clone reported over the comms, but we're seeing heavier reinforcements dropping down near the main spire. Understood. Hold your position and await reinforcements. Shaak Ti responded, her focus unwavering as she leaped into the fray, slicing through a trio of B-2 super battle droids. Nearby, Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker were engaged in their own battles, their movements synchronized with their troops as they pushed back the droid offensive. As Shaak Ti prepared to press forward, a sudden notification flashed on her communicator. Attention, Tipoca City lockdown protocols are now in effect. All personnel are to remain in designated zones until further notice. Shaak Ti frowned, sidestepping a blaster bolt. Lockdown protocols, who authorized this? One of her clone commanders responded over the channel. Unknown, General, the order came from Central Command. All entry and exit points are sealed. Her grip on her lightsaber tightened. This wasn't discussed. Obi-Wan, Anakin, did you hear that? Obi-Wan's voice crackled through the comm. I did. Something about this doesn't feel right. I'll investigate. Stay focused on the droids for now, Anakin chimed in, his voice tinged with irritation and impatience. We'll sort out the lockdown after the reinforcements make it here. Shaak Ti nodded, though unease gnawed at her. She deflected another wave of blaster fire, her thoughts racing. Chapter 57, Attack on Camino III. The soft white glow of Tipoca City's corridors illuminated researcher Velon's graceful form as she hurried along the facility's curved pathways. The rain pounded relentlessly against the transparent walls, casting rippling shadows that danced across the sleek, sterile floors. Her slender hands clutched a datapad, its screen displaying vital cloning data that needed urgent updating after the day's chaos. The announcement reverberated through the halls. Attention, Tipoca City lockdown protocols are now in effect. All personnel are to remain in designated zones until further notice. Velon paused mid-step, her long neck craning upward to the embedded speakers. Her black eyes blinked slowly, the announcement sinking in. Around her, other Kaminoans exchanged uneasy glances, their serene demeanor masking subtle hints of concern. A few muttered softly to each other, their melodic tones blending with the rain's steady rhythm. Lockdown at a time like this, Velon murmured, her voice a whisper. Surely this isn't standard protocol during an active battle. A pair of clone troopers marched past her, their boots echoing sharply against the floors. She hesitated, her long fingers tightening around the datapad as one of them turned briefly toward her. "Ma'am, please proceed to the nearest designated safe zone," the trooper ordered, his voice firm through his helmet. Velon nodded silently, her elegant strides carrying her toward the research wing. The rain outside grew heavier, the distant hum of alarms and faint blaster fire creating an ominous symphony. Something isn't right. Lama Su would have informed us of this, if he could. Shakti moved swiftly through the rain-slicked pathways connecting the upper spires of Topoka City. The downpour drenched her cloak as it billowed behind her, the harsh weather doing little to cool her rising unease. Her lightsaber was clipped to her side, the comforting weight a small solace amidst the growing confusion. Clones saluted as she passed, their helmets turning to track her movements. The temporary command center was stationed at the far end of the west platform, a makeshift setup inside one of the less damaged barracks. The Jedi Master entered the dimly lit room, her keen eyes scanning the busy space. Holographic maps flickered on projectors, displaying the city's various sectors and the positioning of both GAR and CIS forces. The room was filled with clone officers coordinating troop movements and issuing commands. General T, the acting Zero Legion commander, greeted her with a crisp salute. His voice was steady, though his stance betrayed a slight tension. "Commander," Shakti began, her voice calm yet probing, "I just heard the lockdown protocol announcement. Why wasn't I informed of this?" The commander's posture stiffened further. "Apologies, General. The directive came from Central Command. It was deemed necessary to ensure the safety of civilians and critical assets amidst the ongoing battle." Shakti's leku twitched slightly, a subtle sign of her unease. "Safety, you say? Locking down the city during an invasion may protect some, but it also limits our ability to counteract the enemy effectively. Who authorized this?" The commander hesitated, his gaze momentarily shifting toward the holomap. The order originated from High Command. Specific details were not provided. Her eyes narrowed. "Very well. Continue your duties, but I expect a full update as soon as possible." As she turned to leave, she noticed several clones exchanging glances. Their hushed conversation ceased the moment she approached, their helmets snapping forward in feigned focus. What aren't they telling me? The dimly lit maintenance corridors of Topoka City were a world apart from its main pathways. Rustling pipes and the low hum of power generators filled the air, the walls stained with years of condensation and wear. CT-99 walked calmly, his steps deliberate and unhurried. The announcement crackled through the comm system, echoing faintly in the cramped space. "Attention, Topoka City lockdown protocols are now in effect. All personnel are to remain in designated zones until further notice." CT-99 stopped mid-step, his sharp eyes glancing at the heavy doors in the distance. Slowly, they began to close with a mechanical groan, sealing off access points throughout the city. He tilted his head slightly, a wry smile touching his lips beneath the helmet. "Well, there goes the scenic route," he muttered to himself, shifting the heavy backpack on his shoulders. Behind him, a maintenance droid beeped nervously, its small form darting to avoid the closing doors. CT-99 chuckled softly, stepping aside to let the droid pass. "Don't worry, little guy. I'm not in a hurry either," he said, watching the droid disappear into a side tunnel. As the final thud of the lockdown doors echoed through the shaft, CT-99 adjusted his course, his boots crunching against the damp floor. He approached a service hatch, its worn edges barely visible under years of grime. Pulling a multi-tool from his belt, he worked quickly, prying the hatch open with practiced ease. The narrow passage beyond was dark and cramped, but he entered without hesitation, his movements fluid. As he crawled through the shaft, he could hear faint voices from above, the muffled chatter of clones coordinating defenses and the sharp reports of blaster fire from ongoing skirmishes. The command room was awash with the glow of flickering holomaps, their translucent projections casting an eerie light over the gathered clones and the imposing figure of Jedi General Shakti. Rain hammered against the outer walls, its relentless rhythm underscoring the tension in the air. Clone Commander Arco stood rigid, his arms clasped behind his back as Shakti's voice rang out sharply. "This lockdown is jeopardizing our defensive efforts," Shaw-T declared, her tone calm yet firm. I demand you rescind it immediately. The confusion it is causing among the troops and the civilians is unacceptable. Arko met her piercing gaze, his helmet hiding his expression but his stance unyielding. General T, with respect, the lockdown protocols are in place for a reason. I cannot authorize their removal without direct orders from higher command. You are higher command, Commander, Shaw-T countered, her leku twitching slightly in irritation. You were left in charge of the Zero Legion. These clones answer to you. Yes, General, Arko replied, his tone measured. But I must follow standing orders from the High General. The protocols are part of a broader contingency plan. I cannot explain further, but they are vital to our mission. Shaw-T's lips thinned, her frustration palpable. Vital? Locking down a city full of civilians and soldiers in the middle of an invasion? You are crippling our ability to respond effectively to this attack. Arko's comm clicked softly in his ear, a notification that a runner had been sent to inform Hale of the situation. He nodded imperceptibly, stalling for time as he maintained his calm demeanor. General, I assure you this measure is for the greater good. It is not my place to question the orders I've been given, only to see them through. Shaw-T's hands flexed briefly at her sides, the tension between them thickening with each passing moment. Before she could press further, the sound of heavy boots echoed through the chamber as Captain Hale entered the room. His presence, clad in the unmistakable armor of the Zero Legion, immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Captain Hale, Shaw-T began, her tone sharp, perhaps you can explain the reasoning behind this lockdown. Commander Arko has been less than forthcoming. Hale paused, scanning the room. His visor lingered momentarily on the holomaps and the bustling clones before finally settling on the Jedi. He approached her with deliberate steps, his posture one of calm authority. General T, Hale said, his voice steady but edged with something inscrutable. The lockdown was enacted as a precaution against a potential biological attack. Shaw-T blinked, momentarily taken aback. A biological attack? You believe the Separatists would resort to such measures here? Hale nodded, glancing at the holomap that displayed the current battle lines. They've done so before, General. Their inability to capture Kamino through conventional means may push them to more desperate tactics. Our intelligence suggests this is a possibility we cannot ignore. Her expression softened, her mind turning to the recent reports of CIS biological weapons deployed on other planets. Still, she shook her head. Even so, a lockdown only ensures that any attack of that nature would trap civilians in an enclosed space, effectively signing their death warrants. Hale's gaze remained level, but it also prevents mass panic. Panicked civilians running freely would only disrupt our defenses. The filtration units in our helmets give us hours of protection, enough time to hold our ground or evacuate critical personnel. Shaw-T frowned, folding her arms as she considered his words. It's a temporary solution at best, and a costly one at worst. Temporary, Hale agreed, his tone unwavering. But it buys us time we wouldn't have otherwise. She wanted to argue further, but the logic was difficult to dispute, at least nothing came to mind at the moment. Her hands tightened briefly before she sighed, her leku curling slightly. You've made your point, Captain, but know this, if this lockdown leads to unnecessary suffering, I will hold you accountable. Hale didn't flinch, understood, General. With a final glare, Shaw-T turned on her heel, her robes trailing behind her as she strode toward the exit. Hale raised a gloved hand in a discreet gesture, signaling the soldiers blocking the door to step aside. They complied without hesitation, their movements smooth and deliberate. As the doors hissed shut behind her, Hale turned to Arko. Skip to phase I, double the pace of preparations. Also, get me General Skywalker on the comms. Contingency Protocol 66 might need to be implemented in regards to Jedi General Shaw-T. Yes, sir, Arko replied, immediately relaying the order through his comm. The sound of young voices filled the hallway as CT-99 escorted a small group of cadets. Their mismatched armor and wide-eyed expressions betrayed their inexperience, though they marched with determination. Where are we going, sir? One of the cadets asked, his voice muffled behind his helmet. CT-99 adjusted the heavy backpack slung over his shoulder, his steps slow but deliberate. "To safety," he replied simply. As they walked, the announcement crackled through his comms. "Phase III is now in effect." He paused for a fraction of a second, his posture stiffening. He reached for his comm and replied with a curt, "Understood." Turning to the cadets, he pulled a small chip from the compartment on his arm guard and handed it to the nearest one. "Take this. It'll get you past the locked doors. Head to the hangar. A squad will be waiting to escort you." The cadets exchanged confused glances but nodded. "Thank you, sir," the leader said, his voice tinged with both gratitude and apprehension. CT-99 watched them leave, a faint smile touching his lips. "Good luck, little brothers," he murmured. Adjusting his backpack, he turned and headed toward the maintenance tunnels. His path led him to a dimly lit room, marked as a designated safe zone for Kaminoans. The sterile environment was filled with the quiet murmurs of its occupants, their long forms huddled in small groups. He set the backpack down with a tired huff, his armor clinking softly. Reaching inside, he pulled out a small cylindrical device, its smooth surface cool against his gloves. Without hesitation, he pressed the red button. The device emitted a sharp hiss before erupting in a controlled explosion, throwing his body and those of a few nearby Kaminoans like ragdolls, releasing a thick plume of blue smoke. The Kaminoans panicked, their melodic voices rising in fear as they scrambled toward the sealed doors, pounding on them in desperation as they refused to open. Outside, the clone guards glanced at each other, their expressions unreadable beneath their helmets. One nodded, and they began to move, collecting their gear and leaving the panicked Kaminoans behind. Chapter 58, Ambush on Camino. Tipoca City was a symphony of chaos. Alarms blared across the spire, their shrill wails blending with the distant crackle of blaster fire. The once gleaming corridors now bore scorch marks, debris littering the polished floors, and the rhythmic pounding of rain against the translucent walls underscored the calamity. Tipoca's defenders fought valiantly, but their efforts felt like an uphill battle against an unrelenting tide. In the command post, Shac T adjusted her breath mask, her serene face betraying no emotion despite the weight of the situation. Beside her, General Kenobi stood resolute, though his posture carried the weariness of a man forced into impossible choices. "The blue shadow virus," Kenobi remarked grimly, his voice muffled slightly by the mask. "We're running on borrowed time now." Shac T nodded, her leku curling slightly. "If it spreads unchecked, Tipoca City will be a tomb. Every life here depends on the Republic Navy reaching us in time." Kenobi's brow furrowed. "The Separatists know this. That's why they've redoubled their efforts. They've pushed us out of the central spire, and though it has little strategic value for our evacuation, it's a clear sign they're closing in." A sharp chime interrupted their conversation. The hello communicator on the nearby console flickered to life, and Captain Hale's visage appeared, his helmet removed to reveal his weathered face. His voice was calm, but the urgency was unmistakable. "Generals, this is Captain Hale. Our air defenses have been overwhelmed. The CIS has begun landing troops across the city. Hangar 3 is now their primary target. If it falls, we lose our main point of evacuation." Kenobi's eyes narrowed. "How long can your men hold it?" "Not long, sir," Hale admitted. "We've deployed additional squads, but we're stretched thin. I recommend you and General T make your way there immediately. Your presence may rally the troops." Shac T exchanged a glance with Kenobi. "Understood, Captain. We're en route." As Hale signed off, Shac T gestured to the two squads flanking them. "Double time, troopers. We don't have a moment to waste." The journey to Hangar 3 was fraught with tension. The corridors echoed with the distant rumble of explosions and the faint cries of the wounded. Clone troopers hurried past, their chatter a mix of tactical updates and clipped acknowledgments. Squad Delta reporting heavy resistance near Junction Bish. "We're holding, but could use reinforcements." "Copy that, Delta. Permission to collapse the junction granted. Fall back immediately and seal it." "This is Squad Romeo. We've secured the west entrance to the auxiliary hangar, awaiting further orders." "Roger that, Romeo. You are to use any available equipment to collapse the main spire. We are in full retreat." Kenobi and Shaak Ti moved swiftly, their robes billowing behind them as the squads kept pace. Every turn revealed more signs of the city's dire state: fallen debris, flickering lights, and the occasional glimpse of Kaminoans hurrying to secure their precious cloning facilities. "General, up ahead," one of the clones called out, his voice sharp. At the far end of the corridor, a towering figure stepped into view, his metallic form gleaming in the dim light. General Grievous. The clanking of his mechanical limbs reverberated through the hall as he advanced, his cape shifting to reveal the hilt of a lightsaber at his side. The mechanical voice grated through the air as he stopped, pointing one talon-like finger. "Ah, General Kenobi." Kenobi exhaled slowly, his hand instinctively reaching for his lightsaber. "Hello there," he said in mock politeness. Shaak Ti's presence beside him was a steadying force, but the danger radiating from Grievous was palpable, a dark void in the force that seemed to draw the air from the corridor. Kenobi knew the situation was untenable. Facing Grievous would take precious time they didn't have, yet retreating wasn't an option. "Obi-Wan," Shaak Ti said quietly, her tone measured. "We can't go around, the detour would take too long." "I know," Kenobi replied, his voice low. Grievous didn't wait for further pleasantries. With a flourish, he pulled two lightsabers from his cloak, igniting them in a brilliant clash of blue and green. "I've been waiting for this moment, Jedi." Kenobi adjusted his stance, slipping into the familiar form of Sorsu. His mind went through the scenarios in a split second. Grievous was faster and stronger than before, there was a weight in the force surrounding him that hinted at enhancements, and the malevolence in his movements confirmed it. "Stay close to the clones," Kenobi said to Shaak Ti. "I'll clear the path." Before she could protest, Kenobi dropped his stance and surged forward in a rush, his lightsaber igniting with a snap hiss. He stretched out with the force, sending a wave of energy crashing toward Grievous. The cyborg merely shifted, the wave washing over him harmlessly as he opened his cloak wider and advanced. Kenobi didn't falter nor question. At the moment, he didn't have such luxury. Drawing on the force once more, he yanked chunks of the ceiling, walls, and floor, hurling them toward Grievous. The towering cyborg swung his lightsabers in a flurry, slicing through debris with precision, though he was forced to step back under the relentless barrage. "Go," Kenobi shouted over his shoulder, accelerating and rotating his lightsaber, swinging it from the side to catch Grevious's, who attempted to block it in a lock, pulling on the force to keep the blades together, and using the force to push his strength beyond that of the cyborg. Shaak Ti hesitated for a fraction of a second before nodding, motioning for the clones to follow her. The squad moved swiftly, keeping their blasters trained on any potential threats as they pushed past the duel. Grievous was surprised as he was slowly pushed sliding from his position, but only for a moment as his feet locked onto the floor. Blades clashing in a shower of sparks, each strike from Kenobi was augmented by the force, his movements faster and stronger than usual, driving Grievous back step by step. But the cyborg recovered quickly, planting his legs firmly on the ground and halting Kenobi's advance with sheer mechanical strength. "You've improved, Jedi," Grievous sneered, his voice dripping with venom, "but it won't be enough." Kenobi didn't respond, his focus solely on buying time. Behind him, the sounds of Shaak Ti and her squad's footsteps grew fainter until they disappeared entirely. The clash of lightsabers became a distant echo as Shaak Ti and the clones pressed onward. The hangar loomed ahead, its wide doors sealed but operational. The sleek corridors leading to Hangar 3 stretched out before Shaak Ti, her footfalls accompanied by the rhythmic clatter of her clone escort. The polished floors reflected the flickering emergency lights, and the faint hum of the city's power grid pulsed beneath the chaotic echoes of battle from distant parts of Tipoca City. Her breath came heavy through the filtration mask, though not from exertion. There was something else, a tension clawing at her consciousness, warning her that something was terribly wrong. The doors to the hangar hissed open, revealing serenity. The hangar floor was intact, pristine. No scorched metal, no shattered droids, no blaster marks on the walls. Clone troopers moved with an eerie calm, loading supplies and securing transports. The air was oddly still, save for the soft whine of repulsor lifts and the muted chatter of troopers relaying logistical updates. "Sector 5 secure, all transports prepped for departure." Confirming supplies aboard Transport Auric 4. ETA to readiness, 5 minutes. Shaw T's steps faltered. Her keen eyes swept the hangar, seeking any sign of a skirmish, but she found nothing. It didn't make sense. The CIS forces were relentless. This hangar should have been a war zone. Her tension eased slightly as her gaze landed on Anakin Skywalker, standing at the center of the hangar. His back was to her, hands clasped behind him in his characteristic posture. Skywalker was garbed in his black combat uniform, his presence commanding as always. Relief bubbled in her chest. Of course, Anakin must have driven off the droids, but the feeling was fleeting, replaced by a growing unease. Every step toward Skywalker felt heavier than the last. The Force screamed at her, each warning sharper than the previous. She came to an abrupt stop, her hand instinctively brushing the hilt of her lightsaber. Her leku twitched as her senses sharpened, and she turned to take in the scene once more, this time with more scrutiny. The clones. The realization struck her like a physical blow. The Force didn't lie, and the hostility radiating from the troopers hit her in a suffocating wave. She scanned the faces of the clones working on the transports. Their actions were methodical, outwardly professional, but the undercurrent of aggression was unmistakable. "General," one of the escorts said, stepping behind her. The doors to the hangar slid shut with a loud thud. Her heart sank. Slowly, she turned her attention back to Skywalker. He remained still, though she felt his presence shift. The air grew heavy, oppressive. Shaw T steadied herself, her grip tightening on her lightsaber. "Skywalker," she called, her voice even but laced with suspicion. "What's going on here?" He turned. Her breath hitched as her gaze locked onto his eyes, no longer the vibrant blue of her friend and comrade, but blazing yellow, a storm of fire and hatred. The suffocating presence of the dark side rolled off him in waves, each one heavier than the last. It drowned the room in despair. Anakin's voice was calm, yet it carried an overwhelming authority. "Under Contingency Order 66, you, Jedi General Shaw T, have been found guilty of treason." The word struck her like a physical blow, but she masked her shock with defiance. A scoff escaped her lips, and she unclipped her lightsaber, igniting the blade with a sharp snap hiss. The familiar hum filled the air as she gave the weapon a twirl, adopting a defensive stance. But the Force around her didn't waver. The oppressive pressure intensified, crushing down on her like a tidal wave. Her fingers trembled, and her breathing quickened despite her Jedi discipline. This was no ordinary darkness. This was the Chosen One, consumed by the dark side, his power magnified to a terrifying degree. Anakin took a step forward, his boots clicking against the floor with deliberate precision. "This is no duel, Shaw T," he said coldly, his gaze boring into hers. "It's an execution." The weight of his words hit her just as the Force itself bore down upon her. She gasped as her knees buckled, the sheer pressure pinning her in place. Her lightsaber flickered, then deactivated entirely as it was wrenched from her grasp, clattering uselessly to the floor. Even the floor beneath her began to crack, spiderweb fractures forming under the invisible weight. Shaw T gritted her teeth, trying to summon the strength to rise, to resist. Her heart pounded as she glanced around the room. The clones had stopped their tasks, every blaster now trained on her. Their faces were determined, and their intent was clear. The sound of blasters charging filled the room, a symphony of death. Shaw T's leku twitched as she fought against the overwhelming despair. She was a Jedi Master, one of the most skilled in the Order. But here, now, before the power and the force of the Chosen One, she was utterly powerless. The clones opened fire. A cascade of red bolts lit up the hangar, their impacts tearing through her robes and flesh. She screamed as pain engulfed her, but it was brief. The darkness of unconsciousness claimed her swiftly, and her body slumped to the ground, lifeless. Anakin released his grip on the Force as his eyes returned to normal, though occasionally still flashing a bright yellow. "Signal the High General. All preparations have been completed.